Yun Mian was standing on the street holding an ice pop and about to make a payment when she suddenly fainted. When she woke up, she found herself on a deserted island with nothing but rocks and sand around her. Staring at the ground covered in sand and dirt, Yun Mian didn't quite grasp what had just happened. She had barely formed the thought, "Where is this place?" when she heard a voice. "Hello, player. Welcome to the Apocalypse Sea survival game. Currently, only the trial server is open with a total of 10 zones. You are in Zone 3, which has 100,000 players. As one of the first chosen participants, you will receive a system reward, a beginner's package." At the same time, a glowing screen appeared before her, displaying glowing words. The first batch of players has been carefully selected by the system and is between the ages of 20 and 35. In 1 month, the official server will open, and the rest of Earth's population will join the game world. Although this is a survival game, it is also a real world. Death in the game means real death, so please cherish your life. Note: the beginner protection period is only 3 days. During these 3 days, players will be relatively safe, but after that, you will face brutal survival challenges. The beginner's package is randomly assigned, but every player will receive the basic fishing rod. The fishing rod can be used to fish for treasure chests, which contain random resources. Please start building your own boat as soon as possible and begin your sea adventure. Good luck and have fun, everyone. The voice spoke at length, and if it weren't for the subtitles, Yun Mian wouldn't have remembered it all. When the voice disappeared, Yun Mian saw a panel appear in front of her. It was like the kind you see in games, with various options and icons. Yun Mian clicked on each of the icons on the panel. Player: Yun Mian. Age 22, stamina 52, upgradable. Strength 45, upgradable. Mental strength 65, upgradable. Luck 88, upgradable. So her strength stat was on the lower side. It seemed like she would need to train more in the future. As for the mental strength stat, she wasn't sure what it was for, but her luck stat seemed pretty good. She'd always been lucky since she was a child. Yun Mian clicked on the other icons. Besides personal information, there were several other icons labeled Backpack, Chat Channel, World Map, Trading Hall, and Quests. She opened her backpack first. Soon, she saw that her backpack had 10 slots. One of the slots contained the beginner's package. Another slot had an ice pop in it, with a bite mark on it. It was the one she'd been eating. Yun Mian thought about it, and the ice pop appeared in her hand again. It can actually do that. The third slot held a backpack. She had been traveling, and most of her things were in her suitcase at the hotel. She was only carrying a backpack with some essentials. A ray of light descended over her. Another strange voice rang out. "Binding luck system, you've received the lucky dice." Yun Mian looked down to see a large dice in her free hand, about the size of her palm, while she still held her ice pop in the other. "Please roll the dice to get today's luck forecast." Yun Mian moved her hand, and in the next moment, the dice flew up by itself and spun quickly in the air. After a few seconds, the dice showed the number 6. 6. Extremely fortunate, overwhelmingly lucky. Lucky as ever? Since that's the case, let's open the beginner's package first and see what we get. Yun Mian took out the package. Though it wasn't big, it was quite heavy. She tore off the packaging and a bunch of items burst out. Beginner's package opened. Luck activated. Fortune shines upon you. You have received a fishing rod in good condition, wood X10, a bowl of clear soup with scallions, a set of thermal underwear, a packet of cabbage seeds, bottled water, X3, purple rice bread, X2. Not bad. Quite a few items. The beginner's package in her inventory had disappeared, and these items took up 7 slots. Yun Mian took a bite of her still-frozen ice pop and scratched her head. Am I supposed to start farming now? She opened the chat channel and found it to be very lively. Messages kept coming with many lines flashing on the screen. What kind of hellhole is this? I want to go home. I don't want to play this stupid game. I'm so scared, I want to quit. If I jump into the sea, can I go home? Don't! There must be sharks in the sea. I'm so thirsty. There's no water here. How are we supposed to survive? I got a bottle of water in my beginner's package, didn't you? I didn't. All I got was a fishing rod and some wood. Useless. I got 2 bottles of water and a piece of bread. Damn, you're so lucky to even get bread. I'm starving. Each message had a name in front of it, and it seemed like this was a real name chat. Compared to these people, Mian had gotten way more items from her package. Although she was naturally lucky, it was likely the lucky dice had boosted her luck as well. Mian stretched out her hand, and the lucky dice appeared in her palm again. She studied it carefully and found that the dice had 6 faces, each with different words written on it. They were 1. Double blessings. All gains are doubled, whatever they may be. 2. Turn of fortune. Bad luck comes to an end and good fortune follows. 3. Everything goes smoothly. It's pretty much like having all your wishes come true, you know? 4. Better luck next time. The god of luck is taking a day off today. 5. Just another day. No good news, no bad news. 6. Fortune shines. Super duper great luck. So it wasn't all about luck. There were some normal outcomes, but at least there was nothing bad. If she rolled a 1, 3, or 6, it was all great luck, a 50-50 chance. Mian happily finished off her ice pop. The tide is rising, and this is the time when the most treasure chests appear. Players can try fishing for them. The game's system voice echoed in Mian's ears. Mian immediately took out her fishing rod and ran to the shore, where she saw the waves slowly pushing toward the beach, with a few chests floating on the water's surface in the distance. She glanced into the water and saw strange shadows. Remembering that some players mentioned piranhas, she decided to be cautious, though none of the fish had surfaced yet. Mian flicked her fishing rod, and the line flew into the water. About a minute later, she felt the fishing rod dip slightly, with a slight pull. She knew something was hooked. She quickly began to reel it in. Sure enough, a wooden chest came up. Obtained a wooden chest. The chest looked dull and old with a copper-colored latch. It wasn't locked, and a quick lift of the latch opened it. As soon as Mian opened the chest, she heard the system's voice. Obtained bottled water X2, steamed buns X2, iron nails X5, fishing line X5. Nice haul. Mian cheerfully took out the items, not bothering whether she needed them or not. She just stuffed them into her inventory. She was about to keep fishing, but then noticed an attribute description on the rod. Beginner fishing rod, upgradable. All black. It looks quite ordinary. Beginner fishing rod can only be used to catch 1 chest per day, and only wooden chests can be caught. Upgrade requirements. Blueprint for intermediate fishing rod, fishing line X5. It seemed that to catch more blind boxes, she needed to upgrade her fishing rod. However, she only had fishing lines, not the blueprint. It seemed like that would have to wait for later. Mian put away her fishing rod and took out a bottle of water from her inventory, gulping down about half. Checking the time, it was already 6 o'clock. She found a rock to sit on, sipping water while browsing the chat channel. All I got from my chest was 2 lousy pieces of wood. This is a treasure chest? Ridiculous. Haha, I got bread in my chest. At least I won't starve tonight. I've been fishing for ages and haven't caught a single chest. I don't even have water. Can someone give me a bottle? My throat is parched. Wood for water. Anyone willing to trade? I'm dying of thirst. Help a kid out. Don't throw away wooden chests. They can be broken down for wood. It seemed food and water were in short supply. Many people still hadn't managed to get any. This game was pretty harsh on players. No water or food. How was anyone supposed to survive? But there must be some other ways, right? After all, it was only the first day. There had to be some way to get by. Seeing that the wooden chest could be broken down, Mian was glad she hadn't thrown it away. She placed her bowl of clear soup on top of the chest, saving herself the trouble of holding it. Mian took a sip of the clear soup. It was warm, and she could feel the warmth spread throughout her body. The noodles were chewy, white in color, and the broth was clear, with chopped green onions adding a bit of freshness, along with some pepper. The soup was comforting. The evening sea breeze was slightly chilly. Even though Mian was wearing long sleeves, she felt cold. A sip of warm soup made her feel better, and even though the soup looked plain, it was delicious. Once she finished, the bowl disappeared on its own. No need to wash dishes. At home, her younger brother usually did the dishes. After her parents divorced, her mother worked a lot, so it was just Yun Mian and her brother Yun Xiao most of the time. She cooked, Yun Xiao did the dishes, and they split the rest of the chores. Now that she had suddenly disappeared, her mom and brother must be extremely worried. She wondered how this game managed to take her away. If she suddenly vanished, they might have even reported it to the police. Or perhaps everyone who knew her would lose all memory of her. That's how it usually worked in TV shows and novels. But the system said that a month later, the rest of the human population on Earth would also be transported here. Her mom and brother would likely come too. She had to live well, gather lots of resources, so that when they arrived, she could help them. Yun Mian rested her chin in her hands, sitting on a rock while watching everyone else chatting, hoping to gather some useful information. There's nothing here. How are we supposed to upgrade? Ugh. Pick up anything you find on the island. I found 2 pieces of wood. My place is barren. There's nothing but bird poop. Really? I have 2 rocks here. Should I pick them up? Yun Mian quickly looked around. She did spot some wood. Not far away, Yun Mian ran over and picked it up. Wow, it actually worked. She took a walk around, but besides those 5 pieces of wood, there was nothing else, not even a stone. Then Yun Mian heard a beeping noise. It was the task tab, which had an exclamation mark on it. She hadn't opened it before, and now it was notifying her. Unfinished task. Please build your own boat. Countdown. 3 hours, 10 minutes. Players who haven't built their boat by 10 o'clock will be eliminated. Elimination means death, so please hurry. Building a raft requires 10 pieces of wood and 2 nails. Yun Mian happened to have everything she needed. She clicked on Build, and the wood began moving on its own. In less than a minute, a simple raft appeared in front of her. She opened the task tab to check, and sure enough, the task was marked as complete. There were 3 points on the raft that she could interact with. Yun Mian reached out and touched one, and she ended up sitting on it. Then she saw the raft's details. Name: Yun Mian's raft. Can be renamed. Level 1 raft. Can be upgraded. Rating 2 points. Upgrade requirements: wood x100, nails x20. Seeing she could rename it, Yun Mian thought it was amusing and gave the raft a new name: Xiangyun. Although it was just a small raft now, who knew? Maybe someday it would become a luxury cruise ship. As soon as it hit 10 o'clock, the raft started drifting out to sea, and she quickly left the small deserted island. There was only endless water all around her. The feeling of drifting on the ocean, with no ground beneath her, inevitably made her nervous. Thankfully, Yun Mian was pretty good at adapting. But not everyone was that lucky. Many people hadn't even managed to build a raft and were immediately eliminated. Earlier, she saw that the player count in the chat box read 100,000. Now it had changed to 99,183 100,000. In just 2 short hours, so many people had died. Building a raft seemed like a relatively easy task. How could so many people not have managed it? She opened the chat channel to see what people were saying. I almost didn't make the raft. It scared me to death. Looks like those who couldn't find enough wood aren't saying anything anymore. I'm guessing they're gone. That was brutal. If I hadn't found 10 pieces of wood in a treasure chest and my beginner's package didn't have nails, I'd be done for too. You can break down treasure chests for wood. Most people's beginner's packages have nails. Even if they didn't, they could have quickly traded for it with what they had. Those who couldn't build a raft didn't use their heads. Even if they survived now, they'd die later anyway. Not everyone can stay calm in a situation like this. Many people were scared and couldn't think straight. They're all adults, not children. If they can't handle this, they might as well jump into the sea. How can you say that? That's too much. A few people started arguing in the chat channel. Yun Mian sighed. Survival of the fittest seemed to be the rule of this world. The person had a point. Now that they were in a survival game, they couldn't afford any illusions. She thought of saying something but decided against it. Taking care of herself was the most important thing. Yun Mian opened her inventory to take stock of her supplies. Including the items from the treasure chest, her inventory slots were already full. She took out her backpack, the one she had brought from her original world. Inside the bag was a pack of tissues, a power bank, a phone, a sun umbrella, pepper spray, lipstick, powder, car keys, a wallet, a pack of gum, and a chocolate bar. It was quite a lot of stuff. She noticed that many people in the chat channel said they had been transported here empty-handed. The power bank could double as a flashlight, and it was fully charged, so she figured she could use it sparingly for a while. But her phone no longer worked. It wouldn't even turn on. She put all those miscellaneous items back in her bag, so it only took up one slot. The 2 pieces of purple rice bread were packaged, so she put them in her bag too, freeing up another slot. Inventory space was really limited right now. The rest of her supplies included bottled water X4, wood X5, nails X3, steamed buns X2, fishing line X5, thermal underwear set, cabbage seeds packet. Yun Mian knew she had to quickly upgrade and expand her setup to ensure she could survive until her family arrived. The later it got, the stronger the sea wind blew. Worried about catching a cold, Yun Mian put on the thermal underwear. It was probably because of the newbie protection period. As long as she completed the system-mandated tasks, she wouldn't die. But after this period, things could be different. Yun Mian decided she must upgrade the Xiangyun within 3 days. She picked up the old wooden box from before and disassembled it to get 5 pieces of wood. Now she had 10 pieces of wood again. But it was still far from enough to meet the upgrade requirements. She thought for a moment. Her materials were lacking, but she had plenty of food and water. Maybe someone would be willing to trade materials for food. Wood was in short supply, but food and water were even scarcer. With that thought, Yun Mian opened the chat channel again. "I'm so hungry. Can anyone give me some food?" "I'm starving too. My stomach feels glued to my back and I have no water." "Can someone spare a bottle of water? I promise to repay the favor." 2 pieces of wood for a bottle of water? Water is so precious. Who's going to trade it for just 2 pieces of wood? There's only 1 box a day, and it doesn't always have water. I barely have enough to drink myself. Yun Mian had 4 bottles of water, which was enough for herself, so she could take out 2 bottles to exchange for other resources. If she could get a blueprint for a mid-level fishing rod or trade a bottle of water for 10 pieces of wood, that would be ideal. The priority now was to upgrade. Having enough food and water to survive would suffice. She should take advantage of everyone's current water shortage to get a good deal. She glanced at the trading hall, which was closed. The system hadn't opened it yet. That meant she could only make private trades. Yun Mian thought for a moment and posted a message in the chat channel. Yun Mian. 1 bottle of water for 20 pieces of wood or 10 nails? As soon as she sent the message, she felt something drifting over. It was too dark to see clearly, so she took out her power bank and turned on the light. It was a box. There were words hovering above the box. Worn wooden box. Yun Mian's eyes lit up at the sight. A treasure chest had drifted just a few meters away from her. Yun Mian stared at the box, hesitant. But then she remembered today was her lucky day, and she was still in the newbie protection period, so there shouldn't be any danger. Should she jump in to get it? Were there sharks in the sea? Yun Mian looked carefully at the surface of the water. It seemed very calm. She weighed her options. Then she remembered a saying, "Great wealth is found in risky places." But she still didn't dare take the risk. What if? Yun Mian thought about it for a while and finally came up with an idea. Didn't she have a sun umbrella? She could use it to row the raft over, then use the umbrella to fish the box up. Yun Mian quickly put her plan into action, and it actually worked. She unfolded the umbrella and started paddling towards the wooden box. Once it was within reach, she used the umbrella to get it on board. Though she ended up wet, with both herself and the raft drenched, she didn't care. She shook off some of the water, put the box on the raft, and opened it. Acquired mid-level fishing rod blueprint X1, wood X10, nails X5, scallion pancake X1. It was just like they say. A pillow comes just when you feel sleepy. She actually got the blueprint. Amazing! Now she had 15 pieces of wood and 8 nails. By disassembling the box, she could have 20 pieces of wood. She was getting closer to her goal. And now, with the blueprint, she could upgrade her fishing rod too. After upgrading, she could fish for treasure chests again. Mian eagerly took out the blueprint to upgrade her fishing rod. She confirmed the upgrade, and suddenly the fishing rod in her hand transformed. It became larger, thicker, and more luxurious. The color of the rod also became brighter. It looked powerful. Mid-level fishing rod, upgradable, with an integrated anti-slip grip, comfortable to hold, anti-slip wear-resistant, more efficient fishing. Can fish for 3 treasure chests per day. A more advanced rod can catch even better treasure chests. Upgrade requirements: advanced fishing rod blueprint, fishing line, X20. Better treasure chests. And she could catch 3 now. She originally thought she'd only get to fish for 1 more after upgrading, but it actually increased by 2. What a thrill! Mian immediately sat up straighter and began fishing. Even though it was late and she might not catch anything, she couldn't wait until tomorrow. Plus, midnight was approaching. Today had been a lucky day, but there was no guarantee tomorrow's dice roll would yield the same luck. She cast her fishing rod and kept a close eye on the water. It was too dark to see clearly, and she didn't want to use her power bank for light. She figured she'd be able to feel when something bit, like the first time, so there was no need to look. After about 10 minutes, Mian finally felt something on the line. This chest was much heavier than the last one. She had to use all her strength to pull it up. Obtained bronze treasure chest. Mian's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the chest. A bronze treasure chest. It had to be better than the wooden one. She immediately opened the chest. Today is indeed a lucky day. Acquired wood X15, nails X5, a floral blanket, bottled water X5, a box of mangoes, milk X1. So many things. A blanket, milk, things she hadn't had before. She happily took everything out, even sniffed the mangoes. They were so fresh that their sweet scent was unmistakable. They looked clean too. She couldn't resist taking a bite. The sweet mango juice exploded in her mouth, filling it with a wonderful mango flavor. Delicious. It was much tastier than any mango she had eaten in real life. Sweet, with a hint of refreshing tartness, juicy and comforting, making her feel less tired. Mian carefully put it away. This was a real treasure. The blanket would also come in handy. It would keep her warm when she went to sleep later. The most important part was that she got quite a lot of wood and nails. Mian put everything into her backpack. Thinking that she still had 1 more chance to fish for treasure chests, she hurriedly cast her line again. However, this time she waited for a long time and still didn't get a bite. Remembering she had posted a trade request in the chat channel, she opened it to check. I'm willing to trade wood for water, but 20 pieces of wood is too much. Can we do 10 pieces for 1 bottle of water? After building the raft, everyone's wood is almost gone. Who has 20 pieces of wood left? Yeah, I only have 2 left. I agree. 10 pieces of wood for a bottle of water is already quite a deal. But everyone's water is running out. If someone can take out water to trade, it means they have plenty of it. Despite what everyone said, Mian didn't want to lower her price. Everyone was short on water, while wood could be disassembled from boxes. Water, however, wasn't guaranteed to be found. She was about to close the chat when she saw someone had messaged her privately. I have wood. How many bottles of water do you have? Mian was stunned for a moment. She replied, How much wood can you trade? She kept her guard up, not wanting to reveal her entire inventory. The person seemed to have expected her response and sent another message. I can trade 30 pieces of wood for 2 bottles of water. If you agree, we can make the trade immediately. Mian didn't expect that this person had so much wood. Normally, each person could fish 1 treasure chest, and after using the wood from the beginner pack to make a raft, there wouldn't be much left. But this person could trade 30 pieces, meaning he still had a surplus. How much wood did he manage to get? Mian carefully looked at the person's name. Hu Yuan. The name seemed a bit familiar. Yun Mian remembered that he was the same person who earlier said that those who couldn't make a raft would die soon, even if they survived now. Many people had called him cold-hearted. Earlier, Yun Mian had posted about trading 20 pieces of wood for a bottle of water, but no one contacted her to trade. Most people just wanted her to give them water for free. Some even advised her to save her water as she'd regret it when she ran out herself. Yun Mian ignored all of them, but this also showed that either people didn't have enough wood, or they felt the trade wasn't worth it. Hu Yuan's offer wasn't bad, so 30 pieces it was. All right, I'll trade with you. After all, she had just acquired 5 more bottles of water, so trading 2 was fine. Yun Mian and Hu Yuan completed the trade. Soon she saw that her backpack now had 30 more pieces of wood and 2 fewer bottles of water. Hu Yuan, do you have any extra food? Yun Mian hesitated. Why? I could trade nails for food. How much material did this guy have? Didn't he have any food or water himself? Yun Mian checked her backpack. Although there wasn't a lot of food, it was enough for her to survive. She had 2 steamed buns, 2 purple rice breads, a scallion pancake, a box of mangoes, and a chocolate bar. This was enough for her to eat for 2 days, and she could still fish for treasure tomorrow. But right now, she only had 13 nails. If she could trade for more, she'd have enough nails to upgrade. If she gathered more wood tomorrow, she'd have all the materials she needed. Yun Mian was tempted to trade, but she didn't immediately agree. I don't have much food either. How many nails do you have? A minute passed with no response from him. Yun Mian clicked on Hu Yuan's profile. She saw a blurry male figure showing just his facial contour. Player, Hu Yuan Aj, 23. All other stats were hidden. It seemed that players could only see each other's names and ages. At that moment, Yun Mian felt her fishing rod move. She reeled it in and found acquired bronze treasure chest, obtained wood, X10, nails X5, fishing line X2, steamed buns X2. This chest was not bad. Both wood and nails were what Yun Mian needed. With her inventory now at 75 pieces of wood and 18 nails, she was getting closer to her target. The wooden box could still be disassembled into wood. Oh, and she could disassemble the bronze chest too. Yun Mian immediately picked up the bronze chest and clicked Disassemble. Bronze treasure chest can be disassembled into copper X10 or wood X50. Please choose. Yun Mian thought for a moment. Copper might be better, but she needed wood more, so she chose wood. She also disassembled the wooden box for 5 pieces of wood. Now she had a total of 130 pieces of wood and 18 nails, just enough to upgrade her raft. Yun Mian opened the chat. Hu Yuan had already sent her a message. I don't have much either, but I need food more. My treasure chest only had wood and nails, no food or water. Yun Mian was surprised. Was that possible? All that wood and nails, but no food or water? What about the beginner pack? She asked, simply curious. Hu Yuan replied quickly this time. The same. Yun Mian wasn't sure whether Hu Yuan was lucky or unlucky. With all that wood and nails, he still couldn't drink or eat, so it made sense for him to trade for water. Yun Mian. All right, I have some steamed buns. I'll trade them for your nails. Hu Yuan. I'll give you 10 nails for 2 steamed buns. Do you have them? Yun Mian thought that if Hu Yuan could keep getting plenty of wood and nails, she might be able to continue trading with him regularly. With this trade, upgrading her raft was no longer a problem. Not bad, not bad. However, Hu Yuan wanted to trade 10 nails for her 2 large steamed buns. That wouldn't do. Yun Mian replied, I don't need that many nails, and 2 steamed buns are too much. How about 5 nails for half a bun? Hu Yuan. Cutting the price directly in half. Yun Mian sent a picture of the steamed bun. A big, white, soft, steamed bun appeared in front of Hu Yuan. It looked delicious. Food in the game was even tastier than that in the real world, and you could even smell it. Perhaps looking at the picture of the steamed bun made Hu Yuan hungry. Hu Yuan finally agreed. Fine. 1 bun. Half a bun wasn't enough. Yun Mian clicked on the trade and put the steamed bun up. Soon, she received the nails. After getting enough nails, Yunmian didn't say anything else. She hurriedly opened her little raft and clicked Upgrade. She saw a bunch of wood flying into the air at a rapid speed. It happened so fast that she couldn't see how it was assembled. She could hear the sound of a hammer hitting nails and a saw cutting wood. In less than a minute, the upgrade was complete. The raft had turned into a small boat. Fixed wooden oars were on both sides of the boat. The boat was split into two parts. Yunmian sat on the wider part, while the bow area was empty and could be used for storage. The stern had a half-meter-long flat surface where a person could stand. Yunmian's backpack still had enough space for now, but when her slots filled up, she could store some items on the boat. The boat was much more comfortable than the previous raft, and even had a small stool. The previous raft was very uncomfortable to sit on. When she wanted to sleep, she could place the stool at the front and lie down. With the sides of the boat to lean against, she didn't have to worry about falling into the sea when she turned over. Although there was still no bed compared to before, Yunmian was quite satisfied. Good thing she upgraded her raft before going to sleep. Yunmian opened the boat information. Name: Xiangyun, Lucky Cloud. Level 2, boat, upgradable. Rating, 8 points. Expansion requirements: wood, x300, nails, x50. The upgrade significantly improved the comfort level, and Yunmian began looking forward to the next upgrade. It seemed like she needed to speed up gathering wood and nails. She had gathered 100 pieces in such a short time, so 300 should be achievable in 2 days. Yunmian was quite confident. She looked at the pitch-black sea and yawned. It was windy on the sea at night, and quite chilly. She placed the blanket underneath her, covered herself with a set of thermal underwear, used her backpack as a pillow, curled up on her side, and closed her eyes. She had been busy all day and was already exhausted. Now she could finally sleep. It was still a bit hard, and the uneven surface made her uncomfortable, but Yunmian quickly fell asleep. There was nothing to be picky about in this place. The morning sun rose over the sea, slowly moving above her head. The sunlight fell directly on her face and body, with nothing to block it. When she opened her eyes, she was unaccustomed to the brightness. It took her a while, covering her face, before she could sit up. Yunmian stretched, still half asleep. She looked around, remembering she was on the sea. As soon as she woke up, Yunmian noticed her mental value had decreased. It was 65 before, but now was 63. It seemed that mental value would change according to the body's condition. Yunmian quickly took out her sun umbrella from her backpack. After setting up the umbrella, she took out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and slowly drank half of it. After a while, her mental value was restored. Good thing she had an umbrella. If she kept getting exposed to the sun like this, she would definitely feel exhausted. The sun over the sea was scorching, much more intense than on land. Yunmian remembered she hadn't rolled the dice today. Let's see how her luck was today. Soon the lucky dice appeared in her hand. She threw it into the air and it spun rapidly before finally stopping in mid-air. It was a 3-3. Everything goes smoothly. Basically the same as wishes come true, you know what it means. This was the second best number. The treasure chest she fished today would surely be filled with good stuff. While eating her purple rice bread, Yunmian thought about what she wanted and needed the most. Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary purple rice bread was actually quite tasty. The soft bread was filled with cream and a sweet, glutinous purple rice filling. It was soft, chewy, delicious, and filling. After one serving, Yunmian was already full. She took a couple of sips of water. Yunmian opened the chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. "It's so hot. I'm dying from the heat. I really want to jump into the water." Another 100 people have died. It's terrifying. My mental value keeps decreasing. What's going on? Am I going to die? The raft doesn't have any cover, and if I sleep, I'll fall in if I'm not careful. I didn't dare sleep at all last night. Today's treasure chest was pretty good. I fished some bread. It's delicious. Can you trade the bread? I'll trade you water for bread. No way. I don't have enough for myself. I fished a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod, but I don't have a fishing line. Can anyone give me some fishing line? I'll give you the next treasure chest I catch after upgrading. Anyone willing to trade for an intermediate fishing rod blueprint? I'm willing to trade food and water for it. Someone asked what the benefits were of upgrading the fishing rod. Soon, someone answered. After upgrading the fishing rod, you can fish 3 treasure chests. Everyone should upgrade quickly to gather more supplies. Yun Mian Mian checked the person's name. Ni Yangguang. The person who previously reminded everyone that treasure chests could be disassembled was also Ni Yangguang. It seems he is a helpful person, and his luck must be pretty good because, like her, he has already upgraded his fishing rod. Ni Yangguang was very active in the chat channel and seemed to have good relations with others. As soon as he spoke, many people responded to him. He replied to everyone one by one. Ni Yangguang. Does anyone have any extra nails? I can trade for wood. Ni Yangguang. Are you short on nails? I have some. I can trade with you. Ni Yangguang. 5 pieces of wood for 2 nails. I need 10 nails. If you have them, please DM me. What do you need so many nails for? Upgrading your raft. Ni Yangguang. Yes, I just caught 3 treasure chests, gathered enough wood, but still need 10 more nails to upgrade. Your luck is too good. I only have 10 pieces of wood, still far from 100. Hu Yuan. The name seemed a bit familiar. Yun Mian Mian remembered that he was the same person who earlier said that those who couldn't make a raft would die soon, even if they survived now. Many people had called him cold-hearted. Earlier, Yun Mian Mian had posted about trading 20 pieces of wood for a bottle of water, but no one contacted her to trade. Most people just wanted her to give them water for free. Some even advised her to save her water as she'd regret it when she ran out herself. Yun Mian Mian ignored all of them, but this also showed that either people didn't have enough wood, or they felt the trade wasn't worth it. Hu Yuan's offer wasn't bad, so 30 pieces it was. All right, I'll trade with you. After all, she had just acquired 5 more bottles of water, so trading 2 was fine. Yun Mian Mian and Hu Yuan completed the trade. Soon she saw that her backpack now had 30 more pieces of wood and 2 fewer bottles of water. Hu Yuan. Do you have any extra food? Yun Mian Mian hesitated. Why? I could trade nails for food. How much material did this guy have? Didn't he have any food or water himself? Yun Mian Mian checked her backpack. Although there wasn't a lot of food, it was enough for her to survive. She had 2 steamed buns, 2 purple rice breads, a scallion pancake, a box of mangoes, and a chocolate bar. This was enough for her to eat for 2 days, and she could still fish for treasure tomorrow. But right now, she only had 13 nails. If she could trade for more, she'd have enough nails to upgrade. If she gathered more wood tomorrow, she'd have all the materials she needed. Yun Mian Mian was tempted to trade, but she didn't immediately agree. I don't have much food either. How many nails do you have? A minute passed with no response from him. Yun Mian Mian clicked on Hu Yuan's profile. She saw a blurry male figure showing just his facial contour. Player, Hu Yuan Aj, 23. All other stats were hidden. It seemed that players could only see each other's names and ages. At that moment, Yun Mian Mian felt her fishing rod move. She reeled it in and found acquired bronze treasure chest, obtained wood, X10, nails X5, fishing line X2, steamed buns X2. This chest was not bad. Both wood and nails were what Yun Mian Mian needed. With her inventory now at 75 pieces of wood and 18 nails, she was getting closer to her target. The wooden box could still be disassembled into wood. Oh, and she could disassemble the bronze chest too. Yun Mian Mian immediately picked up the bronze chest and clicked Disassemble. Bronze treasure chest can be disassembled into copper X10 or wood X50. Please choose. Yun Mian Mian thought for a moment. Copper might be better, but she needed wood more, so she chose wood. She also disassembled the wooden box for 5 pieces of wood. Now she had a total of 130 pieces of wood and 18 nails, just enough to upgrade her raft. Yun Mian Mian opened the chat. Hu Yuan had already sent her a message. I don't have much either, but I need food more. My treasure chest only had wood and nails, no food or water. Yun Mian Mian was surprised. Was that possible? All that wood and nails, but no food or water? What about the beginner pack? She asked, simply curious. Hu Yuan replied quickly this time. The same. Yun Mian wasn't sure whether Hu Yuan was lucky or unlucky. With all that wood and nails, he still couldn't drink or eat, so it made sense for him to trade for water. Yun Mian. All right, I have some steamed buns. I'll trade them for your nails. Hu Yuan. I'll give you 10 nails for 2 steamed buns. Do you have them? Yun Mian thought that if Hu Yuan could keep getting plenty of wood and nails, she might be able to continue trading with him regularly. With this trade, upgrading her raft was no longer a problem. Not bad, not bad. However, Hu Yuan wanted to trade 10 nails for her 2 large steamed buns. That wouldn't do. Yun Mian replied, I don't need that many nails, and 2 steamed buns are too much. How about 5 nails for half a bun? Hu Yuan. Cutting the price directly in half, Yun Mian sent a picture of the steamed bun. A big, white, soft, steamed bun appeared in front of Hu Yuan. It looked delicious. Food in the game was even tastier than that in the real world, and you could even smell it. Perhaps looking at the picture of the steamed bun made Hu Yuan hungry. Hu Yuan finally agreed. Fine. 1 bun. Half a bun wasn't enough. Yun Mian clicked on the trade and put the steamed bun up. Soon, she received the nails. After getting enough nails, Yun Mian didn't say anything else. She hurriedly opened her little raft and clicked Upgrade. She saw a bunch of wood flying into the air at a rapid speed. It happened so fast that she couldn't see how it was assembled. She could hear the sound of a hammer hitting nails and a saw cutting wood. In less than a minute, the upgrade was complete. The raft had turned into a small boat. Fixed wooden oars were on both sides of the boat. The boat was split into 2 parts. Yun Mian sat on the wider part, while the bow area was empty and could be used for storage. The stern had a half-meter-long flat surface where a person could stand. Yun Mian's backpack still had enough space for now, but when her slots filled up, she could store some items on the boat. The boat was much more comfortable than the previous raft, and even had a small stool. The previous raft was very uncomfortable to sit on. When she wanted to sleep, she could place the stool at the front and lie down. With the sides of the boat to lean against, she didn't have to worry about falling into the sea when she turned over. Although there was still no bed compared to before, Yun Mian was quite satisfied. Good thing she upgraded her raft before going to sleep. Yun Mian opened the boat information. Name: Xiangyun, Lucky Cloud. Level 2, boat, upgradable. Rating, 8 points. Expansion requirements: wood, x300, nails, x50. The upgrade significantly improved the comfort level, and Yun Mian began looking forward to the next upgrade. It seemed like she needed to speed up gathering wood and nails. She had gathered 100 pieces in such a short time, so 300 should be achievable in 2 days. Yun Mian was quite confident. She looked at the pitch-black sea and yawned. It was windy on the sea at night, and quite chilly. She placed the blanket underneath her, covered herself with a set of thermal underwear, used her backpack as a pillow, curled up on her side, and closed her eyes. She had been busy all day and was already exhausted. Now she could finally sleep. It was still a bit hard, and the uneven surface made her uncomfortable, but Yun Mian quickly fell asleep. There was nothing to be picky about in this place. The morning sun rose over the sea, slowly moving above her head. The sunlight fell directly on her face and body, with nothing to block it. When she opened her eyes, she was unaccustomed to the brightness. It took her a while, covering her face, before she could sit up. Yun Mian stretched, still half asleep. She looked around, remembering she was on the sea. As soon as she woke up, Yun Mian noticed her mental value had decreased. It was 65 before, but now was 63. It seemed that mental value would change according to the body's condition. Yun Mian quickly took out her sun umbrella from her backpack. After setting up the umbrella, she took out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and slowly drank half of it. After a while, her mental value was restored. Good thing she had an umbrella. If she kept getting exposed to the sun like this, she would definitely feel exhausted. The sun over the sea was scorching, much more intense than on land. Yun Mian Mian remembered she hadn't rolled the dice today. Let's see how her luck was today. Soon the lucky dice appeared in her hand. She threw it into the air and it spun rapidly before finally stopping in mid-air. It was a 3-3. Everything goes smoothly. Basically the same as wishes come true, you know what it means. This was the second best number. The treasure chest she fished today would surely be filled with good stuff. While eating her purple rice bread, Yun Mian Mian thought about what she wanted and needed the most. Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary purple rice bread was actually quite tasty. The soft bread was filled with cream and a sweet, glutinous purple rice filling. It was soft, chewy, delicious, and filling. After one serving, Yun Mian Mian was already full. She took a couple of sips of water. Yun Mian Mian opened the chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. "It's so hot. I'm dying from the heat. I really want to jump into the water." "Another 100 people have died. It's terrifying. My mental value keeps decreasing. What's going on? Am I going to die? The raft doesn't have any cover, and if I sleep, I'll fall in if I'm not careful. I didn't dare sleep at all last night. Today's treasure chest was pretty good. I fished some bread. It's delicious." "Can you trade the bread? I'll trade you water for bread." "No way. I don't have enough for myself." "I fished a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod, but I don't have a fishing line. Can anyone give me some fishing line? I'll give you the next treasure chest I catch after upgrading." "Anyone willing to trade for an intermediate fishing rod blueprint? I'm willing to trade food and water for it." Someone asked what the benefits were of upgrading the fishing rod. Soon, someone answered. "After upgrading the fishing rod, you can fish 3 treasure chests. Everyone should upgrade quickly to gather more supplies." Yun Mian Mian checked the person's name. Ni Yangguang. The person who previously reminded everyone that treasure chests could be disassembled was also Ni Yangguang. It seems he is a helpful person, and his luck must be pretty good because, like her, he has already upgraded his fishing rod. Ni Yangguang was very active in the chat channel and seemed to have good relations with others. As soon as he spoke, many people responded to him. He replied to everyone one by one. Ni Yangguang. "Does anyone have any extra nails? I can trade for wood." Ni Yangguang. "Are you short on nails? I have some. I can trade with you." Ni Yangguang. 5 pieces of wood for 2 nails. I need 10 nails. If you have them, please DM me." "What do you need so many nails for? Upgrading your raft?" Ni Yangguang. "Yes, I just caught 3 treasure chests, gathered enough wood, but still need 10 more nails to upgrade." "Your luck is too good. I only have 10 pieces of wood, still far from 100. Seeing that others were also close to upgrading their rafts, Yun Mian Mian felt like she was being chased. She needed to hurry too. Since she didn't know what she would need next, she hoped the following 3 treasure chests would all be bronze chests. This way, each chest could at least be disassembled into 50 pieces of wood, and there were other items inside the chest as well. No way she'd lose out. It would be best if she could get some rare items that others didn't have. Yun Mian Mian picked up the fishing rod, sat on the small stool, and started fishing. Soon she caught the first treasure chest. Bronze chest obtained. Yun Mian Mian eagerly opened the chest. Obtained, beginner workbench blueprint, planting guide, a large seedless watermelon, apple juice X2, roses X3. These were all great items, especially the workbench. It had never been mentioned in the chat channel. However, since these were new items, Yun Mian Mian's backpack couldn't hold them. Since she couldn't fit them into her backpack, she had to keep them outside, but some items could spoil easily if left out. She had to find a way to expand her backpack. Yun Mian Mian opened the backpack properties. Beginner backpack. Can hold 10 items. Upgrade materials. Level 2, deerskin, X10, thread, 5. Both the deerskin and thread were items she didn't have. So for now, upgrading was not an option, and she would have to manage with the limited space. She picked up the beginner workbench blueprint. Beginner workbench blueprint can create a beginner workbench. Materials needed: stone bricks, X5, iron blocks, C2. Again, These were materials she hadn't seen before. Yun Mian Mian then picked up the planting guide. After reading for a bit, her eyes lit up. This was a valuable item. The planting guide detailed various plants and fruits that could be grown here, as well as the conditions and methods for planting. The growth cycles were also clearly written. It turned out that you could grow things on a boat, and it was actually simpler than in the real world if you followed the methods outlined. The growth cycles were also much shorter. For example, potatoes, which usually took about 60-100 days to grow, would take only 6-10 days here. That was 10 times faster. This was great. She had cabbage seeds from her beginner's pack. She could use those to grow cabbages, and Yun Mian Mian was already looking forward to eating tender stir-fried cabbage. Yun Mian Mian held the big watermelon in her arms, a bit unsure of how to eat it. She didn't have a fruit knife, so she decided to put it aside for now. However, the apple juice was perfect. It could quench her thirst and provide vitamins. As for the 3 roses, although they didn't have much use, they were pretty, smelled nice, and she liked them. Since she didn't need the wood right now, Yun Mian Mian didn't disassemble the bronze chest, but placed it to the side before continuing to fish for treasure chests. The second treasure chest came quickly. Bronze chest obtained. Another bronze chest. Yun Mian Mian quickly opened it. Obtained. Key fragment X1, stone bricks X5, iron block X1, thread X5, peaches X5. She really did get what she wished for. All things she urgently needed. It was perfect. However, she hadn't gotten everything she needed. She was still missing an iron block for the workbench and needed deerskin for the backpack upgrade, but at least there was hope now. And she still had 1 more chest to fish. Yun Mian Mian continued to fish. The final chest seemed particularly hard to catch. Yun Mian Mian had been sitting for half an hour without any movement. Her back ached, so she opened the chat to pass the time. The chat channel was quite lively. Nia Yangguang. I finally upgraded my raft. Here, take a look at my little boat. The picture was in high resolution and even 3D, showing a brand new boat. Several wooden chests were on the boat, and one of them was open, revealing a cup inside. Wow, this is way better than a raft. I'm jealous. I want to upgrade quickly too, but I'm still far from having enough wood. Ni Yangguang, you're so lucky. Ni Yangguang. It's not too bad. The main thing is that after upgrading the fishing rod, you get more treasure chests and a lot more resources. Upgrade the fishing rod first, then the raft. The boat is much more comfortable. Well, the problem is none of us have a fishing rod blueprint. Forget the blueprint. I haven't eaten for a whole day. Someone please help me with some food, I'm begging. 10 pieces of wood for a bottle of water. Please, my throat is on fire. You could have traded at that price yesterday, but probably not today. No one has any water left. How was I supposed to know? If I'd known, I would have traded with that person yesterday. Can anyone spare me a bottle of water? I swear I'll repay you in the future. Among the messages from people offering wood and nails for water, someone suddenly brought out something different, catching everyone's attention. Key fragment for 2 bottles of water and fever medicine. At least others are trading wood and nails for a bottle of water, and you dare to use a broken key fragment to ask for that much. Many people mocked this person for daydreaming, wanting to exchange an unknown key fragment for so much water and even medicine. Ridiculous. However, Yun Mian Mian was intrigued by this key fragment, because she also obtained a key fragment earlier and didn't know what it was for. Suddenly she received a private message. It was Hu Yuan asking if she still had water to trade. Yun Mian Mian. Didn't you get any water from today's treasure chests? Hu Yuan. No, it's all materials, no water or food. Food can be endured without for a while, but going without water under such scorching sun is unbearable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Yun Mian Mian again. Yun Mian Mian thought she was only 1 iron block away from making the workbench, so she asked, "What materials did you get?" Hu Yuan. Stone bricks, nails, wood, fishing line. Quite a lot, but no iron block. Yun Mian Mian felt a little disappointed. Hu Yuan. What do you need? Yun Mian Mian thought for a moment and decided there was no need to hide, so she told him, I need an iron block, but you don't have it. How many do you need? Just one. If you can get me an iron block, I'll give you half a bottle of water. Just half? Yesterday, the value of an iron block was much higher than nails, and they were much rarer. Yesterday, 30 pieces of wood could get 2 bottles of water, but today an iron block only gets half a bottle? How stingy. Yun Mian Mian also knew that giving only half a bottle of water was a bit low, but she bet that everyone had very little water now and no one would be willing to trade. She didn't reply, and after a while, Hu Yuan indeed gave in. I don't have an iron block, but I can find one for you. Okay, I agree to this deal, but in the future, if you have extra water or food, you prioritize trading with me. Yun Mian Mian agreed readily. She also wanted to keep Hu Yuan as a trading partner. A minute later, Hu Yuan sent a trade request. Yun Mian Mian saw that there was an iron block in it. That was fast. Yun Mian Mian didn't hesitate and traded half a bottle of water with him. At this point, he probably didn't care if the water was half drunk. Having water to drink was already good enough. Sure enough, Hu Yuan sent her a message saying thank you. If you need any other materials, you can come to me. I will probably always need food and water. Yun Mian Mian thought maybe this guy had resigned himself to the fact that he wouldn't be able to get food and water. She didn't ask where the iron block came from. It was enough that he had it. She was just about to take out the workbench blueprint and make the workbench when there was movement on her fishing rod. Catching the treasure chest was more important. Yun Mian Mian used all her strength but still couldn't pull the chest up. It's so heavy. It must be a really good chest. It might even be better than a bronze chest, maybe a silver chest. The thought of opening another great item made Yun Mian Mian work even harder. Finally, she managed to pull the chest out of the water. It seemed to be another bronze chest. When she pulled it up, she noticed that this bronze chest was different. It had a lock. Strange, the other two didn't have locks. Locked bronze chest obtained. Yun Mian Mian tried to open it but got a prompt. Locked chest requires a key to open. Locked chests must be better than the ones that open directly. Maybe there's something extra valuable inside. But where could she find a key? Oh, right, she had a key fragment. Yun Mian Mian took it out and tried it. Incomplete key fragment must be combined into a complete key to use. Yun Mian Mian frowned. Earlier, someone had wanted to trade a key fragment for food. Perhaps she could find that person. Yun Mian Mian opened the chat to find that person's message, but with so many people talking, in a district of tens of thousands, within minutes, the message was buried. She searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Forget it. She would make the workbench first. With enough materials, Yun Mian Mian quickly built the beginner workbench. She placed the workbench on the boat, and it took up about 1/3 of the space, leaving her with almost no room for anything else. I really need to upgrade the boat to make it bigger. To upgrade to level 3, she needed 300 pieces of wood and 50 nails. Yun Mian Mian didn't have nearly that many materials right now. Even if she disassembled the 2 bronze chests to get 100 pieces of wood, she'd still only have 130, and she had just 8 nails. Yun Mian Mian sighed. Although she had only seen Ni Yang Guang and herself upgrade their rafts in the chat, and most people hadn't upgraded yet, she still wanted to upgrade her boat as soon as possible to stay ahead of others. Besides, the next upgrade might come with a place to shelter from wind and rain. Some fishing boats have rooms, and the most important thing was that it could give her more space. Maybe she could ask Hu Yuan again. He only traded for 1 bottle of water today, so he probably still needed food. Yun Mian Mian walked over to the workbench to see what it could make. Beginner workbench. Upgradable. Capable of crafting basic items. Upgrade requirement. Intermediate workbench blueprint. The workbench had a small built-in display where you could choose to manufacture, construct, and customize items. To the left was where materials were placed. To the right, the finished item was produced. There were also operation instructions, making it very simple to use. But the beginner workbench could only make simple items, though there were quite a variety. Yun Mian Mian carefully checked it out. Many of the items were quite useful. For example, tables, chairs, axes, machetes, fishing rods, pickaxes, and swords. Depending on the materials used, the quality of the item would vary. She checked and found that making a basic fishing rod was quite simple. All it needed was one fishing line, one piece of wood, and one nail. If she chose to customize, she would have to improve the design on the blueprint herself, but the chance of failure was relatively high. It was best not to try it lightly since following the blueprint ensured no errors. Whether the self-designed item would work was uncertain. She sent a private message to Hu Yuan. "Do you have any extra wood and nails? I'll trade food with you." "I do. How much do you need?" Wood and nails were the things Hu Yuan lacked the least. In fact, after fishing for treasure chests today, his raft was also upgraded. His treasure chest had a lot of materials. Before Yun Mian found him, he was about to use nails and wood to trade for a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod. Fishing 2 more treasure chests every day might just yield some food and water. Hu Yuan had no other choice. It was really difficult to find people every day to beg for water and food, but he wasn't too hopeful either, since none of his starter packages or treasure chests had ever contained food or water. Yun Mian, 50 nails. She also knew that asking for 50 nails at once was a bit much, but there was no other way. Hu Yuan immediately knew she wanted to upgrade her boat. Since he also had a level 2 boat, he knew that upgrading to level 3 needed exactly 50 nails. "I don't have that many. I only have 35. If you need them, I can help you get 50. What food do you have to trade?" Yun Mian's eyes lit up. She checked her inventory again. She had 4 steamed buns, 5 peaches, a purple rice bread, a big watermelon, and a box of mangoes. What to trade? She could give him 1 steamed bun. Yun Mian didn't really like them. She wanted to save the bread for dinner. She could give him a peach. Yun Mian, 1 steamed bun and 1 peach for 50 nails. She aimed high with her offer. "You have peaches?" Hu Yuan was shocked. Yun Mian, "Yeah, do you want it or not?" Judging from Hu Yuan's reaction, her peaches seemed to be quite valuable and rare. Good thing she set a high price. "Deal!" Hu Yuan had been monitoring the chat channel all day and had only seen one person mention getting fruit, which meant that fruit was extremely rare at sea. Seeing him agree so readily, Yun Mian suddenly realized that her peaches were quite precious. She hadn't thought about it much because she had quite a lot of fruit. She even traded a peach for a key fragment. Now that she thought about it, it was a bit of a pity, but what's done is done. She still had some left. Soon, Hu Yuan somehow gathered 50 nails. Perhaps he traded wood with others for them. After receiving the materials, Yun Mian organized her supplies. Now her supplies were wood X135, nails X58, bottled water X6, fishing line X2, steamed buns X3, purple rice bread X1, watermelon X1, apple juice X2, thread X5, box of mangoes, scallion pancake X1, roses X3, milk X1, peaches X4, floral blanket X1, gardening guide, bag of cabbage seeds, set of thermal underwear. There were also some items in her backpack that she brought from the real world. In fact, she had quite a lot of supplies. Should she gather enough wood to upgrade? She had enough food and water, but if she wanted to stay ahead, she needed to upgrade quickly. Now everyone was still struggling with limited supplies, and most hadn't upgraded their fishing rods. Once they all upgraded, supplies wouldn't be as scarce, and food wouldn't be as valuable. Trading wouldn't get as many materials. After some thought, Yun Mian decided to let Hu Yuan help her gather the remaining 165 pieces of wood. It wasn't that Yun Mian couldn't do it herself, but after trading with Hu Yuan several times, she found him reliable. Plus, she didn't want the hassle of posting messages in the chat and looking for people. Too much trouble, and it might expose how much she had. She understood the value of making a fortune quietly. Yun Mian privately messaged Hu Yuan again. "Do you have more wood to trade?" Hu Yuan had just eaten a peach, and he felt refreshed. He planned to save the steamed bun for dinner. He even kept the peach pit. It might come in handy in the future. Seeing Yun Mian's message, he paused. He had always been the one to approach Yun Mian, but this was the first time she had sought him out. First, she traded for nails, and now she wanted wood. It seemed Yun Mian Mian was planning to go all the way to level 3 in one go. Hu Yuan hadn't expected her to be in such a hurry. After all, most people were still using level 1 rafts, and very few had upgraded to level 2. Probably no one had reached level 3 yet. Hu Yuan initially thought he could take it easy after upgrading to level 2, but seeing Yun Mian Mian like this, he hesitated. Should he tough it out for a couple of days and save up materials for an upgrade? But that peach was really delicious. How much more do you need? Hu Yuan didn't waste words. 170? It was actually 165, but Yun Mian Mian rounded it up. That was quite a lot. Hu Yuan didn't have that much. Hu Yuan. I don't have that much. No one can come up with that much wood right now. Yun Mian Mian thought that made sense. People couldn't even gather 100 pieces of wood to upgrade their rafts. She was asking for 170 pieces. Who had that? And even if they had it, why would they trade it all instead of upgrading their own boats? Hu Yuan. But if you find several people to trade with, you should be able to gather it. If you trade with 10 people, each for 10 to 20 pieces, it should be enough. Yun Mian Mian. Finding 10 people was a hassle, but it was a solution nonetheless. But what should she trade? Yun Mian Mian suddenly remembered she still had a big watermelon. If she cut it open and divided half into 10 pieces, it might work. The workbench could make machetes, and an ordinary machete would be perfect for cutting a watermelon. She checked the materials needed to make a basic machete. It required 1 piece of wood and 1 iron block, but she had no iron blocks left, and she couldn't split any other item into 10 parts for wood. Yun Mian Mian. Can you get another iron block? I'll trade it with you for half a bottle of water. Hu Yuan. You have that much water? Yun Mian Mian. I have just enough for myself, if I conserve it. 6 bottles of water could last her 2 days if she was careful, and tomorrow she could fish for more treasure chests. Wait a minute, I'll ask around. He had gotten to know someone who often found good materials while trading supplies. The iron block he gave to Yun Mian Mian earlier was obtained by Hu Yuan trading with this person. Hu Yuan first exchanged for an iron block, and then traded the mineral water with Yun Mian Mian. Hu Yuan privately messaged Kui Tao. Hey bro, do you still have an iron block? Kui Tao. I have 1 left. Why you still need it? Hu Yuan. A friend of mine wants to trade for it. Kui Tao didn't have much use for the iron block. He was short on fishing lines, having just gotten a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod and eager to upgrade it. Sure, but I need fishing lines in exchange. He had been staring at the chat for a while, but no one was trading fishing lines. Hu Yuan relayed the message to Yun Mian Mian. Do you have fishing lines? I know someone who will exchange an iron block for them. Yun Mian Mian had just sorted her supplies and knew she still had 2 fishing lines. She quickly replied, I have them. All right, you two can handle the trade yourselves. Hu Yuan created a small 3-person group chat. Soon, Yun Mian Mian saw Kui Tao in the group chat. She posted the information on the fishing lines. Kui Tao was thrilled. He was just missing this to upgrade his fishing rod. Many in the chat had already upgraded theirs, and with an upgraded fishing rod, they could fish 3 chests per day and accumulate supplies much faster. Kui Tao immediately traded with Yun Mian Mian. They both got what they wanted and quickly set about making their items without saying a word. Yun Mian Mian made the machete and Kui Tao upgraded to the intermediate fishing rod. Yun Mian Mian first cut the large watermelon in half, kept 1 half in her backpack, and cut the other half into 11 pieces with the machete, a bit more than needed. She could have a little snack herself. It was a seedless, red-fleshed watermelon, the flesh gleaming brightly in the sunlight, looking beautiful. 1 bite, and it was sweet, refreshing, and quenched her thirst. She opened the chat channel and was about to post a picture of the watermelon to promote it, but paused. Key fragment, trading for water and food. Again with this. You want water and food for a broken fragment? Dream on. Key fragment, trading for water and food. I don't even know what this key fragment is for. Fine, I'll trade you a bottle of water. It must be both water and food, not just water. Ignore her. Let her hold on to her key fragment and die of hunger and thirst. None of the players had seen key fragments, nor did they know what they were for. Besides, the chests they found could likely be opened without keys, whereas water was scarce and hard to trade for. As for food, even fewer people had any. Who would carry food with them anyway? Mian really wanted to combine the key fragments and open the chest, but she didn't have any extra food. She opened that player's information. Player, Luo, age, 25. Then she clicked on chat and sent a message. Mian. Hello, I have both water and food. Could you show me the key fragment? It took a while for a reply. Luo. Okay. She sent a 3D image, and Mian could clearly see that the key fragment was the same as hers. After confirming, Mian continued asking, Do you only have one key fragment? Do you have anything else? Luo. No, this is all I have. Mian asked in surprise, No other materials at all? Luo. No. She sent a screenshot to Mian. Players could take screenshots of what they saw, including their surroundings and their light screens, anything they could see themselves. Mian saw her backpack. It only contained a key fragment and a fishing rod. How was she surviving at sea? Mian didn't feel sympathy, just shock. Then, how did you make a raft? The starter package happened to have enough materials to make a raft, but there's no food or water. I fished for half a day and only got a fragment, no idea what it's for. Mian understood now. No one had been willing to trade supplies with her for the past 2 days. Mian, what are you going to do? Luo, I don't know. If I die, my brother will be alone in this world. I don't want to die. Hearing that she also had a brother, Mian felt a pang of sadness. Mian, you have no other family besides your brother? Yeah, we grew up in an orphanage. Later we went to a martial arts school. Maybe because she thought she was going to die, Luo became more talkative. Mian, you've had nothing to eat or drink this whole time? Luo, no. Mian thought for a moment and decided to trade with her. All right, I'll trade with you. Really? Luo still couldn't believe it. She had insisted on trading her key fragment for water and food, but no one had responded to her. In truth, Mian really wanted that key fragment. But I can only give you half a bottle of water and a steamed bun. If you agree, we can trade. Okay. Luo was already very thirsty, and even half a bottle was acceptable. Mian. All right, drink some water and rest a bit. I hope you'll have better luck next time and fish out food and water. Since they were both girls, Mian was more kind to her than she would be to a male player. Luo. Thank you. Once Mian got the key fragment, she immediately tried to combine them, but to her surprise it failed. The prompt said that 3 key fragments were needed to create a complete key. She thought she could open the chest right away. It seemed to be more challenging than expected. She needed to find 1 more key fragment. By then, it was completely dark, and the temperature had dropped significantly. Mian decided not to wait any longer and quickly exchanged for more wood to upgrade her small boat, so she posted a message in the chat channel. 1 slice of watermelon for 20 pieces of wood. And she attached a picture of the watermelon. Oh my god, there's watermelon! This Mian has incredible luck! Wow, I'm so jealous. This watermelon looks so juicy. 20 pieces of wood? Mian, that's too expensive. Yeah, why not just rob us? I'll trade with you. She loved fruit. Since entering the game, she had been eating nothing but steamed buns and was sick of it. Seeing the fruit, her eyes couldn't move away. 20 pieces of wood? She had them. She had pretty good luck. The first chest she opened contained an upgrade blueprint for the fishing rod, so she upgraded her rod, and later she fished out a bronze chest and a wooden chest, both of which contained a lot of wood. Including what she got from disassembling the chests, she still had over 100 pieces of wood in her backpack. She immediately messaged Mian. I'll trade with you. 40 pieces of wood for 2 slices of watermelon. She knew that wood was a necessary material for upgrades, so she didn't dare trade too much. She only exchanged a portion, keeping the rest to upgrade her raft. Wood could be accumulated gradually, but watermelon wasn't available every day. At least, she hadn't seen anyone mention eating fruit in the chat channel these past 2 days. Seeing a customer arrive, Yun Mian smiled and quickly accepted the deal, processing the transaction smoothly. After the first deal, more people started contacting Yun Mian. While people in the chat channel complained about the price, calling Yun Mian a profiteer, she didn't care. With so many people, those who didn't buy didn't matter. There were plenty who would. She only had 10 portions of watermelon in total. Within half an hour, Yun Mian had sold out all 10 slices of watermelon. She then posted another message in the chat channel: "Watermelon is sold out, please don't ask anymore." Otherwise, people would keep messaging her privately. Hu Yuan sent her a message. "Not bad. Sold out so fast." Someone in the chat channel even posted a video of themselves eating the watermelon, exclaiming how sweet and delicious it was. They included the sound, and it made Hu Yuan want to buy a slice himself. But when he thought about all the things he still needed, spending 20 pieces of wood on a slice of watermelon seemed a bit extravagant. It seemed there were quite a few wealthy people in their district. Yun Mian. Not bad. Since she had gathered all the materials needed for the upgrade, there was no point in waiting. Time to upgrade. Yun Mian opened the information for Zhang Yun, her boat, and clicked to upgrade. Just like before, white light enveloped the boat, accompanied by metallic sounds. A minute later, the Zhang Yun had transformed dramatically. There was even a small cabin now. The boat's size had increased 5-fold, transforming from a small fishing boat into a vessel 5 meters wide and 15 meters long. The boat now had an upper structure, a small house. The wood used for the boat was sturdy and smooth, with no visible joints. Both the bow and stern had railings, and the house was located in the middle of the boat. It was spacious enough to fit a 1.5 meter by 2 meter bed. The roof even had a chimney. Outside there was extra space for storage and other items. This boat could accommodate over a dozen people standing, so for Yun Mian alone, it was quite spacious. Congratulations to the player for being the first to upgrade their raft to level 3. Reward: Wood X300, Iron Nails X50, Towel X1, Blanket X1, Pillow X1, Island Landing Card X1, a barrel of purified water. She was the first player to upgrade her raft to level 3. There hadn't been an announcement like this when she upgraded to level 2. It was a good thing she used her watermelon to trade for enough materials to upgrade ahead of everyone else, and the rewards were plentiful. She had thought that upgrading would drain her resources back to nothing, but these rewards had restocked her inventory. Everything she received was useful. She had been worried about not having a pillow or blanket, but now she had them. And there was even a 5-liter barrel of purified water, enough for 10 days. As for the island landing card, Yun Mian took a look at it and it read, "Use the island landing card to land on any island. Usage count, 1. Restriction, must upgrade raft to level 4 to use." This was a great item. She had been at sea for 2 days and hadn't seen an island, aside from the deserted island she started on. Since an island landing card was needed, it shouldn't be one of those barren islands with nothing on it. At least it should have some resources. However, the raft needed to be upgraded to level 4, which wasn't going to be easy. Yun Mian checked Xiang Yun's information. Name: Xiang Yun. Level 3, wooden boat, upgradable. Rating: 20 points. Expansion requirements: wood X1000, iron nails X200, glass X10. As expected, the required materials were much more than before, and glass was something she hadn't seen yet. She wondered what the boat would look like after level 4. For now, it seemed unlikely to happen in the next 2 days. She should focus on other tasks first. Tonight was much colder than last night. The wind over the sea was strong, and even though Yun Mian was inside the cabin, she still felt cold, despite wearing thermal underwear. Not to mention those who hadn't upgraded their rafts and didn't have warm clothing. She shrank her neck, eating her bread while talking to herself. It's still the newbie protection period and it's already like this. I wonder what it'll be like once the protection period ends. The chat channel was filled with complaints. I'm freezing to death. This damn game doesn't even give us a blanket. Forget a blanket. I'm still wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and I'm shivering. Isn't this supposed to be a newbie protection period? It's so cold people are going to freeze to death. Will it get even colder after the 3-day protection period ends? Isn't this an apocalypse? Will it be that extreme cold, snowy wasteland weather? Come on, no way. That would definitely kill us. Does anyone have clothes or blankets to trade? I'll trade blueprints with you. Seeing this message, Yun Mian Mian, who was about to go to sleep, suddenly perked up. Generally speaking, blueprints were good items. Very few people had blueprints now. The message came from a person named Ni Yangguang. Yun Mian Mian immediately messaged him privately. Hello, I have a warm blanket. What kind of blueprint do you have? She had just received a quilt, so she didn't need the blanket anymore. It was a perfect item to trade, but that was only if the blueprint was something she needed. Ni Yangguang recognized her as the person who sold the watermelon earlier. He had also wanted to buy some watermelon, but he was currently saving wood to upgrade his Sunshine Bachelor pad and couldn't bear to use it to trade for watermelon. He knew that upgrading the boat was the most important thing in this game. After all, it was survival at sea. To live well, to survive, depended on that. Ni Yangguang. Sofa bed blueprint. The sofa bed blueprint was a good item, but Ni Yangguang urgently needed something warm. He suspected that after the newbie period the weather would change drastically, and by then, everyone would be lacking in warm items. It might be even harder to trade then, so he thought it was better to trade now. Besides, he didn't have a workbench, and he didn't have enough materials to make a sofa bed. Moreover, even if he could make it, there was nowhere to put it. His boat couldn't accommodate a large sofa bed at the moment. He had to take care of the present situation first. If he couldn't survive, having this item was useless. Ni Yangguang. Can I see your blanket? Yun Mian Mian sent him a picture of the floral blanket. Deal. Seeing the blanket, Ni Yangguang was overjoyed. With this, he wouldn't be so cold when sleeping tonight. He immediately sent the blueprint details to Yun Mian Mian. Seeing the blueprint, Yun Mian Mian was tempted. She still needed a bed for her room. She already had a quilt and a pillow, and without a bed she would have to sleep on the floor. Plus, it was a sofa bed that could be used as a sofa during the day and didn't take up much space. At night, it could be opened into a bed. Very convenient. Sleeping on a bed would definitely increase her happiness. She decided to trade almost without hesitation. The two quickly made the trade, and Yun Mian Mian got the sofa bed blueprint. Sofa bed required materials: wood, X20, iron nails X10, sponge X2, thread X2, cotton fabric 2. Yun Mian Mian looked at the list. Sponge and cotton fabric were both things she didn't have. She could only send a message in the chat channel offering food and water in exchange for sponge or cotton fabric. But very few people had these items. It was only the second day of the game, and most people hadn't upgraded their fishing rods yet. They were still struggling with basic food and water, let alone having other supplies. Yun Mian Mian tried for a while before finally trading for 2 pieces of sponge, but she still didn't find any cotton fabric. Maybe she should ask someone else. Yun Mian Mian opened her chat list. There were only a few people she had talked to recently. She decided to ask all of them. To her surprise, Luo Luo quickly replied, I just fished up a bronze chest, and it happened to have some cotton fabric. Great. What do you want for it? Luo Luo. Anything is fine, food or water. Yun Mian Mian. All right. She sent a bottle of water to Luo Luo. Luo Luo. If you need anything else, let me know. I'll see if I have it. Yun Mian Mian. Not right now. If you find a key fragment, let me know. Luo Luo. All right, I haven't fished one up yet. Yun Mian Mian. No worries? With the cotton fabric in hand, Yun Mian Mian could make the sofa bed. She immediately went to the workbench and got to work. A minute later, a solid wood sofa bed appeared in front of her. When not extended, it was 2.5 meters long and 1 meter wide. When the bottom frame was pulled out, it turned into a 2 meter by 2 meter large bed. The sponge was soft with great elasticity, making it comfortable to sit or lie on. Yun Mian Mian was very satisfied. To her delight, as soon as she set the sofa bed down, she heard a system prompt. Congratulations to the player for being the first to create a functional bed. Reward, basic water purifier. Blueprint, cushions, X2, sofa back cushions, X2. Suddenly 2 cushions and 2 back cushions appeared on the sofa. The colors and style matched the sofa bed perfectly. They were all cream-colored. And there was also a water purifier blueprint. Yun Mian Mian was overjoyed. She took it out to look. Basic water purifier. Can filter 2 bottles of 500 ml purified water per day. Required materials: activated carbon X1, cotton fabric X1, plastic bottle X1. Activated carbon needs to be replaced every 3 days. The mineral water bottles were made of plastic so they could be used. She had cotton fabric, but she was missing activated carbon. Yun Mian Mian was no longer sleepy and immediately messaged Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang to ask if they had activated carbon. She had already been very active in the chat channel today, first trading for wood, then asking for sponge and cotton fabric, and now she needed activated carbon. If she posted again, a lot of people would probably think she was up to something. While Ni Yangguang went to ask about the key fragment for her, Yun Mian Mian began making the water purifier. She used a piece of cotton fabric, a bag of activated carbon, and a plastic mineral water bottle. With the materials ready, it was simple to make. She put them into the workbench, and soon, a brand new water purifier was completed. As soon as it was ready, Yun Mian Mian put it to use. The principle behind this device was simple. Watching seawater get filtered into clean, pure water dripping into the bottle made Yun Mian Mian quite happy. It took 10 hours to fill a bottle, which meant that by the time she woke up in the morning, it would be full and ready to be replaced. Once she could empty the 5-liter plastic bucket, she could collect several days' worth of water in one go without needing to change bottles. 2 bottles of water per day would be enough for her to drink. The bottled water she found in the chests could be traded for other resources. At a rate of 30 pieces of wood for 2 bottles of water, she could earn 30 pieces of wood each day. If water became scarcer, she might even be able to exchange it for other, better things. However, she guessed that this business wouldn't last long. Eventually, everyone would have workbenches and water purifiers. But that didn't matter right now. At least for now, it seemed that she was the only one. This meant she was ahead of most others. Lying in bed, Yun Mian Mian started planning her tasks for the next day. The first task was to roll the dice, and the second was to fish for treasure chests. At that moment, Ni Yangguang sent her a message. Ni Yangguang. My friend hasn't replied yet. He's probably asleep. I'll let you know tomorrow once he tells me. Yun Mian Mian. All right, I'll wait for your message. Ni Yangguang. Good night. With the blanket and cushion she traded from Yun Mian Mian, Ni Yangguang was going to have a good sleep tonight, so he was grateful to her. Seeing Ni Yangguang's friend request come through, Yun Mian Mian accepted it. Ni Yangguang seemed like a good person. Yun Mian Mian washed her hands and face with seawater, then used a little fresh water to dampen a towel and wipe her hands and face again. After all, the salt in seawater could be uncomfortable if left on her skin. After changing into her thermal underwear, she finally collapsed onto her bed. She had to admit, the feeling of sleeping in a bed was absolutely wonderful. It made survival at sea seem not as difficult as she had imagined. Still, she knew she couldn't get too relaxed. Having done so much today, Yun Mian Mian decided to reward herself. She pulled out the bottle of milk from her backpack and drank it down. The milk had a mild taste, was soft in texture, and was naturally smooth and creamy. Delicious. Too bad there was only 1 bottle. It would be great if she could drink it every day. Yun Mian Mian closed her eyes, satisfied. She had done so much today that she fell asleep almost immediately after her head hit the pillow. Lying on his cushion, wrapped up in the blanket, Ni Yangguang uploaded a photo to the chat channel. In the photo, Ni Yangguang's chubby body was wrapped snugly, with his head propped up by one hand, his elbow resting on a soft cushion. His face wasn't shown, but the posture alone made it obvious that he was enjoying himself and feeling very comfortable. "It's so cold tonight, way colder than yesterday. The wind on the sea is really strong." Even though Yun Mianmian was inside the cabin, she still felt cold, and she was already wearing thermal underwear. Not to mention those who hadn't upgraded their rafts or had no warm clothing. She shrank her neck, eating bread as she murmured to herself, "This is still the beginner protection period and it's already like this. I wonder how much worse it'll be after it ends." In the chat channel, everyone was complaining. "I'm freezing. This darn game didn't even give us a blanket." "Forget the blanket, I'm still in short sleeves and shorts, freezing stiff." "Isn't this the beginner protection period? It's so cold I feel like I'm going to die." "After 3 days, will it get colder? Isn't this supposed to be the apocalypse? Maybe it'll be some extreme cold, frozen wasteland type of weather." "Oh no, if that's true, people are definitely going to die." "Does anyone have extra clothes or a blanket? I'll trade resources for them." Seeing this message, Yun Mianmian, who was about to sleep, perked up immediately. Usually, blueprints are valuable, and few people have come across them so far. The one who spoke was Ni Yangguang. Yun Mianmian immediately sent him a private message. "Hey, I have a warm blanket. What kind of blueprint do you have?" She had just received a quilt, so the blanket wasn't needed anymore, making it perfect for trading. But that depended on whether the blueprint was something she needed. Ni Yangguang recognized her. She was the one who had sold the watermelons earlier. Ni Yangguang had also craved the watermelon, but since he was saving wood to upgrade his sunshine bachelor pad, he couldn't justify spending it on a treat. He knew upgrading the ship was the most crucial thing in this game. To survive well at sea, everything depended on that. Ni Yangguang, sofa bed blueprint. The sofa bed blueprint was a great find, but Ni Yangguang needed warmth now. He suspected that after the beginner protection period, the temperature would drop sharply. If he waited to trade, it would be harder, and he decided to swap now while he could. Besides, he didn't have a workbench, and he lacked enough materials to craft the sofa bed. Even if he could make it, he didn't have room for it. His ship wasn't big enough for a large sofa bed. He had to prioritize survival. If he couldn't make it through, having the blueprint was pointless. Ni Yangguang, show me your blanket? Yun Mianmian sent him a picture of the floral blanket. Deal. Seeing the blanket, Ni Yangguang was thrilled. With this, he wouldn't be so cold tonight. He immediately sent Yun Mianmian the blueprint's details. Seeing the blueprint, Yun Mianmian was intrigued. She lacked a bed for her room, but now she had a quilt and pillow. Without a bed, she would have to sleep on the floor. Plus, the sofa bed could double as a couch during the day, saving space, and pull out into a bed at night. It was very convenient. Sleeping on a bed would definitely improve her quality of life. She agreed to the trade without much hesitation. They quickly completed the trade, and Yun Mianmian got the sofa bed blueprint. Sofa bed, required materials, wood X20, nails X10, sponge X2, thread X2, cotton fabric, 2. Yun Mianmian saw she didn't have cotton fabric or sponge. So she went to the chat channel to see if she could trade for sponge or cotton fabric using food and water. However, few people had either of those. It was only the second day, and most people hadn't upgraded their fishing rods, still struggling with food and water. After a lot of effort, Yun Mianmian managed to get 2 sponges, but no cotton fabric. Maybe she should ask around. Yun Mianmian checked her recent conversations. There were only a few people she had chatted with. She decided to ask them all. Luo Luo quickly replied, "I just fished up a bronze treasure chest and got some cotton fabric." "Great. What do you want in exchange?" Luo Luo, "Anything is fine, food or water." Yun Mianmian, "All right." She sent a bottle of water to Luo Luo. Luo Luo, "Do you need anything else? I can check if I have it." Yun Mianmian, "Not for now, but if you get any key fragments, let me know." Luo Luo, "Okay, I haven't fished up any yet." Yun Mianmian, "No worries." With the cotton fabric in hand, Yun Mian could now make the sofa bed. She immediately went to the workbench and got to work. A minute later, a wooden sofa bed appeared before her. When collapsed, it was 2.5 meters long and 1 meter wide. When expanded, it became a 2 by 2 meter large bed. The sponge was soft and resilient, making it comfortable for sitting or lying down. Yun Mian was very satisfied. Even more surprising, as soon as the sofa bed was set up, she heard the system notification. Congratulations, you are the first player to create a practical bed. You have been rewarded with a basic water purifier blueprint, 2 throw pillows, and 2 couch cushions. 2 throw pillows and 2 cushions appeared on the sofa. They matched the color and style of the sofa bed, all in creamy beige. Yun Mian was ecstatic, especially with the water purifier blueprint. She immediately took it out to examine it. Basic water purifier. Produces 2 500 ml bottles of purified water per day. Required materials: activated carbon X1, cotton fabric X1, plastic bottle X1. Activated carbon must be replaced every 3 days. She could use the empty plastic bottles from the mineral water she had already used. She had cotton fabric, so she just needed activated carbon. Yun Mian's sleepiness vanished, and she quickly messaged Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang to ask if they had any activated carbon. She had been active enough in the chat channel today, trading for wood, requesting sponge and cotton fabric, and now activated carbon. If she posted again, people might wonder what she was up to. Yun Mian. All right, can you ask if he has any iron blocks? To make either the axe or the machete, she would need iron blocks. At that moment, Yun Mian's fishing rod moved. She pulled it up, and it was a bronze treasure chest. Obtained bronze treasure chest. Double luck. Obtained. Wood X10, bamboo X5, nails X5, cotton fabric X4, thread X2, refined tung oil X1. Double luck. Resources doubled. Obtained. Wood X20, nails X10, bamboo X10, cotton fabric XD8, thread X4, refined tung oil X2. Yun Mian was overjoyed. All the resources she got today would be doubled. She couldn't stop smiling. If she traded with others, would it double as well? If that were the case, she would be busy all day. As she was pondering, Ni Yangguang sent her a message. He pulled Yun Mian and another person into a small group chat. Ni Yangguang, this is my friend Shi Nancheng. He's the one who has the key fragment. Yun Mian, hi. If you can provide iron blocks, I can make a weapon for you. 3 iron blocks plus the key fragment for an axe, or 5 iron blocks plus the key fragment for a machete. Shi Nancheng. Deal. He traded the iron blocks right away. Yun Mian was surprised by his straightforwardness. Yun Mian. Should I leave something as collateral? What if I take the items and don't deliver? Shi Nancheng. What can you leave as collateral? Yun Mian. How about a peach? You can return it to me once I finish. 1 peach for 5 iron blocks seemed reasonable to Yun Mian. Although Shi Nancheng might lose a bit in the trade, given how rare fruit was, Yun Mian wasn't planning to run away. And just like that, they made a deal. Yun Mian received 5 iron blocks. Double luck. Obtained iron blocks. X10. Hearing double, Yun Mian felt like she could fly. She had struck it rich. Yun Mian immediately got up to make the machete. A machete required 2 iron blocks and 1 piece of wood. In truth, Yun Mian had asked for extra iron blocks to cover her labor costs. She had thought it might double, but when she actually got double the items, she couldn't help but feel excited. After placing the materials on the workbench, she soon had her machete. Double luck. Obtained. Machete X2. Name, ordinary machete. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 22. Effect, attack, +5. Yun Mian's eyes widened. She declared to herself that from now on her favorite lucky number would be 1. She traded the machete to Shi Nancheng. Shi Nancheng. So fast? Yun Mian. Yes, it wasn't that difficult. She watched the screen eagerly. Shi Nancheng then traded the peach and key fragment back to her. She clicked confirm and sent him the machete. Double luck. Obtained. Key fragment X2. The peach didn't double, so it seemed items she sent away and got back unchanged wouldn't double. But this was good enough. As long as it was a reward she obtained, something she made, or something given to her, it could double today. She couldn't wait to use the key fragments to make a complete key and open that locked treasure chest. That way, the items inside could double too. Nia Yangguang. Oh, by the way, yesterday I mentioned in the chat channel that my friend has a workbench. I didn't say it was you, but now a lot of people are privately messaging me asking for your help to make things. Would you be interested? Yun Mian Mian. Yes, absolutely. 3 key fragments put together made a complete key. Obtained. Complete key. Double luck. Congratulations, double buff applied. Obtained. Complete key x2. Yun Mian Mian was grinning from ear to ear. She took out the locked bronze treasure chest. Before opening it, she felt a bit nervous. She inserted the key and the chest opened. Obtained. Oil paper umbrella. Blueprint x1, bamboo x10, lighter x1, seafood fried rice x1, soil x1, double luck. Obtained oil paper umbrella blueprint x2, bamboo x20, lighter x2, seafood fried rice x2, soil x2. Not bad at all. The locked chest was full of good stuff. The oil paper umbrella blueprint could be used to make umbrellas. The bamboo she got today was likely meant to be used for the umbrellas. The lighters could be used to make fire, and the 2 pots of soil could be used to grow vegetables. And for dinner, she could have seafood fried rice. Yun Mian Mian was thrilled. She organized her items and made 2 large, simple storage boxes using the workbench. Now, her backpack was completely full, and she couldn't stand leaving things scattered outside. The storage boxes she made didn't have lids and were great for storage. They were 5 or 6 times larger than the wooden treasure chests she had fished up, but only required 5 pieces of wood each. They were perfect for storing items. Stacked together, they didn't take up much space and could hold a lot. After all of this, Yun Mian Mian's resources had significantly increased. Upgraded materials, wood x325, nails x58. Food, mineral water x5, steamed bun x3, apple juice x1, half a watermelon, box of strawberries, peach x4, seafood fried rice x2, jug of purified water, crafting materials, cotton fabric x4, iron blocks x8, thread x7, refined tung oil x2, bamboo x30, others, lighter x2, soil x2, towel x1, quilt x1, pillow x1, throw pillow x1, cushion x2, planting guide, bag of cabbage seeds, set of thermal underwear, island landing card x1, machete x1, key x1, key fragment x1, oil paper umbrella blueprint x2, rose x3. Adding to the items she brought from the real world, a pack of tissues, a power bank, a mobile phone, a sun umbrella, pepper spray, lipstick, face powder, keys, a wallet, a pack of chewing gum, and a piece of chocolate. Wood, nails, bamboo, food, and those 3 roses were all stored in her backpack. This way they wouldn't take up much space and could stay fresh. It perfectly filled all 10 slots. The other items were stored in the storage boxes. With the soil she now had, Yun Mian Mian thought of planting the cabbage seeds. But after reading the planting guide, she saw that cabbages preferred a warm, moist environment. During the growing period, they required plenty of water and nutrients to promote healthy growth. If the weather was hot and water in the soil evaporated quickly, they needed to be watered daily. However, water resources were currently limited, and using water to grow vegetables would be extremely extravagant. Many people didn't even have drinking water. Although she now had a water purifier, she still couldn't afford to use water freely. It would be better to wait for now. Perhaps if she waited a little longer, water would no longer be scarce. After sorting her supplies, Yun Mian Mian sat down to catch her breath. Another box had been hooked. There was no rest. This time it was a wooden box. Yun Mian Mian easily pulled it up. Obtained wooden treasure box. Obtained wood x10, nails x5, mineral water x2, yellow hat Chel1. Double luck. Obtained wood x20, nails x10, mineral water x4, yellow hat 2. The wood and nails weren't exactly surprises, but they were essential for upgrades, so the more the better. The mineral water was also great. As for the little yellow hat, Yun Mian Mian didn't know its specific use for now, but it could at least be used as a sunshade. Since she was currently in her double luck phase, Yun Mian didn't want to rest for too long. She replaced the bottle under the water purifier with an empty one and continued collecting water. Then she opened the chat channel. Yun Mian. Food and water in exchange for other resources. If interested, please PM me. Besides posting in the chat, she also individually contacted Hu Yuan, Kui Tao, Nie Yangguang, and Shi Nancheng. Yun Mian. If any of you need anything, just let me know. Also, I can take orders for making tools. Just provide the materials. She didn't post about making tools in the chat channel. For some reason, she didn't really want others to know she had a workbench. She adhered to the principle of quietly getting rich. Nie Yangguang was the quickest to respond. Last night, there was a guy named Zhang Jincheng who claimed he was the only one with a workbench blueprint. I argued with him. Obviously, you already made a workbench, but he was bragging, saying that joining his group would allow people to enjoy priority access to tool-making services. Yun Mian had been asleep last night and hadn't seen it. Yun Mian. Really? That happened? Nie Yangguang. Yeah, didn't you make a machete for my friend? I asked him to send me a screenshot, and I posted it in the chat. Nie Yangguang. Now they're still making a fuss, saying the machete I got was from a treasure chest, not made with a workbench. Yun Mian had only posted in the chat channel and then gone to send private messages. After hearing what he said, she took a closer look. Sure enough, a few people were spamming the chat. Zhang Jincheng, the beginner protection period is about to end. There might be dangers after that. Sea creatures may attack players, so it's better to prepare weapons in advance. Jin Baoquan, yeah, there could be sharks or sea monsters attacking us. Gei Hui, join tonight and for just 20 pieces of wood and 2 iron blocks, you'll be able to line up to make weapons. Limited spots, don't miss out. Zhang Jincheng, after midnight, it might be too late. We're only recruiting 10 people this time. If interested, PM me. Someone asked, if we pay 20 pieces of wood and 2 iron blocks, do you provide the materials for making the weapons? Jin Baoquan, of course not. You have to provide the materials yourself. The payment is the joining fee. Our Jinyang group will offer more benefits in the future, so joining now is the best opportunity. The fees will only go up. Nie Yangguang, have you finished making the workbench yet? Here you are recruiting people. Zhang Jincheng, of course. He posted a screenshot showing a workbench on his boat, which he had just upgraded that morning. Jin Baoquan, our boss's boat is already at level 2 and soon to be level 3, the first in our area to reach level 3. I think when the beginner protection period ends, who knows what kind of dangers we might face. Having weapons for self-defense is always more reassuring. I want to join too. Can't you lower the fee a bit? Paying a membership fee and still having to provide materials is kind of pricey. Yun Mian wasn't interested in their recruitment. She was simply curious whether people would really pay 20 pieces of wood and 2 iron blocks just to queue for a weapon. From the reactions, it seemed like many people were indeed interested. If that was the case, she could help make them as well, and earn quite a bit. Plus, she could charge a small fee to make tools because today she had the double buff. Whatever weapons she made would be doubled, and she could sell the extra ones directly. Yun Mian saw a big business opportunity. Despite not wanting to reveal her identity, she was still tempted. The day was almost over. She had to hurry and make the most of her double luck before it ended. She immediately messaged Nie Yangguang privately. Yun Mian, can you help me advertise? Just say your friend also got a workbench, and they're charging 4 iron blocks and 5 wood for a machete, or 2 iron blocks and 10 wood for an axe. No additional fees. Making a machete required 2 iron blocks and 1 piece of wood. Making an axe required 1 iron block and 2 pieces of wood. In any case, Yun Mian would definitely make a profit. Besides, she still had the double buff today. Nie Yangguang, no, are you planning to go head-to-head with Zhang Jincheng? Yun Mian, not really. She didn't have that much time to waste. She was here to make money. Nie Yangguang, all right, I'll help you post it. Yun Mian, okay, I'll make 2 weapons for you for self-defense as a thank you for helping me. Nie Yangguang, okay. Yun Mian thought for a moment and decided to trade Nie Yangguang a machete first. If someone contacts you, use this to trade. She happened to have a machete ready. Got it. Ni Yangguang immediately went to the chat channel to advertise. Nia Yangguang. Don't be fooled by Zhang Jincheng. My friend also has a workbench, and their rates are much cheaper. 4 iron blocks and 5 pieces of wood for a machete, 2 iron blocks and 10 pieces of wood for an axe, no membership fee required. While Ni Yangguang was promoting her in the chat, Yun Mian was already at the workbench making an axe. The materials needed for an axe were fewer, and iron blocks were scarce. Not everyone could find them. Even Yun Mian didn't have many. Therefore, she anticipated that more people would opt for an axe rather than a machete. Only those with resources would be willing to pay 4 iron blocks for a machete. Jin Baoquan. Ni Yangguang, what's your problem? How could you possibly have a workbench? Ni Yangguang proudly replied, It's not me, it's my friend. Didn't I show you guys before? My friend has already made a machete. He posted a screenshot of his inventory, with all items blurred except for the machete. So when people opened it, all they could see was the machete in his inventory, while the other items were unclear. Ni Yangguang. If anyone needs one, they can trade with me. Everything is fair. No scams, unlike those guys who take membership fees and might just disappear with your resources. Yeah, if we pay the membership fee, what if they refuse to fulfill their promise? Compared to Zhang Jincheng, Ni Yangguang's rates are way cheaper. I trust Ni Yangguang. He's a good guy. He was the one who told us we could disassemble the boxes and upgrade our fishing rods. Zhang Jincheng. Don't believe him. He doesn't even have a workbench, so how could he make weapons? Ge Hui. His weapon must have come from a treasure chest. No one has mentioned getting a workbench blueprint. Our boss is the only one. Several people had just contacted Zhang Jincheng to inquire, but when Ni Yangguang made his announcement, they stopped responding. Seeing his potential recruits slip away, Zhang Jincheng grew anxious. But no matter how much he or his followers argued, everyone was now turning to Ni Yangguang. Ni Yangguang, I want to trade with you. Yun Mian didn't want to handle the trades personally, so she handed over the weapons to Ni Yangguang, who then completed the trades and sent her the materials. This was partly because she trusted Ni Yangguang. Another reason was that she wouldn't lose anything either way. Making an axe resulted in 2 axes for her. She had just given Ni Yangguang an axe. Soon Ni Yangguang sent her the materials. Received. Iron block X2, wood X10. Double luck. Received. Iron block X4, wood X20. The machete that Ni Yangguang had sold earlier was also gone. Received. Iron block X4, wood X5. Double luck. Received. Iron block X8, wood X10. This way, Yun Mian's iron blocks and wood were quickly accumulating. At first some people hesitated, watching to see how things played out instead of placing an order with Ni Yangguang. But soon many people were leaving feedback in the chat. I've got a machete now, attack +5, and it can be used to cut wood. Not bad, this axe is pretty good. Everyone hurry and buy. Ni Yangguang is telling the truth. I'm so pissed. I paid the membership fee to Zhang Jincheng, and now they won't give it back. It was already dark, but Ni Yangguang's messages kept coming, with people continuing to place orders without stopping. Yun Mian stood at the workbench the whole time, busy putting in materials, collecting items, and then sending them to Ni Yangguang. She felt like she was working on an assembly line. She minimized the chat channel to the size of her palm and kept it open above the workbench display screen. That way, she could see the messages with a quick glance without missing Ni Yangguang's requests for more orders. Ni Yangguang was full of energy, and even though he wasn't earning the materials himself, he was very enthusiastic. He treated each person placing an order with great patience. Yun Mian couldn't do this kind of work. One had to admit that Ni Yangguang had a talent for customer service. Seeing the time approach 11 p.m., Yun Mian messaged Ni Yangguang. Yun Mian, let's do just one more order and call it a day. Ni Yangguang, got it. 11:30 p.m. Yun Mian's chat finally quieted down. Ni Yangguang, finally done. Yun Mian, thanks for all your hard work. Yun Mian took out a peach from her backpack and sent it to Ni Yangguang. She hadn't had time to eat dinner, only managing a bun, so she got herself a peach too. Seeing the peach, Ni Yangguang's eyes widened. Ni Yangguang. Wow, Mian Mian? You even have something like this? Yun Mian Mian. It's for you. Ni Yangguang swallowed, unable to resist taking a bite. The fragrant sweet scent of the peach was enjoyable enough, but biting into it, the juicy, sweet, and slightly tangy taste overflowed. The soft fruit made him savor every bite. This is so good. Oh my gosh, it feels like I've never really eaten a peach before this. Yun Mian Mian continues her business deals. Yun Mian Mian was also eating a peach. It was indeed delicious, sweet and tangy, with plenty of juice. She kept the peach pit, planning to plant it in the soil. Maybe it would grow into a peach tree someday. She made a tally of her work today, 28 axes and 10 machetes in total. It had cost her just 24 iron blocks and 38 pieces of wood. But in return, she had gained 96 iron blocks and 330 pieces of wood. After doubling her luck, she had 192 iron blocks and 660 pieces of wood. She had struck it rich. This was a massive windfall. The iron blocks could be broken down into nails for upgrading materials. With so many iron blocks, she had more than enough nails to upgrade to level 4. Yun Mian Mian looked at the wood in her backpack. 1,005 pieces. Enough. She only lacked 10 units of glass. Feeling great after making such a big profit, Yun Mian Mian made another axe. She remembered the deal with Ni Yangguang, promising him an axe and a machete once everything was done. She still had machetes in stock, and after making an axe she got 2, so it worked out perfectly for her and Ni Yangguang. Ni Yangguang. Ha ha ha, I struck it rich, got all these items for free. Yun Mian Mian thought, I am the one who really hit the jackpot. She opened the information panel for the Xiangyun. Name, Xiangyun. Level 3, wooden boat, upgradable. Rating, 25 points. Expansion requirements, wood x 1000, nails x 200, glass x 10. It seemed to have gained 5 more points. Yun Mian Mian figured it must be because she made the sofa bed, which improved the living conditions on board. Improved living quality led to a higher rating. Yun Mian Mian checked the time on her interface. There were 10 minutes left until the end of the 3-day novice protection period. She looked around. The sea was unchanged, dark, with nothing visible. But the wind had picked up, sending chills through her. She wondered what would happen in 10 minutes. All players were waiting for it. Yun Mian Mian suddenly remembered that she hadn't opened a bronze treasure chest yet. She had fished it up during the day but got busy making tools and forgot about it. Remembering now, she hurried to open it while her double luck buff was still active. Obtained. Potatoes x5, cotton cloth x5, cotton paper x2, milk x2, bear pajamas set. Double luck bonus. Obtained. Potatoes x10, cotton cloth x10, cotton paper x4, milk x4, bear pajamas set 2. Not bad. They were all useful. Just as she finished opening it, the system's voice sounded. Novice protection period ended. The rainy season is here. Temperatures have dropped. All players, please prepare for cold and rainy conditions. The rainy season lasts for 1 month, during which marine creatures will be frequent. Please upgrade your rafts. Players whose rafts are not upgraded to level 3 within 7 days will be eliminated. As soon as the message finished, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by loud thunder. Large raindrops began to fall rapidly. In an instant, fierce winds roared and heavy rain poured down. No one was prepared. The temperature plummeted, and Yun Mian Mian put on the fluffy bear pajamas, which instantly made her feel much warmer. The rain was likely to last all night, so Yun Mian Mian quickly moved the storage boxes into her cabin. It's raining! Will my boat take on water? Oh my God, I'm still on a raft. How am I supposed to upgrade twice in just 7 days? It's freezing and we're getting drenched. This damn game is trying to kill us. Use wooden crates to block the rain and upgrade your rafts quickly. If marine creatures come out, a raft won't be able to handle them. It's true. Something just came up and bit my raft. It almost broke apart, but luckily I had an axe and managed to kill it. Got some fish meat, but it scared me half to death. Wow, axes are that useful? Quick, everyone get weapons from Ni Yangguang. Ni Yangguang's private messages suddenly exploded. Unable to keep up, he quickly asked Yun Mian Mian if they could keep making weapons. Though the double buff had expired, the business opportunity was still lucrative. Yun Mian Mian decided to take 10 more orders before going to bed. However, this time she no longer wanted iron blocks or wood. She now only needed glass to upgrade Jiang Yun. Blueprints were also acceptable. Nia Yangguang. My friend says they will only take 10 more orders. First come, first served, but you'll need to trade blueprints or glass. Wasn't it just iron blocks and wood earlier? Why the sudden change? Things are different now. With the novice protection over, more people want weapons. You should have placed an order earlier. I have blueprints. I've sent you a private message. Ni Yangguang, please check. Wen Yushi. I have glass. Wen Yushi had obtained a piece of glass from a treasure chest today. Her raft was only at level 2, and she didn't know what glass was used for. Seeing that she could use it to trade for a weapon, she immediately responded. Earlier, she had wanted a weapon, but she didn't have any iron blocks, so she gave up. Now, with the sudden rain, she was terrified, but thankfully, glass could also be traded for a weapon. Wen Yushi clicked on Ni Yangguang's profile and sent a private message. Hi, I have 1 glass piece. I'd like to trade it for an axe. Ni Yangguang's private messages were overwhelming, but when he saw Wen Yushi's name, he clicked on her message first. The name clearly belonged to a girl. Plus, it matched his name quite well. One with sunshine, Yangguang. One with rain, Yushi. Ni Yangguang. Sure, glass can be traded. I'll put you in line. Do you need anything else? I can trade for you. Wen Yushi. I need fishing lines. Do you have any? Wen Yushi had acquired a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod, but she didn't have 5 fishing lines, so she couldn't upgrade it yet. Every day, she could only fish for 1 treasure chest. The contents were just enough for her to eat and drink, and she was slowly gathering upgrade materials. Fishing lines and unexpected gains, Nia Yangguang. I have fishing lines. Ni Yangguang checked his backpack. After upgrading, he still had 3 fishing lines. Ni Yangguang. How many do you need? Wen Yushi? 3. Just the right number. Ni Yangguang thought for a moment. What do you have to trade? Let me see if there's anything I need. Wen Yushi was eager to trade for the fishing lines, so she sent Ni Yangguang a screenshot of her backpack. Wood X65, nails X26, mineral water X2, steam bun X2, cotton paper X2, floral pillow X1, bamboo X2, soil X2. Ni Yangguang did see something he wanted. How about you trade those 2 portions of soil with me? Soil. Wen Yushi hesitated. She always felt that the soil could be very useful, though she hadn't found a use for it yet. Soil could be used for planting. Unfortunately, the watermelon she had traded for last time was seedless, or she would have planted the seeds by now. How about something else? Wen Yushi hesitated. I'll trade you 2 pieces of cotton paper and 2 bamboo for the 3 fishing lines, okay? Meanwhile, Yun Mian Mian made 8 axes and 2 machetes. In return, she got 5 units of glass, 3 blueprints, and 2 key fragments. The key fragments were unexpected. Someone privately messaged Ni Yangguang asking if they could trade with key fragments, and Ni Yangguang came to ask Yun Mian Mian. Yun Mian Mian agreed. Who knows? Maybe she'd fish up another locked treasure chest in the future. The 3 blueprints were for tar lamp blueprint, stove blueprint, and single cedar chair blueprint. The tar lamp could be used for lighting, fire starting, or as a ship lantern. The stove could provide warmth, be used to cook food, and also give off light. As for the chair, it was just a basic seat. These were all useful items, and Yun Mian Mian needed them. Tar lamp is a one-time use item, and wind will accelerate its depletion. Materials required: shell, X1, tar cow 1. The stove can be used to keep warm and cook food. Materials required: soil, X1, charcoal X2, fire source. She didn't have the materials for the tar lamp, so she decided to make the stove first. She had a lighter for the fire source, and making charcoal was simple. She just had to set some wood on fire, let it burn, and then she'd have charcoal. Yun Mian Mian felt a little reluctant to use the soil, as she had planned to use it for planting. Now that it was raining, she didn't have to worry about not having enough water for the seeds. There was plenty of water. What's more important, planting cabbage or having a stove? The stove, of course. It could keep her warm and cook food. Although it was already very late, Yun Mian Mian was full of motivation. She decided to make the stove before going to sleep. Making the stove took quite a bit of time. First, she used the axe to chop the wood into small pieces, then lit some paper to ignite the wood, and once the wood turned to charcoal, she began making the stove. Yun Mian Mian put all the materials on the workbench and took a look at the chat channel. Recently, she realized that the chat channel sometimes had valuable items or useful information, so she didn't ignore it completely, occasionally checking in. But tonight, the chat channel was full of misery. Due to the sudden downpour, everyone was struggling. "I can't take it anymore. I'm freezing to death. I'm soaked to the bone. This is unbearable. Is this rain really going to last a month? I can't take even one day of it. Help, my boat is full of water and it's about to sink. Someone please save me. I doubt I'll even make it to the day my parents arrive. I wonder if my stuff can be passed on to them. My raft has been bitten apart by monstrous fish, and I'm going down soon." Yun Mian Mian looked at the number of players online, several hundred fewer than before. At this rate, by the end of the month, there might be only half of Zone 3 left. Yun Mian Mian sighed, and her stove was finally ready. The clay stove was sturdy, with burning red coals inside, glowing warmly, perfect for roasting potatoes. Fearing the rain might extinguish the stove, Yun Mian Mian made an iron frame to cover it, providing wind and rain protection. Sitting next to the stove, the coldness quickly left her, replaced by warmth. She suddenly heard a sound by the side of her boat. Upon checking, she saw strange-looking fish biting her boat. Fortunately, her upgraded boat had smooth surfaces, and the wood was sturdy enough to withstand regular fish. Yun Mian Mian took out a machete and casually swung at the fish twice, killing one. Obtained Spanish mackerel meat. X1. Yun Mian Mian placed it into her backpack. Grilled fish meat for tomorrow's meal. She stood by the boat for about 10 minutes and killed 3 more fish, each dropping a piece of palm-sized meat. Once no more fish approached, Yun Mian Mian swapped out the water bottle under her purifier and finally lay down to rest. The bed was comfortable. The doors and windows were shut tight, no wind could blow in, and no rain entered. Wrapped in her blanket, Yun Mian Mian wasn't cold at all. When she awoke the next morning, the rain had stopped. The sky was still gloomy, as though it could rain again at any moment. Yun Mian Mian opened the door, and a gust of cold air hit her. Mornings were truly chilly. She looked outside. The deck was a mess, and there were even a few small fish scattered about. After a whole night of rain, there was only a small amount of standing water on her boat. Luckily, her boat had a drainage system that funneled the water away through pipes, unlike level 2 boats, where the rainwater would accumulate, requiring manual scooping to remove it. Yun Mian Mian picked up the fish. Whoa, these little guys are still alive. She found a wooden box, filled it with some seawater, and put the fish inside. She'd see if she could roast them to eat later. It was such a cold day. She wondered how everyone else was faring. Yun Mian Mian sent a message to Luo Luo. "It's really cold today. How are you holding up?" "An unexpected deal." Luo Luo. "I'm all right. I practiced some martial arts and fished a treasure chest." Yun Mian Mian. "You're up so early." She had just woken up, and Luo Luo had already finished so much. Just then, a system announcement echoed across the sky. Yun Mian Mian paused, looking up at the holographic interface in midair. With the voice, 2 lines of text appeared on the screen. "Trading hall is open. Players can conduct trades in the trading hall. Forum is now open. Players can post in the forum." Yun Mian Mian put down her wooden box and immediately opened the trading hall to check it out. The trading hall now allowed players to list items for sale and set trade conditions. For instance, she could put up an axe and require 2 iron blocks and 5 pieces of wood in exchange. Once someone put those items up, they could directly obtain the axe. It was also possible to set a mutual consent trade. For example, she could put up an axe to be traded for a blueprint. Once someone offered a blueprint, she could inspect it and, if she was satisfied, approve the trade. The rain was likely to last all night, so Yun Mian quickly moved the storage boxes into her cabin. "It's raining! Will my boat take on water?" "Oh my God, I'm still on a raft. How am I supposed to upgrade twice in just 7 days?" "It's freezing and we're getting drenched. This damn game is trying to kill us." "Use wooden crates to block the rain and upgrade your rafts quickly. If marine creatures come out, a raft won't be able to handle them." "It's true. Something just came up and bit my raft. It almost broke apart, but luckily I had an axe and managed to kill it. Got some fish meat, but it scared me half to death." "Wow, axes are that useful?" "Quick, everyone get weapons from Ni Yangguang." Ni Yangguang's private messages suddenly exploded. Unable to keep up, he quickly asked Yun Mian if they could keep making weapons. Though the double buff had expired, the business opportunity was still lucrative. Yun Mian decided to take 10 more orders before going to bed. However, this time, she no longer wanted iron blocks or wood. She now only needed glass to upgrade Jiang Yun. Blueprints were also acceptable. Nia Yangguang. "My friend says they will only take 10 more orders. First come, first served, but you'll need to trade blueprints or glass." "Wasn't it just iron blocks and wood earlier? Why the sudden change?" "Things are different now. With the novice protection over, more people want weapons. You should have placed an order earlier." "I have blueprints. I've sent you a private message." "Ni Yangguang, please check." Wen Yushi. "I have glass." Wen Yushi had obtained a piece of glass from a treasure chest today. Her raft was only at level 2, and she didn't know what glass was used for. Seeing that she could use it to trade for a weapon, she immediately responded. Earlier, she had wanted a weapon, but she didn't have any iron blocks, so she gave up. Now, with the sudden rain, she was terrified, but thankfully, glass could also be traded for a weapon. Wen Yushi clicked on Ni Yangguang's profile and sent a private message. "Hi, I have 1 glass piece. I'd like to trade it for an axe." Ni Yangguang's private messages were overwhelming, but when he saw Wen Yushi's name, he clicked on her message first. The name clearly belonged to a girl. Plus, it matched his name quite well. One with sunshine, Yangguang. One with rain, Yushi. Ni Yangguang. "Sure, glass can be traded. I'll put you in line. Do you need anything else?" "I can trade for you." Wen Yushi. "I need fishing lines. Do you have any?" Wen Yushi had acquired a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod, but she didn't have 5 fishing lines, so she couldn't upgrade it yet. Every day, she could only fish for 1 treasure chest. The contents were just enough for her to eat and drink, and she was slowly gathering upgrade materials. "Fishing lines and unexpected gains, Nia Yangguang. I have fishing lines." Ni Yangguang checked his backpack. After upgrading, he still had 3 fishing lines. Ni Yangguang. "How many do you need?" Wen Yushi. 3. Just the right number. Ni Yangguang thought for a moment. "What do you have to trade?" "Let me see if there's anything I need." Wen Yushi was eager to trade for the fishing lines, so she sent Ni Yangguang a screenshot of her backpack. Wood X65, nails X26, mineral water X2, steam bun X2, cotton paper X2, floral pillow X1, bamboo X2, soil X2. Ni Yangguang did see something he wanted. "How about you trade those 2 portions of soil with me?" Soil. Wen Yushi hesitated. She always felt that the soil could be very useful, though she hadn't found a use for it yet. Soil could be used for planting. Unfortunately, the watermelon she had traded for last time was seedless, or she would have planted the seeds by now. "How about something else?" Wen Yushi hesitated. "I'll trade you 2 pieces of cotton paper and 2 bamboo for the 3 fishing lines, okay?" Meanwhile, Yun Mian made 8 axes and 2 machetes. In return, she got 5 units of glass, 3 blueprints, and 2 key fragments. The key fragments were unexpected. Someone privately messaged Ni Yangguang asking if they could trade with key fragments, and Ni Yangguang came to ask Yun Mian. Yun Mian agreed. Who knows? Maybe she'd fish up another locked treasure chest in the future. The 3 blueprints were for tar lamp blueprint, stove blueprint, and single cedar chair blueprint. The tar lamp could be used for lighting, fire starting, or as a ship lantern. The stove could provide warmth, be used to cook food, and also give off light. As for the chair, it was just a basic seat. These were all useful items, and Yunmian needed them. Tar lamp is a one-time use item, and wind will accelerate its depletion. Materials required: shell, X1, tar cow 1. The stove can be used to keep warm and cook food. Materials required: soil, X1, charcoal X2, fire source. She didn't have the materials for the tar lamp, so she decided to make the stove first. She had a lighter for the fire source, and making charcoal was simple. She just had to set some wood on fire, let it burn, and then she'd have charcoal. Yunmian felt a little reluctant to use the soil, as she had planned to use it for planting. Now that it was raining, she didn't have to worry about not having enough water for the seeds. There was plenty of water. What's more important, planting cabbage or having a stove? The stove, of course. It could keep her warm and cook food. Although it was already very late, Yunmian was full of motivation. She decided to make the stove before going to sleep. Making the stove took quite a bit of time. First, she used the axe to chop the wood into small pieces, then lit some paper to ignite the wood, and once the wood turned to charcoal, she began making the stove. Yunmian put all the materials on the workbench and took a look at the chat channel. Recently, she realized that the chat channel sometimes had valuable items or useful information, so she didn't ignore it completely, occasionally checking in. But tonight, the chat channel was full of misery. Due to the sudden downpour, everyone was struggling. "I can't take it anymore. I'm freezing to death. I'm soaked to the bone. This is unbearable. Is this rain really going to last a month? I can't take even one day of it. Help, my boat is full of water and it's about to sink. Someone please save me. I doubt I'll even make it to the day my parents arrive. I wonder if my stuff can be passed on to them. My raft has been bitten apart by monstrous fish, and I'm going down soon." Yunmian looked at the number of players online, several hundred fewer than before. At this rate, by the end of the month, there might be only half of Zone 3 left. Yunmian sighed, and her stove was finally ready. The clay stove was sturdy, with burning red coals inside, glowing warmly, perfect for roasting potatoes. Fearing the rain might extinguish the stove, Yunmian made an iron frame to cover it, providing wind and rain protection. Sitting next to the stove, the coldness quickly left her, replaced by warmth. She suddenly heard a sound by the side of her boat. Upon checking, she saw strange-looking fish biting her boat. Fortunately, her upgraded boat had smooth surfaces, and the wood was sturdy enough to withstand regular fish. Yunmian took out a machete and casually swung at the fish twice, killing one. Obtained Spanish mackerel meat. X1. Yunmian placed it into her backpack. Grilled fish meat for tomorrow's meal. She stood by the boat for about 10 minutes and killed 3 more fish, each dropping a piece of palm-sized meat. Once no more fish approached, Yunmian swapped out the water bottle under her purifier and finally lay down to rest. The bed was comfortable. The doors and windows were shut tight, no wind could blow in, and no rain entered. Wrapped in her blanket, Yunmian wasn't cold at all. When she awoke the next morning, the rain had stopped. The sky was still gloomy, as though it could rain again at any moment. Yunmian opened the door, and a gust of cold air hit her. Mornings were truly chilly. She looked outside. The deck was a mess, and there were even a few small fish scattered about. After a whole night of rain, there was only a small amount of standing water on her boat. Luckily, her boat had a drainage system that funneled the water away through pipes, unlike level 2 boats, where the rainwater would accumulate, requiring manual scooping to remove it. Yunmian picked up the fish. Whoa, these little guys are still alive. She found a wooden box, filled it with some seawater, and put the fish inside. She'd see if she could roast them to eat later. It was such a cold day. She wondered how everyone else was faring. Yunmian sent a message to Luo. "It's really cold today. How are you holding up?" "An unexpected deal." Luo. "I'm all right. I practiced some martial arts and fished a treasure chest." Yunmian. You're up so early." She had just woken up, and Luo Luo had already finished so much. Just then, a system announcement echoed across the sky. Yun Mian Mian paused, looking up at the holographic interface in midair. With the voice, 2 lines of text appeared on the screen. "Trading hall is open. Players can conduct trades in the trading hall. Forum is now open. Players can post in the forum." Yun Mian put down her wooden box and immediately opened the trading hall to check it out. The trading hall now allowed players to list items for sale and set trade conditions. For instance, she could put up an axe and require 2 iron blocks and 5 pieces of wood in exchange. Once someone put those items up, they could directly obtain the axe. It was also possible to set a mutual consent trade. For example, she could put up an axe to be traded for a blueprint. Once someone offered a blueprint, she could inspect it and, if she was satisfied, approve the trade. There was also an auction mode. Within a set time frame, anyone could bid for an item, and at the end of the time, the highest bidder would automatically receive the item in their backpack. Since the trading hall had just opened, there wasn't anything on it that interested Yun Mian yet. Beside the trading hall, a new store button appeared. Yun Mian clicked on it, but it displayed, "Store not yet open, stay tuned." The forum was accessible from the chat channel. When opening the chat channel, there was an option to view the district chat or enter the forum. "After just one night, hundreds more have died. It's too cruel. I was freezing all night. I thought I was going to die, but nothing happened to me. Am I just lucky? Thank goodness I had an axe. Otherwise, the monster fish would have killed me last night. The rain has stopped, but it looks like it's going to continue. I have no idea how I'll survive tonight. Does anyone have anything to block the rain? Please, I'm willing to trade a weapon blueprint for it. I've listed it in the trading hall. If interested, private message me." Yun Mian's eyes lit up when she saw the weapon blueprint, and she quickly opened the trading hall to check it out. Chuzijia was almost frozen to death. He had thought upgrading his raft to level 2 was a decent accomplishment, but with the sudden downpour, he was soaked to the bone and freezing. Even if he had a weapon for protection, it was hard to see how he'd survive a month of rain. He had asked in the chat channel for a long time, but no one seemed to have anything to block the rain. In desperation, he decided to put up his weapon blueprint for trade. Since he couldn't use the weapon blueprint yet, it was better to exchange it for something that could save his life. Bronze sword, craftable at a mid-level workbench. Materials, hardwood sword. X1, bronze pair 5. Effect, attack plus 40, melee damage, 110. After reading the description, Yun Mian was very tempted. This bronze sword was certainly a good item. Its attack stat was high enough to make up for her lack of physical strength. However, her workbench was still at the basic level, only capable of making a hardwood sword, not a bronze sword. Even so, Yun Mian decided to obtain it first. If she waited until she found the mid-level workbench blueprint, good items like this would probably already be taken by someone else. The other party was looking to trade for something that could block the rain. Yun Mian remembered getting an oil paper umbrella blueprint from one of the treasure chests. Her boat had a cabin, which could block wind and rain, so she hadn't needed to use the umbrella yet. But now that it was raining, everyone probably needed something to keep dry, and an oil paper umbrella was the perfect rain-blocking tool. The oil paper umbrella is one of China's traditional tools, used for blocking the sun and rain, and is very practical. Materials required: bamboo X2, silk thread X1, cotton paper X1, refined tung oil. It required quite a few materials. Yun Mian had just enough of these, but not much to spare. She could only make 4 oil paper umbrellas. There was enough bamboo, but the cotton paper was in short supply. Luckily, she had just gotten 4 pieces from a treasure chest today. She also had 2 bottles of refined tung oil, and making 1 umbrella required only a little, so 1 bottle could make 10 umbrellas. Before making anything, there was one thing she needed to do: roll the lucky die. With a thought, the lucky die appeared in her hand. Today's lucky number was 3. 3. Everything goes well. Similar to wish fulfillment, you get it. Once again, it was wish fulfillment. Not bad. Yun Mian first secured her fishing rod, then put the materials to make the oil paper umbrella onto the workbench, starting to fish for treasure while she waited. As she fished, She made a wish. There were quite a few things she needed now. For example, glass, cotton paper, tar, shells, soil, bamboo. Food was also always welcome as she was running low on it. And if there could be some useful blueprints, preferably the mid-level workbench blueprint, that would be great. After making her wish, the fishing rod finally moved. Yunmian excitedly reeled in the treasure chest. The first one she got was a locked bronze chest. Yunmian was thrilled. She had a key. She could open it directly without having to go through the trouble of finding and combining key fragments like before. Unlocked the locked bronze chest. Obtained. Mid-level fishing rod blueprint, glass X1, cotton paper X10, sponge X2, shell X3, peach X5, silk thread C5. It was a mid-level fishing rod blueprint. Since her fishing rod had already been upgraded, she had no use for this. However, it could be used in a trade. Many people would likely want it. Everything else she got was exactly what she needed. Now that she had cotton paper and silk thread, she could make a few more umbrellas. Obtained oil paper umbrella Bapti 1. A brand new oil paper umbrella appeared on the workbench. Yunmian picked it up and opened it. It was a delicate green oil paper umbrella. The umbrella surface looked soft, smooth, and translucent, but it was actually quite durable. Its light sky blue color was exceptionally beautiful. She was just about to contact the person on the trading hall when Luo sent her a message. The surprise exchange. Luo, I just got something nice from a chest. I can give you one. Yunmian, show me. Luo, lucky, isn't it? Yunmian, it sure is. Today, Luo fished out 3 bamboo pieces, a shell, and 3 pairs of socks. Remembering Yunmian's concern earlier, she decided to give her a pair of socks. Yunmian was more than willing to exchange for socks. It was definitely a necessity. Yunmian, is there anything you'd like in exchange? Luo, I don't know, maybe food and water? Yunmian, still no luck with food and water, huh? Luo, not exactly, but I can only catch 1 treasure chest a day, so it's still not enough. Yunmian thought about the mid-level fishing rod blueprint she had just found. Should she help Luo upgrade her fishing rod? Yunmian, I have a mid-level fishing rod blueprint. Do you want to trade for it? Luo was stunned. She hadn't expected Yunmian to offer such a valuable item for trade. With the mid-level fishing rod blueprint and 5 fishing lines, Luo would be able to upgrade her rod. Recently, Luo had been working very hard. She lived frugally, drinking only 1 bottle of water and eating 1 steamed bun a day. She used the food and water she saved to trade for enough iron blocks and wood. Last night she got an axe from Ni Yangguang, which allowed her to fend off the fish monsters attacking her raft. If her raft had fallen apart, she wouldn't have survived. She worked so hard to stay alive, waiting for her little brother to enter the game. Every day she reminded herself that if she died, her brother would be left alone. If she got a mid-level fishing rod, it would be incredible. Getting to level 3 was still a long way off, and it was unclear if she could make it within the 7-day deadline. Catching only 1 treasure chest a day made it tough to gather enough resources. Luo. Yunmian, see what you have in your backpack to trade. Let's make a deal. Luo, thank you. Luo didn't know what else to say besides thank you. Yunmian, it's nothing. Luo gave Yunmian all her resources except for a little food and water. Seeing this, Yunmian said, that's too much. No need for all of it. She took 3 bamboo pieces, 2 cotton papers, a shell, and 2 pairs of socks. Since Luo was so generous, Yunmian decided to help her out entirely. Yunmian went to the trading hall and used 5 iron blocks and 2 steamed buns to trade for 5 fishing lines, which she then sent to Luo along with the mid-level fishing rod blueprint. After receiving these items, Luo didn't know what to say. Chu Zijia was hoping for something like a plastic raincoat. A lot of people were trying to trade random junk with him. For example, old plastic basins, sun hats, and small iron buckets. While the plastic basin and iron bucket could indeed keep off the rain if put over one's head, that wasn't what he was after. until he saw the oil paper umbrella. Is that an umbrella? He eagerly clicked on the details for the oil paper umbrella. Name: oil paper umbrella. A beautiful and practical oil paper umbrella. Sky blue like rain, I shall shield you from it. Attributes: attack +2, defense +1, durability 26. It even had attack and defense attributes. This was amazing. Chuzijia's eyes widened, and he immediately clicked confirm trade, afraid that the other person might change their mind. He took the oil paper umbrella out of his backpack and examined it closely. The umbrella's tip was sharp. No wonder it had attack attributes. The umbrella surface was also made very sturdy, and it seemed like it could be used for defense. Chuzijia knew he had just traded for a treasure. Not only could it shield him from the rain, but it was also a practical multi-use tool. He quickly checked the identity of the person who traded with him, but the person had traded anonymously. He couldn't see any name or information. However, Chuzijia could still communicate with them since the trading hall had a post-transaction communication feature. After a trade, there were a few days of protection during which buyers and sellers could chat. Chuzijia, do you have more of these oil paper umbrellas? If they did, he wanted to trade for more. If he could sell these, he was sure they would fetch a great price and possibly enough materials to get him to level 3. Yun Mian Mian. Do you have any more weapon blueprints? Chuzijia hesitated. He only had one weapon blueprint, which he'd already traded to Yun Mian Mian. But he still wanted the oil paper umbrella. This item was priceless. Once it entered the market, people would definitely scramble for it. He guessed he might be the first person to obtain an oil paper umbrella from this trader. Chuzijia. I don't have any more weapon blueprints, but I have other things I can trade. What do you need? Yun Mian Mian. What do you have? Chuzijia's best item wasn't the weapon blueprint, but he wouldn't bring it out. Chuzijia. Do you need materials? I have iron blocks, cotton, and plastic. These items weren't worth much, at least not enough for an oil paper umbrella. Yun Mian Mian. I don't need those. She could easily put those up in the trading hall if she wanted them. Yun Mian Mian stopped replying and continued to fish for treasure chests. Soon it started raining again, this time a gentle drizzle. The raindrops fell on Yun Mian Mian's face, feeling icy and cold. She wiped the water off her face and returned inside. She also brought the workbench indoors. As the rain grew heavier, Yun Mian Mian decided to make an oil paper umbrella for herself. Then she designed a simple stand to hold the umbrella, so she wouldn't have to hold it herself. Though the stand was crude and somewhat ugly, without any blueprint, it was something she had sketched out herself. But it worked, and that was all that mattered. With the umbrella and a silver treasure chest. With the umbrella, Yun Mian Mian wouldn't get soaked while fishing for treasure chests. She hadn't caught a chest yet and felt a bit hungry. She drank some water and decided to try roasting a potato. She took out a potato and put it into the stove to roast. Meanwhile, she crafted a pair of chopsticks from bamboo using the workbench, fast and well-made as always. Then she took out some seafood fried rice from her backpack. The food taken from her backpack was still warm, with steam rising from it. Time to eat. The seafood fried rice contained fresh shrimp, scallops, green peas, corn, onions, and chili oil. The enticing aroma was hard to resist. Each grain of rice was distinct, and the flavors of shrimp and scallops mixed with the sweetness of the green peas, corn, and onions created a delightful experience. The chili oil added just the right amount of heat, perfectly matching Yun Mian Mian's heavier flavor preference. She finished the entire bowl of fried rice, not wasting a single grain. It was too delicious. People need carbohydrates for happiness and a feeling of fullness. While bread was tasty too, it couldn't compare to the joy of a bowl of fried rice. Once she was full, she went back to work. She had a lot on her to-do list today. She first sorted her belongings. She had accumulated a lot of items and could barely remember them all herself. She checked the food and main materials stored in her backpack and storage box. Materials: wood, X975, iron nails, X58, iron blocks, X183, glass X6, cotton cloth, X14, cotton paper X15, thread X10, refined tongue oil, C2, bamboo X30, charcoal x5, shells x4, soil x1, food, bottled water x12, steamed buns, x1, potatoes x10, milk x4, apple juice x1, peaches x7, half a watermelon, box of mangoes, seafood fried rice x2, fish meat x4, 1 bucket of purified water. Other, lighter x2, key fragment x1, island landing card x1, yellow hats x2, bear pajamas set x2, planting guide, cabbage seeds packet, stove x1, soil x1, machete x1, axe x1. Blueprints, tar lamp blueprint x1, single seat chair blueprint x1, bronze sword blueprint x1, oil paper umbrella blueprint x1. She previously obtained 2 oil paper umbrella blueprints and had used 1, leaving her with 1. Organizing her items gave Yunmian a sense of security, but she still felt it wasn't enough. She needed more. With one hand holding the fishing rod and another working on the light screen, Yunmian posted trade requests in the trade hall. She sought bamboo, thread, and cotton paper in exchange for bottled water and upgrade materials. She also put up axes or machetes for trade in exchange for glass or blueprints. These listings were posted anonymously, so no one knew her identity. Yunmian then privately messaged Hu Yuan. They hadn't been in contact for a few days. Yesterday, Yunmian had been too busy to respond to messages. Hu Yuan had reached out to trade for food and water, but she had been occupied making weapons and had forgotten amidst the influx of messages. Since the rainy season had begun, water resources were still scarce. Many people who drank collected rainwater reported stomach pain in the chat channel, feeling discomfort and experiencing a significant drop in mental state. No one dared drink rainwater anymore, fearing it might be toxic. Yunmian worried that Hu Yuan might also be feeling unwell after drinking rainwater. Yunmian, how are you? You've been quiet these past 2 days. Hu Yuan took a long time to reply. Hu Yuan, not so good. Yunmian, what happened? Hu Yuan, haha, my boat flooded, and after drinking rainwater I've got stomach trouble. I'm questioning my whole life right now. Yunmian, she had guessed right. Yunmian, what do you plan to do now? Hu Yuan, I don't know. Maybe I'll die if I can't hold on. I'm an orphan anyway, no attachments. He seemed completely defeated. Yunmian was about to reply when her fishing rod moved. A new treasure chest. This time, it was a silver treasure chest. Yunmian's eyes lit up. Though it was heavy, she used all her strength to quickly pull the chest out of the water. A silver treasure chest, gleaming and shiny. She opened it and was immediately dazzled by the assortment of items inside. Contents: stomach soothing tablets, X1 bottle, montmorillonite powder X2, gauze, X5, antibiotics, X1, painkillers, G1, cold medicine, G1. Was this a medical chest? It was full of medicines. These were treasures. Out at sea, even a minor cold or headache could be problematic, let alone getting injured. Yunmian was overjoyed and placed the entire chest into her backpack. Montmorillonite powder, it seemed, was good for stomach issues. Yunmian still hoped that Hu Yuan could bounce back and help her. From what she knew about him, Hu Yuan seemed to be a capable trader. Whenever she exchanged items with him, even if he didn't have something, he could quickly get it. Yunmian believed he was resourceful. This time, she had business in mind and wanted to bring him in. Yunmian initiated a trade with Hu Yuan. I have something here that might interest you. Yunmian put up a bottle of water and a packet of montmorillonite powder. What can you offer in exchange? She wanted to see how capable Hu Yuan still was. If he couldn't offer anything satisfying, she would reconsider her business partner choice. Hu Yuan lay slumped on his boat. The light screen followed his line of sight, so all he needed to do was open his eyes to see Yunmian's message. Seeing montmorillonite powder on the screen left him a bit confused. She actually had that stuff? Oh right, some people came over from the real world with their luggage, so having some medicine wasn't unusual. But Yunmian was willing to offer such a valuable item for exchange. Hu Yuan was genuinely touched. He looked at his backpack, contemplating what he could offer in return. Diarrhea wouldn't kill him, but if the rain continued, his boat might sink. Not finding any water had made him feel hopeless and led to his earlier outburst. Collaboration and umbrella sales. However, as long as there was some hope, he would still grab onto it and try to live well. Mian saw that her backpack now contained a candle and a piece of rope. Not bad. Mian, I want to discuss a collaboration with you. Take the medicine first. You should feel better afterward. Okay. Hu Yuan sat up. Mian also sent a message to Ni Yangguang. Only one person wasn't enough. She intended to bring in Ni Yangguang to work with Hu Yuan as well. I have a business idea that I want to discuss with you. Are you interested? Ni Yangguang. I am. You're not even asking what kind of business. Since you're suggesting it, it must be a good business. After yesterday's weapons sale, Ni Yangguang guessed that Mian made a lot of profit. He made some effort with negotiations and ended up with an axe and a machete, which was already quite good. Mian had come to him again today for another collaboration. He wasn't about to miss it. Mian sent a photo of the oil paper umbrella to Ni Yangguang. Take a look at this. Wow, an umbrella. You really made an umbrella? That's amazing. Heavens. This item was simply the ultimate tool for the rainy season. There wasn't a single player who didn't need one. If they sold this, they'd surely make a fortune. The rainy season would last for a month. For those who couldn't reach level 3 anytime soon, umbrellas were very important, possibly even more so than weapons. Yesterday, they had a lot of buyers for weapons. If they sold umbrellas, the amount of materials they could earn was beyond Ni Yangguang's imagination. Ni Yangguang. Boss, are we really going to sell this? Mian. Yes, but calm down. Ni Yangguang. How can I not be excited? Mian. If you agree, I'll create a group chat. I also have another friend joining in. After getting Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang on board, Mian created a group chat and named it Rich and Powerful. Ni Yangguang. The group name is great. It emphasizes dominance. Mian. All right, let me share my idea first. If you have any suggestions, feel free to add on. Mian. Now that the trading hall is open, I want to get ahead of everyone else, dominate the player market, and exchange materials for what players need. This way, we can stay ahead of most people and level up faster. Hu Yuan. Makes sense, go on. Mian. This is the oil paper umbrella I made. The rainy season will last for a month, and every player needs an umbrella. Moreover, this umbrella can block rain, shield from the sun, and has attack and defense properties, making it highly practical. Even after the rainy season ends, it can still be used. Ni Yangguang had already seen the photo, but he was still amazed by the powerful properties of the oil paper umbrella. Ni Yangguang. Awesome. Hu Yuan agreed silently. This item was indeed excellent. If they sold it, they could definitely get a high price. However, if they wanted to dominate the market, they would need a large quantity. He doubted that Mian alone could produce many oil paper umbrellas. Whether the materials were sufficient was one thing, but there was also the question of pricing. Such a valuable umbrella. What would players have to exchange for it? Players didn't have much at this stage. Hu Yuan. How do you plan to sell them? The game has only just begun, and players don't have much. Most of them are saving materials to upgrade. They can't offer much. Mian. I know. Players do have some blueprints or special items, though, which we could trade for if materials are lacking. For example, key fragments, blueprints, glass, etc. The oil paper umbrella will definitely be in high demand, so I plan to auction each one. Ni Yangguang listened for a while and asked curiously, Aren't you able to make them yourself? What do you need us for? Mian replied calmly, I need you to help gather materials. The materials for the oil paper umbrella are hard to find, and I don't have much of it. The main materials are bamboo, cotton paper, thread, and refined tung oil. I can trade for these materials in the trading hall, but I may not always have what others want. Also, I'm not the only one with a workbench. Others might acquire blueprints as well. So we need to collect as much of these materials as we can before others make their own umbrellas. We'll split the profits 3 ways, 60% for me and 40% for the two of you. Plus, I'll give you each an oil paper umbrella. The profit sharing seemed fair. One could even say that the two of them were getting the better end of the deal. All they had to do was collect materials, and they'd receive quite a bit of good stuff. Anyway, they needed to stock up and trade materials every day. This just meant a little more effort. Ni Yangguang. How many oil paper umbrellas can you make now? Do you have enough materials? Yun Mian Mian. I sold one and kept one for myself. I can still make 10 more. Ni Yangguang. 10. That should be snatched up quickly. Hu Yuan. You don't have much material. I can assure you that once you put this umbrella up for sale, there will be lots of people wanting it. Hundreds, if not thousands. In Area 3 alone, there were already tens of thousands of players. Who wouldn't need an umbrella? That's why I need your help. Otherwise, Yun Mian Mian could just do it all by herself. She lacked the materials and didn't want to be overworked. Collecting resources and trading was actually the hardest part. Yun Mian Mian only needed to make the umbrellas, and, in reality, it was the workbench doing the making. This way, she could comfortably profit. Hu Yuan. All right, let's divide the work. Yun Mian Mian will make the umbrellas. I'll be in charge of gathering materials, and Ni Yangguang will handle advertising and overseeing transactions. Without a workbench and blueprints, even with materials, others wouldn't be able to make umbrellas. We could post a message in the forum offering an oil paper umbrella in exchange for enough materials. This would help us gather resources faster. Yun Mian Mian. That works. If later on someone else gets a workbench and makes oil paper umbrellas, we'll already have earned enough during the early stages. Plus, she didn't tell Ni Yangguang and Hu Yuan. After selling all the oil paper umbrellas, she had another item ready to sell. The stove. However, she had very little soil at hand. To make stoves, she needed soil. Based on her observations, there were very few players who had obtained soil so far. She herself had only gotten soil from a locked chest. Maybe after the beginner's protection period, soil would be more common. In comparison, torches were much easier to make, but they were also easy to replicate. Anyone with a workbench could make one. However, Yun Mian Mian thought of Zhang Jincheng. If she made torches and sold them, and he copied them, it would be a major loss. Moreover, she suspected she wasn't the only one who had a fire source. Players all came into the game with items from the real world. Surely there were plenty of smokers, right? And what smoker wouldn't carry a lighter? The oil paper umbrella was still rarer. She planned to wait and observe. Once soil became more widespread, she would start buying it up and selling stoves. Ni Yangguang. Got it. I'll post an ad now. Mian Mian, you should make the 10 oil paper umbrellas first. I have a few pieces of cotton paper and bamboo, and I'll send them to you. Soon, a trending post appeared on the Sea Survival forum. Had rainy season savior, the birth of the oil paper umbrella. First come, first serve. The entire chat channel was buzzing about this post. Everyone, it's true. Umbrellas are for sale. 12 umbrellas are listed in the trading hall. They're on auction. I wonder which lucky players will get them. Highest bid wins. Whoever has the most resources will get it. I'm stuck at a level 1 raft, so I won't even consider it. There are only 12. What use is that for everyone? The post even says they'll save everyone. Didn't the post mention that you can directly message the poster? If you provide enough raw materials, you can get an umbrella made too. The post is by that Ni Yangguang. Last time he was selling weapons. How is this guy so impressive? He's doing it again. Yun Mian Mian scrolled through the chat while eating roasted potatoes. She still had one more treasure chest to reel in today. Since things weren't too busy yet, she decided to catch the chest first. She had already handed over the 10 oil paper umbrellas to Ni Yangguang. Hopefully, he could sell them at a good price. Next, she just needed to wait for Hu Yuan to gather the materials and send them to her. Then she would hand over the oil paper umbrellas to Ni Yangguang to handle the trading. After the 12 umbrellas were sold, she'd make new ones. The sky had already darkened. It was getting late. Yun Mian Mian looked at the water. It didn't seem too calm. Last night, it was mackerel. What kind of fish would it be tonight? Oh, and there was still the fish meat. Yun Mian Mian took out a piece of fish meat. fashioned some iron wire, and placed it on the stove to grill. Although there weren't any seasonings, having some meat was still good. The fresh fish sizzled in the fire, the skin tightened as it heated up, and the fish turned color, giving off an enticing aroma. Before the fish was ready, the treasure chest was already on the line. Yun Mian Mian pulled it up, and it was a bronze chest. Acquired, bronze chest. Chest contents: seafood fried rice, X2, potato pancake X2, cotton candy X2, a pair of fuzzy bear slippers, plastic buckets. T2. This chest contained quite a bit of food, and she was just wondering what to wear on her feet. Wearing sneakers all day wasn't comfortable. The plastic buckets were useful too. Each had a 5-liter capacity and could be placed under the water purifier, saving her from having to switch bottles often. After opening the chest, Yun Mian Mian checked her backpack again, completely full. There was no space for the food. She'd have to eat some of it quickly, as leaving it out in the open would make it spoil. What she needed most now was an upgraded backpack. She had the thread, but she had no idea where to find second-tier deer leather. She posted a request in the trading hall, but no one had contacted her. Yun Mian Mian guessed that deer leather would drop only by killing deer, just like fish meat. But this was the ocean. Where would there be deer? Maybe she needed to use that landing card and hope she could encounter deer on an island. In any case, she needed to level up quickly. To upgrade her backpack, she had to go ashore. To go ashore, she had to reach level 4 first. She was still short, 4 pieces of glass. The sound of beeping interrupted her thoughts. A new message had arrived. After adding friends, messages from friends would make a sound notification. Yun Mian Mian opened it. It was from Luo Luo. I had good luck fishing today. There's something nice I want to share with you. The last 2 treasure chests were both bronze, and there was a lot in them. Plus, I've upgraded my raft to level 2. Key fragment X1, bell X1, thread X5, swordsmanship basics 13, moves Tur 1. Yun Mian Mian's attention was completely drawn to the swordsmanship basics 13 moves. Luo Luo. This sword manual is entry-level and very suitable for beginners. I've been practicing martial arts since childhood, so I don't need it. I'm not sure if it will be useful to you. Yun Mian Mian. Of course it's useful. She quickly took out the sword manual and opened it. It turned out to be a Taiji sword manual. Luo Luo. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Yun Mian Mian. Okay. What do you want in exchange? How about some food? Sure. I don't have much to eat right now. Yun Mian Mian's backpack was too full, and food would spoil if left out. So she decided to trade generously with Luo Luo. Yun Mian Mian gave Luo Luo the steamed bun and potato pancakes. She also gave her a peach. Seeing so much food made Luo Luo very happy. Recently, she had been eating steamed buns every day. Although she had fish, she couldn't eat it raw without fire. If she got sick, it would be very troublesome. It had been a long time since she had anything else, and her mouth had gone bland. Luo Luo thought to herself, I'm really lucky to have met Yun Mian Mian in this survival game. Yun Mian Mian didn't realize how much her offer of food meant to Luo Luo. She was fully absorbed in the sword manual, unable to put it down, and had already started practicing the moves from the book. After some thought, she went to the workbench and made a hardwood longsword. After all, she would need this later to make a bronze sword, so she might as well make one now to practice. But she had no prior training, and many things felt off. She practiced for 2 hours, got tired, but still felt she wasn't doing it right. So she decided to ask Luo Luo for help. Luo Luo, I've been practicing the sword manual, but it just feels strange. There are so many moves I can't do properly. What should I do? I forgot to mention, if you don't have any foundation, you need to start with the basics. That means footwork, stances, body movements, hand movements, and eye techniques. Foot stances include bow stance, horse stance, empty stance, crouch stance, and rest stance. Yun Mian Mian was very serious. How do I do that? You should start by learning the basic stances and footwork. Once you get those down, I'll teach you the rest. All right. After a while, Luo sent over a video. In the video, Luo demonstrated the 5 basic stances and the various types of footwork. Luo was tall, with a ponytail and a graceful oval face. Her features were dignified, her eyebrows slightly thick, and her phoenix eyes carried an aura of quiet strength. After watching, Mian praised, "Wow, Luo, you're amazing." "This is just basic stuff. I've learned it since I was a kid." "You and your brother both know martial arts?" "Yes." "Then your brother must be really talented too." "Yes, he's excellent." Mian practiced twice before sending a video to Luo. Luo carefully reviewed it and pointed out a few issues. "You have talent, but your basics need work. Keep practicing and you'll get there." "Really?" Hearing that she had talent made Mian quite happy. "Yes, keep at it." The auction for the oil paper umbrellas in the trading hall drew a lot of attention from the players. Even though everyone couldn't see what items were used in the transactions, some players who managed to get their hands on an oil paper umbrella couldn't resist showing off in the chat channel. "Wow, this oil paper umbrella is incredible. Not only does it protect from rain, but it also has attack and defense attributes. Trading a weapon blueprint and 2 chairs for it was so worth it." "Really? An umbrella has so many functions?" "Yes, I didn't expect it either. Maybe the maker got lucky with a buff?" "No way, workbench-made items should all be the same." "I used 2 pieces of glass, 10 threads, 10 pieces of bamboo, and 20 iron ingots to get one. I paid a lot for it, but in the rainy season having no umbrella is just not an option." "Wow, that's a lot. No chance for me then." Seeing the booming umbrella business and the great things people were offering in exchange, Chu Zijia was tempted. He wanted to make oil paper umbrellas to sell as well, but after studying the umbrella for a long time, he realized he didn't have a workbench. Even though he knew the materials, he couldn't make an oil paper umbrella. Then he thought of someone. Zhang Jincheng, who had been recruiting people in the chat channel. Didn't he also have a workbench? Maybe he could make it? Zhang Jincheng frequently appeared in the chat channel, usually bragging about the chests he opened or boasting while trying to recruit people into his team. Chu Zijia quickly found his name in the chat channel. He immediately sent a private message to Zhang Jincheng. "Hello, I want to discuss a partnership for making oil paper umbrellas." 5th day at sea weather. Moderate rain. It rained all night, and by morning it still showed no sign of stopping. The waves rolled, sea mist spread, and everything around turned hazy. Rain poured heavily from the sky, drumming on the boat, while the cold wind chilled to the bone. By morning, the number of surviving players had dropped once again. The sea was gloomy, and without a way to keep warm and dry, the deaths would continue every day. Complaints filled the chat channel. Some people were already sick. Those with weaker constitutions inevitably got sick after 2 days of rain. It was completely normal. The weather was so cold that Mian was reluctant to leave her warm bed. But she had a lot to do today. From early in the morning, her messages had been going off non-stop. She glanced at them. Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang were both bombarding her with messages. Apparently, the oil paper umbrella business was doing well. The 12 umbrellas made last night had long sold out, and Ni Yangguang was urging her to get up and start production. Mian responded with a "got it" to each of them, then reluctantly got out of bed. Stretching, she slowly walked out of her boat cabin. Today was just an average day. The lucky dice roll result was a 5. An ordinary day. Nothing particularly good or bad. Since it was just an average day, Mian didn't rush to fish for treasure chests. She first checked the deck to see if there were any fish from last night. She didn't find any, which was a bit disappointing, but the fish she caught yesterday were still alive. Mian decided to keep them for now, planning to grill some fish when she had the chance. She drank a glass of milk and ate a bowl of seafood fried rice before moving over to the workbench to start working. Hu Yuan had sent her 40 sets of materials for making oil paper umbrellas and had shared a screenshot in their group chat, so Ni Yangguang also knew. Ni Yangguang. Mian, is it possible to make 40 oil paper umbrellas this morning? Mian. No problem. Each umbrella only took a few minutes to make. At most, it would take her a little over 2 hours to finish. Hu Yuan was still busy collecting resources. Today was going relatively well. More people had started finding bamboo and silk threads, but cotton paper was still in short supply. Otherwise, he could have sent Yun Mian more resources. He was sending the materials in complete sets, enough for one umbrella at a time. Sending everything at once would make it difficult to keep track. Ni Yangguang was busier than both of them. Besides keeping an eye on the trading hall, he also had to pay close attention to the chat channel. A lot of people were asking him questions in the chat. Ni Yangguang, I'm going crazy with all this work. So many people are asking me questions and I can't keep up. Hu Yuan, you can tell those who want to trade materials to come to me. Ni Yangguang, all right. I collected 50 pieces of bamboo and 10 cotton papers from the trading hall. I'll send them to you and you can forward them to Mian. Hu Yuan, okay. Yun Mian finished making 40 oil paper umbrellas and sent them all to Ni Yangguang. Sent them to you, please check, she said. The umbrellas are ready? Ni Yangguang asked. Yes, I've sent them, please check. Oh, I just saw them. I've been so busy I'm losing my head, Ni Yangguang replied. Yun Mian then started practicing the basic moves Luo had taught her yesterday, ones she still hadn't mastered. She spent the entire afternoon practicing. Despite the cold weather, she worked up a sweat. After completing 2 sets of exercises, she felt much more relaxed, but her muscles were sore. She rested while fishing for treasure chests. Today's chests came quickly. Among the 3 chests, there was 1 wooden chest and 2 bronze chests. You have obtained wood X20, milk X2, oatmeal X2. You have obtained cigarettes X2, target 5, 4 great classical novels X1, plastic storage box X2. You have obtained dry hair, cap X1, flip-flops X1, fishing net X1. Not bad, though it wasn't extraordinary. But many of these things were useful. Finally, she got some tar. She could make a tar lamp now. Yun Mian took out the tar lamp blueprint and placed some tar and a shell on the workbench. Soon, she had a tar lamp. Tar lamp. A lighting item that can also start fires. One-time use item, lasts 3 to 5 hours. Now she would have a lamp for nighttime lighting. However, if it was windy, the lamp's duration would be reduced. Originally, it could last 5 hours, but in strong winds, it might only last 3. Still, having a lamp at night would make things much more convenient. It was worth using when needed. The plastic storage boxes could be used for storing things. With a 50-liter capacity, they could hold a lot. The fishing net was also useful. Yun Mian hung it by the side of her boat, hoping that some small fish might swim in. She planned to check it each day. Perhaps she'd have some unexpected catches. As for the cigarettes, Yun Mian didn't smoke and didn't need them, but she guessed many people would want them. Putting them up in the trading hall might fetch her a lot in return. But first, she checked with Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang to see if they wanted them. Yun Mian, I got 2 packs of cigarettes, do either of you want them? If not, I'll put them up for trade. Hu Yuan, I don't need them. Ni Yangguang, I don't smoke, but I think my friend might. Let me ask him. Before long, Shi Nancheng, who had traded with Yun Mian before, reached out to her. Hello, you have cigarettes, right? Yes. Do you want them? Yun Mian replied. Yes. He used to smoke half a pack a day and brought half a pack with him when he entered the game. Recently, he had been rationing himself to 1 cigarette a day because he was afraid of running out. When Ni Yangguang told him Yun Mian had some, he immediately came to ask. He knew this was his chance. What do you have to trade? Yun Mian remembered that she had previously gotten a key fragment from him. I have 2 buckets of instant noodles. I'll trade them for 2 packs of cigarettes. Instant noodles. Not bad, but not quite worth it. I'll give you 5 cigarettes for the 2 buckets of instant noodles. Shi Nancheng. Even though he had come recommended by Ni Yangguang, Yun Mian wasn't going to give him a discount. 5 isn't enough. Instant noodles are in high demand. Instant noodles need hot water, and right now hardly anyone has hot water. Yun Mian Mian wasn't going to let herself get overly excited about instant noodles, even if she really wanted them. I'll add 2 boxes of face masks. Yun Mian Mian was a bit surprised. This guy even managed to find face masks? Although her skin was in good condition at the moment, as a girl she was still a bit particular about not having done any skincare for so many days. I don't need face masks. What use are they in ocean survival? Then what do you need? Shi Nancheng asked. Weapon blueprints or a blueprint for a mid-level workbench? Shi Nancheng hesitated for a moment. Eventually he took out a quiver blueprint. Basic quiver blueprint. Effect. Increases attack speed by 15%, capacity of 24 slots. Required materials. 2nd level cowhide X1, wild pheasant feathers, 5. It was just a quiver, but it looked useful enough. She could use it once she got a bow and arrows. Yun Mian Mian happened to know a little archery. That doesn't count as a weapon. How about this? 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 boxes of face masks, and this blueprint for 2 packs of cigarettes. Shi Nancheng. Yun Mian Mian knew she was asking for a lot, but she was sure that Shi Nancheng really wanted those cigarettes. You can't use the face masks, and without hot water the instant noodles are a waste. A lot of people want cigarettes. If you don't agree, just trade the blueprint for 1 pack. I'll put the other pack in the trading hall for someone else. 1 bucket of instant noodles, Shi Nancheng finally said. All right, since you're Ni Yangguang's friend. Shi Nancheng. Yun Mian Mian was delighted. She could have instant noodles for dinner and even use a face mask. She could make a simple iron pot using the workbench, placing it over the stove to boil water. Without a blueprint, the pot might not be suitable for cooking. It would likely have some bumps and uneven areas, but she wasn't picky. As long as it could hold and boil water, it would do. That night, the 40 oil paper umbrellas were almost sold out again. However, Hu Yuan only managed to collect 20 sets of materials. He sent them to Yun Mian Mian first, so she could continue making umbrellas without Ni Yangguang pestering them. As it grew dark, Yun Mian Mian hung a tar lamp over the workbench, making the area much brighter. She continued making oil paper umbrellas. Suddenly, Ni Yangguang sent her a message. Another type of paper umbrella appeared in the trading hall, priced much cheaper than ours. Yun Mian Mian immediately checked. Indeed, there were 30 paper umbrellas listed, priced at 5 iron blocks or 50 pieces of wood. It was indeed cheap. She looked at the seller, who wasn't anonymous. It was Zhang Jincheng. The chat channel was also buzzing with discussions about the paper umbrella. What's the difference between a paper umbrella and an oil paper umbrella? Has anyone bought one and compared them? I've only bought the oil paper umbrella, never the paper one. But considering how cheap the paper one is, it must not be very good, right? Finally, an affordable umbrella. This one I can buy. Zhang Jincheng. Rest assured, everyone. I made the paper umbrellas purely for the benefit of everyone, which is why I priced them so low. I hope everyone in our district can safely make it through the rainy season. I've been working on making umbrellas for the past few days, and today I finally succeeded. Jin Bao Quan. Our boss cares about all the players in the district. Unlike some people who only aim to make profits by pricing their goods so high, who can afford them? Gehui. Everyone, don't buy those expensive oil paper umbrellas. Paper ones are enough. We need to save our resources for upgrading and not let those profiteers exploit us. Zhang Jincheng. I also hope the seller of the oil paper umbrellas lowers their price. Let's all work together to get through this difficult time. Zhang Jincheng and his 2 lackeys were echoing each other's points in the chat. Chu Zijia. I bought both the oil paper umbrella and the paper umbrella, and I think there isn't much difference. They both keep out the rain, which is all that matters for surviving the rainy season. Yun Mian Mian found the name Chu Zijia a little familiar. Ni Yangguang purchased one of the paper umbrellas, but when he received it, he was speechless. What a useless umbrella! Made of paper, it's nothing like our oil paper umbrellas. How can they claim they're the same? It's like comparing the sky to the ground. He shared it in the group chat with Yun Mian Mian and Hu Yuan. Yun Mian Mian opened the paper umbrella's details to check its attributes. A plain paper umbrella. It seems like it could keep out the rain, but be careful. Don't let the rough bamboo edges cut your hands. Yun Mian Mian chuckled. It looks like he made the umbrella himself. No blueprint, just his own design, using the workbench. Ni Yangguang. No wonder. It looks really rough. And there's no tung oil coating on the paper, it's just shoddy work. Hu Yuan. But the price is very low. I see that many players have gone to buy it. Ni Yangguang. What should we do? Those who asked me earlier aren't responding anymore. They probably all went to buy Zhang Jincheng's cheap umbrellas. And there are lots of people calling us profiteers in the chat. Should we lower our prices too? Yun Mian Mian. No rush. You get what you pay for. Let him sell his. After all, we are also short on materials. Ni Yangguang. All right, I agree. Our oil paper umbrellas are of high quality. No need to engage in a price war with his inferior product. Hu Yuan. Let's take a break then. It's getting late. Tomorrow I'll continue gathering materials. Let's split today's earnings for now. Ni Yangguang. All right, I'll go tally it up. Yun Mian Mian continued using the 20 sets of materials to make oil paper umbrellas. A while later, Ni Yangguang shared the profits from the past 2 days of umbrella sales in the group chat. Iron blocks X108, glass X5, basic workbench blueprint X1, basic bow and arrow blueprint X1, yellow sports set X1, black sneakers X1, music box X1, warm jacket X1, mosquito repellent, cream X1, frying pan X1, black seeds X1, scarf X1, bat mask X1, binoculars X1, iron buckets X2, wool carpet X1, flour, 2 bags, wuchang rice, 2 bags, alcohol, 1 bottle, chocolate X1, self-heating meal X2, red bean bread X10, egg yolk pastries X5, watermelon frost lozenges X2. A whole bunch of supplies dazzled Yun Mian Mian's eyes. There were so many things, and they were very diverse. Ni Yangguang chuckled. I personally selected all of these. I only exchanged for things I thought were decent. Mian Mian, you pick first, and Hu Yuan and I will split the rest. Yun Mian Mian. Then I'll take the iron blocks, glass, the bow and arrow blueprint, the sports set, the mosquito repellent cream, the black seeds, 1 bag of rice, and the frying pan. According to their previously agreed distribution, Yun Mian Mian didn't take much, and most of what was left was food. Hu Yuan probably needed it more. As expected, Hu Yuan took mostly food, then negotiated with Ni Yangguang to get the basic workbench blueprint in exchange for some materials. Ni Yangguang figured that if he ever needed to make anything, he could always ask Yun Mian Mian. So he agreed. Besides, he estimated that many people would soon be able to obtain workbench blueprints. Plus, the rest was all things he wanted, like the binoculars, music box, carpet, and bat mask. Ni Yangguang. Not bad at all. These past 2 days of hard work have been worth it. He planned to give the music box to Wen Yushi. Since they chatted last time, they had become friends and kept in touch. Hu Yuan was also in good spirits after getting plenty of food, enough to last him a while. And he had managed to trade for a water purifier blueprint in the trading hall. Today, he also got a workbench blueprint, so he could make a water purifier himself. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about having no water to drink or no food to eat. The days were getting better and better, all thanks to Yun Mian Mian. After dividing the items, Yun Mian Mian didn't have time to organize them, so she set them aside for now. She had enough materials to upgrade her boat, and she decided to do it first. She opened the information on the Xiangyun, auspicious cloud. Name, Xiangyun. Level 3, wooden boat, upgradable. Rating 25 points, expansion. Requirements, wood, X1000, iron nails, X200, glass, X10. Yun Mian Mian clicked to expand. White light enveloped the entire ship. In the darkness, it was the only bright spot. This time the movement was much bigger than before. Yun Mian Mian had a feeling that her ship would become a large vessel. 10 minutes later, Yun Mian Mian found herself on a large black ship. The house on the ship had become 2 stories high, dark red in color, and the deck was very spacious. The hull was much larger compared to when it was a level 3 ship. Previously, it was just a small fishing boat, but now it had turned into a medium-sized sailboat, 18 meters long and about 7 to 8 meters wide. The ship had 3 masts where sails could be hoisted, but they were currently empty. With sails, the ship's speed could be increased. The first floor had become a large suite. Yun Mian walked inside to see not only a bedroom, but also a kitchen and a bathroom. The bedroom connected to a balcony, and her previously made sofa bed was there. There was a small staircase leading to the second floor. Inside, there was a steering wheel and a mount for the telescope. Yun Mian could easily operate the ship to change direction and use the telescope to observe distant situations. The ship had 2 fishing net holders added to its side. Since Yun Mian had only 1 net, the other side was still empty. With such a large ship, Yun Mian felt much safer. No more worrying that the ship might be easily overturned by waves. Recently, the rain had grown heavier, and the waves had been high. She had been worried about a storm surge. A level 4 ship was already so luxurious. Yun Mian wondered what it would look like at a higher level. She checked the conditions for the next upgrade. Name, Zhang Yun. Level 4, wooden boat, upgradable. Rating, 38 points. Expansion requirements, red pine wood, X2000, walnut wood X2000, iron blocks X500, glass X100, iron ore cust 100, plastic X100. It seemed that level 4 was a dividing point, and upgrading further would be much more challenging. Congratulations, player, for being the first to upgrade the raft to level 4. Reward, wood X500, iron blocks X100, intermediate workbench blueprint X1, intermediate telescope blueprint X1, rare black soil X1, latex mattress X1, goose down quilt X1, waterproof coat X1. This time, the rewards were better and more abundant than last time. Yun Mian was delighted. All of these were things she needed. Indeed, pushing for upgrades had its benefits. Yun Mian opened her backpack to view her rewards. She decided to upgrade the workbench first. 1 minute later, the workbench was upgraded, becoming larger and more advanced. It had many more tools. Not only could she use blueprints to create tools, but she could also fine-tune and modify the designs, changing materials and thereby altering the quality and style of what she made. Of course, it was better to follow the blueprint. If not, the quality of the resulting product might be uncertain. However, if the creator was skilled, they could potentially make something even better than what was on the blueprint. She could also change colors, engrave designs, or add small decorative elements. Yun Mian loved the upgraded workbench. Now she could make many household items, making her life on the sea more convenient. The intermediate telescope blueprint would allow her to make the high-definition telescope needed for the second floor. It required iron ore X2, plastic X2, and glass X1 to make. Plastic could be traded in the trading hall, but she hadn't seen any iron ore yet. The most valuable item was the rare black soil. Rare black soil, a very precious soil resource with extremely high fertility. Plants grown in this soil grow 5 times faster than in ordinary soil. This was far better than regular soil. The rare soil covered only 1 square meter. Yun Mian planned to plant half of it with cabbage and the other half with fruit. She first planted the cabbage seeds, then planted a peach pit that she had previously saved. She also cut up a potato, planning to plant it once it sprouted. By her calculations, after harvesting the cabbage, it would be just the right time to plant the potato. She enthusiastically cut the potato into 5 strips and put them in a box, covering it. Potatoes sprouted more easily in the dark, and according to the planting guide, the more sprouts, the faster they would grow once planted. Oh, she almost forgot the black seeds she had received from Ni Yangguang. She had left them aside without organizing them. Mysterious seeds. Unknown type of plant. Only planting will reveal what it is. Yun Mian examined the seeds carefully but couldn't discern anything. Hopefully they weren't some kind of man-eating flower. Anyway, they didn't take up much space, so she decided to plant them. After finishing all this, Yun Mian was reluctant to sleep. She wanted to make her weapon tonight. Maybe by tomorrow she'd spot an island. Once the ship was level 4, she could use the landing card. She still hadn't disassembled the bronze treasure chest she opened today. A bronze chest could be disassembled for bronze, though in small quantities. 1 bronze chest could be disassembled into 2 bronze pieces. Conveniently, making a bronze sword required just 2 bronze pieces. She placed the materials on the workbench. Since it was a weapon, Mian didn't modify much. She simply added a cloud pattern to the hilt since it was her first high-level weapon. Once finished, she picked it up and swung it. Under the moonlight, the bronze sword glinted coldly, looking very sharp. At that moment, she heard strange noises at the side of the ship. It seemed like some strange fish had come knocking. Mian thought that this was a good opportunity to try out her new bronze sword. She held up the tar lamp and quickly walked over, and sure enough, she saw several fish biting her ship. If she had come a little later, her fishing net would have been torn apart. She squinted her eyes, and with one thrust she killed a fish. Previously, it took several slashes with the machete to kill a fish, but with this sword, she could kill a fish with one strike. Obtained mackerel meat, X2. Obtained mackerel meat, C2. She received twice the amount of fish meat compared to before. Perhaps it was because she used to hack at the fish with a machete, damaging it and leaving only a small amount of good meat. But now, with the bronze sword, a single clean strike gave her more meat. Mian thought about it, took out a bun and crumbled it, scattering some crumbs into the water. Soon, more and more mackerel gathered around. She held the tar lamp and stabbed at the water. Obtained mackerel meat X2, obtained mackerel meat. Kati 2. Seeing over 40 pieces of fish meat in her bag, Mian was finally satisfied. But just as she was about to turn around, she saw a large shadow swimming under the water. She squinted her eyes, noticing something under the sea. She frowned, tightening her grip on the sword, ready to strike at any moment. When the fish jumped up, she realized it was another mackerel. But this one was different from the others. It was huge. It was about 1.8 meters long, an enormous giant mackerel. Perhaps Mian had killed too many of its kind, and it had come to take revenge. With a fish this big, it would provide a lot of meat. It must weigh at least 200 pounds. Mian didn't blink as she stared at the water's surface. As the giant mackerel jumped up, Mian thrust her sword forcefully, piercing the mackerel's abdomen. However, she did not hear a notification that she had obtained fish meat, meaning it wasn't dead yet. Mian's eyes widened. It seemed this fish had strong vitality. She didn't give it a chance to escape, plunging the sword into the water again. The tar lamp fell to the ground, but she couldn't worry about that. She leaned over the side of the ship, thrusting into the water. She must have hit it as she could feel the fish struggling violently, splashing water everywhere. Her face was soon covered in water droplets. The bronze sword was highly effective and the fish eventually died. Obtained quality mackerel meat X20. For such a large mackerel, getting only 20 portions of fish meat seemed a bit low, but luckily it was quality fish meat. Perhaps it would taste better or have some special effects. Mian noticed a strong scent of blood. Thinking this wasn't good, she quickly ran to the second floor, took control of the wheel, and turned the ship around to sail away. With such a strong smell of blood, it would be bad if it attracted some dangerous marine creatures. Killing a mackerel wasn't difficult, but if it was something more dangerous, she might not be able to handle it. It was better to make a quick escape. After the ship sailed far away, she breathed a sigh of relief and went back to her cabin. After placing the latex mattress on her bed, it became much more comfortable. The goose down quilt was light yet warm. She put her previous quilt away, planning to ask Ni Yangguang, Hu Yuan, and Luo Luo if they needed it tomorrow. With the current cold weather, warm items were already scarce in the trading hall. Since she wasn't short on ordinary supplies, she could prioritize trading with her friends. Mian had been busy all day, and her stamina level was now 3852. If stamina got too low, she would become weak. Hunger or lack of water would also lower her stamina. All in all, although today was an ordinary day, her harvest was quite abundant. She couldn't eat all the fish, so she decided to trade the regular fish meat. Mian put the fish meat up for trade in the trading center, and she even advertised it in the chat channel. Fresh and delicious mackerel meat available for trade. Limited quantity, first come, first served. It's already listed in the trading center. Recently, marine creatures had been appearing frequently, and many people already had fish meat, so Yun Mian's message wasn't surprising. But it did attract some complaints. What's the use of having meat without fire? Are we supposed to eat raw fish? Seafood sashimi? I guess that's an option. Don't buy it! Mackerel can't be eaten raw. Its liver oil contains toxins. If it can't be eaten raw, what's the point of buying it? Who knows when we'll be able to get fire? I still have some fish meat in my backpack, but I can't cook it. At least it doesn't spoil in the backpack. Yun Mian thought no one would trade for it, but she saw in the trading center that someone had already taken 10 pieces of fish meat. She wasn't sure if the buyer knew that mackerel couldn't be eaten raw, so she privately messaged them. Hello, mackerel meat can't be eaten raw. Please be careful. She hadn't used anonymity when listing the fish meat since she had just posted about it in the chat. The person quickly replied, "Got it." Yun Mian thought that maybe the buyer had fire and could cook the fish. She checked the buyer's name. Wrong you. The next day, Yun Mian woke up early. The sea was exceptionally rough today, rocking the boat back and forth. It was impossible to sleep soundly, so she decided to get up early. Dark clouds covered the sky, and everything around was shrouded in a gray mist. Occasionally, lightning would flash across the sky, revealing the situation on the sea. The waves roared ominously, the dark waters looking foreboding. The wind howled, and the storm seemed imminent, as if the sky was about to collapse. Despite having such a large ship, Yun Mian still felt the effects. A sense of unease lingered in her heart. Many others, like Yun Mian, couldn't sleep and were complaining in the chat channel. Is this weather really going to last for a month? So many people died again last night. Good thing I bought a paper umbrella yesterday. At least I didn't get wet. Yeah, the paper umbrella is useful. If it can keep you dry, you won't catch a cold. Although the oil paper umbrella has attack and defense attributes, it's just rain. A paper umbrella is enough. I spent a lot of money on an oil paper umbrella, and now I feel like I wasted it. I think they should refund us for the oil paper umbrella and return our materials. Yes, if we get our materials back, we can buy a paper umbrella and still upgrade. Seeing such messages, Ni Yangguang was furious and cursed in their group chat. That shameless Zhang Jinqing is stirring up trouble, encouraging players to come after us. Some people have been asking if they can return their umbrellas. Ridiculous. Yun Mian. Just ignore them. There aren't that many people bothering you, are there? Hu Yuan. A deal's a deal. They agreed to the trade and there's no refunding. Just ignore it. Ni Yangguang. Of course I'm ignoring it. It's just frustrating that those idiots got tricked by Zhang Jinqing and bought such garbage. Yun Mian. Since we know it's garbage, it's bound to cause problems. We just have to wait. As soon as she said that, a rumble of thunder echoed and lightning tore through the sky. A torrential downpour followed, the bean-sized raindrops pounding down painfully on Yun Mian's face. She quickly opened her oil paper umbrella. This rain was heavier than before. Yun Mian looked at the top right corner of the screen. Maritime calendar, day 6. Weather, heavy rain. Heavy rain was categorized as heavy rain, torrential rain, and extreme torrential rain. This should just be heavy rain. Yun Mian worried that if it continued like this, it would get worse in the future. If it turned into extreme torrential rain, it would feel like a whole basin of water being poured directly on one's face. Yun Mian certainly hoped it wouldn't come to that. But this was an apocalypse survival game after all. She needed to be mentally prepared. With her ship now upgraded to level 4, it shouldn't be in any immediate danger, but things would only get worse in the future. The urgency to keep upgrading was always there. Among the people she knew, Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang were sure to reach level 3, but Luo was struggling a bit. So Yun Mian sent Luo a private message asking how she was doing. Luo, I'm doing okay, just that the rain is so heavy and there's water all over the boat. Yun Mian thought for a moment and sent Luo an oil paper umbrella. For you. Luo was so touched that her emotions surged. When she woke up today, she was caught off guard by the heavy rain and didn't have time to fish for any treasure chests to share materials with Yun Mian Mian. But Yun Mian Mian still remembered her and sent her such a precious oil paper umbrella. Luo Luo was at a loss for how to repay her. She thought for a moment and decided to send Yun Mian Mian something she had brought from the real world. Luo Luo sends you a dagger. Yun Mian Mian was delighted when she saw the dagger. It was a very exquisite and compact dagger. The handle was brown with intricate floral patterns. When she unsheathed it, the blade shone coldly and appeared sharp. The dagger was small, easy to carry, and much more convenient than a longsword. It was the perfect weapon for close combat. Luo Luo. This is something I brought from the real world and I'm giving it to you for self-defense. Yun Mian Mian. Thank you. This was a real treasure. Yun Mian Mian never expected that an oil paper umbrella could get her such a valuable item. Previously, she had only traded an oil paper umbrella for a weapon blueprint, but now she directly obtained a high-quality dagger. Name: dagger from the real world. Characteristics: cuts through iron like mud, easy to carry. Effect: attack, plus 55, melee damage, saw 20. Such a great item, and Luo Luo just gave it to her. Yun Mian Mian felt a little embarrassed to accept it. Yun Mian Mian, how much do you still need to reach level 3? Luo Luo. Not much, I can gather it myself. Yun Mian Mian had already given her so much that she was too embarrassed to ask for more materials to upgrade. Yun Mian Mian, however, said, I still have extra wood and nails. I can share some with you. Yun Mian Mian didn't feel like she was losing out. After all, the dagger was truly an excellent item, and it was likely something Luo Luo had always carried with her instead of keeping it in her backpack. When they first met, Luo Luo had shared a screenshot of her inventory, and this dagger wasn't in it. Now that Luo Luo was willing to give it away, it meant she already regarded Yun Mian Mian as a close friend. Of course, Yun Mian Mian also considered Luo Luo a friend. Luo Luo. Wood X55, nails X20. Yun Mian Mian sent the materials over. Yun Mian Mian. Quickly upgrade. Once at level 3, she would have a house and wouldn't have to worry about the heavy rain. Yun Mian Mian realized she hadn't fished for treasure chests yet, so she took out the lucky dice and started rolling. 6. Good fortune, extremely lucky day. Not bad. Yun Mian Mian immediately took out her fishing rod. She wasn't sure if the treasure chests would be easy to catch today, considering the heavy rain. Just as she cast the fishing line, she heard a strange noise by the side of the boat. Yun Mian Mian walked over and saw that something was caught in the fishing net. The rain must have driven something into the net. With such a huge storm, the fish at the bottom of the sea might have all swum up. Maybe she could catch a big fish. Yun Mian Mian immediately started pulling up the net. So heavy. Her eyes lit up, becoming more convinced that it was a big fish. It was still struggling. Woo-yee woo! What was that sound? Yun Mian Mian finally pulled the fishing net up. She took a deep breath and looked down. There were many fish flopping around in the net, but what shocked her the most was that there was a small dolphin among them. A small, gray dolphin, about 1 meter long, with a slender body and a streamlined shape. The back had a bluish-gray hue, making it look extremely cute. It was so small that it must have been a young dolphin. It kept making a soft woo-wee sound. Who knew how it got caught in the net? Was this one just not very smart? Yun Mian Mian released it from the net. The little dolphin looked up at her with big eyes, a bit scared. Yun Mian Mian reached out and patted it, saying, Don't worry, I won't eat you. Perhaps it understood her, as the little dolphin's eyes became bright and lively, and it looked much happier. Yun Mian Mian smiled, picked it up, and placed it back in the sea. Go find your mom. The little dolphin swam into the water, but soon jumped back out, spinning and showing off its tail in the air. It always had an upturned mouth, as if it was smiling, so friendly and cute. Yun Mian Mian leaned on the edge of the boat and waved at it. The dolphin, however, did not leave. Instead, it swam closer and jumped out of the water again. Yun Mian Mian blinked, remembering she still had a lot of mackerel meat. She took a piece from her inventory and tossed it to the dolphin. Sure enough, it caught the meat with its mouth, happily munching away, and quickly finished it. It then performed another jump for her. Yun Mian Mian was amused and said, "Do you want more?" The little dolphin swam over, bobbing its head up and down as if nodding. Yun Mian Mian was a little surprised but took out another piece of fish. After eating it, the little dolphin swam around excitedly, occasionally leaping out of the water. Yun Mian Mian said, "Okay, go play by yourself now, I need to get to work." She still had to fish for treasure chests, and there were also the fish she just pulled up on deck that needed to be processed. If left too long, they'd die. She counted them. 18 fish in total. Many of them were species she didn't recognize, looking quite odd, with colors of red, white, and black. Yun Mian Mian put all the fish into the water tank she had previously made. She separated the larger ones into fillets, while the smaller ones could be grilled later. Once she finished with the fish, she started fishing for treasure chests again. The fishing line dipped down, and she thought she had hooked a treasure chest. She pulled it up eagerly, but instead heard the familiar soft woo-wee sound. It turned out that the little dolphin hadn't left after all, leaving Yun Mian Mian both amused and helpless. "I'm fishing for treasure chests, go play by yourself." Upon hearing this, the little dolphin dove back into the water and disappeared. However, after a while, Yun Mian Mian saw a treasure chest floating up to the surface. The little dolphin was holding the latch of the chest with its mouth, pushing it up toward the surface. It was a golden chest. Just by looking at that glittering gold color, Yun Mian Mian could tell. It was her first time seeing a golden treasure chest, and she was visibly thrilled. Yun Mian Mian reached out but couldn't quite get it, so she had to use a net to fish it up. After a bit of effort, she managed to haul the chest onto the deck. Acquired golden treasure chest. Yun Mian Mian immediately opened it. Acquired iron ore X2, nutrient solution X2, painkillers X2, watermelon juice X5, Spider Island map X1, beginner's cooking skill book 1. There were so many good items. Yun Mian Mian couldn't decide which to look at first. "Little dolphin, you are amazing," Yun Mian Mian praised sincerely. "Woo-wee, woo-wee!" Yun Mian Mian guessed it understood her. The dolphin jumped and spun excitedly, splashing water everywhere. Yun Mian Mian had an idea and asked, "Little dolphin, do you know how to get to an island?" Now that Yun Mian Mian's boat was level 4, she could use the island card. If she could find an island, she could go ashore. But out in the vast ocean, finding an island was a daunting task. The little dolphin swam in circles, seeming unsure of where she wanted to go. It looked like it didn't know. Well, it was still young, just a little baby. It already did well enough finding the treasure chest. Yun Mian Mian said, "Then can you help me look for more treasure chests, like the one you found?" The little dolphin let out a soft sound but refused to leave. Yun Mian Mian realized why. It wanted a reward. She took 2 pieces of fish from her inventory and tossed them to it. After eating, the dolphin finally left, looking content. Yun Mian Mian gathered the items from the treasure chest. The iron ore wasn't much, but it was enough to make the telescope. The nutrient solution was for plants and could accelerate their growth. The Spider Island map showed a detailed layout of Spider Island, including areas like forests, springs, and caves. With this map, she could more easily gather resources. Cooking skill book. Upon use, players can unlock cooking skills. Dishes prepared using these skills will have beneficial properties, such as restoring stamina or mental energy, or permanently or temporarily increasing stamina, strength, or mental values. This was fantastic. Yun Mian Mian used it immediately. Her personal information changed as well. Player Yun Mian Mian age, 22, stamina, 52, upgradable, strength, 49, upgradable, mental value, 65, upgradable, luck, value, 88, upgradable, beginner's cooking, upgradable. Compared to before, her strength had increased by 4 points. This might have been due to her practicing basic skills these past few days. It seemed like the basics needed to be practiced more. With the telescope, she could better search for islands. Now that she had iron ore, she could break down plastic buckets for plastic. With all the materials she needed, she quickly made the advanced telescope. Congratulations, player has crafted the first scope. Reward: large fishing net, X2 triangular sail, X2 insulated box, K1. Nice. All of it was useful. Today's luck was certainly incredible. It was a rewarding day. Maybe she could even find an island. Yunmian first hung the large fishing nets on both sides of the boat, allowing her to collect fresh fish every day. Then she worked hard to hoist up the 2 triangular sails. With sails, the speed of the boat would significantly improve. The insulated box could be used to store fish and other perishable foods. Previously, a single slot in her inventory could only hold one type of fish, and different kinds of fish required multiple slots. Now, she could store everything in the insulated box and keep it all in just one slot. Yunmian really needed this. After tidying up the house, Yunmian went to the second floor and sat by the telescope, scanning the surroundings. She looked around for an hour, but all she could see was the vast ocean and rain. The heavy rain hadn't stopped, and visibility was too low. Even with the telescope, she couldn't see far. Maybe the rain is too heavy, and the water mist is covering the island, she muttered. After working for so long, Yunmian was hungry. She went downstairs to start the fire and used the frying pan over the stove to heat some milk. It didn't need to be too hot, just warm, so she took it off after a minute and poured it into a bottle. Not having a cup was inconvenient. Yunmian thought about making a cup out of wood, but for now, she'd have to make do. She made a metal grill at the workbench, like the ones used at barbecue restaurants. Then she took out 2 pieces of fish. The fresh mackerel had a glossy surface, a beautiful white shine. It didn't need any oil to sizzle deliciously on the grill. The fish didn't need constant attention, so Yunmian checked the display screen, only to find multiple unread private messages. 10 minutes ago, Ni Yangguang had sent her many messages. She had been too busy to hear them earlier. Ni Yangguang. Quick, look at the chat channel. The paper umbrellas really are trash. There are problems. Ni Yangguang. Haha, I knew it. Those trash umbrellas can't compare to our oil paper umbrellas. Yunmian switched to the chat channel. Many people's paper umbrellas are torn. Zheng Jincheng, you coward, why aren't you saying anything now? Who was it that said the paper umbrellas and oil paper umbrellas were similar? Come out. The rain broke my paper umbrella. What garbage. Give me back my supplies. The oil paper umbrella is still the best. It costs me a lot, but it's different. It can't be broken by the rain, and it can even be used for fishing. I should have never tried to save resources by buying that garbage. I should have bought the oil paper umbrella instead. It was clear what had happened. With the heavy rain, those handmade paper paste umbrellas without real defense couldn't withstand the rain and broke. They couldn't compare to system-produced items. As expected, Zheng Jincheng's umbrellas were just counterfeits, with no actual blueprint. Just having a workbench wasn't enough. The chat channel was filled with complaints. Zheng Jincheng and his cronies had all gone silent, like cowards. Yunmian had expected this, which was why she told Ni Yangguang not to worry earlier. Ni Yangguang. Mian, how many oil paper umbrellas do you have left? A lot of people are coming to me asking to buy umbrellas now. Yunmian. 40 made yesterday. Once these are sold, we'll have to make more. We're running low on materials. Hu Yuan. I've collected quite a bit. I'll send them to you now. Hu Yuan. A lot of good items have been found today, especially bamboo and paper. Nia Yangguang. Yes, I even found a water purifier blueprint today, and a bag of hand warmers. Yunmian. I'll make more oil paper umbrellas when I have some free time. Ni Yangguang. Great. With the rainy season still going on, we can keep this business going for a while. Suddenly, Yunmian remembered something. Yunmian. Wait, Hu Yuan, do you have a workbench now? Hu Yuan. Yes, I got it yesterday. Yunmian had previously gotten double luck and thus had 2 oil paper umbrella blueprints. She had used one and still had another. This meant she could give Hu Yuan the blueprint, and he could also start making oil paper umbrellas. Making umbrellas alone wouldn't be as efficient as 2 people working together, especially since she still wanted to practice her sword skills. I still have 1 oil paper umbrella blueprint left. I'll give it to you. so you can help make them. But we stick to the same profit share as before. Do you agree? Mian didn't think she was taking advantage of the situation. With 2 people making umbrellas, they could earn even more materials, and Hu Yuan would get a larger share of the profits. Plus, Mian was providing the blueprint for free. Making oil paper umbrellas relied on the workbench, and it didn't require much player stamina, only time and someone to monitor the materials. If Hu Yuan didn't want to, Mian could simply keep the blueprint. Last time, Mian hadn't even taken half the loot, leaving Hu Yuan with a lot of the food he wanted. Hu Yuan was a smart man, and he agreed quickly. Hu Yuan. All right, same as before. I'll collect materials and split them with you. I'll make my half and send them to Ni Yangguang. Ni Yangguang. Mian, you're amazing! How do you even have 2 oil paper umbrella blueprints? Teaming up with you is definitely the right choice. The conversation was happening in their group chat, so Ni Yangguang could see it as well. Mian. Just lucky, I guess. Ni Yangguang sent a thumbs-up emoji. Mian sent the oil paper umbrella blueprint to Hu Yuan, and just then, the fish was ready. After unlocking beginner-level cooking, Mian's simple grilled fish became tastier and also provided additional effects that increased stamina and mental energy. The fresh fish had 3 icons which she could click to see the details. Mackerel meat helps restore blood, energize, protect the liver, lower blood pressure, and prevent aging. Contains multiple nutrients. Overnight mackerel is toxic and can produce toxins as it spoils. If left untreated, eating it can easily cause poisoning. Should be eaten promptly. Now Mian could know whether the ingredients she used were toxic before cooking. The description of the cooked grilled fish was also available. Delicious grilled mackerel meat. Eating it restores 2 stamina points and 1 mental energy point per minute, lasting for 5 minutes. Mian had just grilled ordinary mackerel. She then took out a piece of premium mackerel. Premium mackerel meat, similar in taste to regular mackerel but with higher nutritional content and special effects when consumed. After grilling it. Super delicious. Grilled mackerel. Consuming this will restore 3 stamina points and 1 mental energy point per minute, lasting for 15 minutes. The effect was much better than regular fish. Mian ate the regular grilled fish and stored the premium one since it would be a waste to eat it now. After eating the fish, she got up and moved around a bit before continuing to fish for treasure chests. She pulled up all 3 and opened them together. Today was a lucky day. Each chest was a silver chest. It was Mian's first time opening 3 chests at once. The feeling of happiness stacked, and it was immensely satisfying. The chests contained a lot of food and materials. Cotton X2, a basket of fresh strawberries, wafer biscuits X1, oranges X5, milk X1, mineral water X5, threads X2, mangoes X4, noodles X2, Yangzhou fried rice X3, rain boots X1, lazy sofa blueprint X1, protective gloves X1, women's underwear Curry 3. The first 2 chests contained plenty of delicious food, while the third had practical items. The rain boots were quite useful. In this kind of weather, rain boots were the most convenient. The lazy sofa blueprint was nice too, but there was already a sofa bed in the room, so it could only be put on the deck after the rainy season to relax on when the weather was nice. Mian sorted and organized the items she got from the chests. Seeing that it was still early, she began practicing her basics. Whenever she didn't understand something, she messaged Luo for help. She only stopped when it started to get dark, and her body began to feel sore. Although she had only been practicing for 2 days, Mian felt her body had become lighter, and her strength had increased a little. She wondered if players' bodies were modified by the system after entering the game, allowing them to learn things more quickly. Mian sat down to rest, and as she looked up, she suddenly saw something in the distant mist. Her expression changed, and she rushed to the 2nd floor, raising her telescope. Sure enough, through the hazy mist, she saw an island. Found it. The island looked quite large. Mian immediately steered the ship toward the island. With the sails up, the ship moved quickly. At this speed, she estimated it would take about half an hour to reach the island. However, seeing the sky, it was about to get dark. The island would definitely be unsafe at night, so Yun Mian decided not to go ashore now. She would anchor nearby and head ashore first thing in the morning. The island permit stated that she could only stay for 2 days. She needed to make the most of those 2 days without wasting time. Yun Mian began organizing her items, deciding which ones to pack and take ashore. She planned to finish packing tonight so that she could set off immediately after waking up tomorrow. She decided to bring the bronze sword and dagger for self-defense. The dagger was small and could be carried on her body, not taking up space in her inventory. Food, water, and medicine all went into the backpack. The backpack only took up 1 inventory slot, so she could use the rest of the slots to store items she gathered on the island. She also made a few bamboo baskets and wooden boxes to carry things. She grilled more fish to store in her inventory since it was great for quickly restoring stamina. Looking in the direction of the island, Yun Mian felt a surge of excitement. She wondered if this island could be Spider Island, and if it was, that would be even better. Oh, right. She had discovered the island, but she wasn't sure if anyone else had seen it. Although she didn't see any other boats nearby, it was possible that the island's appearance was determined by the system. It was also possible that players had barriers preventing them from seeing each other. In reality, all the players' boats could be in the same place, just hidden from one another. She opened the chat channel. In the evening, everyone would gather in the chat channel since there wasn't much else to do, making it the most lively time of day. Hey guys, did any of you see an island? I see one, but I can't get on it. Has anyone found a skill book? I found a forging skill book, but don't know what it's for. I saw an island too, but I didn't get close. It's definitely dangerous. Idiot? The island must have tons of resources. Why not take a look? It's getting dark. Who knows what'll happen on the island at night? I couldn't get on it. I got close, but it said I didn't have permission. It seemed that others had also seen islands, but Yun Mian wasn't sure if they were seeing the same one as she was. Thinking about going ashore tomorrow, Yun Mian privately messaged Hu Yuan. I probably won't have time to make oil paper umbrellas for the next 2 days. You can take a larger share of the profits. Hu Yuan. Okay, no problem. Are you busy with something the next 2 days? Yun Mian didn't tell Hu Yuan she was going ashore, only mentioning that she had some personal business to take care of. Hu Yuan didn't ask further. After finishing her work, Yun Mian looked out over the sea. The dolphin hadn't returned since it went to find treasure chests for her. Perhaps it had forgotten, but the dolphin had already brought her a golden chest, which was really great. She wasn't too disappointed. Before going to bed, she checked on the seeds she had planted. The cabbage seeds in the rare soil had already sprouted, and they looked healthy and thriving. Indeed, rare soil lived up to its name. Cabbage had a growth cycle of about 2 months. In the game, this was shortened by 10 times to 6 days. Adding the rare soil's 5-fold growth speed bonus meant that when she returned from the island, she would be able to harvest fresh cabbage. However, the peach pit and the mysterious black seed showed no signs of growth. Yun Mian thought for a moment, and then took out some nutrient solution, pouring half a bottle over the black seed's spot. Her intuition told her that this seed might surprise her, but after pouring out half a bottle, there was still no reaction. The soil absorbed the nutrient solution completely, remaining dark with no visible change. Yun Mian watched for a few minutes and noticed that the soil seemed to move slightly, as if something inside was trying to push through. She thought for a moment and decided to pour out the entire bottle. After a few more minutes, a small golden sprout finally emerged from the soil. Upon closer inspection, it turned out not to be golden, but instead had a golden glow, while actually being green. After a few seconds, the golden glow disappeared. This must be a valuable seed. Yun Mian still had 1 bottle of nutrient solution left, but she didn't want to use it all on this seed. Since it had sprouted, it could grow slowly. Too much might not be good either. Yun Mian stood up, stretched a little, and went back to her room to sleep. She needed to go to bed early today to be well rested for tomorrow, as going ashore would surely require a lot of physical effort. The next morning, Yun Mian woke up early. The weather was unusually good today, with only a light drizzle, though the sky remained overcast, giving a sense of unease. She hadn't slept well, perhaps due to having something on her mind about going ashore today. She kept waking up throughout the night. Last night she had anchored about 100 meters from the island. In the morning she made herself something to eat, filled her belly, brought all her supplies, and then approached the island. Just as she was about to land, she received a message from Luo Luo. "I've been busy all day yesterday and got a few decent items. See if you'd like to trade. Bamboo baskets, X2, painkillers X2, beginner foraging skill book X1, key fragment EA1. Her eyes lit up. Foraging skills. This was valuable. She would definitely need foraging skills once she was on the island. This was just in time. What do you want in return? Luo Luo. Food, I guess. I haven't managed to get any food recently, which is weird. Yun Mian Mian had plenty of food, so she sent a bunch to her. Just as she was preparing to leave, Yun Mian Mian suddenly remembered she hadn't rolled her luck dice yet. She took out the dice and silently wished for a good number. The dice hovered in the air. It was the number 5. 5. A normal day, neither good nor bad. Yun Mian Mian was a little disappointed. However, she had to go ashore today. Time waits for no one. Today's weather was good, but if there was a storm tomorrow, going ashore would be inconvenient. Moreover, who could guarantee that tomorrow's luck dice would give her a good number? Even though today's number was ordinary, at least it wasn't bad. She put on her waterproof jacket, rain boots, and hat, grabbed an oil paper umbrella, and headed for the island. Approaching the island, it was just as she thought. This island was huge, with a clean beach and lots of coconut trees. The forest was dense, and it was clear there would be plenty of resources inside. She was about to disembark when she noticed a transparent barrier preventing her from going ashore. The system gave a voice prompt, "You have reached Mushroom Island. Access requires a permit. No current permit. Unable to land." Yun Mian Mian took out the island permit card and clicked to use it. The card disappeared from her hand, and the barrier before her vanished. She landed smoothly, secured her boat on the shore, and began to move inland. After going ashore, Yun Mian Mian received a system message. "Congratulations to the player for being the first to go ashore. Reward, Harpoon X1, Animal Trap Blueprint, X1, Advanced Seawater Filter, 1." The items were directly added to Yun Mian Mian's inventory. However, her inventory slots were full, and with these new items, it was completely maxed out. She needed to free up some space for the items she would gather, so she went back to the boat, dropped off her things, and returned to the island. The permit allowed her to freely enter and exit the island for 2 days. She crossed the beach and headed inland. Since it was called Mushroom Island, it was likely filled with mushrooms. The island was huge, and there was no way she could explore the whole thing in 2 days. Yun Mian Mian didn't plan to stay on the island overnight. She would return to her boat as soon as it got dark. With only 2 days of daylight available, she couldn't afford to waste time on trivial things. Her main goals were second-tier deer hide, red pine wood, walnut wood, and iron ore. Second-tier deer hide was the main material needed to upgrade her backpack, and the other items were for upgrading her boat. All things she urgently needed. There were plenty of trees on the island, so there might be red pine and walnut trees. Last night, Yun Mian Mian had prepared 3 axes just for chopping wood today. Axes had limited durability, and she was worried one might not be enough. As for iron ore, she wasn't sure if she would find any. The island's vegetation was lush, with lots of trees. Being the rainy season, the ground was wet everywhere. There were mushrooms everywhere. Many varieties grew even on tree trunks. The rain wasn't heavy, and she found holding an umbrella cumbersome, so she put it away and used it to probe the ground instead. There were many leaves covering the ground, and she was worried there might be snakes hiding beneath them, ready to jump out. She moved forward, prodding the ground ahead of her with the umbrella tip. There were so many mushrooms that Yun Mian Mian initially tried to focus on other things, but she couldn't help squatting down. Since she had learned the foraging skill, things that could be harvested were marked with a small bubble she could tap for more information. Boletus, large, fleshy, and with a sturdy stem. Edible. After picking it, she could see additional information about its use. Boletus, sweet and delicious, highly nutritious, suitable for stir-frying, deep-frying, and boiling. Seeing it was good, Mian picked a whole bunch. She also picked other types of mushrooms. Milk cap, exudes milky white fluid when injured. Termite mushroom, thick and meaty, fine white threads. Edible, sweet and crunchy, perfect for soups. Ganba mushroom, rich in nutrients, intensely aromatic, tender, sweet, chewy, and with a lasting rich flavor. Just reading the descriptions made Mian's mouth water. She picked enough to fill a large bamboo basket and 2 more bamboo baskets. She had gathered enough to last her quite a while. Gathering mushrooms was so satisfying. It gave her a strong sense of fulfillment, and she only reluctantly stood up after 2 hours. The forest floor was full of mushrooms, and if she didn't pick more, it felt like she was missing out. But she couldn't spend all her time on this. But there were so many mushrooms that she wouldn't be able to pick them all even if she spent an entire week doing so. She wasn't sure if she would ever come across this island again. Mian took out a bottle of mineral water, drank half of it, and ate a peach. She rested for 5 minutes to regain some strength. Soon, Mian found some red pine wood. A few swings of the axe brought the tree down, leaving 5 pieces of red pine wood on the ground, which she placed in her backpack before continuing to chop. She chopped for an hour, and her arms were sore and tired. However, her backpack now contained 100 pieces of red pine wood. To upgrade, she needed 2,000 pieces of red pine wood, so she was still far from her goal. Mian sighed. How exhausting. If she hadn't been working out regularly, she probably wouldn't have been able to keep going. No choice but to grit her teeth and keep going for the sake of upgrading. She chopped for another 2 hours, wearing out 1 axe, and finally collected 270 pieces of red pine wood. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Though she had been wearing a hat, it wasn't waterproof, and her hair was soaking wet. She took out a towel from her bag, dried her hair, and then wrapped it up. She found a large rock to sit on and took a break to have some lunch. Since her backpack didn't have much space, she hadn't brought a lot of food, only some grilled fish and Yangzhou fried rice. The fried rice was more filling. Compared to seafood fried rice, Yangzhou fried rice looked much lighter, with ingredients like ham, eggs, shrimp, and cucumber. The colors were vibrant, and every grain of rice glistened. Eating it, the egg was tender, the rice well separated, and the shrimp sweet and succulent. Mian ate every last bite, and was still a little unsatisfied. After finishing her meal, she went back to work. The red pine wood could be used not only to upgrade her own ship, but also for trading when other players reached level 4. It would be valuable for trading materials. Even if she couldn't gather 2,000 pieces, she still planned to spend half the day collecting as much as possible. Time flew by while chopping trees. Mian felt like she was on the verge of collapse. She wore out 3 axes in total, using up all their durability before finally stopping. She checked her backpack and saw 588 pieces of red pine wood. Her energy was depleted. Originally at 52, now only 5 points remained. Mian took out a piece of premium grilled fish from her backpack and ate it. After 15 minutes, her energy was almost fully restored. She went from being too exhausted to move to feeling reinvigorated. It was getting late, so she decided to stop chopping. It was time to search for other things. She hadn't forgotten that she still needed to find second-tier deer hides and iron ore. The forest was filled with plants, but it also had many types of animals. Even if she couldn't find deer, there could be pheasants or wild rabbits. She continued walking, finding some wild vegetables and fruits along the way, though not much. She could take them back and make wild vegetable porridge. She hadn't used the wuchang rice she got before. She didn't really know much about wild vegetables, but she picked them because of the harvest indicator. Luckily, she had learned the foraging skill. When she returned, she would thank Luo properly and share some of her goods. If Luo hadn't given her the foraging skill book, Yun probably wouldn't have found so many supplies or even known which mushrooms were edible. She didn't see any animals as she walked around, but she did spot a snake from afar and avoided it. She also saw many insects. For an island with this type of terrain, it was unlikely to have oars. The soil was loose and there were no caves. Yun didn't dare venture too far for fear of running into dangerous animals or falling into a swamp, so she stuck to the outskirts. However, she planned to make some animal traps tonight, which she could use tomorrow, and she could also collect some soil. Yun intended to make a few large boxes to fill with soil and bring back the next day. She lacked soil before, which meant she couldn't mass-produce furnaces. As it got colder, the furnaces' value would increase significantly. If she sold them, they could fetch a high price and help many people. Moreover, Yun needed a lot of soil to grow vegetables. The potato segments were ready to be planted once they sprouted. If she could collect other seeds, she could grow even more fruits and vegetables. Yun found a hole. The entrance was small and covered with weeds, making it quite hidden. There were animal footprints around the entrance, likely a rabbit hole. She looked around and found there were more entrances, not just the one. Yun used her oil paper umbrella to poke inside and felt something soft. The hole wasn't deep, so she just reached in and grabbed a fluffy mass. It was indeed a rabbit, and not just one. Yun gave it a hard pull and managed to pull out a pure white rabbit. The rabbit had bright red eyes and it was plump. There must be a lot of meat on it. She tied it up, then reached in to grab another, this time pulling out a gray rabbit with shiny fur, just as fat as the first one. Yun remembered seeing a video about rabbits before. Digging holes wasn't just their instinct, but also a sign they were in heat. These two might be in that phase, using digging as an outlet for their energy. With 2 rabbits, she didn't know if they were male or female, but if they were one of each, she might be able to breed them. Rabbits could have at least 3 litters a year, with about 3 to 6 in each litter. If she kept a few more, the numbers could grow quickly. However, she didn't have rabbit feed. Well, she'd just bring them back for now. She picked some grass for the rabbits to eat, and her backpack was now full. It was getting darker. Although it was only a little after 5, the sky was overcast, and it looked like it would rain heavily tonight, so she needed to get back to the boat early. On her way back, Yun saw many things she could collect, but with a rabbit in each hand, she didn't have a free hand to gather anything else. She could only remember their locations and return for them tomorrow. Soon, she saw the familiar Xiangyun again, resting on the beach. From afar, her ship looked big and beautiful, the black hull giving it a sense of grandeur, and the white sails were inflated by the wind. After boarding, she first made 2 bamboo cages to keep the rabbits, as there was nowhere else to put them. It was low tide and the sky hadn't completely darkened yet. Yun went to the beach, where she had noticed earlier that there were a lot of snails growing on the rocks. They were small, black, and densely packed, and it was easy to miss them if you weren't paying attention. She came to see if these snails were edible. The sea was calm, with no waves, so it was safe to venture closer, and her boat was just beside her. Yun grabbed a basket and walked carefully toward the rocks. She saw that the rocks were covered in shell-like creatures. It would be terrifying for someone with trypophobia. Fortunately, Yun wasn't scared and saw these creatures as treasures. She squatted down to check. Black snail, a very common type of snail with black rings around its shell. These black snails were small and densely packed on the rock surface, making it easy to collect a handful at once. She put on her gloves and swept handfuls of the black snails into her basket. She also found another type of shellfish that was clustered together on the rocks. Mussels, commonly known as sea rainbow, they usually grow on coastal rocks. Yun had eaten both of these before. They were commonly available in seafood markets and could be eaten simply by boiling them. They were delicious, and could also be made into seafood soup. She filled 2 baskets each with the snails and mussels, making a total of 4 baskets, and put them all into her backpack. Just as she was about to stand up, she noticed something strange in the crevices of the rocks. It looked very ugly, distinctly so, with a pointed top and claw-like protrusions that weren't very appealing. The reason Yun Mian Mian was attracted to it was because this creature also had an attribute description, indicating it could be collected. For Yun Mian Mian, anything that could be collected was valuable. She curiously picked one up. Gooseneck barnacle, also known as goose barnacle, a rare, high-grade seafood that grows in the crevices of coastal rocks. It usually grows in clusters and requires high water quality to survive. It was actually a high-grade seafood. However, there weren't many gooseneck barnacles. She carefully searched for a while and only managed to find about 20, unlike the black snails and mussels, which were abundant and easy to gather. Indeed, rarity equals value. After searching the area, Yun Mian Mian confirmed that there was nothing else, so she returned to the ship. Just after boarding, the rain intensified, and the sky turned completely dark. The weather was cold and dreary, with rain pattering against the ship. For the past 2 nights, she had relied on tar lamps for light while working, but all 5 tar lamps had been used up the night before. Now, when darkness fell, her ship was pitch black. She needed to make more lamps. She checked the trading center and found that many people were willing to trade shells, but only 2 people were offering tar. One wanted weapon blueprints in exchange, and the other wanted meat-based food. Yun Mian Mian took a look at the latter's name. It was someone she knew. It was the same person who had previously bought fish meat from Yun Mian Mian. Other than him, a few others had bought fish meat from her, but they only bought 1 or 2 pieces at a time. He bought 10 pieces at a time and had bought from her 3 times for a total of 30 pieces. Yun Mian Mian contacted a few people and used wood and mineral water to get 10 shells. Then she sent a private message to Rong Yu. "I have sea snails and mussels here. Are you interested? I'd like to exchange them for tar." Shellfish could be considered meat, and while fish meat was available in the trading center, Yun Mian Mian hadn't seen anything like this there. The other party replied quickly. "Rong Yu. Let me see." Yun Mian Mian sent him a picture. Although these 2 items were black and unimpressive, they were delicious when cooked. Rong Yu. "Sure." Yun Mian Mian. 20 snails or mussels for 1 portion of tar. Rong Yu. Too little. Yun Mian Mian had 2 big baskets full of black snails and mussels, likely 800 to 1,000 in total. She offered 20 for 1 portion of tar as a test. Maybe he would agree. After all, transactions at sea didn't follow any set standards. It was all about individual negotiation. Besides, she was the only one who had these. However, since he thought it was too little, adding a bit more wouldn't hurt. Yun Mian Mian. "Then how do you want to trade?" Rong Yu. 1 bowl of snails or mussels for 2 portions of tar. He sent over a picture of a small wooden bowl, similar to a regular rice bowl, about 4 inches in diameter. Yun Mian Mian didn't feel like counting them one by one, so a bowl was fine. Yun Mian Mian. "Deal. I want to trade for 10 portions of tar, so I'll give you 5 bowls." Based on how fast Rong Yu had consumed fish meat before, she figured he could handle that much. Sure enough, Rong Yu replied, "Okay, give me a mix of both." Yun Mian Mian. "Send me the bowls and I'll fill them and trade them to you." Yun Mian Mian intended to trade the bowls 1 at a time, but Rong Yu directly sent her 5 bowls without worrying about her keeping them. Plus, having 5 bowls meant that he likely didn't make them on the spot. Without overthinking it, Yun Mian Mian filled 3 bowls with snails and 2 with mussels and sent them over in exchange for 10 portions of tar. However, making tar lamps required not only tar, but also shells. This way she could make 10 tar lamps, which would last her for a few days. Rong Yu also sent a friend request, which she accepted. With fishing nets in place, she would catch fish every day. There was no way she could eat that much fresh fish, so she could use it for trading with him. The sea snails, mussels, and gooseneck barnacles were all live items, meaning they couldn't be stored in her backpack, and they wouldn't survive if left outside. They'd eventually die. Yun Mian Mian kept half of the sea snails and mussels and listed the rest on the trading center. Once listed, the sea snails and mussels wouldn't die, and they wouldn't occupy backpack space, a neat loophole in the system. She also dealt with the fish she had caught yesterday. Previously, without the cooking skill, she didn't recognize any of them. But now, she could check their details and identify their types. Once she killed the fish, they turned into various types of fish meat, occupying space in her backpack. She decided to list them in the trading center as well. The fish meat was pretty ordinary, so she used it to exchange for normal supplies. On the other hand, the sea snails and mussels were rare goods, so she asked for plant seeds, glass, plastic, or iron ore in exchange. 50 sea snails made up 1 unit, and 20 mussels made up 1 unit. After being listed in the trading center, the system would calculate everything automatically. She set the price for 10 glass, 10 plastic, or 10 iron ore for 1 unit of sea snails or mussels. These 3 options could be exchanged automatically by the system. As for plant seeds, she would need to personally confirm before the trade could be finalized. After listing everything, she went to the chat channel and posted an advertisement as usual. Realizing that most people still didn't have fire, she adjusted her ad language. Fresh sea snails and mussels available for trade, useful for fishing, looking for plant seeds, glass, plastic, or iron ore. First come, first served. For those who knew how to fish, shellfish were common bait for sea fishing. Many fish were fond of them, especially for catching species like stone bream or black bream. Mussels could also be used for lime burning. Sure enough, this time her advertisement caught people's attention, and the trading center started notifying her about trade requests. This district had tens of thousands of people, and every night, with nothing much to do, many people paid close attention to the chat channel. Yun Mianmian's message was seen by many. Fishing rods had become redundant once players ran out of treasure chest attempts, but if they had bait and could fish, wouldn't that be the best use of their resources? Yun Mian, where did you get these sea snails and mussels from? Yeah, can you even get that much of this stuff from chests? Who cares where they came from? If she can get them, it's her skill. If only we had fire. Boiling them would make them taste amazing. I recognize the mussels. They're sea mussels, and they make really tasty soup. My family lives by the coast, and I used to gather handfuls of them on the rocks. Miss, can't you trade for something else? I've never even seen glass, plastic, or iron ore. This Yun Mian must be a high-level player with so many good items. Thanks to everyone's enthusiastic discussion, Yun Mian's sea snails and mussels became instant hits. There weren't many people who had plant seeds, glass, or plastic, but since there were tens of thousands of people in District 3, she quickly started receiving trade notifications. Player 72789 requests to trade 2 spinach seeds for 1 unit of sea snails. Player number 5534 traded 10 glass for 1 unit of mussels. Player Neurozo234 traded 10 plastic for 1 unit of sea snails. She received all sorts of items except for iron ore, which no one offered. Ni Yangguang noticed her messages and came to ask her. Ni Yangguang, Mian, do you need plastic? I have some that I can give you. Yun Mian, sure, what do you want in return? Ni Yangguang, do you have anything that would make a good gift for a girl? Yun Mian, are you planning on giving someone a present? Ni Yangguang, yeah, do you have anything? Yun Mian suddenly remembered something. The roses she had obtained a long time ago. They took up space in her backpack, and she had no use for them. Last night, while clearing up space in her backpack, she had taken them out and left them outside, and she figured they'd wilt in a couple of days if she didn't do something with them. Do you want roses? Ni Yangguang. You even have something like that. Yun Mian. Yes, Ni Yangguang. I'll take them. How many do you have? Yun Mian. Not many, just 3. Ni Yangguang. That's good enough. They're very rare. Yun Mian found the roses and sent them to him. Ni Yangguang immediately sent her 12 plastic. Yun Mian was very pleased that the roses could be exchanged for plastic. If Ni Yangguang hadn't taken them, the flowers would likely have wilted in a couple of days. Yun Mian looked through her items and decided to give him the 2 cotton candies as well. Girls might like these too. They were a type of sweet. Ni Yangguang. Mian, you're too kind. I love sweets. I haven't had anything sweet for so long, I've been craving them. Yun Mian. They're all yours. Ni Yangguang was overjoyed and praised Yun Mian repeatedly. Ni Yangguang. By the way, Mian, did you check the chat channel today? You didn't reply to the group messages either. Yun Mian. No? What happened? I was busy today. Ni Yangguang. That Zhang Jincheng who was selling paper umbrellas got complaints from all the buyers, and the trading center confiscated a lot of his items and refunded them all to the buyers. It was so satisfying. Yun Mian. Really? Ni Yangguang. Yeah, the trading center introduced a new complaint function. Now the items sold come with post-sale support, and if there are many complaints, the system handles them. Zhang Jincheng must be furious right now, ha ha ha. Our oil paper umbrellas didn't have any issues, and business has been great. In a few days, we'll be able to split another round of resources. Yun Mian. More people are likely to obtain workbenches as the weather gets worse. Other players might also start getting oil paper umbrella blueprints. When that happens, our oil paper umbrellas won't be the only ones available. Ni Yangguang was skeptical. Really? He hadn't seen anyone else selling oil paper umbrellas in the trading center yet. With Hu Yuan now making umbrellas as well, they had a good inventory, selling over 100 today alone. It seemed that Hu Yuan wasn't doing anything else, just collecting materials and making umbrellas. However, Yun Mian felt that the system wouldn't give the blueprints to just her alone. The rainy season had just begun, and already everyone was opening more and more valuable supplies. She could tell just by looking at the items listed in the trading center, some of which she hadn't even seen before. It was only a matter of time before someone else got their hands on the oil paper umbrella blueprint. Yun Mian also noticed that the more extreme the weather, the better the items found in the treasure chests. If her speculation was correct, she had another plan: selling stoves. Once she got her hands on the soil tomorrow, she would talk to Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang about it. This needed to be done quickly. Once fire sources became available for trade, they would quickly spread through the market. A simple torch could be made with a piece of wood, a rag, and some grease. The key to doing business was seizing the first opportunity. After chatting with Ni Yangguang, Yun Mian went back to her own tasks. First, she used a flashlight powered by a portable charger to illuminate her workbench. She spent 10 minutes making 10 tar lamps, then hung them outside the cabin and even covered them with an umbrella. With the lamps lit, the deck was much brighter. Yun Mian noticed the cabbages were ready for harvest. Fresh, tender cabbages looked very appetizing. She picked 2 large handfuls, planning to stir-fry them and make a mushroom seafood soup with dragonbeard noodles for tonight's dinner. No sooner said than done. After a long day's work, she needed to treat herself. Though she didn't have oil, tender and sweet cabbage could be boiled briefly and eaten as is. It was delicious even without seasoning. In the mushroom seafood soup, she added fresh termite mushrooms she had picked today along with some mussels. The mushrooms and mussels complemented each other perfectly, and the moment it began to boil, the aroma was incredible. She added a handful of dragonbeard noodles to the soup. The milky white broth and the long noodles soaked up the flavorful broth, creating an incredibly tasty dish. After cooking, the mushroom seafood noodles even had special attributes. Eating a bowl restored 5 points of mental energy. She cooked a full pot and saved what she couldn't finish for breakfast tomorrow. Once placed in her backpack, it would remain just as tasty whenever she took it out. Yun Mian remembered that collecting so many resources owed a lot to Luo's help, so she sent Luo a bowl of noodles. Yun Mian. Just made some noodles. Try it. Luo accepted the noodles and quickly said, "Just finished fishing a chest. See if there's anything you need." 13 bamboo sticks, 7 silk threads, 2 cotton cloths, 8 glass, 3 plastic, 1 pack of cotton seeds, 1 iron bucket. Yun Mian chose the glass, plastic, cotton seeds, and iron bucket. Feeling she took quite a bit, she also sent Luo some mushrooms. After a busy day, Yun Mian realized she hadn't fished her treasure chests yet. It was getting late, so she decided to do that before anything else. She took out her fishing rod and sat on her small stool, starting to fish. Today was just an average luck day, so Yun Mian didn't have high expectations for the chests. The first chest was a bronze chest. Obtained, stone X5, cotton X2, wool X2, hand creams X1. The next 2 were also bronze chests. The items weren't much. Mostly basic supplies and a bamboo basket that was slightly larger than the ones Mian had made herself. She had more than enough drinking water for now. The water purifier produced a steady supply of several bottles of water each day. Combined with the water she had saved, she had a few large barrels of it. Plus, she recently acquired an advanced seawater filter, so she wouldn't have to worry about water in the future. Mian listed her bottled mineral water on the trading center to exchange for supplies. She took out all the blueprints she currently had. Trap blueprint. Effect: causes 25 points of damage to wild animals, causing continuous bleeding. Required materials: redwood x2, iron ore x1. Basic bow, blueprint. Effect: attack plus 18, range damage plus 12. Required materials: pheasant feathers, x10, flint x10, wood, xe5, basic quiver. Blueprint effect: increases attack speed by 15%. Capacity of 24 slots. Required materials: Tier 2, deer hide, x1, pheasant feathers, 5. She didn't have enough materials, but she was only 1 iron ore short of making the trap. Meanwhile, both the bow and quiver were missing 2 key materials. Since she was heading to the island tomorrow, the trap might come in handy. Previously, she got iron ore from a golden chest, which she received from the little dolphin, but now she had no idea where that dolphin was. Feeling pressed for time, Mian directly posted a message in the chat channel. Mian. Anyone have iron ore? We'll trade for fruits, vegetables, or warm clothing. The items she mentioned were rare, so after she posted the message, many people replied. Mian, do you really have so many things, even fruits and vegetables? What kind of warm clothing? What is iron ore used for? Can any experts answer? Generally, weapon blueprints require iron ore as a material. I have it. Mian, I'll trade with you. The one who spoke was Zhang Jincheng. Mian remembered him. She didn't have a good impression of him, so she didn't respond. It's not like he was the only one with iron ore. Seeing that Mian ignored him, Zhang Jincheng kept calling her in the chat channel and even sent her private messages. Zhang Jincheng. Will you trade or not? I have iron ore and I want a blanket. Mian didn't want to deal with him, so she replied, No, thank you. Just then, someone else messaged her privately. I have iron ore. It was wrong you. Mian immediately replied, What do you need? Wrong you? Glass. Mian checked her backpack. Got it. How do you want to trade? Wrong you. How much do you have? I'll trade 2 iron ores for 4 pieces of glass. Mian had been saving the glass for upgrades, and if she wasn't in urgent need of iron ore, she wouldn't have traded it away. However, iron ore was rarer than glass, and it might come in handy tomorrow, so she decided to get an extra piece just in case. All right, deal. She placed the glass in the trading slot, and soon the trade was complete. After obtaining the iron ore, Mian immediately went to make the animal trap. The trap was quite large, and it snapped shut tightly upon any touch. The iron teeth looked rather intimidating. It was perfect for catching animals. With this, Mian felt even more confident about her trip to the island tomorrow. She also made 20 large crates, 5 axes, 5 shovels, and 5 hoes. The shovels would be used for digging soil, and the hoes could be used to dig for wild vegetables. Suddenly, thunder and lightning lit up the sky, and the sea below was restless. Waves surged, and the entire sea surface was pitch dark. With each flash of lightning, she could vaguely see shadows moving underwater. Mian had a feeling that the giant mackerel she had encountered before might appear again. She sent messages to Hu Yuan, Nie Yangguang, and Luo Luo to give them a heads up. I think something's off. Keep your weapons handy. There might be danger. No sooner had she said that than she heard movement below her ship. She went to the edge of the ship and looked down. There seemed to be a group of fish gnawing on her boat. There was a whole swarm of them. Previously, there had only been a few fish at most, but now there were dozens, all crowded together, baring their sharp teeth. It was terrifying. Mian thought of the large fishing nets she had set up the previous day. After making the telescope, She had received 2 large nets as a reward from the system, and she had hung both of them. It had been a full day, so there should be a catch. She wanted to retrieve the nets, only to find that many fish were biting into them. If she let them continue, the nets would be torn to pieces, especially because there were 2 huge mackerels among them. Their teeth were sharp and numerous, truly fearsome. Yun Mian remembered the harpoon she had obtained earlier. That tool was perfect for catching fish. The harpoon had 3 prongs, each 5 centimeters long, sharpened to perfection. She aimed at the fish in the water and thrust it in. This was much more effective than using a knife or a long sword, and every hit was a guaranteed catch. Within seconds, she speared a fish. The smaller fish were no challenge, but dealing with the giant mackerels was more troublesome. This time there were 2 giant mackerels. The first one was handled without much trouble, just like the last time. However, the second mackerel was unusually tenacious, and its strength was much greater. The first harpoon thrust missed slightly, only grazing its scales, and the giant mackerel suddenly leaped up to attack her, splashing water all over her. Yun Mian kept her cool, and as it jumped, she thrust the harpoon directly into its abdomen. Even then, it continued to thrash, resisting violently, tugging at her until she nearly lost her grip on the harpoon. Seeing the harpoon about to be pulled into the water, Yun Mian's eyes narrowed, and she quickly pulled out the dagger from her backpack. She lifted the mackerel out of the water, then stabbed it directly in the eye. She tightened her brow, gripped the dagger, twisted it, and stabbed it a few more times. Finally, the mackerel stopped moving. With the death of the mackerel, the smaller fish dispersed, as if they understood Yun Mian's prowess. Yun Mian ended up with 37 pieces of regular mackerel meat and 20 pieces of premium mackerel meat. After putting the meat in her backpack, she began pulling up the fishing net. The net was large and soaked with seawater. It took a great effort just to haul up half of it. My goodness, so many fish! Yun Mian's eyes widened. She hadn't expected there to be dozens of fish caught in the net. No wonder it was so heavy. There were at least 40 fish in total, each weighing at least 20 pounds, plus the weight of the net and the seawater. It was no small feat to pull it all up. Yun Mian wasn't in a rush. Afraid the fish might escape, she spent 10 minutes hauling up both nets onto the boat. There were a ton of fish in the nets, which she poured out onto the deck. With a loud splash, the fish started jumping and flopping around, eyes wide, mouths open, struggling for air. There were many different types of fish, and Yun Mian could only identify a few: octopus, sea bass, and mackerel, so she had to click on each one to see the details. In the end, the 2 nets yielded the following: black porgy X3, 3-knife fish X2, octopus X3, cuttlefish X15, yellowfin porgy X2, yellow croaker X3, red porgy X1, hairtail X1, sea bass X4, eel X2, mackerel X6, tuna X1, grouper XC2. About 40 fish in total, of different sizes. The largest weighed 2 pounds, while the smallest were the tiny cuttlefish, each barely the size of a hand. Yun Mian put them all into large crates and kept them alive in seawater. Both crates were filled to the brim, which made her quite happy. Living by the sea meant a steady supply of seafood, more than she could ever eat. Tonight, she could make a seafood hot pot. Just boil it all in seawater, and the taste would definitely be delicious. After she finished her work, Yun Mian checked the chat channel. Oh my God, so many fish are gnawing on my boat. My raft got torn apart by those fish. Scared to death. A bunch of fish jumped onto my boat. How is that bad? You got some fish to eat. Bad, my foot. These fish are aggressive. They bite. I don't even have a weapon. Ha ha ha, I'm taking them down one by one with an axe. It's great. A huge wave just about flipped my boat over. I'm on a level 2 small boat. How about the rest of you? The system says we must upgrade to level 3 within 7 days or be eliminated. How many of you have reached level 3? Speak up. Yun Mian didn't say anything, just kept watching the chat channel. But after a while, no one admitted to having reached level 3. She didn't believe that no one had reached level 3. Perhaps people simply didn't want to stand out and draw attention to themselves. She was no different. With so many people in her zone, and considering she herself had already reached level 3 days ago, there should be at least hundreds of others at level 3 as well. Suddenly, she thought of something. There were a total of 10 zones, and the system said anyone who failed to reach level 3 within 7 days would be eliminated. If more than half of her zone, Zone 3, was eliminated, wouldn't their strength be significantly weaker compared to other zones? If there was a future ranking system or an all-out battle between zones, Zone 3 would be at a disadvantage. When she had upgraded to level 4, the system had indicated that she was the first, which made her the #1 player in her zone. If she was the only strong one in her zone, while the other zones had many powerful players, wouldn't that mean Zone 3 would be weak and they'd end up as an easy target for the other zones? She had played other games before, games with zone-specific leaderboards. There wasn't a leaderboard now, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be one in the future. If the leaderboard were made public in the future, she might become the target of many top players. Thinking of this, Yun Mian suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. No way. Not a single person at level 3? Does that mean our zone will be completely wiped out? Impossible. People just don't want to say. I bet the stability of level 3 boats is much better. It's too difficult to get to level 3. With only 2 days left, I still can't be sure I can make it. It's mainly a materials issue. Not possible. People just don't want to come forward. Our boss reached level 3 a long time ago. Join our group and we'll work hard together and help each other level up sooner. Zhang Jincheng's lackeys popped up again, bragging about Zhang Jincheng and calling people to join their group. They said if they joined the group, they could reliably get wood and nails. Ni Yangguang. Do you think everyone is a fool? We all know that if we join you, we have to hand over our materials, and you'll get first pick of the good stuff. Wishful thinking. Zhang Jincheng. This is all consensual. There's no forcing involved. If you can't level up, you'll be eliminated. What's the point of holding on to materials? Jin Baoquan. Exactly. Our boss is absolutely right. Ge Hui. Ni Yangguang, you're only saying this because you're lucky and don't lack materials. Other people need it, but you're making profits selling oil paper umbrellas and not even helping anyone. You're too selfish. Jin Baoquan. Right, Ni Yangguang. You're probably already at level 3, aren't you? You didn't dare say anything earlier, so what gives you the right to speak up now? Zhang Jincheng. Our group is big now, and if there's an all-out battle in the future, we can help each other. Everyone should unite to get through this tough time. Ni Yangguang spoke up because he couldn't stand Zhang Jincheng and didn't want others to be fooled by him. But now the conversation had turned on him, painting him as selfish, which made him furious. Wen Yushi messaged him, "Don't bother arguing with that group. They're just a rabble. Anyone with a brain wouldn't join them." Nia Yangguang. I'm just worried some people are too naive and will get tricked. Wen Yushi. This is a survival game. Naive people won't last long. We're already doing well just taking care of ourselves. Ni Yangguang liked Wen Yushi, and they'd been in close contact lately. He had always thought Wen Yushi was a kind and innocent girl, so he hadn't expected to hear her say something like this. Ni Yangguang. You're right, I was being naive, but I still want to help as many people as I can. Wen Yushi. Better focus on leveling up. Ni Yangguang. I reached level 3 yesterday. How about you? Wen Yushi. I also leveled up yesterday. I want to reach level 4 soon, but I'm still short on materials, especially glass. Ni Yangguang. The requirements for level 4 are pretty harsh. 1,000 wood alone is already difficult, not to mention glass is rare. But I know a friend who has some glass. I'll see if she's willing to trade. Ni Yangguang remembered that Yun Mian had taken some glass when they divided the materials, and she had also been trading for glass in the past few days. At the time, he hadn't known what glass was used for, but after upgrading his boat to level 3 that night, he realized that upgrading to level 4 required glass. Wen Yushi. Really? Can you ask her for me? Ni Yangguang. Sure, but I can't promise she'll agree. Wen Yushi noticed Ni Yangguang's choice of words and realized that this friend he mentioned was a girl. Wen Yushi. No problem. Just ask. Maybe I have something she needs. Ni Yangguang. Okay. He sent Yun Mian a message, but after waiting for a while without a reply, he went to check the trading hall to see if anyone was trading glass. There were only 2 days left until the system's 7-day deadline. In other words, after midnight 2 days from now, the system would do a tally, and those who hadn't reached level 3 would be eliminated. At least half of Zone 3 would be eliminated. Forget about surviving an entire rainy season. They couldn't even pass this checkpoint. After a month, how many people would still be left in Zone 3? The outlook seemed bleak. Yun Mian hesitated for a moment, then checked her remaining materials. After making the boxes, she still had about 300 pieces of wood. She needed red pine wood and walnut wood for future upgrades, so the regular wood wasn't as useful to her anymore. Plus, she could always get wood by breaking down the treasure chests she fished up every day. So, she posted a trading offer in the trading hall. Any material for 5 pieces of wood. For example, cotton, thread, or bamboo. Any household item for 10 pieces of wood. For example, cups, bowls, or brooms. Any blueprint for 30 pieces of wood. For example, furniture blueprints or weapon blueprints. Yun Mian's prices were neither too high nor too low. For those urgently needing wood to upgrade, it was a pretty good deal. She put up 300 pieces of wood, part of her reward for reaching level 4. Since she didn't need them immediately, she decided to trade them for other things and do some good. Now, all the players were anxious to upgrade, and there were basically no players exchanging wood, especially not in bulk like Yun Mian was offering. She put a limit in place. Each person could only exchange for a maximum of 30 pieces of wood. For those players who were still short by just a few dozen pieces of wood to upgrade, she wasn't doing them any harm or hindering her own development, so she wasn't worried about that. She just didn't want Zone 3's overall combat strength to be too weak and for too many people to be eliminated in the coming days. Otherwise, if there were any zone merges or cross-zone battles in the future, Zone 3 would have no advantage. Looking at the long term wasn't wrong. This was only the beginning, and Yun Mian's instinct told her she'd be here for a long time. Ni Yangguang suddenly sent a message. Mian, do you still have any glass left? A friend of mine wants to exchange for some. I remember you had some. Can you trade it? Yun Mian replied, No, I need it myself. Seeing her resolute response, Ni Yangguang didn't press the matter further. Ni Yangguang. All right then. If you have any extras later and want to trade, let me know. Yun Mian. Okay. After thinking for a moment, she added, But you can ask her if she has any animal hides. If she does, I could trade her for those. Yun Mian didn't specify which kind of animal hide she needed. Right now, she was in need of deer and cow hides. However, she figured that animal hides, being rare, would all be useful in some way. If she could trade those for her glass, she was willing to do it. Otherwise, she didn't need anything else. Just today, she had already used 4 pieces of glass to trade for iron ore. Now she only had 4 pieces of glass left herself, and reaching level 5 was still a long way off. Seeing so much wood being put up in the trading center, many people used the materials they weren't using in their backpacks to exchange for wood. The chat channel was also full of people discussing who could be so generous. Now this is what truly benefits everyone. Who is this? An anonymous player, definitely someone powerful. I bet it's a girl. She's so capable, I'm envious. I was worried about not having enough wood to upgrade, but I was just a few pieces short. Now that I've exchanged for some, I can upgrade tomorrow. I'm so grateful. Such a good person, doing good deeds without leaving a name, staying anonymous. Yun Mian ended up receiving a bunch of miscellaneous items. Rope, a stuffed toy backpack, a mirror, a wooden comb, a set of bowls and chopsticks, a tea set, a lamp blueprint, and curtain blueprints. Well, some of them were actually useful. Luckily, Yun Mian's boat was big enough that she had already set aside a space to store things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had enough room for this pile of items. Yun Mian posted the trading list anonymously, but she made a note that she was female, just so that no one would try to trade her male-specific items like aftershave or razors. Even though the trade was anonymous, buyers could still privately message her, although they wouldn't be able to see her information. Yun Mian's private messages were non-stop, and she could hardly keep up with reading them. Whoa, you have so much wood. Do you need any underlings, boss? I hate rich people like you the most. All the lucky people, go to hell. May good things happen to you, kind sister. You truly are a good person. Would you like to be friends and grow together? I have a lot of resources, too. It's lonely on the sea alone, right? I could keep you company. Most of the messages were just pointless. Even doing good deeds got her insults. Yun Mian felt a bit helpless. Still, in case there was something useful, she skimmed through them. Suddenly, the interface refreshed with a new message, and she stopped scrolling. Kind sister, you're so nice to take out so much wood to help everyone. Could we be friends? As soon as she clicked on the message, another one came in from the same person. Lin Quan Ling. I also have a lot of resources. We could work together to help everyone. Are you interested? Yun Mian felt something strange about this person. She replied coolly, No need. I'm just trading goods for goods. Then can we at least get to know each other and become friends? I mean no harm. Yun Mian didn't respond. It was getting late. She didn't have time to waste on such boring people. This was a survival game, not a social club. Yun Mian needed to go to sleep early and conserve her energy for the busy day ahead. She sent a message to Hu Yuan. When you collect materials, pick up some soil too. Hu Yuan didn't ask why and simply replied, Got it. It rained throughout the night. By morning, a thick fog blanketed the sea. The first thing Yun Mian did when she got up was roll the dice. Seeing the number, Yun Mian let out a sigh of relief. Good luck today. The number was 3. Everything going smoothly. Pretty much like wish fulfillment, you get the idea. She put on the same gear as yesterday and set out, this time bringing a fish spear and the animal trap along. The other slots in her inventory held red pine wood, the bronze sword, an axe, a shovel, a hoe, a large wooden box, a basket, and a backpack. The backpack contained miscellaneous items, cooked premium fish meat in a wooden box she made, bottled water, a peach, and a telescope. As for the dagger for self-defense, she placed it in her rain boots, not taking up space and fitting perfectly. There wasn't room for anything else she wanted to bring. Yun Mian disembarked, holding her oil paper umbrella, and walked quickly toward the island. Today's goal was clear. First, place the animal trap deep in the island's forest to see if it could catch anything, then cut down trees and dig for soil. In the morning, she'd cut as much red pine wood as possible, and also look around for more prey. In the afternoon, she'd dig up 20 boxes of soil. 10 would be used to make stoves, 5 for growing crops, and 5 kept as a backup. Based on the amount of soil needed to make 20 stoves per box, 10 boxes could make 200 stoves. It was a huge amount of work, and Yun Mian wasn't sure if she could complete it. But she wasn't going to think too much about it. She was determined to push through. She was determined not to waste a single minute. Yun Mian quickened her pace. This time she didn't stop for the mushrooms along the way but went straight into the depths of the forest. She found a spot with wild animal footprints, placed the animal trap there, and covered it with dry leaves for concealment. Unless someone looked closely, it was impossible to tell that there was something hidden beneath the leaves. To avoid losing track of the spot or accidentally stepping on it later, Yun Mian made a mark on a nearby tree. Then she returned to the area where she had been cutting trees the previous day. Although she had cut down a lot yesterday, it was only a drop in the ocean compared to the entire forest. Yun Mian took out her tools and continued chopping. Today, her luck was better. Each tree she cut down yielded 30 pieces of red pine wood, much more than yesterday. Yesterday she only got 5 pieces per tree, a huge difference. It seemed she could overachieve her goal today. With renewed determination, she started cutting vigorously. Even though the weather was cold and it was still raining, Yun Mian quickly worked up a sweat. She couldn't tell if the wetness on her forehead was from sweat or rain. After 3 hours, her hands were numb from chopping, and she had been repeating the same cutting motion so long that she lost track of time. When she finally stopped, the number of red pinewood pieces in her inventory had reached 1,159, faster than she had expected. Yunmianmian's arms ached terribly, and her fingers were trembling slightly. Although it had been tough, seeing that she had gathered so many pieces of red pinewood made her feel that her efforts were worth it. She found a dry rock to sit on and ate a piece of premium roasted fish. She could feel her strength slowly returning. Once she felt less tired, she decided to keep cutting. Today's luck was good, and she could get critical hits when chopping, making her much more efficient than yesterday. She decided to go all out and reach 2,000 pieces of red pinewood. She chopped down 2 trees per minute. On average, she obtained 50 pieces of wood per minute, 300 in an hour. She chopped fiercely for another hour and finally managed to gather 2,000 pieces of red pinewood. She looked at the red pinewood in her inventory, feeling full of accomplishment. After catching her breath, Yunmian made her way back to where she had placed the animal trap earlier. Just then, the rain started to lighten up significantly. She could no longer hear the sound of the rain, but droplets continued to fall from the trees above. Yunmian walked quietly, her footsteps making no noise on the thick carpet of fallen leaves. It was very quiet around her. Yunmian kept a close eye on her surroundings, ready to react to any slight movement. Perhaps she sensed danger, so her nerves were on high alert. At the slightest sound, she immediately looked in that direction. It was a deer. Her eyes sparkled. Her deer hide was within reach. Yunmian didn't dare make a sound, her eyes moving back and forth between the trap and the deer. It had to step on the trap. Otherwise, there was no way she could catch up to a swift deer. She had seen enough nature documentaries to know that deer were incredibly fast runners, especially when fleeing predators. Yunmian silently prayed. She watched as the deer's ears twitched, and its eyes darted around warily, but it hadn't noticed her presence. After confirming there was no danger around, the deer began leisurely nibbling on some tree bark. It also ate moss and little flowers. Apparently finding the flowers quite tasty, it began looking for more of the same flowers to eat. Gradually, it moved closer and closer to the trap Yunmian had set. Yunmian held her breath, hoping that today's everything going smoothly luck would come through for her. Sure enough, under her hopeful gaze, the deer stepped toward the trap. Suddenly there was a yelp sound. The deer was caught by the trap, its body falling over in pain as it let out cries of distress. Yunmian cautiously approached, grabbing her dagger and swiftly stabbing the deer in the neck, ending its life instantly. Obtained. Tier 2, deer hide, X13, premium deer meat, X15. Her inventory was full, she could collect the deer meat, but the deer hide fell to the ground. No worries though, she could upgrade her backpack immediately, which would free up more space. Yunmian opened her inventory and chose to upgrade. Upgrading requires Tier 2 deer hide X10 thread X5. Proceed with the upgrade? Yunmian clicked Confirm without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, her inventory capacity expanded to 24 slots, creating plenty of room. It felt so much better now, no longer cramped, with her constantly having to shuffle items around. She had been frustrated with the inventory space problem for a long time, and now that immediate pressure had been relieved. It should be enough for a while. She picked up some leaves and wiped the blood off the trap, then rinsed it with some water. Once there was no trace of blood, she moved it to a different spot and set it down again. She would check back later to see if there was anything else. For now, it was time to start digging for soil. Yunmian found a patch of loose soil, and based on the planting guide, she concluded that this was brown soil. It was relatively loose and well-drained, making it suitable for growing herbaceous plants and trees. However, the drawback of this type of soil was that it had low fertility and required fertilization. Luckily, she had collected mussels yesterday, which could be burned into lime that could then be used as fertilizer. Yunmian took out a wooden box, set it down, and began shoveling soil. Digging wasn't difficult. She shoveled it all into the box, and once it was full, she put it into her inventory. An hour later, Yunmian had filled 5 boxes with soil. It was only 1:30 in the afternoon, and at this pace, she would need another 3 hours to complete her goal. Since she wasn't in a hurry, Yun Mian decided to look around for other useful items before continuing to dig at 2 o'clock. On her way back yesterday, her hands were full holding the rabbits, so she couldn't collect any plants. She noticed many plants that could be examined, but since she was in a hurry, she didn't take a closer look. She could go over there and collect them before digging the soil. After all, soil could be found anywhere, so changing the location was no issue. She still remembered the route, as she had marked it all the way. However, she decided to first retrieve the nearby animal trap, so she wouldn't have to come back later. Yun Mian hadn't yet reached the trap, but she could already see from afar that there was a catch. It was a pheasant. This appeared to be a hen, gray and small in size. Pheasant meat was tender and delicious, and Yun Mian had already come up with several ways to cook it in her mind. Braised chicken, chicken with potatoes, kung pao chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Ah, yes, chicken and mushrooms pair really well, and she had so many mushrooms. Yun Mian quickly walked over and grabbed the hen. While struggling, the pheasant dropped a few feathers and made cackling noises. Yun Mian recalled that both the bow and quiver blueprints required pheasant feathers as materials. However, the hen's feathers weren't very attractive. They were dull gray. It would be better to find a rooster, whose feathers would be more vibrant. Yun Mian took out a bamboo cage from her inventory and put the hen inside. Since there were pheasants around here, there might also be a pheasant nest nearby. She could explore the area and might even find some pheasant eggs. Pheasant eggs were more nutritious than regular chicken eggs, and they tasted much better too. Given how much energy she used up every day, eating some pheasant eggs could be good for her. This particular area didn't have many mushrooms but was filled with flowers and grass. Yun Mian carefully inspected the surroundings, checking the details of every plant she could examine. However, there weren't many plants that could be collected. For instance, it wasn't the right season, and the fruits were still unripe, making them useless to pick. Some hadn't bloomed or borne fruit. But Yun Mian came up with a solution. She decided to dig them up, roots and all, to bring them back for planting. That saved her a lot of trouble. She dug up 10 Pinellia plants and 13 Blatilla plants. All of them were dug out carefully, roots and soil intact, without damaging the roots. Name: Pinellia. Can be used to synthesize medicine at a pharmacy station. Characteristics: often found on hillsides, streamside shady grasslands, or under trees. Uses: helps dry dampness, resolve phlegm, relieve nausea, and treat boils. Mainly used to treat coughs with excessive phlegm, nausea, and vomiting. Name: Blatilla. Can be used to synthesize medicine at a pharmacy station. Characteristics: cold resistant, prefers shade, dislikes direct sunlight, and thrives in warm, damp environments. Uses: has hemostatic, anti-swelling, and wound healing properties. These herbs needed a pharmacy station, which Yun Mian didn't have yet, but she wasn't in a rush. She would get one eventually. These medicinal herbs were treasures, and once synthesized into medicine, they would be extremely useful. The ground had a lot of bugs, and Yun Mian guessed that the pheasants must like foraging here. Yun Mian looked for tracks on the ground. She didn't find any footprints, but she did spot chicken droppings. Following the trail of droppings, she finally found a pheasant nest, built behind a thick clump of grass, well concealed. If she hadn't looked carefully, she would have missed it. Amidst a pile of hay was a bowl-shaped nest, looking rather crude, lined with dry grass, leaves, and feathers. A large tree nearby provided cover, so this area wasn't damp. In the nest were a dozen eggs, all olive-colored. Yun Mian had never seen eggs of this color before, possibly because pheasant eggs differed from those of domestic chickens. She immediately went over, intending to take all the eggs, but just as she got close, a pheasant sprang out. Yun Mian thought the bird was coming at her, but it lunged toward the nest instead. Startled, Yun Mian watched as the pheasant flapped its wings and tried to peck at the eggs. She quickly intervened, grabbing the pheasant's wings, but one egg still got broken. This pheasant was larger and more beautiful than the one she caught earlier. Its feathers were colorful and glossy, with a black ring around its neck and iridescent green and golden feathers on its body. It was a male pheasant. When Yun Mian caught it, It struggled fiercely, losing a few feathers, and seemed intent on destroying its own nest. Mian gave it a pat and stuffed it into the cage. Luckily, the cage was big enough for 2 birds. She picked up the fallen feathers too, not wanting to waste them. Obtained pheasant feathers, @3. Setting the nest aside, she squatted down to inspect the remaining eggs. Only one had been broken. The others were intact. Mian looked regretfully at the broken egg, the yolk spilling out. The egg white was clear like water, and the yolk was a deep orange. She carefully placed the 12 intact eggs into her inventory. Just 12. She'd keep them for herself. If she could hatch them into chicks, that would be even better. She had 1 rooster and 1 hen so she could raise them. As she lamented that she only had 2 and couldn't have chicken for dinner, she turned around and spotted another pheasant. Mian sprinted after it. She had to catch 1 more to roast tonight. Maybe it was her craving for chicken, or maybe today's everything goes well buff came through, but she easily caught the runaway pheasant. Another hen. Mian hesitated to eat it since hens laid eggs. She decided to take it back for now. She also bundled up the hay and leaves from the nest and stuffed them into the cage. Pheasants liked sleeping on it, and they could also incubate the eggs in it. Since the cage only held 2, the third one couldn't fit. Mian used wild grass to make a thick rope, tied the pheasant's legs together, and carried it upside down. After catching the pheasants, Mian checked the time. It was getting late. She put everything she could into her inventory and washed her hands with some water. Then, with one hand holding the pheasant, she took out some roasted fish to eat with the other. After finishing the fish, her stamina fully recovered and she was full of energy again. It's only because this was a game. When tired and hungry, eating meat could restore stamina so she could keep working. In real life, the amount of work she did today would have exhausted her, and she wouldn't have enough energy to do anything without resting for at least a day. The next 3 hours were spent digging soil. When she finally filled all the remaining boxes with soil, it was already 5 o'clock. With about an hour left until nightfall, Mian decided to go to the beach to see if there was anything else she could gather. She had already noticed coconut trees when she came earlier. While she didn't currently have any particular need for coconut wood, it might be useful in the future. She remembered that coconut trees were also great for construction and furniture-making materials, and could even be used for paper making. If she later obtained a furniture blueprint, she might need it, and most importantly, Mian was in the mood for some coconut water. Upon reaching the beach, Mian took an axe and started chopping down the coconut tree. Soon the tree fell with a crash. Obtained coconut wood X15, coconuts X8, tar X3. She could even obtain tar. That was a pleasant surprise, and feeling excited, she ended up chopping down every coconut tree on the entire beach. She swung her axe and chopped away. There weren't too many coconut trees, just a scattered dozen or so along the beach, which didn't last long. They weren't enough for her. After she finished chopping, Mian's total harvest was coconut wood, X183, coconuts X92, tar X34. Now she didn't have to worry about running out of tar anytime soon, and she could also make tar lamps to exchange for valuable goods. After chopping down so many trees, Mian wanted to open a coconut to eat, but she didn't have a straw. Without a straw, she would only be able to eat the coconut meat, and the juice would go to waste. She decided to save it for later. She could bring it back to the boat, make a straw, and then pierce a hole in the coconut to drink the juice. However, there were yellow and green coconuts among her haul. Mian picked up 2 coconuts of different colors to examine them. Wanning golden coconut, fruit is golden red or golden yellow. Wenchang coconut, fresh fruit has a bright green or green skin. She wondered if the taste was any different. When she normally drank coconut water, she never paid attention to the variety. She had heard of Wenchang chicken, but never Wenchang coconut before. The sky gradually darkened. Black clouds gathered in the sky, and Mian figured there might be a storm tonight. She quickly packed her things and headed back to the boat. Today's harvest was plentiful, and there were many things she needed to do. Mian first found a place to put the chickens, wiped her body clean with a towel, changed into comfortable clothes, wrapped her wet hair in a towel, and finally sat down. She hadn't checked her messages or the chat channel all day, and she had more than a dozen private messages. The messages were from Luo Luo, Hu Yuan, and Nia Yangguang. There were also a ton of messages from strangers. Yun Mian Mian read Luo Luo's messages first. Luo Luo. Did you need iron ore? I got 2 from the treasure chest today. Luo Luo. I also fished up an archery guide. Iron ore X2, beginner archery guide X1, bag of corn kernels, bag of flour. Iron ore was just what she needed. The beginner archery guide was also something she wanted. The other 2 items weren't bad either. Corn kernels could be planted to grow corn, and the flour could be used to make baked goods. Yun Mian Mian. Thanks. Luo Luo. No problem. I don't need them right now, so it's good to trade them. Yun Mian Mian. Okay, let me know what you want in exchange. Yun Mian Mian took a screenshot of some of her items and sent it to Luo Luo. Luo Luo asked for 2 coconuts and 2 tar lamps. The tar lamp could not only be used for lighting but also for starting a fire. Yun Mian Mian thought about making a stove tonight and decided to give one to Luo Luo afterward. Hu Yuan. We sold quite a few oil paper umbrellas in the past 2 days. Do you want to split the proceeds today or wait a few more days? Hu Yuan. I also gathered some of the soil you asked for today. Are you planning to use it for planting? Yun Mian Mian. Let's split the proceeds tomorrow. The 7-day deadline that the system set will be here soon, and you guys can use it to upgrade earlier. Hu Yuan. It's okay, I've already upgraded to level 3. Yun Mian Mian. Alright, let's discuss it in the group then. Yun Mian Mian opened the wealthy group chat. Ni Yangguang was in the group, so it was more convenient to talk there. Yun Mian Mian. The oil paper umbrella business can continue, but I'm planning to expand our operations a bit. Ni Yangguang, who had been waiting for Yun Mian Mian to talk about other products, excitedly responded, Great, what kind of business? Yun Mian Mian. Stoves. She posted the information about the stove in the group chat. Stove. Can be used to keep warm and cook food. Crafting materials, soil X1, charcoal X2, fire source. Ni Yangguang. Ciao. Hu Yuan was also very excited, though he didn't express it as extravagantly as Ni Yangguang. Instead, he stared at the stove information with shining eyes. Yun Mian Mian. This item is essential for every player, not just during the rainy season. The crafting method is simple, but it requires a lot of soil to mass produce. Ni Yangguang. A survival must-have. With a stove we can cook, and in such cold weather everyone would want to warm up by the fire. It's going to be a bestseller. Hu Yuan. At the start of the game, only a few players have access to fire sources. Plus, it needs blueprints, soil, and a workbench, so only a handful of people could make a stove, let alone mass-produce it. Yun Mian Mian. Exactly. So as long as we get a head start, this business will be exclusive to us. Hu Yuan. I gathered 10 portions of soil today. Charcoal can be made from wood, but 10 portions are all we can do right now. Not many people have soil, and no one wants to trade it either since they all want to keep it for planting. Ni Yangguang. That's right, even I want soil now. Those with seeds are all starting to grow crops, unlike oil paper umbrella materials which are abundant but not particularly useful, so everyone is happy to trade them. Yun Mian Mian. Don't worry about that. I've already gathered a lot of soil on my side. I only asked you to collect it in case it wasn't enough, so you can take your time. Yun Mian Mian. Just like before, I'll handle the production, and Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang will take care of the trades. We'll divide the resources evenly, with me taking 6 parts and you 2 taking 4. Does that work? Hu Yuan. No problem for me. Ni Yangguang. I'm fine with that too. Honestly, we're taking advantage of you. You're providing all the materials and we're just doing the labor like regular workers. Since everyone agreed, there wasn't any issue. To facilitate the trading, the system had added a new contract function. Yun Mian Mian drafted a contract and sent it to the group. The 3 of them clicked Agree, and the collaboration became official. After that, the system would oversee the distribution of earned resources among them, ensuring that if any issues arose with the distribution, they could seek recourse through the system. The contract function was added after the previous incident with Zhang Jincheng and the counterfeit paper umbrellas, which had caused quite a commotion. Yun Mian thought this feature was quite helpful. At least it suited them well. Yun Mian. However, Hu Yuan, you'll be a bit busier from now on. All the paper umbrellas will be your responsibility while I'll handle the stoves. From the proceeds, I'll take 1 part less and allocate that part to you. Originally, Yun Mian took 6 parts, and Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang each took 2. Now, it was changed to Yun Mian taking 5, Hu Yuan taking 3, and Ni Yangguang still taking 2. Hu Yuan. Okay. Ni Yangguang was easygoing and didn't mind. Had it been someone else, they might have regretted giving Hu Yuan the workbench blueprint back then. Hu Yuan got to keep it and ended up with more shares now. Yun Mian divided it that way because Ni Yangguang was straightforward and generous, not the type to nitpick every detail. Hu Yuan, on the other hand, was meticulous and intelligent. He also pursued profit. Given his efficiency in making oil paper umbrellas these past few days, Yun Mian knew that giving him a bigger incentive would make him work even harder. With the system supervising, there wouldn't be any trouble. Yun Mian. Before selling, let's do a little advertising. Yun Mian made a stove and sent it to Ni Yangguang. Yun Mian. Do you have any meat over there? Use the stove to roast the meat and then cook some instant noodles. Show it off in the chat channel. Ni Yangguang. That'll be a lot of envy. Yun Mian. That's exactly the effect we're going for. She also gave a tar lamp to Hu Yuan. Take this for working at night. You can also try to get a tar lamp blueprint, then you can make your own once you have enough tar and shells. Hu Yuan. This is great. Can we sell it? Yun Mian also wanted to, but tar was scarce. Each tar lamp only lasted for a few hours, and she'd managed to gather just over 30. She was afraid there wouldn't be enough for herself, so she decided not to be too greedy for now. The stove and oil paper umbrella businesses would keep them busy for a while. They could consider selling tar lamps later. Hu Yuan. All right, I'll follow your lead. Since teaming up with Yun Mian, Hu Yuan's quality of life had improved tremendously. He no longer lacked anything, and he even saw hope for reaching level 4. He just needed to gather enough wood and nails in the next few days, but he was still short on glass. He remembered when he first entered the game. He had plenty of upgrade materials, but was extremely short on food and water. Every day, he had to go through great trouble to find someone to trade with, which was not only troublesome but also nerve-wracking. If he hadn't met Yun Mian, there was no way he would be where he was now. As Yun Mian predicted, the advertising had an immediate effect. Ni Yangguang posted a GIF in the chat channel, showing himself roasting fish by the stove while holding a bowl of delicious instant noodles. It made everyone envious. Whoa, Ni Yangguang, you're living the good life. Wow, you have a stove? You can cook food and roast fish? So jealous. Ni Yangguang, where did you get that stove? Can we buy one? I can almost smell it. The instant noodles look amazing and that roasted fish sizzling with oil. I have so much fish but no way to cook it. If I had a stove, I could roast it. I really want one. Ni Yangguang. Haha, I just bought this stove at a high price from a friend of mine. Life's quality has improved dramatically since then. Ni Yangguang, do you guys want to buy one? The price won't be cheap though. The moment he posted the picture, within 2 minutes, many people messaged him, asking where he got the stove and how they could buy one. In this lousy weather, cold and damp, everyone had had enough. If there was a stove, how comfortable would that be? Even if it was expensive, it would be worth it. Price doesn't matter. What do I need to exchange for it? Blueprints or materials? I want one. I'll trade you a weapon for it. Let's do it auction style, just like the oil paper umbrellas before. The highest bidder wins. How do you make it? Is it enough just to have a workbench? Too bad I don't have one. Even with a workbench, you can't make it without a blueprint. It's impressive they're willing to trade something like that. Why wouldn't they trade it? You can exchange for resources and help everyone else. I think we should do more bartering and share more information. Zhang Jincheng was collecting stove blueprints in the chat channel. The moment Ni Yangguang posted, he saw a business opportunity and quickly sent a message. I have a workbench. Does anyone have a stove blueprint? I used to have a stove blueprint, but I traded it to someone. It was when Ni Yangguang's friend was selling weapons. I traded it for a weapon. No wonder Ni Yangguang has a stove. He got the blueprint from you. What a loss for you. Now who knows how much a stove can fetch in trade? Zhang Jincheng. If anyone gives me a stove blueprint, I'll make stoves for them for free. Anyone who joins our group can also get a stove. Jin Baoquan. Our boss is so generous, unlike Ni Yangguang's group. They're only out for profit and don't understand the importance of solidarity. Ni Yangguang. If you have the guts, make it yourself. You don't even have the blueprint, and you're here talking nonsense. Ni Yangguang couldn't stand Zhang Jincheng and his group. They always pretended to care for everyone's well-being to deceive and cheat. When Yushi privately messaged him, don't pay attention to them. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The gif you posted already made people jealous. You can't argue with them all by yourself. Ni Yangguang. I know, but I just can't stand it. When Yushi. How much is your friend's stove selling for? I want one too. Ni Yangguang. Haha, if you want it, I'll give you one. Of course it wouldn't be a free gift. He would use his own resources to get one and then give it to Wen Yushi. Wen Yushi. I can buy it myself. Just tell me what resources are needed. Wen Yushi was quite wealthy, never lacking resources in the game. When she saw the stove, she also wanted it. It was a valuable item that could make a lot of delicious food. She had been eating steamed buns and bread every day recently and was already tired of it. Rarely would she get fried rice or noodles from a treasure chest, but she really missed eating meat. It had been so many days without it, and she was craving it badly. Ni Yangguang knew Wen Yushi's personality, so he gave her a fair price. Basic materials require 80 pieces of wood or 80 nails. If it's a blueprint, it has to be a weapon or tool blueprint. Other materials can be soil, iron ore, tar, cotton paper, bamboo, refined tung oil, or thread, at least 10 units each. These conditions were decided after discussing with Hu Yuan and Yun Mian. Wen Yushi looked at her backpack. She still had enough basic materials, but she needed them to upgrade her ship. She was just a few pieces of glass short of reaching level 4 and couldn't afford to use those materials casually. Instead, she looked at her blueprints. She had several good blueprints that she had been saving for herself. Although she didn't have a workbench yet, she estimated that within a month every survivor would have one. So she kept the blueprints. Blueprint for beginner swift boots, blueprint for advanced bookshelf, blueprint for double-door wardrobe, blueprint for blue steel dagger, blueprint for craftsman's hammer. All of these were good items, and she was reluctant to part with them. But it was for a stove. With a stove, she could roast meat and boil water. Even if it was a bit overpriced now, it was worth it to enjoy it sooner. Wen Yushi could have gotten it for free from Ni Yangguang. He was willing, but she could afford it, so why take advantage of someone else? So Wen Yushi decided to trade the blueprint for the craftsman's hammer for a stove. It was a good item, but it was unlikely she would use it in the future, as it was better suited for those with blacksmithing skills. She had already learned the skill for potion making, and blacksmithing wasn't really her thing. Wen Yushi traded the blueprint for the craftsman's hammer, and soon she received a freshly made stove. There were burning embers inside the stove, and as soon as she received it, she felt a wave of warmth. Ni Yangguang specifically gave her a stove that had already been lit so that she could use it right away. Wen Yushi had some food stored like potatoes and sweet potatoes, but she couldn't eat them raw, so she had kept them in her backpack. Now she quickly took them out to roast. She went to the trading center to get an iron grill, put it on the stove, and placed the potatoes and sweet potatoes on it. If she had a teapot to put on it too, it would have been perfect for brewing tea by the stove. Wen Yushi was quite satisfied, but she felt it was missing something. She went to the trading center again and bought some meat. Now, there were more and more people selling fish in the trading center, and the prices weren't high since most people had no way to cook fish. But now that stoves were entering the market, fish prices would probably go up. Wen Yushi bought 2 and found that the fish was incredibly fresh. It was fresh caught and hadn't been processed into fillets, which meant the fish would taste even better. So Wen Yushi clicked on the seller's information and saw that the seller's name was Yun Mian Mian. Looking more closely, she noticed that Yun Mian Mian had also listed a variety of fish for sale: tuna, three-knife fish, octopus, large yellow croaker, grouper, sea bass. She wondered how Yun Mian Mian managed to get so many types of fish to sell. Wen Yushi wanted to eat all of them, so she decided to buy a little of each. She wondered if Yun Mian Mian had any other types of meat. Wen Yushi decided to message her privately. "Hello? Do you have any other kinds of meat?" She wanted chicken, beef, or pork. She knew the chances were slim, but what if? Yun Mian Mian wasn't paying attention to the chat channel. She had a lot to do. She first made 20 stoves and sent them to Ni Yangguang for trading, then started organizing the resources she'd gathered on the island over the past couple of days. Red pine wood X2032, coconut tree wood X183, coconuts X92, tar X34, 10 stems of Pinelia, 13 stems of Blatilla, Tier 2 deer hide X13, 10 already used, premium deer meat X15, wild vegetables X23, wild fruits X26, black snail X16, 5 already sold, mussels X11, 7 already sold, gooseneck barnacles X2, wild rabbits X2, wild chickens X3, wild chicken eggs X11, soil X423, plus various wild mushrooms totaling about 70 to 80 portions. All in all, this trip to the island had been very rewarding. She had also received some nice rewards for being the first in the entire region to land on the island. She didn't know when she'd get another landing pass next. Based on the current situation, she'd need to level up to level 5, and for that, she'd likely need to go to an island again. Hickory wood hadn't appeared yet, and glass, iron ore, and plastic were still hard to gather. These resources weren't available from other players, which meant they could only be obtained by exploring the islands. She also organized her previous resources. With the backpack upgrade, many things could now be stored in it. Basic resources: wood X57, nails X86, iron ingots X283, stone X22, iron ore X4, glass X48, plastic X56, cotton cloth X14, cotton paper X25, thread X28, refined tung oil XE8, bamboo X66, charcoal X25, shells X14, thread X12, soil X1888, cotton X2, wool X2, seeds, cotton seeds, spinach seeds, lettuce seeds, corn seeds, medicine, digestive tablets X1 bottle, Montmorillonite powder X1, bandages X5, anti-inflammatory drug X1, painkiller X3, cold medicine X1, mosquito repellent ointment X1, weapons and tools, fishing spear X1, animal trap X1, machete X1, axe X2, shovel X2, dagger X1, bronze sword X1, stove X1, special items, key fragment X3, planting guide, basic sword techniques X1, beginner archery for beginners X1, nutrient solution X2, spider island map X1, single seat blueprint X1, beginner bow blueprint X1, lazy sofa blueprint X1, desk lamp blueprint X1, curtain blueprint X1. She also had a pile of household items and more than 20 different kinds of food. She was dazzled just by looking at them, spreading everything out on the ground. If she had to count them herself, she'd probably lose track. But luckily, once she stored them in the backpack, the system automatically generated the quantities. Seeing it all like this, she realized she actually had quite a lot of resources. Yun Mian Mian felt a sense of comfort and security from having so much. The large quantities that were not easily stored were mostly put in her backpack, while other items were kept in storage boxes or directly piled on the deck. When the ship gets upgraded, it should be even bigger. By then, Yun Mian Mian planned to set aside a room just for storage and make some storage racks, so there'd be no worry about space. By now, it was completely dark, and the sea was pitch black. Tonight's weather was terrible. Lightning tore through the sky, and waves surged across the sea. Yun Mian Mian sat at the bow of the boat, the wind blowing her hair in all directions. She simply used chopsticks to tie her hair at the back of her head. A large ship was different from a small one. On the sea, small boats were blown to and fro, bobbing up and down, and there was always the worry that they might capsize at any moment. A large ship, however, could maintain stability, though it swayed a bit. Though Yun Mian Mian seemed so relaxed, players at level 2 and 3 were not faring as well, especially the level 2 players. At the moment, They were lamenting bitterly, struggling. After dark, in just a few hours, several thousand more people from Zone 3 had gone offline. Though the ship rocked, at least Yunmian didn't get seasick. She wondered how the seasick players had managed to endure these days. The chat channel was full of people in a panic, discussing how many would be dead by tomorrow, but Yunmian had no interest in paying attention to this because she suddenly remembered she hadn't yet fished for today's treasure chest. She first opened a coconut for herself, pouring the coconut water into a cup. There was more than enough to fill it. She drank the rest of the coconut water directly and scooped out the coconut meat, putting it in a bowl as a snack. With her small stool in place, Yunmian sat down, holding her fishing rod in one hand, and in the other drinking coconut water and eating coconut meat. The moment the coconut was opened, there was a fragrant aroma. The white, tender meat looked delicious. The coconut water was clear with a sweet, fresh taste. The rich fragrance was refreshing, and drinking it gave a sense of happiness. The coconut meat melted in her mouth and wasn't too sweet, making it easy to eat slowly. She couldn't stop herself. It was that good. While eating, a treasure chest hooked onto her line. Obtained locked silver treasure chest. It had been a long time since Yunmian had gotten a locked treasure chest, and there was bound to be something good inside. Fortunately, she still had 3 key fragments, enough to combine into a key. Without a second thought, Yunmian combined the key. Woo-hoo, everything goes smoothly, all wishes fulfilled. Obtained steamer X1, pastry recipe X1, green pepper seeds, K1, European wardrobe blueprint X1, nutrient solution X2, cotton soft towels. X2. Yunmian took out each item and examined them. Pastry recipe. After use, it increases cooking proficiency by 5 points and teaches 50 basic pastry recipes. Yunmian opened her character info. Player, Yunmian, age 22, stamina 52, upgradable, strength 50, upgradable, mental power 65, upgradable, luck 88, upgradable, beginner cooking 2250, beginner gathering 1550. Her strength had increased by 1 point, likely from all the tree chopping, which had strengthened her body. Cooking and gathering hadn't previously had values shown, but now, as her skills improved, progress appeared for upgrading. Yunmian immediately used the recipe, increasing her cooking proficiency by 5 points. Name, European wardrobe, blueprint, materials, coconut tree trunk X5, red pine wood X2, nails X10. She had been missing a wardrobe, and although she didn't have many clothes, it would be nice to have a place to store them. There was still some space left in her room, just enough for a wardrobe. But there was no rush to make a wardrobe now. Yunmian planned to continue fishing for the rest of the treasure chests. Nothing was more important at this moment than opening treasure chests. She propped her chin and waited a while, finally feeling the fishing rod sink. Yunmian hurriedly pulled it up. It was particularly heavy this time. Yunmian had a feeling it would be a good chest. She put in all her strength to reel it in, and the huge treasure chest finally surfaced. It was a golden treasure chest, but it was enormous. Could it be a giant golden treasure chest? It was so heavy, it must be full of treasures. Yunmian happily looked at the chest and lifted it onto the deck. So heavy. The chest wasn't locked, but Yunmian could hear something inside moving. She worried for a moment that something might jump out of it. After hesitating briefly, she still decided to open it. As soon as she opened it and before she could react, she heard a familiar sound. Ee. A little dolphin? Yunmian widened her eyes. You little guy, how did you end up in here? The little dolphin jumped happily twice. Ee. It still remembered Yunmian and was clearly delighted to see her. Yunmian noticed some residue around the little dolphin's mouth. She wasn't sure what it had just eaten, and aside from it, the chest contained nothing else. After finally getting a golden treasure chest, it turned out to contain just the little dolphin, although she did want to see it not in this way. Yunmian suspected that there had originally been something in the chest, either eaten or thrown away by the little dolphin. Yunmian. Little dolphin, Where are the things that were in the chest? The little dolphin jumped up excitedly. Ee! Yun Mian Mian. Did you eat them? Probably everything edible was eaten, and everything that wasn't was thrown away. Then the dolphin itself climbed in to hide and eat. The little dolphin spun in a circle. Ee! Seems like that's the case. She wasn't sure what it ate to be so happy. Yun Mian Mian sighed slightly. You promised Big Sister last time that you'd help her find treasure chests, and now you've eaten up her chest. That's not okay, you know. The little dolphin looked at her in confusion, seemingly not understanding what it had done wrong. Yun Mian Mian's tone was gentle, without any blame. She coaxed softly. Why don't you go find another chest like this for Big Sister? Big Sister will give you some delicious food in exchange. Yun Mian Mian had come to realize the little dolphin's nature as a foodie. She took out a bunch of food. Coconuts, strawberries, watermelons, peaches. The little dolphin looked at the new and exciting food in delight. You want to eat these? Then go help Big Sister find a treasure chest, okay? Ee! Then hurry along. Once you find the chest, you'll get all of this. Yun Mian Mian patted the little dolphin on the head, holding a peach in one hand and a strawberry in the other. The little dolphin sniffed furiously, clearly interested. It had never tasted these foods before, and they smelled so good. Yun Mian Mian. If you find a treasure chest, you can have all of these. Make sure it's as big as this one. The little dolphin disappeared into the sea, and Yun Mian Mian went back to fishing for the last treasure chest. She opened her interface and took a look at the messages. There were a few unread messages in the trading center. Wen Yushi. Hi, do you have any other kinds of meat for sale? Pork or poultry would be great. Yun Mian Mian did have other types of meat, premium venison as well as live chickens and rabbits, but she was reluctant to kill them and wanted to keep them for breeding. However, breeding wasn't that simple either. She had many things to do at the moment. Her sword skills still needed practice, and now she also had the beginner archery book. Plus, with the stove business, she barely had time for those live animals. One of the chickens was even injured and probably wouldn't last much longer. If the buyer offered a good price, she might consider selling them. Yun Mian Mian. If you want other types of meat, you'll need to trade special items. Today, she had received a recipe book and realized there were items that could boost her skills and proficiency. Wen Yushi. Special items? What do you mean by that? Yun Mian Mian. Skill books are items that increase skill proficiency. Wen Yushi thought to herself, oh no. She had just used the craftsman's hammer blueprint to trade for the stove, and that seemed like it could increase crafting proficiency. She rummaged through her backpack. How about this? Flashlight Yun Mian Mian checked. It was a flashlight that needed batteries. It was a good item, but she had no batteries. She'd have to find batteries somewhere else. Plus, with the tar lamp, she had no immediate use for the flashlight. I don't need this. Wen Yushi. All right, I'll contact you when I have some special items. Yun Mian Mian. Okay. After closing Wen Yushi's chat, Yun Mian Mian noticed a message from that pretty boy again. Lin Quan Ling. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Lin Quan Ling. Or maybe you don't like my style. I can change it. Lin Quan Ling. Image. He had sent another selfie. Yun Mian Mian glanced at it. He really did have that little idol look. He seemed to have put on some makeup, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and sharp, defined features. He was also wearing a white sweater, looking very clean and neat. To look this well-groomed in a survival game was quite rare, especially for a man. Yun Mian Mian guessed he might have entered the game with a makeup kit. She couldn't figure out why this person was so persistent with her. Or maybe he was just casting a wide net. She didn't bother replying and ignored it. The fishing rod moved, and Yun Mian Mian reeled it in. It was a silver treasure chest. Obtained lunchbox X1, spatula X1, kettle X1, rope X1, compass X1, slingshot X1. Everything inside was very practical, which made Yun Mian Mian quite pleased. She packed up her fishing rod and prepared to harvest her crops. 2 days had passed, and the cabbages on the rare land were fully grown. She harvested them all at once and planted the sprouted potatoes in their place. The black seeds she planted last time had sprouted, but they hadn't grown much. Yunmian hesitated about whether to pour some nutrient solution on them again. She still had 2 bottles of nutrient solution left. She was very curious about what this plant was and wanted it to grow faster. The cabbages had already been harvested, but this little plant was still just a sprout. It was taking up a rare piece of land too. It should have matured by now. Maybe it was because of the lack of sunlight and low temperature. Some plants were delicate and couldn't grow all year round. It was currently the rainy season with no sunlight at all. Yunmian gritted her teeth and poured another bottle of nutrient solution. As soon as she did, there was movement again. The golden little sprout grew taller, even wiggling its body as if it was twisting its waist. Its stem and leaves had grown much larger. The originally light green sprout had turned to a darker green, and then it stopped moving again. Yunmian sighed. Whether it was a vegetable or a fruit tree, she had no idea how much nutrient solution it would take to make it bloom and bear fruit. She decided to check again after a while. Now that she had enough soil and water, her farming endeavor could officially begin. Yunmian used the workbench to make a row of stone brick planting beds, placing them in a spacious area. She then spread a layer of soil over them, making sure the thickness didn't exceed 15 centimeters, as suggested by the planting guide. She also spread a layer of leaves at the bottom. These leaves could be traded for at the trading center. Some people found a bunch of fallen leaves in treasure chests and didn't know what to do with them, so they put them up for trade. Yunmian had previously exchanged for a box of leaves, enough to cover 5 square meters of soil. Over time, these leaves would turn into fertile leaf mold, which could be used as base fertilizer to help the plants grow. She then burned mussels to make lime and spread it over half of the soil, as some crops didn't require lime as fertilizer. First, she planted the medicinal herbs she had dug up from the island. The 10 Pinellia and 13 Blatilla took up 1 square meter. In the remaining plots, she planted spinach seeds, lettuce seeds, corn seeds, cotton seeds, and bell pepper seeds. She also planted a peach pit. Unlike rare soil, ordinary soil took longer for crops to mature. These vegetables would take about a week to harvest. The peach tree would likely take about a month to grow. Ee. Hearing the sound, Yunmian turned around and saw the little dolphin leaping across the sea surface. Next to it floated a chest, a golden treasure chest. It finally arrived. Yunmian excitedly walked over. The little dolphin jumped up energetically, splashing with its tail. Understanding its intention, Yunmian tossed it a strawberry. The sweet and sour taste exploded in the little dolphin's mouth, and it let out a happy cry. Ee. It seemed to like it a lot. Yunmian threw it another one. Eat. She hugged the golden chest, not minding her clothes getting wet, eager to open it and see what treasures were inside. Obtained: beginner alchemy table blueprint, batteries X5, magnifying glass X1, whistle X1, pack of salt, water purification tablets. Text 2, an alchemy table. Yunmian eagerly pulled out the blueprint to check it. Name: alchemy table. Requires alchemy skill to use. Materials required: iron ore, X2, glass, X5, medicine bottles. C2, function: create and synthesize various medicines. She hadn't learned the alchemy skill yet, so she couldn't use it even if she made it. And she also lacked medicine bottles. Yunmian put the blueprint away. The most valuable item in this chest was definitely this blueprint. The other items were decent at best. However, she finally had salt, which was important. The human body needed a certain amount of salt. While there was salt in seawater, sea salt didn't contain added iodine, which could lead to iodine deficiency. She had just been thinking it wasn't worth exchanging for the flashlight without batteries, and now she had batteries but no flashlight. The little dolphin was still calling out, seeming not to have eaten enough. Yunmian, having received something good, wouldn't be stingy. She threw it another peach. Here, eat. Remember to bring more chests to Big Sister next time, okay? There are lots more goodies for you if you trade them for chests. Worried that it wouldn't understand, Mian took out some food and gestured between the golden chest and the food. The little dolphin swam 2 circles around her, seemingly satisfied and full, before swimming away. A golden treasure chest could be dismantled into 150 pieces of wood. A silver chest could be dismantled into 100 pieces of wood. Including the chests she had fished out yesterday, Mian dismantled them all, put the wood on the trading center, and then contentedly went back inside. The 10th day at sea weather. Thunderstorm. Upon waking up the next day, Mian knew something was wrong. Outside, thunder and lightning roared, waves crashed endlessly against the ship, and when she opened the display, she found that overnight, quite a few more people had died. She stepped out of her room to find a truly magnificent, one might say even awe-inspiring scene. Giant waves surged over the ocean and flashes of lightning streaked across the sky with a terrifying intensity. It seemed the sea was not at peace. Shadows moved beneath the water, and on closer inspection, she saw dorsal fins of sharks cutting through the surface. They were swimming around, their eyes occasionally visible, making for an eerie sight. Mian felt her heart clench, and she opened the chat channel, where the messages were flooding in. "A lot of people died. It's too scary. The time limit is tonight and I'm still not at level 3. What should I do? What else can you do? Hurry up and level up. Use all your materials to trade for upgrade items. Survival comes first. All the wood and nails at the trading center are long gone. Yesterday that big shot put up some more, but they were gone in seconds. I wish I hadn't taken my chances. My treasure chests from the last 2 days hardly had any upgrade materials. Did you guys notice there are sharks everywhere? If your boat flips, you'll be shark food. Ni Yangguang. Mian, be careful. There are a lot of sharks. Hu Yuan. Stay safe. Luo. The eyes, nose, or gills, those are the most sensitive parts of a shark. If you need to fight back, aim for those areas. Luo was direct and to the point, immediately teaching her how to deal with sharks. Mian replied to each of them, reassuring them that she was okay. She glanced at the trading center and saw that all the wood and nails she had put up had been taken, and many people were messaging her to see if there was more available. There were those who were thankful and those who cursed her. Mian didn't care. She had done what she could. She kept an eye on the sharks by her boat, wondering if they would attack. Thankfully, they seemed to be more curious than aggressive and didn't seem intent on harming her boat. Mian took out her lucky dice and threw it into the air. 2. From extreme adversity comes prosperity. Bad luck comes to an end and good fortune begins. It means that when things reach their worst, they will start to improve. This was her first time rolling a 2. It wasn't exactly a good number. Mian was a bit worried about what might happen today. If bad luck had to reach its peak before she could gain good fortune, what kind of misfortune awaited her? She could only take it one step at a time. Mian went to the trading center to exchange for some weeds to feed the 2 rabbits, and she also fed some corn kernels to the chickens. One of the chickens that had been injured by the trap seemed to be on its last legs, barely clinging to life. Mian took it out and swiftly slit its throat. However, the chicken's blood spilled all over the place, and it took her a long time to clean it up. She then boiled a pot of hot water to pluck the chicken. After a long while, she finally finished processing the chicken, and it made quite a mess. It seemed that today was indeed an unlucky day. But Mian had a good attitude. She thought about the delicious coconut chicken she would soon enjoy, and figured all the trouble would be worth it. Mian opened a coconut, scooped out the coconut meat, and cut up half of the chicken. She poured the coconut water into a pot, added a bottle of water, and put in the coconut meat and chicken to boil. Once it started boiling, she added a little salt, some cabbage, and potatoes. The aroma of coconut mingled with the rich scent of chicken, and a thin layer of chicken oil floated on the clear soup. The sweet fragrance filled the entire boat. Mian swallowed her saliva and added some wild vegetables and porcini mushrooms to the pot. She served herself a bowl of the broth. She took a light sip. Delicious. The broth was sweet, full of coconut flavor, and had a fragrant aroma. The soup was refreshing, and the free-range chicken was tender and didn't need much chewing. The vegetables absorbed the broth, becoming even more delicious, and the potatoes had turned soft and fluffy. Yun Mian Mian drank 2 bowls of broth and ate 2 bowls of vegetables, with more than half the pot left. She divided the leftovers into 3 portions and put them in wooden bowls. Chef's special coconut chicken. Sweet, refreshing, and aromatic. A bite fills you with energy. Effect. Restores 3 points of stamina and 5 points of mental energy per minute. After learning the cooking skill, all the food she prepared had added buffs, which was a good thing. She was already in top condition, so eating 2 servings of buffed food was a bit wasteful. But there was no need to feel stingy. She had plenty. Yun Mian Mian anonymously put 2 portions on the trading center. She asked for medicine bottles or an alchemy skill book in exchange. Right now, she only had the blueprint for an alchemy station, but lacked medicine bottles and didn't have the alchemy skill either. After putting the food up for trade, she started practicing her swordsmanship. After her stamina increased, her strength and speed had also improved, and her footwork was more stable. She could now begin learning the moves from basic swordsmanship 13 forms. However, the sea was very unstable today. After practicing for a while, she began to feel dizzy. Even her large boat was starting to sway, and it was hard to keep her balance on deck, let alone practice swordplay. She had no choice but to stop. It was better to go fish for treasure chests. Yun Mian Mian took out her fishing rod, but as soon as she cast it into the water, the sharks surrounding her boat rushed over. Yun Mian Mian. She just wanted to fish for treasure chests. Why were they reacting so strongly? Before she could retrieve her line, a shark opened its mouth and bit her fishing line, snapping it instantly. Yun Mian Mian quickly pulled the fishing rod back. The fishing line breaking was one thing, but she couldn't let her rod get broken too. Luo Luo. I can't fish for treasure chests. Every time I cast the line, these sharks surround me. Yun Mian Mian. No rush. I can't fish either. Let's see how it goes later. Since she couldn't fish for treasure chests, Yun Mian Mian decided to make more fire stoves. She sent a message to Ni Yangguang asking how the stoves were selling. Ni Yangguang. I was just about to tell you. The 20 you gave me yesterday are all sold out. You should make more. Yun Mian Mian. Got it. Ni Yangguang. Right now, everyone is very tight on resources, and they're all using everything they have to upgrade their boats. Hu Yuan suggested auctioning the stoves for a few days first, to create some scarcity and get some good items out of the wealthy players. Then we'll sell at a fixed price later. Quite the shrewd businessman. It aligned with Yun Mian Mian's own thinking. Those who could afford to buy fire stoves were not the same group of people who were currently struggling to gather upgrade materials. Selling to these people and making a bit more profit didn't bother Yun Mian Mian at all. In the afternoon, a waterspout formed over the sea. Though it was broad daylight, the sky was covered with dark clouds. With the arrival of the thunderstorm, the waves grew more intense. The vast and endless sea was already unsettling, and with this kind of weather, it felt like the end of the world. The small boats on the sea swayed precariously. Yun Mian Mian handed over the newly made fire stoves to Ni Yangguang. Ni Yangguang. Water's coming into my boat. How's it on your side? Yun Mian Mian's level 4 boat was fine. No issues. I'm okay. Ni Yangguang. Several people who bought fire stoves from me just reported that their stoves have gone out and asked for support. With such strong winds and rain, it was normal for fire stoves to be extinguished. If there was no way to keep a fire and no fire-starting tools, it would indeed be difficult to keep a flame going. Yun Mian Mian? I'll make some torches for you, and you can sell them to them for a lower price. Ni Yangguang. Great. Torches were easier to make compared to fire stoves. They required just 1 scrap of cloth, 1 piece of wood, plus a fire source. However, each torch only lasted for an hour and could only be used for starting fires or short-term lighting at sea. Yun Mian Mian made 10 torches in bulk and sent them to Ni Yangguang. The torches sold very well, and Ni Yangguang made a good profit off them too. As night fell, the rain showed no signs of letting up. At midnight, the system would eliminate those who hadn't yet reached level 3. Many people in the chat channel were raising prices, and the cost of wood and nails had soared, even surpassing that of food and water. With people in a state of panic, many in the chat channel began asking for help. Is there anyone kind enough to give me 20 pieces of wood? I'm just 20 pieces short of being able to upgrade. I've traded away everything I could. I never thought 10 nails would stump me. I can't fish for treasure chests today, and I've lost my last hope. I feel like crying. I thought if I could fish for a treasure chest today, I could break it down into wood, but I've been fishing all day and haven't caught a single one. As long as these sharks are around, we can't fish for treasure chests. This game is so cruel, forcing people into desperation on the final day. Quick, check it out. Someone on the forum killed a shark and got a treasure chest. Seeing that message, Yun Mian immediately opened the forum. She rarely looked at the forum. The last time she had, it hadn't been very informative, mostly rehashed old topics. Some people were using the guise of sharing useful information just to form cliques, posting a lot of pointless content. There were even some serialized stories. The Super Rich Hoarder with Supernatural Powers, My Ocean Harem Adventure, and I Lived a Happy Life at Sea by signing in. Yun Mian was too busy to spend time reading those, though many players were avidly following the serials. The chat channel was too noisy, and many people disliked it, preferring to hang out on the forum instead. Nia Yangguang had also advertised on the forum before, and it worked quite well. Diamond treasure chest dropped after killing a shark. The post detailed everything, including images, explaining how the poster had killed the shark and obtained the chest. Inside the shark's belly was a diamond treasure chest, which contained upgrade materials, weapon enhancement blueprints, and workbench blueprints. Yun Mian's eyes lit up when she saw that. Who was this person? They had killed a shark so easily and were willing to share their experience. Yun Mian glanced at the poster's name. It was anonymous. A diamond treasure chest. Who wouldn't want one? Yun Mian had never even seen one. Her gaze turned to the sharks near her boat. Other people might have 1 or 2 sharks near their boats, but she had 5 or 6 around hers. Maybe it was because her boat was bigger, attracting more sharks. Killing a shark could get her a diamond treasure chest, but it could also cost her her life. Yun Mian thought about it for a long time and decided not to take the risk. She wasn't a strength-type player, and with her bad luck today, if something went wrong, it wouldn't matter even if she got a diamond treasure chest. Just then, Luo sent her a message. Luo. Did you see that post on the forum? Yun Mian. The one about killing a shark? Luo. Yes. Yun Mian's expression changed. Are you planning to do it? Luo. Gotta take a shot. No risk, no reward. This, Yun Mian couldn't argue with her. If she had the strength, she'd want to take the risk too. Yun Mian. What's your strength stat? Luo. 89. Yun Mian looked at her own strength stat. It had just reached 50. That was the difference. Yun Mian. Do you need any help? Luo. I think I can kill it, but I might be seriously injured. I'm just worried about losing too much blood afterward. Yun Mian understood. This was the open sea. There was no way to call for emergency services. Some people couldn't even afford bandages. But Yun Mian had supplies. She had gauze, painkillers, and anti-inflammatories. She also had thread, and with the workbench, she could make a needle to stitch wounds. Yun Mian. I can provide you with the medical supplies you need. Luo. Staunching medicine, gauze, needle, and thread. I'll split whatever we get with you, and you can choose first. Luo had wanted to take on the challenge as soon as she saw the post. Of course she wanted the diamond treasure chest, but more importantly, without killing the shark, she wouldn't be able to fish for a regular treasure chest. She didn't want to waste the day, so she decided to take the risk. A workbench or an enhancement weapon would make it worth it. All right, be careful. Yun Mian immediately made a fine needle, then sent the gauze and thread to Luo. She didn't have any hemostatic medicine, but she found some in the trading center. She exchanged a torch with another player to get a small amount of hemostatic medicine. After some hesitation, she also sent her fishing spear along with the medical supplies. This is for you to use. Luo likely had her own weapon, but on the sea, a fishing spear would be the most effective against sea creatures. It might help her at a critical moment. Mian lent her fishing spear to Luo for 2 reasons. Luo had been good to her these past few days, and Mian considered her a friend. The second reason was that if Luo could indeed kill the shark, Mian would also benefit. The spear was valuable, but Mian felt the risk was worth it. Luo, thank you. Time ticked by. Though Mian kept herself busy, she couldn't help but feel worried. There was no word from Luo, suggesting she was still fighting the shark. Although Mian was anxious to know how things were going, there was nothing she could do to help, nor could she distract Luo. So, she continued making fire stoves and even completed the European-style wardrobe. The double-door wardrobe had a considerable capacity, enough to hold a dozen or so outfits. Though without hangers, clothes had to be folded and placed in the wardrobe. In the chat channel, others were also attempting to challenge the sharks. But so far, no one seemed to have succeeded. Instead, those who had boasted about killing sharks had now turned gray and offline. Mian checked Luo's status. Her icon was still lit, indicating she wasn't in danger. No news was the best news. Seeing Luo daring to fight a shark made Mian even more determined to increase her strength. Starting tomorrow, she planned to set aside 2 to 3 hours a day for training. Archery was also important. Good archery skills were crucial for hunting. While traps were useful, they required luck and time and weren't very efficient. If she had good archery skills, she could take down prey with a single arrow as soon as she saw it. Raindrops pounded against the ship's deck, making a pattering sound as Mian started preparing dinner. The rain was too heavy, so she moved the stove inside her room. Fortunately, the room had a chimney, so there wasn't much to worry about. Tonight's dinner was a grilled fish and roasted mushrooms. Now that she had salt, she first scaled the fish, rubbed salt evenly over its surface, gave it a little massage, and then placed it on the grill. She sliced the mushrooms and placed them on the grill as well. The fire wasn't too intense, just enough to cook everything slowly. Mian checked the time. It had been an hour since Luo said she was going to fight the shark. The fish was a moderate size, just enough for 2 people. She planned to give half to Luo to help her replenish her strength and mental energy. Luo was covered in blood, leaning against the side of the boat, her lower body soaking in seawater, her arms scratched and blood seeping from her palms. The air was filled with the stench of blood. Luo frowned. She had already gathered everything dropped by the shark, and now she needed to get out of this area quickly or more sharks might gather around. The shark had lost too much blood. The scent of blood was very attractive to sharks. She only had 10 points of stamina left and needed to rest immediately, but there was no time to rest. After climbing aboard, she didn't even have time to open the chest. She immediately used the last of her strength to row away from there. Once the scent of blood was gone and her surroundings became calm, she collapsed in exhaustion onto the boat, gasping for air. The items from killing the shark were already in her inventory. In addition to 40 pieces of shark meat, she also had a diamond treasure chest. Luo had worked so hard for this moment, she wasted no time opening it. Obtained. Iron ore X20, glass X20, teleportation card X1, first aid kit X1, gathering skill book X1, jungle boots X1, rare soil X1. Luo felt her spirits lift. Congratulations, player, you are the 4th to kill a shark. Reward, short sword made from shark teeth. After waiting for a long time, Mian finally received a message from Luo. Luo, got it done. Luo shared everything she obtained from the diamond treasure chest with Mian, including the short sword. Take a look and let me know what you want. Mian was relieved to see the first aid kit. Since Luo had it, she wouldn't need any of Mian's medical supplies. Luo could have easily lied about killing the shark, kept the treasure chest for herself, and not shared anything. But she didn't do that. Previously, Yun Mian saw Luo Luo as a friend. Now, she considered Luo Luo the most trustworthy person in this survival world. Trust is reciprocal. Seeing someone be completely open with her, especially in such a harsh survival situation, made Yun Mian feel deeply warmed. "You choose first. Just give me something." The diamond chest contained only good items, and Yun Mian wasn't picky. "Luo Luo, last time I saw you wanted iron ore and glass, so I'll give those to you. I don't have any use for the teleportation card right now." Received, iron ore X20, glass X20, teleportation card X1. Yun Mian. You need glass to upgrade to level 4. Keep 10 for yourself. Luo Luo. All right. If you need anything else, just let me know. Luo Luo returned the medical supplies Yun Mian had given her. "The first aid kit has what I need. I'll keep the needle and thread, but you can have the rest." That meant Yun Mian had essentially received all those good items for the cost of just a needle and some thread. Yun Mian sent over a serving of grilled fish and coconut chicken. "Here, these will help you recover quickly." It was exactly what Luo Luo needed, and she accepted without hesitation. Luo Luo took a bite of the grilled fish. The taste was delicious, perfectly seasoned with salt. After having bland food for so long, Luo Luo's taste buds were practically dancing in delight. The grilled fish was so tasty, it brought immense satisfaction to her senses. It was just too good. Slowly her strength returned. Where she had felt weak and fatigued before, now she felt as if she could take on another shark. She opened her character info and saw her stamina and mental energy had significantly increased. Luo Luo considered herself extremely fortunate to have met Yun Mian. After thinking about it for a moment, she decided to send the jungle boots and rare soil to Yun Mian. She didn't have any crops to plant, and the boots weren't something she needed either. Yun Mian, on the other hand, had vegetables, so she must be getting into farming. When Yun Mian saw that Luo Luo had given her more items, she was a bit surprised. Yun Mian. "Why give me more?" Luo Luo. "I don't need them." These were items that everyone would need at some point. The rare soil was a treasure, and the jungle boots, made of rubber and canvas, were perfect for quickly wicking away moisture, a must in this rainy weather. Yun Mian accepted the items, but she made a decision. "How much wood and nails do you still need to get to level 4? Luo Luo instantly understood Yun Mian's intent. She quickly checked her inventory. She had reached level 3 just a few days ago and only had 300 pieces of wood, far from enough. She still needed 100 more nails. She took a screenshot of her inventory and sent it to Yun Mian. Yun Mian frowned. Luo Luo was short of 700 pieces of wood and 100 nails. That's quite a big gap. Yun Mian herself didn't have much wood left. Most of her wood had been placed on the trading center and was quickly snapped up. If it was only a matter of 300 to 500 pieces, Yun Mian could have asked Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang to help make up the difference. Seeing that Yun Mian hadn't replied for a while, Luo Luo also understood that she was short of too much. Luo Luo. "It's okay. There's no rush over the next couple of days." But Yun Mian didn't think so. Tonight was the cutoff. Level 3 and level 4 were a dividing line. If levels below 3 would be eliminated, then would level 4 players receive a reward? Yun Mian thought it was very likely that the system would use both rewards and penalties to balance things out. She wanted to help Luo Luo upgrade. Having a strong and trustworthy ally would only be beneficial. In case they became competitors in the future, Yun Mian wasn't worried. Strong opponents make strong allies, and once she helped Luo Luo reach level 4, she would also work harder to upgrade herself. Yun Mian. "Wait for me. Go eat something first." Yun Mian privately messaged Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang. "How much wood and nails can you spare? I'll trade supplies with you for them." They both replied quickly. "What's going on? What do you need those for?" Both Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang had not yet reached level 4 and were currently gathering wood and nails themselves. Moreover, they knew Yun Mian Mian was unlikely to lack such items. Yun Mian Mian. It's for a friend. I'm helping them out. Hu Yuan was a big collector of upgrade materials. Every day, when he opened a chest, there would be no food or water, only basic materials. He had long gathered enough wood and nails so he could spare some. Hu Yuan. I can give you 150 pieces. Ni Yangguang had just enough wood, 1,000 pieces, but he still lacked some nails and glass. He could only spare a little bit since he also needed to upgrade himself. Yun Mian Mian thought about it and said, why don't we split up the materials from selling stoves and umbrellas over the past few days now? I'll see what we have. Ni Yangguang and Hu Yuan both agreed. Ni Yangguang. I don't have much wood and nails, but if we split up the materials now, it might be just enough for the upgrades. Hu Yuan was just a few pieces of glass away from reaching level 4. He knew that selling goods over the past few days must have brought in quite a bit of glass. The goods sold were all in Ni Yangguang's possession. So Ni Yangguang sent a message in their group. Ni Yangguang. I'll go organize the items and post the details later as usual. Mian Mian gets to pick first, and then Hu Yuan and I will split the rest. Yun Mian Mian agreed. In the meantime, Yun Mian Mian didn't stay idle. She privately messaged a few people. They were people she had traded with before, Rong Yu, Kui Tao, and Shi Nancheng. These people were probably doing well. Maybe they could spare some wood. Nails could be gathered by Yun Mian Mian herself. It was wood that she lacked. However, everyone in the region was short on wood, and Yun Mian Mian wasn't sure if she could gather enough in a short time. Soon, they replied. Rong Yu had wood, and Yun Mian Mian offered grilled fish and grilled venison to trade. He quickly agreed. 3 portions of grilled fish, and 2 portions of grilled venison for 200 pieces of wood. Everyone at the trading center was desperately looking for wood, so Rong Yu's asking price was understandable. 3 portions of grilled fish and 1 portion of grilled venison. My grilled food restores energy and mental strength. It's different from ordinary grilled meat. Yun Mian Mian's cooking skills provided bonuses, so the food she made was not the same as what others could make. Rong Yu. Yun Mian Mian remained confident. Her food was good and worth the price. It seemed Rong Yu was wealthy. He was able to part with 200 pieces of wood just like that, so he must be strong. Rong Yu. Deal. Wait a bit. It's freshly grilled, so it'll take some time. Kui Tao and Shi Nancheng could also trade. They needed items that Yun Mian Mian happened to have. Shi Nancheng wanted to hunt sharks, and he was looking for medicines. He anticipated he might get hurt while hunting, so he wanted to prepare in advance, regardless of success or failure. Yun Mian Mian sold the same set of medical supplies she had given to Luo Luo earlier, getting a good price, 100 pieces of wood and a cookbook. The cookbook could increase her cooking proficiency. As for Kui Tao, Yun Mian Mian traded a stove for 50 pieces of wood. He didn't have much more. The stove was still being auctioned, and he couldn't compete with the resource giants. He didn't expect to get a deal from Yun Mian Mian here. Yun Mian Mian emphasized to him that he couldn't tell anyone. She could easily trade the stove for wood, but that would mess up her plan. By auctioning the stove, she could get better items in exchange. Now, in this emergency, it was okay to trade just 1 stove since Yun Mian Mian, Hu Yuan, and Ni Yangguang didn't lack wood. But if she listed it publicly, she wouldn't be able to sell it at a high price later. At this point, Ni Yangguang finally sent a message. Wealthy group, Ni Yangguang. There's so much stuff, it took me a while to sort it out. The materials from trading umbrellas and stoves were all sealed in the system's trading center. He hadn't taken them out and put them into his inventory. This was also one of the system's highly convenient features. You could choose to have items instantly collected in your inventory or temporarily stored in the trading center, similar to a real-world parcel locker. But it required a small handling fee. The fee was iron pieces. After several days with so many items, Ni Yangguang was charged 20 iron pieces. Ni Yangguang posted a summary of the materials to the group. Iron ore X5, glass X23, jungle boots blueprint X2, animal trap blueprint X1, bronze sword blueprint X1, beginner archery blueprint X1, craftsman's hammer blueprint X1, tar X18, seashells X28, waterproof cloth X3, sun hat X1, sunscreen X1, survival scarf X2, headlamp X1, folding knife X1, chili pepper seeds X1, asparagus seeds X1, purple cabbage seeds X1, carrot seeds X2, Mao Tai wine X1, plastic bags X3, sleeping bag X1, stainless steel pot X1, chicken coop blueprint X1, chicken feed X2, scissors X2, glass bottles X2, medicine bottles X2, soybeans X3, wheat flour X2, barley flour X2, whisk X1, blanket X2, sweater X2, long underwear sets X2, wool scarf X1, life jacket X1, sneakers X2, anti-inflammatory medicine X1, bandages X2, teapot X1, fermentation bucket X1, grapes X2, mint X2, bay leaves X1, duck eggs X5, instant coffee X2, beer X3, instant noodles X5, organic fertilizer X2, Nia Yangguang. There are also some materials for making oiled paper umbrellas that I didn't put out. I'll hand them over directly to Hu Yuan so we can continue making umbrellas. Yun Mian Mian. Okay. Hu Yuan. Alright. To be honest, Yun Mian Mian was dazzled by all these materials. There was indeed a lot. Many of the items Yun Mian Mian had never seen before. But this was normal. After all, what they were selling required people to trade good things for them. They weren't interested in the common stuff. Being able to pick first from so many items and take half of them made Yun Mian Mian a little excited. She spent 10 minutes marking the items she wanted. Most of the blueprints she already had, so she didn't take those, and she also only took part of certain items, marking them accordingly. I'll take these, and the rest you two can split. Ni Yangguang. Okay, I'll send them to you. Received, iron ore X5, glass X10, craftsman's hammer blueprint X1, tar X10, seashells X10, waterproof cloth X1, sunscreen X1, survival scarf X1, running shoes X1, headlamp X1, folding knife X1, chili pepper seeds X1, asparagus seeds X1, purple cabbage seeds X1, carrot seeds X1, stainless steel pot X1, chicken coop blueprint X1, chicken feed X2, scissors X1, glass bottle X2, medicine bottle X2, soybeans X1, wheat flour X2, barley flour X2, fermentation barrel X1, instant coffee X1, organic fertilizer X2, sleeping bag X1, instant noodles X2. All good items, without any basic materials. Earlier she had gathered a total of 500 pieces of wood. She still had more than 70 pieces of wood left in her inventory. But she was still short of over 100. Time was running out. Yun Mian Mian freshly grilled a few portions of fish and made several tar lamps, listing them on the trading center in exchange for wood. Now, many people at the trading center were seeking wood, but most were offering ordinary materials in return. Most players were still struggling to get enough food and water, barely managing to stay fed. At night, as soon as it turned dark, they would lie down to sleep. As soon as Yun Mian Mian put her items up, they didn't need any advertisement. In just a few minutes, everything was gone. In a district this large, no matter how scarce wood was, there were still plenty of hidden wealthy players. Delicious grilled fish that could restore stamina and mental strength. Just looking at it would make anyone's mouth water. Tar lamps that provided both light and fire were even more precious. 3 portions of grilled fish and 3 tar lamps immediately fetched her 200 pieces of wood. Finally, everything was gathered. When Yun Mian Mian sent all the materials to Luo Luo, Luo Luo was completely stunned. More than 700 pieces of wood, plus 100 nails. Such a large sum. How could she repay this? Luo Luo didn't even know if she should accept it. These things were too valuable. Earlier, when Yun Mian Mian hinted at helping her upgrade, she had felt very grateful, but didn't take it too seriously. After all, it seemed too difficult. But Yun Mian Mian had really done it, and in just a few hours, she had truly delivered all these materials. Luo Luo's pupils widened, staring at the screen in front of her, her face flushed red. Yun Mian Mian. This should be enough. Hurry up and upgrade, it's almost midnight. Luo Luo. But, Yun Mian Mian. Upgrade early, make haste, Yun Mian Mian urged her. In Luo Luo's eyes, these things were extremely valuable, but in truth, the two of them had always traded on equal terms. But after so many days together, They both already saw each other as friends. Luo Luo solemnly promised, "In the future, if you need anything from me, I will be there without hesitation." Luo Luo had thought before that if her brother came, she might need to prioritize helping him. She wouldn't be able to always trade her resources with Yun Mian first, but now, she no longer had this thought. She was able to survive and live better than most players, all thanks to Yun Mian. Yun Mian. There's no need for such words between sisters. Luo Luo smiled. Okay? 1 hour remained until midnight. Yun Mian noticed that the sharks were finally gone. However, the weather remained severe. The stormy seas were unsettling, so she took out her fishing rod to see if she could catch a treasure chest. She also took a look at the supplies she had just received. There were several items that caught her interest. Teleport card. Can be used on oneself or others. After use, it will teleport the user to a friend's location or bring a friend to the user's location. Restriction. The user and target cannot harm each other. Otherwise, the target will be forcibly returned. This was good, just as she had imagined. Players could indeed meet, but it required tools. Yun Mian also wondered if, when she got another island card, she could use the teleport card to bring others along. Craftsman's hammer can be made with an advanced workbench. Designed by a master craftsman, using this hammer can increase strength by 5 points and adds 5 points to crafting skill proficiency. Attack power plus 20. Required materials: iron ore x2, cherry wood, Kets2. It was a good item, but Yun Mian didn't yet have an advanced workbench, so she could only put it aside for now. Chicken coop can be made with an intermediate workbench. Can accommodate between 3 to 5 adult chickens or 10 chicks, suitable for scaled poultry farming with a multi-level chicken coop design, complete with feed containers to meet nutritional needs. The temperature and humidity are ideal for chicken growth and reproduction. Required materials: bamboo, X8, plastic X2, straw Keti3. With this chicken coop, breeding and raising chickens would no longer be an issue. But currently, she only had 2 chickens. To breed them, she still needed more chickens. It would be ideal if those eggs could hatch. Just as she was contemplating this, the fishing rod finally moved. A treasure chest was pulled up. Obtained wooden treasure chest. Although a bit disappointed, Yun Mian decided to open it anyway. Bad luck still isn't over. Stay calm, stay calm. Obtained: bamboo X4, silk thread X2, cotton paper X2, iron nails X4. All basic materials. It's better than nothing. After all, just a while ago she couldn't even catch a treasure chest. Now at least she could. Yun Mian continued fishing. She hoped to use up her 3 attempts at catching treasure chests before midnight, but time was already counting down. She didn't have too much hope, as it usually took over 10 minutes to catch one. Unexpectedly, 5 minutes later, another treasure chest was hooked. This time, it was a bronze treasure chest. Obtained bronze treasure chest. Bad luck still isn't over. Stay calm, stay calm. Obtained rope X1, iron nails X12, cup X1, toothbrush X1, ointment X1. Strangely, maybe because she was more relaxed, Yun Mian felt that the items this time were quite all right. Countdown. 10 minutes remaining until the calculation begins. Players who have not yet upgraded to level 3 should be aware that, after midnight, those who haven't upgraded will be eliminated. Players upgraded to level 3 will receive a subsidy pack. The store will soon be open. New features include a contribution points ranking and a rating ranking. Real name ranked players will receive rewards. The system's voice echoed, loud and clear, with synchronized lines appearing in the sky. Just as she expected, players who upgraded would get rewards. Although the system hadn't explicitly said it, the rewards for level 3 and level 4 players were bound to be different. There was also a store and rankings, though she didn't know what they were like. Yun Mian held the fishing rod, quietly waiting for midnight. In the final minute, the 3rd treasure chest was hooked. Yun Mian's expression lit up. 2 chests in 10 minutes. Perhaps her bad luck really had ended. She quickly pulled the chest up. Obtained golden treasure chest. Misfortune leads to fortune. Congratulations. Bad luck is over and good luck is full of surprises. Obtained small incubator X1, Message in a bottle X1, survival guide X1, sunflower seeds, X1, pure tea Ken 1. There was an incubator, which meant she could hatch the chicks. Now that she had an incubator and a chicken coop, Yun Mian began imagining her chicken farming empire. If she could develop it, she would never have to worry about not having chicken meat. Grilled chicken wings, roast chicken drumsticks, braised chicken, shredded chicken, white-cut chicken, spicy chicken giblets, pickled chicken feet. All delicious dishes, and whatever she couldn't finish, she could trade for resources. At midnight, instead of a clock chime, there was a terrifying thunderclap. A giant wave rose across the sea. The 5-meter-tall waves in front of all the players were enough to overturn boats. All level 3 or lower boats were submerged, capsized by the waves, and disappeared into the sea. The number of players in District 3 plummeted. Of the initial 100,000 players, only over 63,000 were left. A third of the players were gone. The cruel number left the surviving players in shock and fear. In an instant, these players lost all hope. In the chat channel, those who survived were all thankful to be alive. Honestly, thank goodness I leveled up at the last moment. My palms are still sweating. District 3 is doing pretty well. We have more than half of the people left. I saw that other districts lost 2/3 of their players. Really? I thought our district had heavy losses. Are other districts even worse? Yeah, the system announced it. The number of survivors in each district has been announced, and the top 3 districts will receive rewards. District 1 has the most survivors. Over 75,000 people survived. District 8 is the worst. Only over 40,000 people are left. God, so many people died in just 10 days. Does the system have to be this cruel? Our district is in 3rd place. That's amazing. Extra rewards. Yun Mian also read the announcement. End of the first phase. The number of survivors in each district is as follows. District 1, 75, 768. District 2, 62, 514. District 3, 63, 146. District 4, 57,021. District 5, 63, 142. District 6, 58,732. District 7, 59,545. District 8, 48,064. District 9, 51,242. District 10, 60,212. The top 3 districts by survival count will receive richer compensation packs. The packs will be delivered to players' inventories. Please check them. Players at level 4 and above will receive a survival pack. The pack will be delivered to players' inventories. Please check them. It seemed that her decision was right. Helping more people was beneficial for the entire district. Level 4 players also received extra benefits. There was a competitive relationship between the various districts. This time, District 3 was just in 3rd place, and only by a narrow margin compared to the 4th. As for why District 1 had so many survivors, Yun Mian was curious. However, each district's chat channel and forum were not open to others, so she had no way of knowing what was happening in the other districts. The next morning, the long-awaited sunshine appeared, and the sea was calm and tranquil, no longer gray and gloomy. Yun Mian was in high spirits. After so many days of rain, the sun finally appeared. Though she knew it was still the rainy season and the sunshine was temporary, a moment of clear weather was something to be happy about. Upon waking up, Yun Mian discovered that the interface of her screen had changed. 2 new icons appeared. Store and rankings. There were also 2 new notifications. Congratulations, player, for making it onto the points ranking. The ranking can be anonymous. Do you want to use your real name on the ranking? If you choose yes, you will receive an additional reward, water heater. Congratulations, player, for making it onto the contribution ranking. The ranking can be anonymous. Do you want to use your real name on the ranking? If you choose yes, you will receive an additional reward, smart toilet. Originally, Yun Mian planned to remain anonymous, but the rewards were just too tempting. A water heater and a smart toilet. How could anyone resist? If it meant using her real name, so be it. Yun Mian decisively chose yes for both. The rewards were immediately sent to her backpack. Yun Mian. I didn't want to use my real name, but the system's offer was just too much. Who doesn't want to take a hot shower? Who doesn't want an intelligent toilet? She opened the ranking list, which by default showed the rating rankings. The contribution rankings could be accessed by switching tabs. The rating referred to the score of her boat. Players could open their boat information to see it. Yoon Mianmian's boat, the Zhang Yun, had a score of 43, ranking her second. District 3 rating rankings: Rong Yuyun Mianmian Fuyan Ni Yangguang Wen Yushi Lin Quanling, Zhang Jincheng Jiao Fuyun Li Chen Xiang. District 3 contribution rankings: Yun Mianmian Gufang, Ni Yangguang Hu Yuan. Anonymous player Chu Yu Zhang Jincheng Deng Ling Sui Chen Tongxin. Players ranked from 4th to 9th in the rating rankings receive 50 C-Star coins, 1 warm clothing set. Players ranked 3rd and 2nd in the rating rankings receive 100 C-Star coins, 1 rare land plot. The player ranked 1st in the rating rankings receives 100 C-Star coins, 2 rare land plots, 1 golden nutrient. Players ranked from 4th to 9th in the contribution rankings receive 50 C-Star coins, 1 random beginner skill book. Players ranked 3rd and 2nd in the contribution rankings receive 100 C-Star coins, 1 random intermediate skill book. The player ranked 1st in the contribution rankings receives 100 C-Star coins, 1 random advanced skill book. There was only one anonymous player across both lists. It seemed that no one could resist the rewards. But this also made people more curious about who would rather give up such great rewards than reveal their identity. Only 9 people were on each ranking list, and the only players who appeared on both were Yun Mianmian, Ni Yangguang, and Zhang Jincheng. These 3 were sure to become the focus of attention across District 3. Yun Mianmian's private messages were exploding, so she simply disabled notifications from strangers. Otherwise, it would be too noisy. Rong Yu's boat was ranked 1st, so his boat must have reached level 4 quite early. However, Yun Mianmian was the first player in District 3 to reach level 4. Rong Yu's high rating might be due to having more furniture. Furniture and decorations could increase ratings. Yun Mianmian hadn't cared much about that before and hadn't tried to collect furniture blueprints. She had blueprints for curtains, sofas, and desk lamps, but never made them. Otherwise, her rating might not be any lower than Rong Yu's. Now she regretted it a bit. After all, the reward for first place in ratings was better. That golden nutrient, she wanted it too. But there's no point in saying, if only. Fortunately, she was ranked 1st in the contribution rankings, receiving an advanced skill book. The contribution rankings had a note explaining that the score was based on contributions made to all players in the district. Yun Mianmian had sold oil paper umbrellas and fire stoves, and traded wood to help many people through difficult times, giving her the highest contribution score. She hadn't heard of Gufang, the 2nd-ranked player, nor did she know what he had done. Even Ni Yangguang and Hu Yuan were ranked below him. However, Yun Mianmian did quite well in this evaluation. She made a name for herself in District 3, and now everyone there knew her name. But being in the spotlight could be both good and bad. She needed to be the first to reach level 5. The other rewards hadn't arrived yet, so Yun Mianmian opened the store. She expected the store to be dazzling, more impressive than the trading center, but there wasn't much there. The store had 6 categories of goods: blueprints, seeds, clothing, weapons, food, and NPC services. All items required C-Star coins to purchase. Most of them were grayed out, not unlocked. The available items were things Yun Mianmian already had, and she didn't really need them. The only things that caught her interest were underwear and socks in the clothing section, and seasonings in the food section. As for the NPC services, massage, 45 minutes, 1,000 C-Star coins. Ear cleaning, 30 minutes, 880 C-Star coins. Essential oil spa, 60 minutes, 1388 C-Star coins. A bag of salt only cost 5 C-Star coins. This NPC service pricing was outrageous. Why not just rob people? Yun Mianmian took one look at that section and closed it. She wasn't even curious. She couldn't afford it. She had 200 C-Star coins now, enough for a small treat. Yun Mianmian added a bottle of soy sauce, a bag of sugar, and a box of 3 pairs of socks to her cart, costing her 35 C-Star coins. Everything else was too expensive. A basic weapon blueprint cost 200 C-Star coins, so she couldn't afford that. Better to just buy a few small things. After buying them, her backpack now contained 165 C-Star coins. C-Star coins looked like tiny starfish, colorful, and stored in her backpack just like cash. 2 packs were also in her backpack. Yun Mianmian opened them to check. Opened compensation pack obtained, bottled water X10, white rice X10, Instant noodles, got a 5. Opened survival pack. Obtained iron ore X20, fishing net X1. The compensation pack contained basic survival items so that players could eat and drink, while the survival pack contained better materials to help players upgrade. Yun Mian Mian, who didn't lack food or water, preferred the survival pack. Second stage begins. Survival mode activated. Spider Island is officially open. Every player has a chance to encounter Spider Island. Starting today, one island entry card will be sent randomly each day, obtainable by fishing treasure chests. 10 days later, 10,000 island entry cards will be distributed. Upon seeing this message, the players were thrilled. Before, they could only see islands but not set foot on them. Now they finally had the opportunity. No wonder entry was restricted before. It turned out you needed an island entry card. 10 days later, 10,000 entry cards would be distributed, which meant that 10,000 people could go ashore. A 1 in 5 chance. Everyone was looking forward to it, since right now there was only one entry card per day. Getting it was like winning the lottery, and the odds were slim. Yun Mian Mian immediately took out her lucky dice, hoping to roll a good number, ideally an extraordinary stroke of luck so she could get that entry card today. She had a map of Spider Island, and it would be amazing to be the first to go ashore. Yun Mian Mian took out the lucky dice and threw it hard. Under her gaze, the dice spun for a few seconds and then stopped. 4. Better luck next time. Seems Lady Luck is taking a break today. Yun Mian Mian. What day is it today and why does she have to rest? She sighed. Looks like she wouldn't be getting the entry card today. Luo Luo. I saw the rankings. Congratulations. Yun Mian Mian. Too bad you didn't make the list. There are still quite a few skilled players in our district, so many people at level 4. Don't you have any other furniture or decorations on your boat? Luo Luo. It's great just to upgrade. My boat had nothing before. Even after upgrading yesterday, it's still empty. No wonder. It was her oversight. Luo Luo had barely managed to reach level 3. Even though Yun Mian Mian had directly boosted her to level 4, her score wouldn't compare to those level 4 players who got there on their own. For example, Nie Yangguang likely had many furnishings on his boat. Yun Mian Mian had seen his photos: carpet, sofa, desk, dining table, all neatly arranged. Yun Mian Mian's rating was higher than his, probably because of items like her triangular sail, telescope, large fishing net, and latex mattress, all rewards from the system. She had also just made a large wardrobe yesterday. Even Lin Quan Ling made it to the list, ranking 6th. That scammer, he must have deceived many people. Yun Mian Mian hadn't checked her fishing nets for the past 2 days, having been too busy. She walked to the side of the boat and pulled up the 2 large fishing nets. Today's catch was modest. Perhaps it was due to her unlucky fortune today. The 2 large nets combined had only caught a little over 20 fish, and they were all small. Little octopuses, little cuttlefish, small yellow croakers, small sea bass. All in all, everything was small. However, they should taste good. The small ones looked tender. Still, the quantity was disappointing. In hindsight, she should have hauled in the nets during her after adversity comes happiness phase last night. If only she'd remembered. If only she had a memo pad that could remind her of all the things she needed to do every day. Yun Mian Mian came up with an idea. She created a group chat and invited Luo Luo and Ni Yangguang. A group needed at least 3 people, so she chose to invite Luo Luo first. Between Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang, Yun Mian Mian chose Ni Yangguang. Because Ni Yangguang was lively and liked to chat. Yun Mian Mian. This is my friend Luo Luo. Luo Luo, this is my business partner Ni Yangguang. Ni Yangguang. Hello, what's this group for? Yun Mian Mian. I realized I keep forgetting to do things every day. Let's make this group so we can remind each other. Ni Yangguang. Sounds good. I forgot to harvest my crops yesterday and they've all grown too old. Yun Mian Mian. I forgot to collect the fish. Such a loss. Yun Mian Mian renamed the group to Daily Progress to Get Rich. Luo Luo. What do you need to do every day? I can remind you. Yun Mian Mian. It's not much, but when things get busy, I forget things like fishing for treasure chests, practicing basics, harvesting and planting crops, and collecting fish. Oh, and feeding the chickens and rabbits. Nia Yangguang. Wow, Mian Mian, you even raised chickens and rabbits. Yun Mian Mian, just a couple. Nia Yangguang, haha, Mian Mian, I upgraded my boat yesterday and it's huge now. I've been tidying up my rooms today. Look, I've collected a lot of decorations and furniture. Isn't it nice? Ni Yangguang sent over a few panoramic shots. His boat was blue and white, the same size as Yun Mian Mian's, but with a different color scheme and design. This was the first time Yun Mian Mian saw someone else's level 4 boat. She thought the system-produced boats would all look the same. She didn't expect the styles to vary. Ni Yangguang had built a frame and set up 3 oil paper umbrellas, which covered a large area on the deck to keep off the rain. Under the umbrellas, he had placed a reclining chair, a small tea table, and a beanbag chair. On the tea table was a plate of fruit and a teapot, and next to it there was a dining table with chairs. When he had free time, he could lie back and enjoy the sea view while sipping tea. How luxurious! You really know how to enjoy yourself, Yun Mian Mian sincerely praised. No wonder his boat's rating was so high. This area alone probably gave him an extra 5 points. However, his boat didn't have sails. Inside his room, there was a large bed, a desk, a rug on the floor, and a small cabinet beside the bed. Ni Yangguang, haha, Hu Yuan helped me make all of it, but I got a blueprint for a workbench yesterday so I can make things myself in the future. Fortunately, we split the resources yesterday so I had enough materials to upgrade. I didn't expect to make it onto the list. That water heater and toilet are amazing. I just used them and they're super smart. Yun Mian Mian. Who wouldn't agree? Being able to take a hot shower in this cold weather was such a treat, and the smart toilet was even better. Every player knew how much of a hassle going to the toilet used to be. Ni Yangguang. Let's get to work together. I'm exhausted. Going to get something to eat first. Yun Mian Mian. Okay. She also had a lot to do. Work in the morning, practice in the afternoon. In the evening, she would take some time to fish for treasure chests. After all, her luck wasn't good, so there was no rush. She opened her backpack. First, she took out the high-level skill card. Random high-level skill card. Used to acquire a random high-level skill. Although it was random, any high-level skill was good. After all, her basic cooking and gathering skills had already greatly benefited her. If she had to choose, Yun Mian Mian would want a skill in alchemy, or hunting, or maybe training. The more skills, the better, and the more versatile she would be. But since luck was not on her side today, Yun Mian Mian hesitated about whether or not to use it. Maybe she should wait until tomorrow and see if she had better luck. Anyway, there was no rush. After careful consideration, Yun Mian Mian put the skill card back in her backpack. Yun Mian Mian arrived at the planting area. Yesterday, she got a new piece of rare land, and she planned to use it to grow bell peppers and chili peppers. On such a cold day, it's best to eat more spicy food. Moreover, peppers have many benefits. They can aid digestion and relieve pain. Yun Mian Mian loved spicy food. Since she came here, she hadn't had any peppers. Yesterday, she planted some bell peppers in the ordinary soil and they were just starting to sprout. Compared to bell peppers, Yun Mian Mian preferred chili peppers. When dried, they could be made into dried chili peppers, chili powder, and chili flakes. The normal growth cycle for bell peppers is 2 to 3 months, but in the game, it was shortened to 6 to 10 days. When planted in rare land, they could be harvested in just 2 days. Chili peppers had a longer growth cycle, normally taking 6 months, and in rare land, it took 4 days. Yun Mian Mian divided a piece of rare land into 2 sections and planted the 2 types of pepper seeds. The seeds in the other plots had all sprouted. From a glance, she saw many tender green seedlings, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Growing up in the city, Yun Mian Mian had only ever seen vegetables on supermarket shelves, and mature vegetables looked completely different from seedlings. Lettuce and spinach, when they first sprouted, were indistinguishable from each other. To tell them apart, Yun Mian Mian had to check the details. The lettuce was growing well, and the spinach was growing normally, but the corn seedlings were a bit purplish red, which didn't look right. The cotton and bell pepper sprouts also seemed wilting. Yun Mian Mian had planted them all without much thought and hadn't carefully checked the planting guide. Now that she realized something was off, she quickly opened the planting guide to check. Of the crops planted yesterday, only lettuce and spinach could withstand low temperatures. The rest preferred sunlight and warmth. Cotton required a lot of sunlight to grow well, and only under sufficient sunlight could it yield well and produce quality cotton. Corn seedlings needed at least 6 to 8 hours of sunlight daily to grow well. The same went for bell peppers. Without the right environment and growing conditions, these seedlings would grow poorly, with weak and shriveled stems. It turned out that growing vegetables wasn't as easy as she had thought. She had assumed that once she planted them, they would grow. She used to watch others play those farm games, where you only had to sow the seeds and wait to harvest. But here, she had to consider many factors. It seemed her plans for a large-scale vegetable farm would need a greenhouse and a greenhouse tent to work out. This batch of corn likely wouldn't yield much, but since she had already planted them, she could only take care of them and learn for the next time. With that in mind, Yunmian quickly dug up the newly planted pepper seeds. Pepper seedlings had high temperature requirements, couldn't tolerate cold, and needed strict moisture control. They weren't drought-tolerant or flood-resistant and preferred dry air conditions. This was not a suitable time for them at all. If they sprouted, they would all be wasted. The growth rate on rare land was really fast, but fortunately, Yunmian noticed in time. If she'd waited any longer, the seeds would have already taken root. The rescued seeds were put back in her backpack. The bell pepper seeds planted in the ordinary soil yesterday had already developed roots, but thankfully, the chili pepper seeds hadn't been wasted. The problem was that she planted too many different crops at once yesterday without carefully checking, and she didn't expect the plants in this game world to be so fragile. It was a lesson learned. Yunmian decided that in the future, she would thoroughly understand each plant's growing habits before planting them. In the rainy season, there was no chance of planting peppers, but Yunmian had a hunch that extreme weather patterns might follow in the post-apocalyptic world, with droughts likely after the rainy season, which meant that more crops would be difficult to grow. A vegetable greenhouse was a must. The planting guide only mentioned how to grow each plant but didn't explain how to build a greenhouse. She needed to consult an expert. She had already wasted too much time on farming. Yunmian didn't feel like cooking anything elaborate, so she pulled out a seafood fried rice from her backpack and ate it before getting back to work. She took out the chicken coop blueprint and built a proper chicken coop, transferring the 2 chickens into it. The chickens were not used to their new, more spacious coop at first, but they soon began wandering around inside. Yunmian scattered some corn kernels for them, and they happily pecked at the food. She also fed the rabbits some wild vegetables, then took out the incubator to study it. Incubator maintains a temperature of 37.8 degrees Celsius. Chicks will hatch in 15 days. Up to 10 eggs can be incubated at a time. If the eggs have not hatched within 10 days, they may be unfertilized or bad. 10 eggs? Perfect. She had 11 wild chicken eggs, so she put 10 of them in the incubator, keeping one to cook a fried egg later in a pan. Once incubation started, the incubator automatically closed. Yunmian touched it and found it warming up. Later, when she checked again, she saw that the incubator would automatically turn the eggs during incubation. Not bad. In 15 days, there would be chicks. At 6 in the evening, it was already getting dark. Yunmian was still practicing her basics. She was learning both swordsmanship and archery at the same time, so her basic skills needed a lot of practice. This was what Luo had told her. After practicing for a while, Yunmian even sent Luo a video to see if there were any problems with her movements. Luo corrected each one for her, and then recorded the proper movements for her to follow. Luo came from a martial arts family and had learned martial arts from a young age. She was skilled in both swordsmanship and archery, and she even ran her own training classes in the real world. Yunmian was lucky to be learning from her. The entire afternoon, Yunmian practiced with exercises and rubber band drills. Although it was tedious, she managed to push through. Seeing that it was getting dark, Yunmian wanted to practice a bit more. She ate a piece of roasted meat to replenish her energy and continued. She found that she quite enjoyed archery. It was more fun than practicing with a sword. It was elegant and didn't require too much physical exertion, but needed intense focus. Luo Luo even said she had talent. Even as a beginner, her posture and movements were quite good. To test her progress, Yun Mian Mian made a simple target with pine wood and rope, drawing several circles on it. Out of 10 shots, she hit the bullseye 6 times. However, she was still standing fairly close to the target because she was afraid of missing and having the arrows fall into the sea. A set of arrows had only 10 arrows in total, so if she lost one, there would be one less. Yun Mian Mian was confident. As long as she practiced diligently, she would be able to master it eventually. After putting away the target, Yun Mian Mian received a message from Ni Yangguang urging her to make more stoves. Today, stoves were selling like crazy. After last night's clearing, the remaining players were relieved, and with the system's reward packages in hand, they had more resources. Those who had gotten something good from treasure chests today wanted to exchange it for a stove to improve their living conditions. The stoves that Yun Mian Mian made earlier had quickly sold out. Nia Yangguang had messaged Yun Mian Mian earlier in the afternoon to ask for more stoves. But Yun Mian Mian was too absorbed in her archery practice to see the message. Ni Yangguang had been getting anxious. Yun Mian Mian. Okay, I'll have them ready in half an hour. Once again, she didn't have time to cook dinner. She couldn't even make that fried egg she'd been thinking about all day. Luckily, she still had a portion of coconut chicken left from before. While making the stoves, Yun Mian Mian enjoyed the last of the coconut chicken. Even though it had been in her backpack for several days, it was still as fresh and delicious as if it had just been made. A few sips of the broth revitalized her, giving her plenty of energy to continue. Yun Mian Mian quickly made 20 stoves and sent them to Ni Yangguang. With energy to spare, Yun Mian Mian decided to process the dozens of fish, turning them all into grilled fish to store in her backpack. Although keeping the fish in seawater would prevent them from dying for now, they would lose their freshness. It was better to process them early. Freshly cooked fish tasted much better, and it would fetch a better price. Besides, it was tastier for herself. After dealing with so many fish, Yun Mian Mian had become quite skilled. Scaling, removing the gills, the innards, the black membrane, the gallbladder, none of it was kept. But she didn't need to throw these parts away. Instead, she put them in the fishing net to attract more fish. She made herself a larger rectangular stove and a special large grill, which allowed her to grill 4 or 5 fish at a time. Of course, this used up more wood to keep the fire going, but the long stove provided a lot of warmth. Sitting by the fire, Yun Mian Mian didn't feel cold, even though the nighttime temperature was very low. After finishing grilling all the fish, Yun Mian Mian was about to store them in her backpack when she received a message from Rong Yu. "Do you still have any of that grilled fish from yesterday? I want to buy some." Yun Mian Mian had thought that Rong Yu probably had some money, but after seeing him ranked first on the ratings board, she labeled him as a wealthy player. This guy was definitely a lucky one. "How much do you need?" The timing of Rong Yu's message was perfect. She had just finished grilling more than a dozen fish, and he wanted to buy them. 10 portions. Yun Mian Mian. 20 pieces of iron ore. After all, she had just received so many iron ores, including 20 from the compensation package, and Yun Mian Mian wanted all of them. Rong Yu. Rong Yu. The kind that increases stamina and mental energy. Yun Mian Mian. Of course. Deal. Yun Mian Mian didn't expect him to agree so quickly, and she couldn't help but wonder why he needed so much grilled fish. Yun Mian Mian herself only ate 1 piece a day, yet he wanted 10, and she had just traded with him yesterday. Suddenly, Yun Mian Mian had an idea. Was Rong Yu planning to go ashore? He must have a landing card. That would explain why he was collecting supplies, so he could regain his stamina and gather more resources when he landed. Otherwise, he would be too exhausted to chop wood, just like when she went ashore before, where she worked non-stop, ate meat to regain energy, and then continued working. Yun Mian Mian pondered for a while, thinking of how to ask indirectly. Rong Yu had already sent over 20 pieces of iron ore. 20 pieces of iron ore. Usually, even a single piece was treated like treasure. No matter how wealthy he was, he wouldn't be this generous. He must have a landing card. Yun Mian was convinced. After some thought, she decided that being straightforward would work better than beating around the bush. Yun Mian, are you planning to go ashore? Wrong you. Still pretending. Yun Mian went for her trump card. I have a map of Spider Island. Wrong you. What do you want? Yun Mian thought. As expected. Haha, I knew it. You do have a landing card. Wrong you. He knew Yun Mian was trying to get information out of him, but he didn't plan on hiding it from her since he was buying things from her anyway. Even if he lied now and said he didn't have a landing card, she'd find out sooner or later. Since she already guessed it, he figured it would be better to be honest. They were bound to have more transactions in the future. Judging by the rankings, Yun Mian was a strong competitor, ranking in the top 2 on both boards and first on the contribution board. She had all kinds of resources that others didn't, and she must have many unique advantages. Yun Mian, I'll give you the Spider Island map and you take me along to the island. Rong Yu flatly refused. No way. Yun Mian didn't expect him to agree right away, but she had to at least try. Negotiations were all about bargaining, after all. We can cooperate. I have a map of Spider Island that shows where resources are distributed. If you take me along, our efficiency will be much higher. Plus, I have plenty of food and can provide stamina-restoring food. You can go alone. Rong Yu still seemed unmoved. Yun Mian, I just want to be among the first to land on the island. I'll give you 10 portions of grilled fish for free. This was the truth. Everyone knew that the first to land on an island had the biggest advantage. Not only was there the reward for being the first to achieve something, but being the first to set foot on an island also meant getting the upgrade materials before anyone else, getting ahead of others in upgrading. For players like them, who were already ahead, that was the most important thing. But Yun Mian also understood. Rong Yu was ranked first in the rating leaderboard, while she was ranked second. Of course, he wouldn't want her to tag along and share his advantage. It's not that. The landing card can only be used by one person, and it can only be used once. Yun Mian understood what he meant. That made things easier. Yun Mian just happened to have a teleportation card that could come in handy. I have an item card. Yun Mian sent a screenshot of the teleportation card description to Rong Yu. Teleportation card. Can be used by the user or by another. When used, it can teleport to a friend's location, or bring a friend to the user's location. Restriction. Neither party can harm each other, or they will be forcibly returned. Yun Mian. With this, we both have guaranteed safety. We can't harm each other, so there's no need to worry about fighting over resources. I'll return to my ship immediately after leaving the island. Rong Yu didn't reply. Yun Mian knew he was considering it, so she pulled out the map of Spider Island to study it. Spider Island was quite large, mostly covered by rainforests, with thick mountain ranges. The middle of the island was mountainous, while the surrounding areas were flat plains. The southern part of the island had lower terrain and consisted of a large wetland. The mining area was behind the mountains, but to reach it, one had to pass through the rainforest and cliffs. The largest forests were located on the east and west sides of the island. Due to time constraints, players could only explore one of these forests, not both. But whether either of these forests had the wood they needed was uncertain. They would only find out once they got there. Going alone might mean not finding all the materials needed to upgrade. Also, it was impossible to explore an entire island in just 2 days. Even though it was called Spider Island, from the terrain, Yun Mian could tell that the island's resources were likely very rich. It wasn't comparable to that small mushroom island from before. However, it was possible that she hadn't seen much of Mushroom Island because she didn't have a map of it. In reality, she had only explored a very small part of that island. She hadn't dared to go too deep. She stopped when she saw the swamp. Maybe if she had gone beyond the swamp, there might have been a vast, unknown area. After thinking it through, Yun Mian messaged Rong Yu. Spider Island is 5,000 square kilometers in size, With such a large island, you won't be able to find the resources you need without a map. The distribution of materials is very scattered. Taking me with you is mutually beneficial. Even if you don't take me, I may still get to the island on the second or third day. If I offer the map and food supplies, I'm sure someone else would want to cooperate with me. She had explained the situation thoroughly to Rong Yu. While she didn't reveal the exact distribution of resources on the island, she made her point clear. Without a map, it would be impossible to find all the upgrade materials. That said, Yun Mian believed Rong Yu could make the right decision. For her, it made little difference. As long as Rong Yu didn't have a map, even if he was the first to set foot on the island, he wouldn't gain an advantage, and he might even waste the opportunity. However, Yun Mian also didn't want to go through the trouble of finding someone else to cooperate with. She wasn't sure if she'd be lucky enough to get another landing card in the coming days. With only one card given out per day, it was too rare. Since she had already gotten one before, the system might be unlikely to give her another. Of course, if Rong Yu managed to get a map before landing, that would be his own skill. Rong Yu. I'll go ashore tomorrow morning at 7:30. Be ready to use the teleportation card at 7 and come to my ship. When you arrive, give me the supplies I need first. After that, I'll make a copy of the map, and then we'll explore the island separately and not interfere with each other. Rong Yu's plan was very fair. He didn't ask Yun Mian for the map right away. Even if he had asked for it, Yun Mian wouldn't have agreed. What if he took the map and then went ashore without her? To use the teleportation card, Rong Yu had to agree to her teleporting to his location. It wasn't something she could do unilaterally. If Yun Mian refused to hand over the map once she got there, Rong Yu might not be able to harm her, but he could easily prevent her from gathering resources. Both of them would end up holding each other back, and no one wanted that. Yun Mian, okay. Rong Yu. One more thing? Yun Mian, go ahead. Rong Yu. The landing time is only 2 days. I'll be staying overnight on the island, so you can't board my ship on your own. You must stay in contact with me at all times while on the island. On the third day at 7:00 a.m., I'll leave. If you're not back by then, I won't wait. Yun Mian. Okay, I have no objections. Rong Yu hadn't seen the map yet, so he came up with this plan, but Yun Mian thought that for some areas, it would be better for both of them to explore together. Some areas were too dangerous to explore alone. I'll send you the grilled fish now. Yun Mian refused to accept the 20 iron ores and directly sent the grilled fish over as a gesture of goodwill. She figured she probably wouldn't be able to sleep early tonight. Since she had given the grilled fish to Rong Yu, she was short on recovery food, so she needed to grill another 10 portions. Normally, 3 portions would be enough for a day, but to be on the safe side, she preferred to carry more. In addition to grilled fish, Yun Mian also cooked 2 big pots of seafood stew using the small fish and shrimp she had caught today. Each pot could be divided into 4 portions. Super delicious. Seafood stew, a seafood soup made from a variety of fresh seafood, delicious in flavor and rich in nutrients. Effect: restores 8 stamina and 3 mental points per minute for 5 minutes after consumption. The recovery effect of the seafood stew was both fast and effective. It was better than any other food Yun Mian had made before. The quality grilled venison she had made last time was also good, restoring 6 stamina per minute for 6 minutes. Yun Mian grilled 2 more portions of quality venison. She ended up with 10 portions in total, all stored in her inventory for easy access. When she checked the time, it was already 10:30 at night. Oops, she almost forgot to fish for treasure chests. Even if luck wasn't on her side, she couldn't waste the 3 daily chances with her fishing rod. She hurriedly started fishing for treasure chests. At the same time, she opened the chat channel and forums to see if there was any new information. Although the chat channel was chaotic, there were often many useful messages each day. Sometimes it was worth checking. Did any of you notice that there are more items in the treasure chests today? I don't have any Sea Star coins, but I really want to buy something from the mall. Is any big shot willing to trade Sea Star coins? Sea Star coins are exclusive to leaderboard big shots. Us regular players don't even have the chance to shop in the mall. It's so unfair. There are so many good things in the mall, but we can only look at them. What good is it if they added more? The things in the mall are so expensive. Even the big shots on the leaderboard only have 100 Sea Star coins. There's a post from one of the leaderboard big shots, a survival guide post. Go check it out. Ever since the shark expert made a post last time, the forums had become more popular and there were more survival guide posts. Yun Mian Mian would occasionally read them when she had free time. She was curious who the leaderboard big shot mentioned in the chat channel was. So she opened the forum. Surviving on the ship. Even the unlucky ones can eat and drink their fill at sea. Author, Gufang. It was the player who ranked second on the contribution leaderboard. Yun Mian Mian became interested. She read on. Every day the lucky ones find all sorts of good things, but there are a lot of people like me who aren't lucky. We end up opening chests full of common materials, only getting buns to eat, and water is always in short supply. But how do I use these basic materials to live well at sea? Even regular folks can be self-sufficient. No matter how unlucky you are, don't despair. Today I'll teach you how to turn trash into treasure. Below was a video. In the video, a man used a piece of wood and bamboo to start a fire, igniting shavings and dry grass. He laid a layer of mud and leaves on the ship's deck to prevent it from burning through. Although the sea air is very humid and it rains every day, making it extremely difficult to start a fire, whenever the rain stops, there's an opportunity to get the fire going. It just takes an hour. By this point, Yun Mian Mian was already quite impressed by the player. He truly was unlucky. At least Yun Mian Mian had never had to worry about starting a fire. She had obtained a lighter early on, and her workbench and fire pit were among her first resources. However, this didn't mean she was the best. In fact, this player might be stronger than her, just with much worse luck. Yun Mian Mian continued reading. With fire but no containers, how do you boil water or cook food? Simple, use bamboo. Bamboo makes an excellent container, and after being exposed to high heat, it becomes even stronger and more resistant to deformation. Cut the bamboo into sections. It can be used not only for boiling water, but also for cooking. Place the fish caught in the bamboo and roast it over the fire. The fish meat cooks quickly. For players with nothing but fish meat, they can use this method to prepare it. In addition to this, Gufang also taught players how to make fishing nets from thread, use pants to catch fish, and make a fishing spear from wood. He was very good at swimming. He often tied himself up and jumped into the sea to catch fish, using the fishing spear he made. Later, he used fish bubbles and other innards as bait on fishing hooks. Although his luck wasn't great, he managed to catch fish eventually by trying enough times. Many players commented under the post, calling out, "Big shot, you're amazing, you're truly a savior for us unlucky folks." I finally see hope. I haven't had meat in so long. Tonight I'll make fish. This is what a real expert looks like. Those lucky ones rely solely on luck, with no skill. Big shot, were you anonymously posting before? You're second in contribution rankings. You must have done a lot of good for District 3. This is true survival expertise. You're incredible. I'm in complete awe. Are you the big shot who put all those logs on the trading center a couple of days ago? Gufang replied, "That wasn't me. I only answered a few daily distress messages, posted about killing sharks, and helped some people make fishing spears. Maybe that's how I earned contribution points." There were many more comments, but Yun Mian Mian didn't read them all. A treasure chest had just hooked. She reeled it in without opening it right away and continued fishing for another. After reeling in 3 treasure chests, Yun Mian Mian didn't open them immediately. She decided to save them for tomorrow. Regardless of whether tomorrow's luck is good or average, Yun Mian Mian plans to open the high-level skill book together with the treasure chests. After all, she was going to the island, and having an extra high-level skill would definitely be beneficial. Tomorrow she needed to wake up early and try to see if she could fish for treasure chests before leaving. If she couldn't fish for treasure chests in the 2 days while on the island, missing out on 6 chances would be such a pity. After putting away the fishing rod, Yun Mian Mian made 80 more stoves. Since she wouldn't be able to make any during the 2 days she would be away, she had to prepare enough for sales, otherwise, Ni Yangguang would be pestering her non-stop. With 80 stoves made, she hoped it would be enough for 2 days. If not, there was nothing she could do except wait until she returned. It was already 1 a.m. by the time she finished making the stoves. There were hardly any players staying up late on the sea. There wasn't much to do at night. What could they do? Look at the stars or the moon. With nothing but darkness around, no computers or phones to play with, people often ended up falling asleep on their boats. Yun Mian Mian was still busy working late into the night, but she didn't feel tired at all. She also refilled the feed dispenser in the chicken coop with enough food for 2 days, stuffed some grass into the rabbit's pen, and exchanged 2 carrots from the trading center. This way, even if she didn't return for 2 days, the little creatures wouldn't go hungry. Before sleeping, Yun Mian Mian lay in bed and read the survival guide until she was too tired and finally fell into a deep sleep. Maritime calendar, day 12. Weather, heavy rain. Yun Mian Mian woke up very early, getting up before 6:30 a.m. The sky was still dark, a grayish color. She definitely hadn't gotten enough sleep, but she had no choice. She had to get up before the scheduled time. There were still many things left undone. The first thing she did was roll the lucky dice. After several days of bad luck, she finally got a good number. 6. Blessed with good fortune, simply super invincible luck. Long time no see, it's a 6. Yun Mian Mian quickly took out the high-level skill book and used it. Obtained advanced gathering skill book. Gathering skill upgraded to advanced. Gathering proficiency increased by 80 points. Acquired automatic identification ability. Able to locate various resources based on the terrain, and distinguish the quality and edibility of resources without needing to open the details. With advanced gathering skills, you will become a survival expert. Yun Mian Mian checked her information. Her gathering skill had become Advanced Gathering, 95-100. Although it was a repeated skill, Yun Mian Mian was very satisfied when she saw the description. Finding resources required exactly these abilities. Yun Mian Mian was overjoyed and quickly started fishing for treasure chests. Treasure chests were hard to catch early in the morning, so Yun Mian Mian fished while eating breakfast. Breakfast today was instant noodles. Quick and convenient since she was in a hurry, and the flavor of instant noodles was rich. It smelled delicious and tasted even better. It was chilly in the morning, and she drank the soup to warm herself up. After finishing a bucket of instant noodles, Yun Mian Mian finally caught a treasure chest. And it was a golden treasure chest. Yun Mian Mian was already satisfied. It wasn't like yesterday where all 3 chests were bronze. Time was running short, so she quickly sent Rong Yu a message. Yun Mian Mian. Ready to teleport at 7, okay? Rong Yu replied quickly, okay. Yun Mian Mian wasted no time and started opening the treasure chests. She started with the 3 from yesterday. Obtained dry grass X2, roll of paper X1, apple sapling X1. Obtained rope X1, seashell X2, iron block X6, hawthorn slices X1. Obtained knee pad X1, wrist guard X1, towel X1. Yun Mian Mian thought for a moment, wondering if this counted as good luck or average. If it wasn't good, it was just a bronze chest, but still useful. If it was good, it seemed lacking somehow. She placed her hope on the golden treasure chest she caught today. Blessed with good fortune, multiple strikes of good luck. Obtained backpack X1, trekking pole X1, thermos cup X1, climbing guidebook X1, helmet X1, outdoor kettle X1. Yun Mian Mian. This was great. These were all exactly the things she needed right now. Yun Mian Mian happily put all these items into her backpack. She would take them all. Her backpack only had 24 slots, so for the next 10 minutes, she had to allocate things properly. Red pine wood, coconut wood, iron blocks, glass, plastic, and soil couldn't be removed since they took up too much space, occupying 6 slots. With the 6 newly obtained items, she had 12 slots left. Other essential items she needed to bring included the Spider Island map, a harpoon, a bronze sword, a dagger, an axe, a trap, a machete, grilled fish, grilled meat, bottled water, a headlamp, and a tar lamp. She put a roll of paper, a lighter, a rope, a compass, waterproof fabric, a survival scarf, change of underwear, socks, and various medications in the backpack, carrying it so it wouldn't take up slots. Even though Yun Mian still felt like she hadn't packed enough, there was nothing else she could do. She could only bring so much, and the backpack was already full. Even the climbing pack was stuffed. She'd end up discarding many things if she found more resources. Continuing to hesitate would just waste time, and she didn't feel comfortable taking anything out. She had to spend the night outside for 2 days, and Yun Mian wished she could just pack up her whole boat and take it with her. She had a feeling that when the time came to throw things out, she'd feel the heartache. Wrong you. Time's up. Yun Mian didn't want to delay, so she clicked to use the teleport card. Very soon, Rong Yu approved the request, and Yun Mian's figure disappeared from the Xiangyun. She reappeared on Rong Yu's speechless. His boat was completely black, equipped with 3 corner sails, and much of the deck was sheltered, providing excellent rain protection. He had even made a cooking platform using sand and cement. It looked like an open-air kitchen with cabinets, a dining table, a bar, and high stools. On the cabinet sat a stove, but not the kind Yun Mian made. This one was a square stove resembling a gas stove, rectangular in shape, with an opening below to put firewood. Next to it were 2 pots, 1 frying pan and 1 large iron pot. On the other side was a workspace with a 1.8-meter-long workbench covered by 2 oiled paper umbrellas, on which lay several papers covered with drawings. It was truly an eye-opener. This person was indeed impressive. Yun Mian thought to herself that when she got back, she would also renovate her Xiangyun properly. Why hadn't she thought about decorating the boat before? This boat was way better than hers. If Luo's boat was an unfinished apartment, Yun Mian's was just a basic renovation, while Rong Yu's was more like a luxurious, high-end renovation. But despite having such a fancy kitchen, why was this guy buying food from her? Maybe he's just a cooking novice. After admiring Rong Yu's boat, Yun Mian finally shifted her gaze to Rong Yu himself. It was her first time meeting someone in-game, and although Yun Mian wasn't socially anxious, she still felt a bit uneasy. The person was tall, with long legs, wearing a dark gray parka and a knitted hat. He seemed very young, around 25 or so. His facial features were deep-set, and his eyes lacked much expression, almost dull. He seemed steady but also a bit closed off, making it difficult to read him. He was wearing the same jungle boots as Yun Mian and also carried the same kind of climbing pack, with a water bottle hanging around his neck. The 2 of them were dressed almost identically, like outdoor survivalists, warm and practical. Map. Rong Yu looked straight at Yun Mian and said plainly. Yun Mian took the Spider Island map out of her backpack and handed it to Rong Yu. Before coming, she had already taken a photo of it. She had even sent it to the system complaints section, just using it as a file transfer assistant. Anyway, the system hadn't responded to her. Rong Yu's way of copying the map was simple too. He looked at it and automatically saved the scene before him. She wasn't sure who he sent it to, but Yun Mian guessed his method was the same as hers. Let's go. Rong Yu handed the map back to Yun Mian. Yun Mian said, You should look over the map. Now that there are 2 of us, I think we can work together. Rong Yu carefully examined the map, just as Yun Mian had previously mentioned. Spider Island was huge, comparable to a city's size, and given the complex terrain, it couldn't be fully explored in 2 days. Moreover, such a landscape was ideal for various plants and animals to thrive. The island was called Spider Island, meaning there could be countless poisonous spiders, making it a high-risk endeavor. His objective here was to collect materials needed for upgrades, but the scattered distribution of resources would make collection challenging. This trip to Spider Island seemed much harder than he had expected. His main goal was the mining area, but to reach it they needed to traverse the rainforest. The rainforest meant there might be crocodiles, and with the heavy rainfall, there might not even be any roads, just water. Looking at the surrounding woods, they were vast, spreading along both sides of the island, making it hard to determine if the vegetation there contained the timber he needed. If it turned out to be all mangroves, it would be a wasted effort, with nothing gained but time lost. What are your thoughts? He asked. Mian took the map and pointed to some of the markings on it. We likely have the same goal. The mining area is a must, but the path to get there is extremely complicated. We could work together and try to reach the mountain's base by tonight. As for the two woodlands, we can split up tomorrow to explore both sides. Each of us can pick one. What do you think? Mian's suggestion was quite reasonable. However, Rongyu didn't think there was much point in collaborating since they would eventually split up. It didn't seem to make sense for them to work together in the beginning. In such places, there were very few situations in which Mian would be of help to him. Additionally, teaming up meant that they'd be bound together. And if Mian ran into trouble, he wouldn't be able to just ignore her, which might end up being a burden to him. To put it bluntly, before seeing Mian's survival skills, Rongyu was already prepared to see her as a potential liability. No matter how much material she had or how lucky she was, that didn't change things. Surviving on a deserted island, needing to build shelter for the night, wasn't something that a young woman could easily handle. Although Rongyu wasn't someone who judged others based on appearances, he still doubted Mian's wilderness survival skills. He could even assume that Mian just wanted him to lead her to the mining area. But since he agreed to let her join, he thought it would be okay to give her a hand, as long as it didn't negatively affect him. After a moment of silence, Rongyu plotted out a route. We're here. To reach the mining area, we have to pass through this rainforest and circle around this mountain. We need to reach the foot of the mountain by nightfall and find somewhere to camp. Early tomorrow morning, we head to the mining area. We can act together, but let me make this clear. You need to keep pace with me. I won't stop to wait. Afterward, we split up and head to the woods. Regardless of who finds timber, we must inform each other. If either of us finds extra timber, we'll offer each other priority in trading. He couldn't explore both sides of the forest, so he'd have to pick one. If he chose wrong, he might end up with no timber at all. If Mian found it, he could quickly double back and potentially gather enough timber. This plan was good for both of them. It also gave him some additional security. Mian had no objections. She realized that Rongyu was very fair. At least on the surface, all his decisions were for their mutual benefit. There was no bias toward himself. However, Mian could tell that he didn't think there was much use in having her join the journey. Mian. All right. Rongyu. Then let's go. After getting off the boat, raindrops as big as beans fell on Mian. Neither of them used an umbrella. Despite wearing hats, rain still inevitably hit their faces. Honestly, it was a bit uncomfortable, but they just had to endure it. As they crossed the beach, Mian noticed that the tide was rising. The waves were coming in and the beach was almost submerged. The entire island was lush, shrouded in mist and moisture, with many trees only showing their crowns like green islands in the sea. Passing the beach, they saw a large area of mangroves. The mangrove roots near the shore were mostly underwater, leaving only finger-like aerial roots exposed. These roots, used for breathing, still functioned even when submerged. As they entered the forest, Mian started seeing shrubs. These short shrubs were half submerged in water, making it difficult to walk through. They had to step into the muddy water, making each step heavy, slow, and uncomfortable. Their shoes were already filled with water, but the jungle boots had many vents, preventing their feet from being soaked for too long. Mian and Rongyu walked one after another. They saw eels and crabs in the water, but Rongyu didn't even give them a glance. Mian didn't have any thoughts of catching them either. Now was not the time for foraging by the sea. They were in a hurry. The water was full of plankton and insects, and Mian walked cautiously. Luckily, her pant legs were tied tightly, with no skin exposed, so she didn't worry much about being bitten. It took them half an hour to get out of the swamp, and the shrubs turned into large trees with extensive root systems, dense and overwhelming. But it was still mangrove forest. Many trees had numerous prop roots extending into the muddy ground. The surroundings were unusually quiet. Mian wasn't much of a talker, but Rongyu was especially silent. Because of this, she didn't say anything either, and they rarely communicated along the way. They could hear birds in the forest and various natural sounds. It made one want to look for the source of these sounds. Yun Mian Mian couldn't help thinking that if it were Ni Yang Guang here, he would probably be chattering non-stop along the way. Wait, Rong Yu finally spoke. What's wrong? Yun Mian Mian asked, her guard up, thinking something was amiss. This whole path is likely flooded. With this heavy rain, we can't keep going like this. If we do, we'll exhaust ourselves quickly. Also, there are many coral bean trees here, full of thorns, making injury likely. The further we go in, the more likely we'll encounter other threats in the water. Snakes and leeches were the least of their concerns. They feared crocodiles, electric eels, and anacondas. Black caiman lived in the rainforests, huge, aggressive, and dangerous. A single bite from one would spell serious trouble. Electric eels thrived in the freshwater areas of rainforests. Getting shocked could leave them unconscious, if not dead. Anacondas were aquatic snakes, often found in marshes. Judging by the map, this area was likely marshland, just submerged by water now. While anacondas weren't venomous, a giant anaconda could swallow a human, which would be a big problem if encountered. Yun Mian Mian and Rong Yu had been walking with their lower legs soaked in water, their body temperature dropping, and their energy steadily depleting. If this continued and one of them got sick, it would be a disaster. Yun Mian Mian assessed their situation. The water is flowing forward, so we're heading in the right direction. How about we make a raft? With it, we could move faster and avoid potential attacks from anything in the water. Rong Yu was thinking along the same lines. Let's find a place to chop some wood and see if we can find some lightwood or other buoyant material. Yun Mian Mian nodded and took a machete from her backpack, ready to get to work. Rong Yu glanced at her. There was a bit of contrast seeing her wield a knife. They separated to look nearby. Rong Yu first observed carefully, but there were too many trees and he didn't recognize them all. Without the gathering skill, he had to test each tree, but all the ones he chopped sank to the bottom. Growing frustrated, he ended up chopping at trees randomly. Yun Mian Mian, however, with her advanced gathering skills, could easily identify the types of wood that would float. She chopped down one, and just as she thought, the log floated on the water, perfect for making a raft. Found it over here, Yun Mian Mian called out to Rong Yu. Rong Yu hadn't gone far. When he got there, he saw over a dozen logs floating on the water. These should work for making a raft. If we peel the bark and twist it into rope, we can bind these logs together, Yun Mian Mian said with a smile. Rong Yu took out a small knife and started peeling the bark. The bark of the lightweight trees was thin and easy to strip off. Yun Mian Mian helped too, though she wasn't as fast as Rong Yu, who was the action over words type. The peeled bark was woven into long ropes, very sturdy. Without a knife, it was impossible to tear them apart with brute force, making them perfect for tying the logs together. The logs were divided into 10 long pieces and 5 short pieces. The shorter pieces were used for reinforcement, while the longer ones formed the frame. Once tightly bound with rope, they quickly fashioned a simple raft, but it still wasn't perfect. Yun Mian Mian found some palm leaves, thick and large, that could be made into a sail, which could also provide some rain cover. Neither of them had brought umbrellas. Yun Mian Mian didn't, because she knew it would be useless. Traveling in such dense rainforest meant umbrellas would get caught on branches, making passage difficult. Rong Yu simply didn't think it was necessary, believing it would obstruct his view and be inconvenient. Rong Yu also made 2 paddles, and soon their fully equipped raft was ready. They climbed aboard, each sitting on one side, paddling in unison to continue their journey. By then, it was almost noon. The temperature in the rainforest was rising, hot and humid, making people irritable. Yun Mian Mian took out a bottle of mineral water to drink and studied the map again. Rong Yu silently continued to paddle, staring ahead, seemingly lost in thought. The scenery along the way hardly changed. It felt endless. The mangrove saplings could grow and thrive in the mud even after leaving the mother plant. The wood of mangrove trees contained tannins, which oxidized and turned red upon contact with air, resulting in many of the trees being reddish-brown. Yun Mian Mian had no idea when they would finally get through this rainforest. But traveling by water was definitely faster than walking. After drinking some water, Yun Mian Mian felt a bit more comfortable. Just as she was about to relax, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes floating on the water's surface. Startled, she didn't scream, but instead reached out and pulled on Rong Yu's arm. Rong Yu tightened his grip on the paddle when he saw the crocodile. He immediately took out a weapon, preparing for defense. Seeing this, Yun Mian Mian also swapped her weapon for a harpoon. A sharp harpoon would be great for spearing a crocodile. If they could kill a shark, surely they could handle a crocodile too. I wonder if crocodile meat tastes good, Yun Mian Mian said softly. Rong Yu paused for a moment, unsure if she was discussing it with him or just talking to herself. You're not planning to actually attack the crocodile, are you? Aren't you holding a weapon too? Yun Mian Mian thought Rong Yu had the same idea as she did, but Rong Yu had no intention of attacking the crocodile. He was only readying a weapon for protection. He didn't expect Yun Mian Mian to already be thinking about crocodile meat. Yun Mian Mian looked at him. Crocodile skin is valuable. Moreover, she thought Rong Yu liked eating meat since he always asked her for it. There was fresh meat right in front of them and he wasn't tempted. Her expression was serious, clearly eager. She didn't dare to kill a shark because it was too big and was in the water, where her swimming skills weren't good enough. But now, she had someone to help her, and this crocodile's size was manageable. Besides, she was feeling lucky today. The black caiman was one of the smallest crocodiles. This one wasn't very large, about 2 meters long and around 200 kilograms. The largest black caiman could grow to 4 or 5 meters and weigh 500 kilograms. This one was considered small. Finally, Rong Yu's face showed some expression. He hesitated for a few seconds. Let's get closer first. You don't make a move yet. Yun Mian Mian. Okay. She was eager to start. I think its weak point is its eyes. We just need to attack its eyes. The crocodile didn't know it was being targeted by these two humans. It was pitch black, blending into the water inconspicuously. Rong Yu glanced at Yun Mian Mian. I know. Yun Mian Mian was bolder than he had imagined. At a distance of 5 meters from the crocodile, Yun Mian Mian could feel its gaze on them. Its eyes were fierce. Rong Yu switched weapons, pulling out a long spear. The spear's handle was about 2 meters long, fitted with a sharp, gleaming silver tip, adorned with a red tassel. It looked quite elegant. It was an ideal weapon for long-range attacks. Yun Mian Mian regretted not bringing her bow and arrows. It was a missed opportunity. She had left them behind because her archery skills were average, and both the bow and quiver would take up space in her bag. Plus, they might not be useful. Rong Yu's spear was essentially an extended version of a harpoon. However, the spear had only 1 point, while the harpoon had 3, making the wound more severe. Nonetheless, the spear was safer and better for attacking from a distance. Rong Yu slowly approached the crocodile, and when the opportunity presented itself, he aimed at its eye and threw the spear. The spear flew straight at the crocodile, but it struck the head instead of the eye, just slightly off target. Still, the spearhead pierced into its head, hitting a vital area. Although it wasn't an instant kill, it dealt a severe blow. The crocodile began thrashing violently, causing a huge commotion with water splashing everywhere, which was quite frightening. A crocodile's signature move was the death roll. It twisted and turned in a desperate frenzy, charging toward them with shocking speed. Yun Mian Mian held her breath and thrust her harpoon into its belly. Besides the eyes, the crocodile's belly was relatively soft, unlike other areas, which were covered by a thick shell. Blood spurted out, and Yun Mian Mian didn't blink an eye. Rong Yu stood up, grabbed the spear, twisted it forcefully, and drove it right through the crocodile. Now it was truly dead. When the crocodile fell, its skin and meat floated to the surface. Yun Mian Mian and Rong Yu exchanged glances, but neither rushed to collect it. Yun Mian Mian. How about half each? Rong Yu. All right. Yun Mian Mian took out a knife and tucked it into her boot, freeing up some space before collecting the resources. Obtained crocodile meat, X15, crocodile skin, X4. She gave Rong-yu 7 pieces of crocodile meat and 2 pieces of crocodile skin. There are 15 pieces of crocodile meat and 4 pieces of crocodile skin. I took 1 extra crocodile meat. I'll grill it later. Rong-yu didn't object. We need to leave here quickly. The blood from killing the crocodile would attract other creatures. If a group of crocodiles came, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. The two quickly paddled the raft away from the scene. After they got some distance, Yun Mian inspected the attributes of the crocodile meat and skin. Crocodile meat. Delicious, low-fat, low-cholesterol meat. Good for beauty, nourishes the heart and lungs, boosts blood, strengthens bones, and tonifies the kidneys, can be eaten or used medicinally. Crocodile skin. Known as the gold of leather, with a full texture and varied patterns, can be used to make leather goods such as bags, gloves, and shoes. These were valuable items. What a gain! If they weren't in a rush, Yun Mian really wanted to find more crocodiles. The raft drifted in the water for 3 hours, and both of them started to feel hungry. Rong-yu took out the grilled fish Yun Mian had given him. Yun Mian took out some grilled venison. The delicious aroma filled the air, making their mouths water. They each ate their own meal without envying the others. After finishing, Yun Mian drank half a bottle of water to replenish her fluids. The midday temperature was too high, and not drinking enough water made her feel uncomfortable. Rong-yu asked, "Did you learn cooking skills?" Yun Mian replied, "Yeah, what about you? What skills did you learn?" Rong-yu said, "Forging." Yun Mian, "Forging can be used to craft equipment and weapons, right?" Rong-yu, "Yes, this spear is the first weapon I forged." Yun Mian, "That's impressive. I happen to have something good that would be quite useful for you. When we get back, see if you have anything valuable to trade with me." "What is it?" Yun Mian didn't bring it with her, but she remembered its description. "A blueprint for a craftsman's hammer. Forging it will increase forging proficiency by 5 points." "Sounds good. If you have any recipe that boosts cooking proficiency, you can trade it with me." "Maybe. We'll see when we get back." "Don't you ever organize your supplies?" "Not much. If it's useless, I just leave it aside." Yun Mian sighed. "You must have a lot of useless good stuff." Rong-yu didn't respond. After having a meal together and cooperating to kill the crocodile, the tension between them eased, and Yun Mian started chatting with him. Rong-yu's impression of Yun Mian had also changed after that incident. Yun Mian asked, "What did you do before entering the game?" Rong-yu, "I was a lawyer." Yun Mian, "Huh?" She never would have guessed. Rong-yu, "I don't look like one?" "Not really," Yun Mian said, studying him. "You don't talk much. I thought lawyers were eloquent and great at debating." Rong-yu didn't deny it and just smiled slightly. "What about you?" he asked. "I just graduated. I didn't have a job yet and was on a solo graduation trip when I got pulled into this game." Rong-yu was a little surprised. "You've adapted well." Yun Mian, "Not bad. I adapt quickly. I can go with the flow wherever I am. My mom says I have a strong heart." The sky gradually darkened. After 5 hours of drifting, they finally saw land. The swamp shown on the map was nowhere to be seen, probably submerged by the rising water levels, which turned out to be a good thing. Otherwise, they would have had to find a way across it. "Let's go check ahead." Leaving the raft behind, Rong-yu looked at the map again. They should now be at the foot of the mountain, and crossing over it would lead them to the mining area on the other side. The map only showed it as a mountain, but didn't specify its size or height, nor how long it would take to cross. They'd only know once they made the journey. At the foot of the mountain, a small stream flowed, its water clear and perfect as a freshwater resource. However, both of them had enough mineral water, so Rong-yu showed no intention of stopping. "Wait a minute," Yun Mian suddenly called out to him. "What's wrong?" "Just give me a second." Yun Mian hurried over to the stream. Rong-yu stood where he was, watching her turn her back to him and squat down by the water. He thought Yun Mian was going to wash her hands or face. Yun Mian was ecstatic. She had sensed from afar that there was something valuable here. The advanced gathering skill was indeed different. just based on instinct and a sensitivity to colors, she could locate resources. Sand at the bottom of the stream. Rich in silicon dioxide, the perfect raw material for making glass. Glass. Sand could be used to make glass. Mian was overjoyed. She had to fill a few boxes and take them. Unfortunately, she hadn't anticipated needing to dig sand and didn't bring a shovel, so she could only use her hands. Despite bringing so much gear, she still hadn't been fully prepared. Mian hung the thermos around her neck and started scooping sand into her backpack. Da 5. Watching the sand in her backpack gradually increase, Rong Yu finally sensed something was wrong and walked over. Washing her face shouldn't take this long. Why was Mian still squatting there, reluctant to leave? They were on a tight schedule and needed to cover more ground before nightfall. Once it got dark, they wouldn't be able to keep going. Rong Yu stopped a short distance behind her and asked, "Are you done yet?" Mian hesitated, unsure if she should tell Rong Yu about the sand. If she didn't say anything, Rong Yu wouldn't know that sand could be used to make glass. He didn't seem to have the gathering skill and couldn't see the description. She could always come back later, alone, to collect more sand. But if she told him, he would definitely collect a bunch as well. Maybe he even brought a shovel or some other tool. Coming, Mian decided not to mention it. She stood up and walked quickly to Rong Yu. Rong Yu probably found it odd, but since he wasn't the type to ask too many questions, he just glanced at her and said, "Let's go." Mian nodded. She wasn't feeling guilty. They were only temporary partners, not really friends. She'd keep her end of the deal, but the sand was something she found on her own, and she had no obligation to share it. If he needed glass later, she could always sell him some for a good price. Before nightfall, they found a suitable spot to build a shelter, under a big tree, with its intricate roots and large canopy providing good shelter from the rain. The ground was relatively flat, and laying a waterproof cloth down would make it comfortable to lie on. Rong Yu volunteered to make a fire and asked Mian to find some dry kindling or branches. It was still raining, so finding such materials wasn't easy. After searching for a while, Mian found some eucalyptus leaves and thatch. In a rainforest with such high humidity, many plants weren't suitable for starting a fire. By the time she returned with her arms full of materials, it was almost dark. Rong Yu had just managed to get the fire going. Even though it wasn't as difficult as starting a fire with friction, making a fire in the rain wasn't easy either. Any small mistake and it wouldn't light up. Rong Yu was a bit surprised by the amount of dry grass she brought back. Having Mian with him wasn't a burden at all. In fact, she helped quite a lot. He had underestimated her. "I'll do the cooking," Mian volunteered. She took out the crocodile meat and a kettle from her backpack. First, she boiled some hot water. The temperature had dropped in the evening, and drinking something warm would not only warm their bodies, but also help relieve fatigue. She grilled the crocodile meat over the fire, finding a bamboo stick, splitting it into 10 or so pieces, and then using a knife to sharpen each one. She skewered the meat onto the bamboo sticks, 2 pieces of meat per skewer, making a total of 15 skewers. This used up the extra piece of crocodile meat she had taken earlier. But it didn't seem like enough for both of them. Mian didn't hold back. "This isn't enough. Give me another piece of crocodile meat and I'll stew it." Rong Yu took a piece out of his backpack and tossed it to her. It looked like a crocodile claw. Mian was satisfied. He knew how to pick the good parts. Crocodile claw, rich in collagen, which enhances skin elasticity. Best for stewing or steaming for a delicious taste, especially with vegetables. "Do you have any pots for cooking?" Mian asked. Her kettle was being used to boil hot water, but Rong Yu must have brought something as well. Rong Yu handed over his iron pot. Mian weighed it in her hands. It was quite heavy. She poured in half a bottle of mineral water, added the chopped crocodile claw, and then put it over the fire to cook. "Keep an eye on it while I go look for some wild vegetables," Mian instructed. "Make sure you turn the meat and don't let it burn." Rong Yu said, "Now, it's already dark." Yun Mian waved it off. It's fine, I'll just stay nearby. She took out her tar lamp. Seeing her unbothered demeanor, Rong Yu just said, call me if anything happens. Okay. Yun Mian held up the tar lamp and went to look for wild vegetables. Rong Yu watched her until she disappeared into the darkness, only the tar lamplight visible. Rong Yu opened the system interface. When away from the ship, the light screen would be hidden, and one would need to actively open it to see. He had received quite a few messages. Most were from the trading center. He had anonymously listed some weapons in the trading center, and many people had privately messaged him, some trying to haggle, others asking if they could trade other items. Rong Yu looked through them without intending to reply. In the game, he only had 2 relatively familiar partners, and one of them had sold him the island access card. The condition was that after returning, he had to help gather enough materials to upgrade to level 4, and also assist with reaching level 5. The other partner also sent a message asking how things were going on the island. Rong Yu took a photo and sent it over. Rong Yu. Just set up camp and getting ready to eat. He didn't mention that Yun Mian had come along. What are you eating? What kind of meat is that? Rong Yu. Crocodile meat. You really are something. Always love eating meat. You even killed a crocodile to eat. Rong Yu thought to himself that it wasn't actually him who had killed it. How does it taste? Can you send me some of what you've cooked? Rong Yu directly sent over a piece of uncooked crocodile meat. Can't you send me some of the cooked one? Now I have to do it myself. You made so much. Rong Yu. Not convenient. Yun Mian would definitely know how much meat was cooked, and if some was missing, she might think he stole it. Greedy as a pig. Selfish. 12th Day at Sea, Part 4. The crocodile meat was even more delicious than Yun Mian had imagined. She hadn't brought salt to save space, but surprisingly Rong Yu had. Adding salt greatly improved the taste of the grilled meat, especially the crocodile claw, stewed until soft with wild vegetables. The texture was tender, and the gelatin was soft and melted in the mouth. It restored 6 points of stamina and 4 points of spirit per minute, lasting for 8 minutes. After Yun Mian and Rong Yu finished eating, they both felt invigorated, like they could run 5 more kilometers. Earlier, when Yun Mian went to pick wild vegetables, she noticed many plants with a variety of uses. Now she felt like a walking botanical encyclopedia. Previously, she could only see descriptions for common plants. Now she knew the properties of every plant. She wished her backpack were bigger, otherwise she wouldn't let any of these resources go to waste. But they weren't worth discarding her valuable items for. After eating, Yun Mian reapplied some mosquito-repellent cream. There were especially many bugs at night. Though she had applied some earlier, she reapplied just to be safe. But this cream only repelled mosquitoes. It didn't deter spiders or scorpions. She had seen many spiders earlier and wondered if they'd crawl on her while she slept. Yun Mian felt a little uneasy. Rong Yu was still manipulating his light screen, though she didn't know what he was doing. Players could only see their own light screens, others were invisible. But Yun Mian could see his hand pointing and tapping in the air, so it was probably nothing else. Feeling bored with nothing to do in the wild, unable to sleep, Yun Mian opened her own light screen as well. Daily Prosperity. Check-in group, Ni Yangguang, harvesting crops. Ni Yangguang, fishing. Ni Yangguang, eating. Ni Yangguang. Mian, why haven't you checked in yet? Haven't woken up? Luo. Mian, don't forget to collect your harvest and fish. Yun Mian laughed out loud. This Ni Yangguang really took the check-in routine seriously. But she was the one who suggested it, and now she hadn't even appeared today. Yun Mian. I've been busy, thanks. She wasn't able to collect her harvest or fish today. What a pity. She started dealing with orders from the trading center. She sold quite a lot of things again today. Ever since the stoves became popular, fish meat sales were also doing well. The fish Yun Mian sold was always fresh, so many players kept buying more. Huh? Why did so many mushrooms sell? Yun Mian was surprised. She had put all the mushrooms in the trading center just to free up space, not expecting that they would almost all sell out. She hadn't even priced them cheaply. Each batch of mushrooms cost 2 iron blocks. She looked at the chat channel to understand why. Mushroom soup tastes so good. My life is redeemed. Haven't had a warm meal in days. Great God Gufang is my savior. Thanks to him for sharing the recipe. Hehehe, I also bought the same mushrooms as Great God Gufang's. I'm already making soup and even added some sea snails. Delicious. Who's the seller of these mushrooms anyway? I've never seen anyone find mushrooms in a treasure box, and they're selling so many. A lot of people have bought them. Could it be that some expert is growing mushrooms? So someone was promoting them. And again she saw a familiar name. Gufang. After he got popular on the forum, Gufang gained many followers. People followed his suggestions on what to buy, and he shared his daily routine every day on the forum. What he ate, what he did, everyone followed his example. Isn't this just like an influencer in the real world? If he had more resources, he could do a full-blown live stream and make a fortune. Ni Yangguang. Mian, I saw a lot of people are buying mushrooms to make soup. They're almost sold out in the trading center. Do you want to buy some? Yun Mian. It's fine, I've got some. Ni Yangguang really was a kind-hearted person, remembering to remind her of good deals like this. Ni Yangguang. Why did you only show up now? What were you busy with today? Yun Mian. Some stuff. How are stove sales? Ni Yangguang. Not as good as yesterday. Since Gufang made his post, many people have managed to make fire and started adopting his cost-saving survival methods. Yun Mian. Well, there's nothing we can do about that. The poor have their ways of living, but people with money will still buy stoves. Ni Yangguang. True. I wouldn't want to learn his ways, it's too troublesome. Luo also sent her a few messages. Luo. I got 2 good things from treasure boxes today. See if you're interested. Seafood Guide X1, Swimming Skill Book. Chetty 1. Yun Mian saw it and realized they were indeed good items. Seafood Guide. Various illustrations of sea creatures so you can recognize them at a glance. Swimming Skill Book. Do you want to become a great swimmer? Then start learning now. Yun Mian. Send me the skill book first, and keep the guide with you. Yun Mian's backpack had no space left. The skill book would disappear after use, but the guide was like the planting guide, a book that needed to be flipped through. Luo didn't ask much and sent the skill book right over. Yun Mian used it immediately. In her character information, a swimming skill was now added. Whoever was worrying about their poor swimming skills, problem solved. Now she could go diving for fish. Yun Mian thought about sending Luo something in return. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. If the backpack wasn't big enough, she could leave items with Luo and ask her to send them back when needed. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about her backpack being too full to gather more items. She could pick up everything and send it to Luo to store for her, and then get them back when they returned. She could even share some items with Luo. Why didn't she think of this before? It was a great idea. Yun Mian. Luo, I'll leave some things with you. I'm on an island and my backpack is too full. You help me keep them, and I'll ask you for them when I need them. Luo. Okay, stay safe. I'll set a special alert so I won't miss your messages. Players usually kept message alerts off to avoid interruptions. Yun Mian always had hers turned off as well. Yun Mian? You're the best. Yun Mian smiled as she sent her axe, animal trap, machete, headlamp, and climbing manual to Luo. Now her backpack had some space, and she felt more comfortable. Yun Mian. Luo, do you have a workbench yet? Luo. Yes, I just got the blueprint yesterday. Yun Mian. That's great. Can you help me make a shovel and 10 large boxes? She really needed a shovel to dig up sand. Luo. Okay, when do you need them? Yun Mian. Tomorrow. I won't need them today. If you need anything, let me know. If I see it on the island, I'll bring it back for you. Luo thought for a moment. If there are any herbs for frostbite, please pick some for me. Yun Mian Mian. You have frostbite? Luo Luo. Yeah. Yun Mian Mian. Let me see. Luo Luo sent her a picture. Her fingers were swollen and red, covered in blisters. The level of swelling was quite severe. Yun Mian Mian had never had frostbite herself, but she had seen others suffer from it. Her college roommate often got frostbite. Every winter when the weather got cold, her hands and feet would develop frostbite, and she would always complain about how itchy and uncomfortable it was. And even ointments barely helped. She said that in severe cases, blisters and ulcers might form, and it heals slowly. It's not necessarily during the coldest times that frostbite is most likely. Sometimes in early spring when the weather starts to warm, it's more prone to occur. Mainly, it happens due to cold, damp environments and lack of proper care. Have you been soaking your hands in ice water all day? Luo Luo. I have a body type that's prone to it. There's nothing I can do. How long has it been? She hadn't mentioned it before. It must be itchy and painful. Luo Luo. It started a few days ago. I didn't pay attention and now it's gotten a bit serious. Yun Mian Mian. Okay. I'll look for something for you. Yun Mian Mian opened the trading center to see if she could directly buy useful herbs or ointment. After searching for a while, she found nothing. She had to check if there was any frostbite ointment in the shop. After searching, she actually found one. But the price made her give up. A tube of frostbite ointment was selling for 200 starfish coins. She didn't even have 200 in total. Forget it. The rainforest is vast and full of plants. She might just find what she needed. Yun Mian Mian thought she might as well go look nearby now. She couldn't sleep anyway and could check out the spot where she had picked wild greens earlier. She got up and grabbed her tar lamp. I'm going to look for something. Now? Rong Yu frowned. Yes, we have a journey tomorrow and I can't sleep. I'm going to pick some herbs. Rong Yu. The rainforest at night is dangerous. Are you crazy? Yun Mian Mian hesitated. There are many creatures in the rainforest, especially insects and snakes. Nighttime is when they are most active. Poisonous snakes move in the dark and you won't even see them. If you get bitten, you're done for. Rong Yu's tone was stern and his expression wasn't good. Yun Mian Mian was silent for a moment. All right. She was acting out of urgency, and upon reflection, it indeed wasn't wise to be reckless. Late at night with venomous snakes and spiders everywhere, the risk was too high. Earlier, when she went to pick wild greens, it was just getting dark, so Rong Yu had let her go, but now it was deep into the night. If it's something important, we can search for it tomorrow. Seeing that she listened to him, Rong Yu's tone softened a little. Yun Mian Mian. Thank you. What are you looking for? Tomorrow I'll help keep an eye out as well. Yun Mian Mian wasn't well versed in pharmacology, but she now knew about the toxicity and medicinal properties of each plant, so she casually listed a bunch of herbs useful for treating frostbite. Safflower, cassia twig, angelica, salvia, saxifrage. Rong Yu was silent for a moment. He didn't recognize a single one. What's it for? Yun Mian Mian. For treating frostbite. Rong Yu glanced at her fingers. They were fair and tender, clean and slender. It's not for me, it's for a friend. Wait until tomorrow, and if we find any, I'll ask my friend to make a potion. You have a friend who learned alchemy? Rong Yu. Yes. Actually, he himself also knew alchemy. Besides his forging skills, he had also learned alchemy. Although both were at the beginner level, it was enough for now. However, since he wasn't on his ship, he couldn't use the alchemy station, so he had to ask someone else. One of his two friends also had alchemy skills. Yun Mian Mian. All right, as long as they can help make medicine, I can trade something in return. Rong Yu. Is this friend of yours someone very close to you? Yes. Yun Mian Mian didn't say much, staring into the dark jungle in thought. Rong Yu. Rest early, we have a journey tomorrow. Yun Mian Mian nodded and lay down. Although she had laid a waterproof mat, it was still the wilderness, and it was nowhere as comfortable as a bed. Unable to sleep, she continued browsing the chat channels on her interface. It was also a way to help her fall asleep. She just happened to come across some drama. Quick, Go check the forum for the latest drama. Lin Quanling from the leaderboard scammed others for affection and supplies, and someone exposed him. Really? There's something like this? I just saw it. What a jerk. Wow. How could a guy like that make it onto the leaderboard? Could it be that he scammed a lot of people? The girl who exposed him said she gave him all her upgrade supplies. If there were multiple victims like that, he must have made a fortune. The girl who got scammed was a lucky player, too. I saw the list of items she posted and I was stunned. So many supplies given to that jerk. Yun Mian also went to the forum to take a look. Scumbag Lin Quanling scammed me out of all my supplies and now blocked me. Fellow sisters, don't fall for his tricks. The post already had tens of thousands of views, and there were many replies. Yun Mian quickly skimmed it. Lin Quanling's approach to private messaging this girl was similar to how he had messaged her. Many other girls commented that they had also received messages from him, and a few even said Lin Quanling was their boyfriend. People who loved drama were exclaiming that Lin Quanling was indeed a sea king, someone who juggled multiple relationships. The post was gaining traction, and everyone was watching the situation. The chat channel was also heatedly discussing it. Zheng Jincheng, we should all report him together, make him cough up everything he scammed. Jin Baoquan, yeah, to the girls who got scammed, you can join our group. We'll make sure justice is served. Ge Hui, as long as Brother Zhang is here, we will definitely help you get your things back. Zheng Jincheng and the others took the opportunity to advertise their gang. After all, the girls who got scammed were mostly lucky players. Otherwise, Lin Quanling wouldn't have targeted them. They found premium targets through the trading center. They were also encouraging everyone to report and file complaints against Lin Quanling. They kept calling Lin Quanling's name, asking him to come out. Stop playing dead, Lin Quanling. If you're a man, stand up. Too scared to speak? Scamming women's supplies, aren't you ashamed? How disgraceful. A lot of people were making a big deal out of it, also calling for Lin Quanling to come out. But no matter how fiercely they called, Lin Quanling never made a statement. Yun Mian thought that not only was this person thick-skinned, but his mental resilience was also quite strong. She figured that at least a few thousand people in Zone 3 had probably messaged him to curse him out. Yun Mian saw that Hu Yuan had made a few comments. Hu Yuan. This is a survival game. If you get tricked by such a clumsy tactic, you can only blame yourself for being foolish. Trusting a stranger in a survival game? Who else should be scammed if not you? Thinking of romance in a place like this? Wake up. His comments triggered public outrage, and many people called him cold-hearted. Are you in cahoots with that scumbag? Yeah, are you guys in the same team, specializing in scamming female players? Even as a man, I can't stand this. How can you say such things? Do you have no empathy? Hu Yuan, is empathy useful? If you're so empathetic, why don't you give her your supplies? Hu Yuan must have had some free time today. He was battling the crowd in the chat channel, arguing with everyone until they were speechless. It rained all night, and the sounds of crawling animals and insects could be heard, so Yun Mian and Rong Yu didn't sleep well. In total, they got just about 3 hours of sleep, and as the sky began to lighten, Rong Yu got up. Yun Mian also opened her eyes. She excused herself to use the bathroom and secretly used her lucky dice. Today's lucky number turned out to be 1. It had been a while since she'd seen a 1. It was Yun Mian's favorite number. 1 good fortune multiplied, any gains today will be doubled. Who could understand the joy of a double crit? Yun Mian couldn't contain her excitement. Rong Yu even asked her, "Why are you so happy?" "I don't know. I'm just in a really good mood today," Yun Mian said with a big smile. "Let's set off quickly." She wanted to reach the mining area as soon as possible and dig all day. Rong Yu saw her sudden burst of enthusiasm, not sure what was going on with her, but it was exactly what he wanted. "Let's go." They climbed for over an hour from mid-slope, and along the way, Yun Mian kept collecting herbs and wild vegetables. Obtained soap pods, Fa 5, good fortune multiplied, super boost. Obtained soap pods, 5-2. Obtained nostoc algae, 3, good fortune multiplied, super boost. obtained nostoc algae 3-2, obtained wild crown daisy 2, good fortune multiplied, super boost, obtained wild crown daisy 2 tau 2, obtained salvia 2, obtained saxifrage 2, pure happiness. Yun Mian Mian wished she had 3 heads and 6 arms. Rong Yu saw her joyfully digging for wild vegetables, and although he didn't quite understand why she was so happy, he still helped her pick. For you, Yun Mian Mian asked, you don't want it yourself? Rong Yu replied, I like eating meat. Yun Mian Mian understood. Not liking vegetables wasn't good. She said seriously, you need to balance meat and vegetables for proper nutrition. She put away the wild vegetables Rong Yu gave her, and they were doubled as well. Yun Mian Mian cheerfully said, let's go. We have enough for now. Although Rong Yu didn't say anything, Yun Mian Mian knew they couldn't spend too much time on the road picking wild vegetables. Their goal was mining. She first sent a huge bunch of wild vegetables to Luo Luo for safekeeping, then handed over the medicinal herbs to Rong Yu and asked him to get someone to make a frostbite ointment. Rong Yu worked efficiently, and before long, he sent the ointment to Yun Mian Mian. With the double buff, 1 ointment turned into 2. Yun Mian Mian had no use for it, so she gave them both to Luo Luo. Luo Luo hadn't expected that, even while on the island, Yun Mian Mian would still think of her. Moreover, it was already prepared ointment, not just herbs. If she wasn't on the ship, it must have been troublesome to make. Deeply touched by Yun Mian Mian, Luo Luo applied the ointment, determined to treat Yun Mian Mian even better in the future. She also decided to level up diligently and find more useful things to send to Yun Mian Mian. Soon, Yun Mian Mian heard the sound of water, not the gentle sound of a stream, but the rush of cascading water. The two exchanged glances and Rong Yu said, there should be a waterfall up ahead. Yun Mian Mian nodded. Let's go take a look. They followed the sound of water and, indeed, saw a magnificent waterfall. Going downhill, the fastest way would be from there, but the current was so strong that taking a detour seemed to be the better choice. Rong Yu had already taken out his rope. Yun Mian Mian took out her climbing manual. She had brought it for moments like this. Although she was learning as she went, there wasn't much opportunity for practice. There was no chance to practice climbing on her boat. Without needing many words, the two had already tacitly decided to descend from there. Yun Mian Mian also had a rope. She first found a big tree, tied a secure knot to anchor it, and then tied the other end of the rope firmly around her waist. The waterfall was about 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. Yun Mian Mian chose a tree on the right side while Rong Yu chose one closer to the center. The middle had stronger currents, but the wall on the side was steeper and more slippery, making it easier to get scraped. Each choice had its drawbacks. Rong Yu said, I'm going down first. Yun Mian Mian. All right. Rong Yu pushed off, suspending himself in midair, slowly descending. He grasped the rope tightly, but under the force of the rushing water, he found it difficult to keep his eyes open. Even just holding onto the rope was hard, but since he was already halfway down, he had to grit his teeth and press on. He turned his head to look at Yun Mian Mian. She was agile, using the steep rocks to her advantage, steadily stepping down on the stones, moving slowly but surely. In comparison, Rong Yu looked much more disheveled. He was soaking wet, being pounded by the waterfall. If this continued, Yun Mian Mian might even reach the bottom before him. Rong Yu closed his eyes for a moment, then looked down. Without further hesitation, he slid down quickly, forcefully pushing off the rock wall, and finally simply jumped into the water below. Yun Mian Mian heard a splash. When she turned around, Rong Yu was already gone. Yun Mian Mian quickly slid down herself. Thankfully, she was wearing gloves, so even though she moved fast, her hands didn't get scraped. Just then, Rong Yu surfaced from the water. His first words after emerging were, there are a lot of fish and lobsters in the water, do you want some? Yun Mian Mian. Yes. How could she not want them? Who doesn't want lobsters? Especially with double luck. Without hesitation, Yun Mian Mian jumped into the water. She had just learned swimming skills, and now she had a chance to try them out. She had to give it a go. The pool beneath the waterfall was freshwater with rapid currents, and the faster the water, the more lobsters there were. Here lived Australian freshwater lobsters. These lobsters were green, large, and plump. Yun Mianmian's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, she didn't have the right tools. She had no experience catching lobsters and wasn't sure how to grab them without getting pinched by their claws, which would surely hurt. Yun Mianmian thought about trying a net. She asked Rongyu, "Do you have a net?" Rongyu took out a net from his backpack. "Will this do?" It was a net bag, and it seemed like it might work. "Let's give it a try." She took the net bag and went underwater to approach the lobsters, but as soon as she got close, the lobsters darted away, and using the net underwater was awkward. She couldn't catch any. Yun Mianmian tried several more times, but to no avail, so she gave up and turned to catch fish instead. Fish were easier to catch than lobsters, but since she wasn't short on fish, there was already more than enough on her boat, she wasn't very enthusiastic, even though these fish were big and looked delicious. Yun Mianmian emerged from the water. "Forget it. Let's hurry to the mining area." Seeing her discouraged expression, Rongyu suggested, "If you want, you can set a trap cage. I have one, and we can come back for it later." Yun Mianmian: "Great." Rongyu really had a lot of useful stuff. Yun Mianmian wanted it too. She thought about her double luck and wondered if she could take advantage of it. When Rongyu handed her the trap cage, there was no double luck effect. It seemed that a direct handover wouldn't work. It had to be traded through the system interface to activate the double effect. Yun Mianmian asked, "Can you sell the trap cage to me?" Rongyu replied, "You can have it." Yun Mianmian: "Did you make it yourself?" Rongyu: "Yes, using blueprints. It didn't require much material, just 5 pieces of bamboo and 1 thread." Yun Mianmian said, "I'll trade you some glass for it." Seeing that Yun Mianmian insisted on trading rather than accepting it for free, Rongyu reluctantly agreed. Face-to-face trading worked the same as online trading, all through the system interface. Yun Mianmian traded 2 pieces of glass for 1 trap cage. She had sand, so she wouldn't run out of glass in the future. Obtained trap cage X1. Double luck activated. Everything comes in pairs. Obtained trap cage X1 through 2. Yun Mianmian happily found a good spot to set the trap cage. She didn't take out the other trap cage while Rongyu was around, planning to use it later when they went their separate ways. After setting the trap cage, they continued their journey. After crossing the mountain, the landscape changed. No longer rainforest, but a more complex and dry terrain. The mountain paths were harder to traverse. It looked more like a rift valley or basin, and Yun Mianmian observed that there must be minerals here. However, figuring out exactly where to dig would take some searching. Rongyu said, "Let's split up to look for it. If you find anything, send a message." Yun Mianmian agreed. "Okay, I'll check over there." A few steps later, she saw a group of spiders. These spiders weren't poisonous, each about the size of a water bottle cap, and they were all scurrying in the same direction. Yun Mianmian found it odd and decided to follow. Soon, Yun Mianmian discovered that all the spiders were running into a cave. The cave entrance was quite large, enough for a person to fit through. Yun Mianmian took out her tar lamp and shone it inside. It was pitch black, but she could see the glimmer of minerals inside. She sent a message to Luo Luo, asking her to send the headlamp over. Luo Luo replied quickly, "Okay." Once she received the headlamp, Yun Mianmian immediately put on her helmet and headlamp, then sent a message to Rongyu. "I found a mine. Come quickly." Since they agreed to search for minerals together, Yun Mianmian had no intention of hogging the cave. She gave Rongyu the directions and then went in herself. Rongyu should be able to find his way. Once inside, Yun Mianmian was startled by the number of spiders. There were so many. Spiders covered the walls and their webs were everywhere. Dozens of webs were crowded with groups of spiders. It was both impressive and terrifying. Fortunately, Yun Mianmian wasn't afraid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stay in the cave. Still, staying too long could cause a drop in mental strength. To get through, they'd likely need to get rid of the spiders first. Even though these spiders weren't poisonous, getting bitten would certainly be unpleasant. Yun Mian Mian messaged Rong Yu. Do you have a torch? There are too many spiders in here. We'll probably have to burn them first. Rong Yu. I'm almost there. Wait for me. Just as Yun Mian Mian was thinking about retreating from the cave, she saw a giant spider crawl out of the group. This spider even had a detailed introduction above its head. Giant Spider Queen. The Spider Queen's body was the size of a baby's head, with half-meter-long legs, 6 limbs, and 2 front claws. It was entirely black, except for its red head. Although Yun Mian Mian was still some distance away, she was startled. Giant Spider Queen, boss-level creature of Spider Island, aggressive and venomous. Yun Mian Mian took 2 steps back and quickly exited the cave, just in time to run into Rong Yu, who was about to enter. Wait, there's a boss inside. Rong Yu's expression changed. What kind of boss? Yun Mian Mian, a giant spider queen. No wonder it's called Spider Island. It's because there's a spider boss. Yun Mian Mian couldn't help but think, maybe there was also a giant poisonous mushroom boss on the mushroom island she visited before. Since there was a boss, logically speaking, killing it would yield valuable items. Yun Mian Mian and Rong Yu both thought of this. Let's kill it together and split the loot, Yun Mian Mian suggested proactively. Okay. Do you have a torch? Spiders must be afraid of fire. Rong Yu pulled a torch out of his backpack. Do you want one? Yun Mian Mian nodded. Give me one. That way, she wouldn't have to ask Luo Luo to make one for her. Rong Yu took out another torch, then led the way, protecting Yun Mian Mian as they entered the cave. With torches, the spiders in the cave seemed to become restless. Most spiders are afraid of fire, especially when they see something hot or smell something burning. They'll try to escape. As soon as the two entered, the originally calm spiders began scurrying everywhere, especially the giant spider queen, which became even more menacing. The small spiders scurried toward the cave entrance or further into the cave. Yun Mian Mian asked, Do we attack now? Rong Yu nodded. Yes, I'll burn it with the torch first, then use my spear to attack. You stay on the side and assist as needed. Got it? Assisting in this manner was Yun Mian Mian's specialty, but as soon as Rong Yu moved the torch closer, the giant spider queen spat out a ball of white webbing, extinguishing the torch. Yun Mian Mian muttered under her breath. Not good. This spider could even spit webbing to put out fire. Soon her torch was also extinguished by the spider. Luckily, Yun Mian Mian's headlamp wasn't affected, and the cave remained illuminated. Yun Mian Mian handed the tar lamp to Rong Yu. Take this. Without fire, the other spiders weren't scared anymore and started swarming again, seemingly commanded by the giant spider queen. Yun Mian Mian suddenly remembered something from a game she used to play. She was told never to stand directly in front of a boss, especially at a distance. She quickly moved to the side. Sure enough, the giant spider queen suddenly spat out a mass of webbing right where she and Rong Yu had been standing. Thankfully, Rong Yu had taken out a shield at some point and blocked it. A defense shield made from iron ore with plus 20 defense. Even if the webbing was corrosive, it didn't harm Rong Yu. However, the shield's durability did decrease by a few points. Rong Yu frowned and warned Yun Mian Mian, Be careful not to get hit. Yun Mian Mian nodded eagerly, eyeing the shield Rong Yu was holding with some envy. His forging skills were impressive. He never seemed to run out of weapons. Rong Yu held the shield in one hand and the spear in the other, aiming for the spider queen's head. Yun Mian Mian didn't idle. She took out her bronze sword and attempted to cut off the spider queen's legs. Its legs were numerous and long, probably making it cumbersome to move, so Yun Mian Mian was just trying to help by cutting a few off to make it more agile. Unfortunately, the spider queen didn't appreciate Yun Mian Mian's good intentions, and instead angrily tried to stomp on her, even ordering the small spiders to crawl toward her. Yun Mian Mian took out another tar lamp and smashed it on the ground. The tar spread and the fire flared up. The small spiders were terrified and dared not come any closer. Afraid now, weren't they? Yun Mian still had a dozen tar lamps in her backpack. She took out another one and threw it at the giant spider queen, setting it aflame and burning away a layer of its fur. But this only enraged the spider queen further. It spread its 6 legs wide, thrashing about in a frenzy to extinguish the fire. In doing so, it accidentally crushed many of the smaller spiders nearby. The giant spider queen was infuriated. Its screech was deafening, causing the entire cave to tremble. The noise was like the amplified sound of squeaking leather, enough to make one's skin crawl. Yun Mian remarked, "Is it really that mad?" Rong Yu replied, "It seems very angry." Yun Mian encouraged, "Finish it while it's weak, now's our chance." Rong Yu was quick to follow up, hurling his spear again, the blade piercing into the spider queen's belly, releasing a lot of foul-smelling fluid. Yun Mian stepped forward quickly and threw another tar lamp. Seeing Yun Mian's move, the giant spider queen tried to dodge, but the cave was only so big, and it took up most of the space itself. There was nowhere to escape to, and it was hit squarely by the tar lamp, reigniting the fire. Its spider fur was the perfect kindling. Yun Mian repeatedly stabbed it with her bronze sword. In a short time, the giant spider queen was dead. The loot scattered all over the ground, and the remaining small spiders scrambled away in a panic to save their lives. Yun Mian crouched down to examine the items. Since she was the one who dealt the killing blow to the spider queen, she received a double buff for the loot, and Yun Mian heard the notification sound. This meant she got double the loot. Lucky Rong Yu would get a share of the bonus too. That guy was getting a great deal. Aside from the loot on the ground, the system notification sounded again. Killed giant spider queen. Acquired treasure chest X1. Congratulations to the player for being the first to kill a boss-level creature. Reward: sewing machine blueprint X1, oven blueprint X1, pet pouch Kid1. Good luck doubled, buff activated. Acquired treasure chest X1, sewing machine blueprint X1, oven blueprint X1, pet pouch Tetsi1. Only Yun Mian could hear the rewards notification, and the rewards were given directly to her, without Rong Yu knowing. However, Yun Mian's backpack was full, so some rewards couldn't be stored, leaving 2 pet pouches on the ground. Although the spider was killed by both of them, Yun Mian delivered the final blow, so the system assigned the loot to her. Rong Yu probably didn't know about this. Though he might find out eventually, Yun Mian didn't care too much. She was secretly glad she had cleared space in her backpack by sending items to Luo. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just the pet pouches. She wouldn't have been able to collect any of the rewards, and would have had to split them all with Rong Yu. Now she just had to give up 1 pet pouch, which Yun Mian didn't mind too much. After all, she still had the double buff, so she was getting the better deal. She glanced at Rong Yu and said with a smile, "There are lots of good items, let's split them." After the giant spider queen's death, it dropped numerous spider silk and venom. Spider silk X10. Silk spun by the giant spider queen, incredibly tough with versatile uses. It can be used for armor and weapon crafting. Spider venom X15. Venom from the giant spider queen, highly corrosive. Just 1 drop can kill a cow. These were indeed valuable items. The benefits of killing a boss exceeded Yun Mian's expectations. Yun Mian let Rong Yu take his share first. She knew Rong Yu was very fair and wouldn't let her be at a disadvantage. "I'll take half of the silk and venom, and as for this pet pouch, if you're willing to give it to me, I'll trade you something for it." Yun Mian thought for a moment and said, "Then I want the shield you used earlier." It was an excellent item for protection. Rong Yu nodded. "Sure, but I only have 1 right now. I'll make another for you when we return." Yun Mian wanted it immediately, but realized it was better to let him keep it for now, as he would need it. All right. After dividing the items, Yun Mian and Rong Yu continued deeper into the cave. The metallic ore in the cave glistened in the lamplight. "This should be iron ore." Yun Mian squatted down to inspect it and pointed to the rock wall in the corner. Rong Yu took out a pickaxe and struck the rock wall twice. "It is." Rong Yu's expression relaxed. The purpose of coming to Spider Island was to gather ores. Both Yun Mian Mian and Rong Yu understood the rarity of iron ore. Finding iron ore here meant they were not far from reaching level 5. Each of them planned to collect 300 to 500 pieces before leaving. 100 pieces were needed for upgrading, and the rest could either be sold or kept, which would be quite valuable. Yun Mian Mian said, "Then let's start digging." She didn't have a pickaxe, only an axe, and after a couple of attempts realized it wasn't very effective. After a few hard strikes, she only got 1 piece of iron ore, and her axe's durability was quickly being used up. Rong Yu, on the other hand, got an iron ore with each strike of the pickaxe. Yun Mian Mian had to admit that Rong Yu was more skilled in some areas, especially when it came to tools. He was well prepared. She wondered what other things Rong Yu had brought with him to Spider Island. Yun Mian Mian quickly messaged Luo Luo, asking her to make 2 pickaxes and send them over. With a pickaxe, Yun Mian Mian's efficiency increased. Thanks to her double buff, her speed was impressive. While Rong Yu mined 100 iron ore, Yun Mian Mian had already mined 180. The two of them spent 3 hours completely excavating the cave. Yun Mian Mian ended up with a total of 360 iron ore. The cave was stripped clean, and after they stopped, the rock wall didn't change, indicating that no new iron ore would appear anytime soon. After eating and resting for a while, they regained their energy. "Let's move on. It's getting late, and we should reach the forest before dark," Rong Yu said, putting away his equipment. Once they exited the cave, they would split up, each heading in a different direction. Yun Mian Mian asked, "You go first. Which way will you go?" Rong Yu took out the map. "I'll go east," Yun Mian Mian said. "Then I'll head to the forest to the west. Let me know if you find anything." Rong Yu replied, "All right." Yun Mian Mian said, "Then let's part ways here. See you at the beach at 7 tomorrow morning." Rong Yu nodded. "Okay, take care." Yun Mian Mian replied, "You too." Rong Yu watched as Yun Mian Mian walked away. Once she was out of sight, he turned and headed east. After walking some distance, Yun Mian Mian looked back and saw that Rong Yu had disappeared. She quickly headed toward the small stream. The stream was quite long, and she didn't need to return to where she initially dug up sand. She just needed to find the downstream part of the stream. She needed to act quickly. First dig up sand, then reach the western forest before nightfall. A lot of time had been spent in the cave, primarily because neither of them wanted to leave until they had extracted everything. If they had only dug up 100 pieces each, they could have left much sooner. But instead they stayed and dug until the cave was empty. Their concern was that they might leave the forest empty-handed, and it was better to get as much iron ore as possible. Even if they couldn't find the wood for upgrading, having enough iron ore would mean that once more players came to Spider Island, someone would eventually find the wood and trade it. That would at least provide some security. Even if she couldn't find the wood, it wouldn't be a complete loss. Yun Mian Mian found a small path that allowed her to take a shortcut back to the waterfall. Since she was already there, she thought she might as well check if there were any lobsters in the trap she had set. Usually, lobsters are more active at night, but Yun Mian Mian was lucky. When she pulled up the trap, there were 2 large lobsters inside. The lobsters were dark green, big and plump, with long whiskers that made them look majestic. Acquired Australian freshwater lobster X2. Double luck activated, everything doubles. Acquired Australian freshwater lobster, 2. Yun Mian Mian put both the trap and the lobsters away and sent them to Luo Luo. Yun Mian Mian. "Luo Luo, do you want some lobster?" Yun Mian Mian was in high spirits. "Luo Luo, these lobsters are huge. Did you catch them yourself?" Yun Mian Mian. "Kind of. You can have them." Luo Luo. "I don't know how to cook them. Maybe I shouldn't." Yun Mian Mian. "Wait until I come back and I'll cook them for you." Luo Luo. "All right. I'll keep them until you return so we can eat them together." By the time she found the creek, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. The rain was pouring harder, and the water level had risen by a meter. Yun Mian Mian stood at the bank, holding the shovel with some hesitation. The water was too deep, making it difficult to dig. But for the sake of glass, she had to dig, no matter the difficulty. Her legs were halfway submerged in the water as she used all her strength to shovel the sand. Box after box, she filled them all. By the time she had filled 10 boxes, it was already dark. Each box held 30 portions of sand, so 10 boxes contained 300 portions. Yun Mian Mian wiped the rain off her face, saying, "All right, now I won't be lacking in glass or iron ore." But it was getting dark. She faced a choice. She could either take a risk and continue traveling in the dark, or she could set up a shelter nearby and forget about the forest, leaving first thing in the morning. Yun Mian Mian looked at her backpack. The gains from this trip were already very plentiful. But if Rong Yu managed to find the wood, the advantage she gained by finding the sand for making glass would be gone. If she wanted to stay ahead of Rong Yu, she had to take risks. What if both forests contained the wood needed for the upgrade? Soaked to the bone, Yun Mian Mian stood in the rain for 2 minutes. She took out a piece of roasted meat from her backpack, quickly ate it, and then headed toward the forest. She had to go. Even if it was dangerous at night, she had to go to the forest. Once she made up her mind, her gaze became determined. She started by walking quickly, then transitioned into running. The mountain path was difficult to traverse, but Yun Mian Mian didn't stop for a moment. It was already dark, and with the headlamp, she could barely see the path ahead. There were many low bushes and thorny coral trees along the way. She often got scratched, her clothes torn, exposing tiny cuts on her skin. Yun Mian Mian didn't feel the pain. Her only thought was to hurry. The nighttime forest had a chilling aura, with rustling noises everywhere. Yun Mian Mian's senses became more alert, and she slowed her pace, careful not to step on anything dangerous. At this time of night, venomous snakes and insects had emerged. Trees and bushes were teeming with snakes that blended into their environment, making them hard to spot without careful observation. Even with a lamp and fire, it was still dangerous. After 2 hours of traveling in the dark, Yun Mian Mian received a message from Rong Yu. "Rong Yu, I've reached the forest. What about you?" Yun Mian Mian frowned slightly. "I'm not there yet." Rong Yu, "You're still on the way? It's already dark. How is it there?" Yun Mian Mian, "I should be there soon." Rong Yu, "Be careful. Do you have a torch?" Yun Mian Mian, "I'm using an oil lamp." "It's safer with a torch." Rong Yu sent Yun Mian Mian a torch. Yun Mian Mian, "Thanks." Rong Yu seemed aloof but was actually very cautious and attentive, treating her quite well along the way. Yun Mian Mian, "You be careful too." Rong Yu, "All right. I'm going to search for red pine and walnut wood." Yun Mian Mian, "Okay." Rong Yu needed to gather 2 types of wood, while Yun Mian Mian only needed walnut wood, which was one of her advantages. If she didn't find walnut wood but Rong Yu did, she would have to trade with him. No matter what, even if she couldn't find walnut wood, she couldn't waste this trip. She would chop down whatever was in the forest. She didn't have time to go to Rong Yu's side anyway. A night passed. Rong Yu was exhausted, sitting under a tree, leaning against it. He ate 2 portions of roasted fish and drank a bottle of mineral water. Once he saw his stamina and mental strength slowly recovering, he closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. After chopping trees all night, he felt nauseous. He felt completely drained, like he had cut down half the forest. Although the entire forest was walnut wood, Rong Yu was satisfied. Being able to collect enough of one type of wood brought him closer to upgrading. After chopping 2,800 pieces of wood, he broke 8 axes, all of them bronze. The tools forged with his crafting skills were much better than those made with a regular workbench. The bronze axes he made had a critical strike effect, making them several times more efficient than ordinary axes. In the first half of the night, he chopped quickly, landing critical hits one after another. Later on, he became numb to the task, not even realizing when his axe broke. Only when it struck without yielding any wood did he realize he needed to switch axes. Soaked from the rain all night, Rong Yu felt like he was about to get sick. He coughed lightly and checked the time. It was past 6. He sent a message to Yun Mian Mian. "I'm done here. I'm heading to the beach. How about you?" Yun Mian Mian didn't respond immediately. Last night, when he informed Yun Mian Mian that he had found a walnut forest, she mentioned that her side had a mixed forest with all kinds of trees. She even sent him a photo, and sure enough, there were all kinds of trees. It was like a celebration of different trees coming together. Red pines, cherry trees, walnut trees, poplars, banyans, baobabs, bamboo, kempas trees, rubber trees, oil palms. There were so many types of trees, and the majority were walnut. After seeing the photo, Rong Yu felt relieved. Although Yun Mian Mian had many different types of wood, it was similar to his side, mostly walnut, but she didn't have as much as he did. With this, Yun Mian Mian might not even manage to gather enough of one type of wood, let alone both. They had agreed that after gathering the wood in the forest, they would prioritize trading with each other once they returned. But it seemed that there wasn't much of a need for him to trade with Yun Mian Mian. However, if she needed it, he could spare some of the extra he collected after giving part to his friends. A few minutes later, Yun Mian Mian finally replied, "I'm ready to go too." "All right, see you at the beach." Rong Yu packed up his belongings. Everything he brought was used, and he didn't need to discard anything. His backpack was just full enough, making him feel like he was leaving with a good haul. He quickened his pace. If he could reach the beach earlier, he might even be able to gather something from there. The morning beach might have crabs. Yun Mian Mian, on the other hand, was incredibly busy. She had stopped chopping trees long ago and was now dealing with her materials. Luo Luo told her that her backpack was also full, and she could only store small items on the boat, not large quantities, especially bulky items. After all, she only had 10 slots in her backpack. If she filled it with wood, nails, and basic supplies, it would be almost full. Yun Mian Mian had sent her a lot of things over the past 2 days, and it wasn't just her backpack. The boat itself was almost full. Yun Mian Mian had to figure it out herself. After thinking about it, she decided to send all the food and drinks to Hu Yuan and gave the axes and machetes to Ni Yangguang. But still, there was not enough space. She had chopped too many kinds of trees. There were over 10 different types of trees in the entire forest that she had cut down. Besides wood, there were also lots of fruits, all scattered on the ground. She had thought she could just chop them all down and pick everything up in one go later. But now, without space to store it, she could only watch as the materials lay scattered on the ground. While chopping, she thought she could just trade everything with Luo Luo, but she hadn't realized that Luo Luo also didn't have enough space. Her backpack wasn't upgraded yet. If she had known earlier, Yun Mian Mian would have helped her hunt a deer. But now it was too late. There was no other choice. Yun Mian Mian had to put half of the items from her backpack up on the trading center. Only then could she gather everything from the ground into her backpack. Running out of time, she started sprinting. She made it to the beach in the last 2 minutes, just as Rong Yu was picking up some sea snails. He stood on the beach, facing the sun, looking quite leisurely. In contrast, Yun Mian Mian was disheveled, soaked with sweat and rainwater, looking dirty and scruffy. She looked just like a vagrant. "Thankfully, I made it." Rong Yu looked at her with a subtle expression. "You're here. Let's go." Rong Yu held on to the sea snails he had just collected, as his backpack was also full. Yun Mian Mian, still panting, said, "Okay, let's hurry." She was eager to go back and take a shower. After boarding Rong Yu's boat, Yun Mian Mian was about to click to return to her own ship when Rong Yu suddenly made a suggestion. "How about staying for a meal before you go?" Yun Mian Mian, "Huh?" "I have food ready, and there's a kitchen." Yun Mian Mian paused, then understood. This guy wanted her to cook. He wanted to freeload off her cooking skills. No way. "I charge for cooking." "How do you charge?" Rong Yu didn't mind. "How about you make me a silk spinner and I'll make you a good meal?" Rong Yu. Yun Mian Mian looked at him in surprise. "Don't you know? It's like what Spider-Man uses." Rong Yu. "I know, but why do you think I can make it?" Yun Mian Mian. "Well, I just got some spider silk, so I thought of this." "Nee." Yun Mian Mian. "Then how about a slingshot harpoon?" Rong Yu frowned. Yun Mian explained, "It's a harpoon that uses rubber band tension to launch. With this, she could catch fish in the sea." Wrong you. Never made one. Yun Mian. Forget it then. How about making a peeler instead? I need one to peel potatoes. You can make that, right? Wrong you. I can give it a try. Yun Mian. All right. What do you want to eat then? Wrong you glanced at his backpack. I just picked up some spider shells and spiral shells. Let's make some seafood sashimi. Yun Mian. You're quite the foodie. I also have some squid on my ship. Small squid makes for great sashimi too. As Yun Mian spoke, she walked over to the cabinet. Is there a kitchen knife? Wrong you. In the drawer. There were several drawers in the cabinet with the top layer specifically for knives. Yun Mian opened it and her eyes lit up. Wow, there were 4 kitchen knives. A Chinese slicing knife, a cleaver, a santoku knife, and a small fruit knife, each with labeled functions for cutting meat, cutting fruit, cutting vegetables, cutting fish. Yun Mian clicked her tongue twice. This is definitely a case of a poor student having too much stationery. Not great at cooking, but plenty of tools. Yun Mian glanced at Wrong Yu, then opened another drawer, which was full of all kinds of seasonings. Chili powder, cumin, soy sauce, sugar, salt, vinegar. Yun Mian asked, "Where did you get all these seasonings?" Wrong Yu replied, "Bought them from the shop." So generous. She had only bought sugar and soy sauce, but this guy had bought so many. Truly a foodie. After eating her fill on Wrong Yu's boat, Yun Mian immediately returned to her own ship, the Xiangyun. She hadn't been back for 2 days, and seeing her familiar boat, she felt quite happy. After all, this was her own turf. The boat was just as she had left it, except that the vegetables she had planted were already ripe, green leaves growing abundantly to the point of turning a bit overgrown and no longer as tender. Yun Mian didn't rush to harvest the crops. She decided to roll the lucky dice first, just in case she got a 1 again, and could get a double buff, though she knew it was highly unlikely. The lucky dice spun in the air and then stopped. 5. An ordinary day, neither good nor bad. Well, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. But there were many tasks she needed to do today, and if she really got a double buff, she would be extremely busy. After 2 days of hard work, it was time to take a break. Yun Mian harvested her crops and planted a new batch of seeds. Then she began sorting her materials. She took all the smaller items out of her backpack and put them aside. The amount of materials in her backpack was quite impressive. Red pine X2362, walnut X1623, poplar X222, cherry X141, acacia X88, kempis X59, bamboo X99, sand X324, iron ore X360, iron block X283, plastic X46. Upgrading the ship required 2,000 red pine, 2,000 walnut, 500 iron blocks, 100 plastic, 100 glass, and 100 iron ore. She only had a few pieces of glass, but now she could use sand to make more. So all she needed was some more iron blocks, walnut, and plastic. They had previously agreed that if Wrong Yu found enough wood, he would trade it with her. Yun Mian didn't hesitate to privately message him, asking how they could trade for his walnut. Wrong Yu replied, "I can only trade 300 pieces with you." Yun Mian asked, "How much did you chop?" Wrong Yu didn't hide it. 2,700? Over 2,000. Yun Mian was a little surprised. Even with her double buff, it was hard to chop over 2,000 pieces of wood in one night. Wrong Yu must have used some special method. Yun Mian. "Give me 400. 300 is too little. You still have so much left. 400 would be just enough." Wrong Yu replied, "I need to save some for my friends, 200 each." Yun Mian. "You promised to trade with me first." Wrong Yu. "That's why I'm giving you 300. He was already giving more to Yun Mian than his friends. Yun Mian directly made an offer, 200 red pine plus 40 pieces of glass for your 400 walnut. Wrong Yu found it odd. Judging from Yun Mian's situation in the forest last night, red pine was scarce, with mostly walnut and some other types of wood. At most, she probably had 200 red pine, yet she was willing to trade so much for walnut. Was she trying to gather enough walnut first and worry about red pine later? "You don't need red pine? Yun Mian bluntly said. That's none of your business. Just tell me if you want to trade. Despite his doubts, Rong Yu agreed. Yun Mian knew he would agree. Only she could make such an offer. Perhaps she had the most materials of anyone in District 3. Yesterday, with the double buff, she went crazy in the forest, chopping down all kinds of wood. Once the ship was upgraded, she would use the other high-quality wood to make a complete set of furniture and redecorate it properly. Soon, Yun Mian got her 400 walnut. She then privately messaged Hu Yuan, asking if he had any extra iron blocks to trade. Hu Yuan always had plenty of basic materials, so there was no doubt he'd have iron blocks for her. Hu Yuan asked, "How many do you need?" Yun Mian replied, 200. 200 would be enough. The small shortfall could be made up with iron nails to forge iron blocks. Hu Yuan checked his backpack. He needed to reserve 500 iron blocks for upgrading, which couldn't be touched, but he could give Yun Mian the rest. I can give you 180. For the remaining ones, you can get them from the trading center. Yun Mian said, All right, what do you want in return? Give me whatever you have extra of. Hu Yuan considered Yun Mian as one of his own. Trading the 180 iron blocks wouldn't affect him, and he trusted that Yun Mian had plenty of good items and wouldn't give him something useless. True to form, Yun Mian took 100 red pine from her backpack and traded it to him. Hu Yuan was the first person she met in the game, and Yun Mian treated him well. They had always enjoyed a good partnership. He would definitely like the 100 red pine. Not only did Hu Yuan like it, his eyes were shining. Red pine. Yun Mian indeed treated him well. Trading red pine for iron blocks, he was definitely getting the better end of the deal. No one else in District 3 had seen red pine yet, and Yun Mian took out 100 just like that. Moreover, she could give away 100 of them, meaning she must have enough for her upgrade already. She was asking to trade for iron blocks, so it seemed she was about to upgrade to level 5. Hu Yuan knew he had a friend who was a powerhouse, and his feelings were mixed. On the one hand, he was happy for Yun Mian, but on the other, he felt he was falling far behind. To catch up with Yun Mian, he would have to work even harder. Yun Mian's image grew even taller in his mind. After some thought, he sent Yun Mian 200 iron blocks. Since Yun Mian was so generous, he shouldn't be stingy either. Here's the translation of the given text. After all, collecting iron blocks is relatively fast, and he's still far from upgrading. Yun Mian went straight to the workbench and put the sand on it to prepare for glass synthesis, but the workbench showed that materials were missing. Sand. Rich in silicon dioxide, the best raw material for making glass. The material description mentioned that sand is a raw material for glass, but it turned out to be just one of the raw materials. Yun Mian thought for a moment. Her high school physics was pretty good, and she vaguely remembered that making glass required silicon dioxide, limestone, and soda ash. But which materials could be used as limestone and soda ash? Based on the workbench's principles, it shouldn't require pure extraction. As long as materials rich in these components were used, synthesis should work. The intermediate workbench had synthesis functions. The primary workbench could only make simple tools. But Yun Mian hadn't used the synthesis function before, usually relying on blueprints. The name limestone seemed straightforward. Maybe stones would do. But how could she obtain soda ash? Truly, learn physics and chemistry well, and fear no challenges around the world. Yun Mian had to ask in the chat channel. Yun Mian. Does anyone know how to obtain soda ash? The chat was currently full of discussions about island cards. 3 days had passed since the system announced it would send out an island card daily, but no one had come forward to say they got one. Not saying anything didn't mean no one had it. They were probably sneaking off to the islands. Yun Mian's question would typically have been ignored. However, she was too famous in District 3. Yun Mian's name occupied the top 2 positions on 2 leaderboards and was first in contributions. Players were curious about what she had done to get such high contributions. Some guessed that the anonymous player selling large amounts of wood at the trading center was her, given the conditions she requested and the speculation that the player was female. But if that was all, it shouldn't have been enough to be first in contributions. Gufang's contributions were probably higher. Seeing Yun Mianmian's name, the crowd got excited. Since the ranking results, Yun Mianmian hadn't appeared in the chat. "Whoa, the boss is here! It's Yun Mianmian!" Soda ash? What do you need soda ash for? Whatever Yun Mianmian needs must be valuable. To obtain soda ash, there are usually 3 methods: natural soda, sulfuric acid, or ammonia soda. The simplest and most operable is the ammonia soda process. Table salt and sea salt can both make soda ash, but the purity of sea salt is lower, and table salt's purity is higher. Seeing the answer she needed, Yun Mianmian was overjoyed. She took note of the player's name, Li Chenxiang. It looked familiar. So professional. Knowledgeable people are different. I can't even understand it. Isn't this Li Chenxiang also a ranked player? A true expert. By the way, Yun Mianmian, what are you using soda ash for? Yeah, I'm curious too. Yun Mianmian didn't answer these curious players and instead privately messaged Li Chenxiang. Yun Mianmian. Thank you. Li Chenxiang replied, no problem. You asked this because you want to make glass? Yun Mianmian wasn't surprised. This person probably knew soda ash was a raw material for making glass, plus the upgrade materials included glass. It wasn't hard to figure out. Yes, exactly. Li Chenxiang. I see. To make glass, you mainly need silicon dioxide, soda ash, and limestone. If you want to make it, you need to collect these 3 materials. Stones, table salt, or sea salt aren't difficult to obtain. The main issue is silicon dioxide, which requires sand extraction. Yun Mianmian. I'll figure it out. This person really knew a lot. But Yun Mianmian had already gotten the answer she wanted, so there was no need to waste time chatting. Sea salt required distilling seawater, but she happened to have a bag of table salt, so she decided to try that first. She placed stones, table salt, and sand on the workbench and clicked synthesize. A white light flashed, and indeed glass appeared. It worked. Now, to mass produce, she needed more salt. It was simple. Yun Mianmian took a bucket of seawater, boiled it until dry, filtered it, then fried it in a pan, and soon had a pot of salt. 1 pot of salt could make a good amount of glass. By noon, Yun Mianmian had made 50 pieces of glass. The speed was a bit slow, but there was no other choice. The process of making glass involved many steps, and making table salt took quite some time. Yun Mianmian had a quick lunch and continued working. She couldn't afford to stop. She needed to seize every moment. The sooner she upgraded, the better her advantage. If she rested and someone else reached level 5 first, there would be no reward. While boiling salt, Yun Mianmian also browsed the trading center to buy plastic. Plastic wasn't as scarce as iron ore or glass. Many people who hadn't reached level 4 yet didn't know what plastic was for, so they traded it for resources. Occasionally, she could get good deals in the trading center. But now, as more people reached level 4, any plastic that appeared in the trading center was quickly bought. Yun Mianmian searched for a while and finally managed to buy a few plastic barrels. Plastic products could be broken down into plastic. If she couldn't find plastic, she'd buy plastic barrels. 1 barrel could be broken down into 3 pieces of plastic. Yun Mianmian bought 3 plastic barrels and 2 pieces of plastic. In total, she now had 67 plastic, just over 30 short. Yun Mianmian decided to post an offer at the trading center, using iron ore to trade for plastic. Here is the translation of the given text. Now that she had posted it, the level 4 players would probably be willing to trade. After all, in the market, iron ore was more valuable than plastic. For other players, trading 1 piece of iron ore for 2 pieces of plastic was a good deal. To speed things up, she also advertised in the chat channel. Her name was well known, and it drew a lot of attention. Within just a few minutes, all 20 pieces of iron ore were snatched up. Meanwhile, the sea salt had finished boiling. Yun Mianmian quickly filtered it and didn't bother drying it completely. After all, the workbench required sea salt for its properties, not for consumption. It worked. An hour later, Yun Mian opened the information panel for the Xiangyun. Name, Xiangyun. Level 4, wooden boat, upgradable. Rating, 46 points. Expansion requirements, red pine wood, X 2000, walnut wood X 2000, iron blocks, X 500, glass X 100, iron ore X 100, plastic X 100. She clicked to upgrade. She had waited so long for this upgrade. Yun Mian could feel it. This upgrade would bring massive changes to the Xiangyun. She wasn't kidding. The materials required this time were enormous compared to the previous ones, which seemed like just a drop in the ocean. With all these materials piled up, the Xiangyun would likely be several times larger than before. Yun Mian held her breath, waiting for the Xiangyun to upgrade. Time passed slowly, and this upgrade took longer than all previous ones. After half an hour, the entire ship was still shrouded in white light, and Yun Mian couldn't see anything. All she could do was sit on the deck and fish for treasure chests. Even though today was a normal luck day, she opened the chests right away. She had already experimented a few days ago. While opening them on a lucky day might be better, the chest's quality, bronze or silver, was already determined when it was fished up. No matter how lucky she was afterward, the items inside wouldn't be that valuable unless she fished up a high-level chest. Silver chest acquired. Obtained, lemon sapling X2, green tea X1, pack of A4 paper, bronze chest acquired. Obtained, broom X1, trash can X1. Bronze chest acquired. Obtained, trash bags X2, cleaning cloth X2. The items were few, but today's haul was all daily necessities, practical things. After storing the items, Yun Mian remembered that she hadn't yet opened the 2 chests she obtained from killing the giant spider queen. Those were sure to contain valuable items, but her luck wasn't good today. Opening bronze and silver chests today was one thing, but she couldn't risk opening the boss rewards carelessly. Yun Mian felt a little regret. Perhaps she should have opened them yesterday. The double buff had given her 2 chests, and she wondered if opening them would also trigger the double effect. She doubted the system would make it that easy for her. Since she couldn't open them with Wrong Yu around, she had put them in her backpack, and then she got busy traveling and working, and her backpack was full. In short, she had overthought it. So she decided to leave them be. However, this frustration didn't last long, because the ship was finally upgraded. Yun Mian's eyes widened as she looked at the massive ship before her. The Xiangyun had transformed into a large ship, 30 meters long, 10 meters wide. It now had 3 decks plus a hold. The second and third levels were equipped with outdoor sightseeing decks. The first level was empty. It could be used as a greenhouse or garden for growing vegetables. The second level was her spacious flat. The third level added some entertainment facilities, including an open-air swimming pool and a garden restaurant. The first level had a fully automated cockpit with a telescope that allowed clear views of anything within 300 meters ahead. The hold was empty, dim, and without sunlight. Yun Mian planned to use it as a storage room. Suddenly owning a luxurious 200 square meter sea view flat, Yun Mian felt ecstatic. The entire second level was her residence, thoughtfully divided into 5 rooms and 3 halls, with 2 bathrooms, one for showering and one for washing. Both the bedroom and living room connected to a large balcony, from which the endless ocean could be seen. If she didn't close the curtains, she could be bathed in the first rays of sunlight while lying in bed. Was this still survival? It felt more like a vacation at sea. Yun Mian walked around each room, measured the dimensions, and decided to draw a floor plan to start renovating and decorating. She wanted to boost the ship's rating and, at the next ranking, surpass Wrong Yu. Congratulations, player, on being the first to reach level 5. Reward: Advanced Workbench Blueprint. 1. Leather Sofa Blueprint, X1. Range Hood Blueprint, X1. European Bed Blueprint, X1. European Bedside Table Blueprint, X1. Floor-to-Ceiling Bookshelf Blueprint, X1. Vase, X5. Bathtub, X1. Awesome! These rewards would greatly enhance her comfort level, and her score would rise significantly. She would be busy in the coming days. Just as she took out the Advanced Workbench Blueprint, the Get Rich group sent a message. Ni Yangguang. Mian, time to harvest and fish. Yun Mian. All right, I'm on it. Seeing Yun Mian reply, Luo immediately sent her a private message. Luo, you're back? Yun Mian, yeah. Luo, I'll send you all the stuff you left with me. Luo's space was already full. A level 4 boat should have been spacious for one person, but now she could barely move. Yun Mian. Okay. She now had plenty of room. Just send it all. Luo looked at her backpack. All right, I'll send it in batches so that your backpack doesn't overflow. Yun Mian had already forgotten how much she had given Luo. Anyway, she had just sent over whatever she found, as well as items she took but couldn't use. Hearing Luo say this, she tried to recall. It seemed like quite a lot. Received. Trap cage X2, Australian freshwater lobster X4, bracken X18, sewing machine blueprint X2, oven blueprint X2, soap pods X10, ground moss X9, wild garland chrysanthemum X23, salvia root X8, tiger's ear herb X10, crocodile skin X2, crocodile meat X7, spider silk X10, spider venom X8, seafood guide X1, climbing manual X1, trekking pole X1, thermos X1, rafflesia X4, teak wood X10, hemlock wood X4, baobab fruit X5, vanilla bean X6, lemongrass X4, pepper X6, oil palm fruit X8, coconut X8. Yun Mian's backpack indeed couldn't hold everything. After receiving everything, items spilled all over the place. Having too many supplies could also be a headache. Most of the items were plants Yun Mian had collected in the rainforest. She picked anything useful she saw. After all, she couldn't waste the double buff. She had only taken a bit of most items, partly because she was in a rush and partly because she didn't know what they would be used for. After gathering the supplies, Yun Mian decided to start making some of the important blueprints, such as the advanced workbench and sewing machine. As night fell, the chat channel was buzzing with activity. Someone is auctioning a Spider Island map. Go check it out. What? A Spider Island map? That's a valuable item. Is Yun Mian selling the map? Why would she sell it? She's actually willing to sell such a good thing, and for a low price too. Not exactly cheap. Maps are valuable too. After Rong Yu finished his tasks, he planned to grab something to eat and take a look at the chat channel. He happened to see this. Rong Yu opened the trading center. He quickly found the Spider Island map that Yun Mian was selling. Since it was a special item, only a brief description could be seen. There was no image. Spider Island map. The description was added by the player. Complete map of Spider Island, honest and reliable. Excellent value for money. Limited to 10 copies per day. In exchange, she requested furniture or weapon blueprints. Rong Yu's expression darkened. Yun Mian had traded this Spider Island map for the opportunity to land on the island with him, and now she was selling it at a discount. Granted, the map had lost some of its timeliness and was less valuable than before, but wasn't it a bit much to sell it off cheaply? Of course, Rong Yu also had a copy of the map and could sell it too. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy, as if something just didn't sit right with him. He added another label to his evaluation of Yun Mian. Shrewd merchant. Regardless of Rong Yu's feelings, Yun Mian was in an excellent mood. The Spider Island map had no shortage of buyers. More than 100 people had already messaged her wanting to buy it. Yun Mian chose 10 blueprints she wanted from among those interested, then told the others, "Today's 10 copies are sold out. Come back tomorrow." She then temporarily took the map off the market and added a note saying it would be available again tomorrow. To prevent unauthorized resales, or perhaps it wasn't really unauthorized resales, but rather her concern that people who bought from her would turn around and sell it themselves. She specifically noted that the copies she was selling were system-certified originals. Other versions might be duplicates or modified versions with no guaranteed authenticity. She hoped buyers would be cautious. This ensured that most players would choose to buy from her. After all, her prices weren't high, and most people didn't yet have island landing cards, so there was no rush. They just wanted to buy it in advance. If they bought from someone else, who could say whether it was altered? With Yun Mian being such a famous player, willing to sell, they were sure she wouldn't deceive them. Limiting it to 10 copies a day didn't seem like much profit, but this was Yun Mianmian's strategy. By selling only 10 copies a day, rather than hundreds or more, she could charge higher prices and receive valuable blueprints in return. Plus, those who first purchased the maps would view them as valuable so they wouldn't casually trade them away. If Yun Mianmian sold hundreds of copies a day, by the next day, the maps would be worthless, having circulated among everyone, and she'd have destroyed her own market. With her current strategy, she could continue selling for at least a week. After a week, the system would issue 10,000 landing cards, and people would be eager to buy maps. Yun Mianmian could anonymously sell at a low price for 2 more days, making quick money along with the others. In short, she had thoroughly planned out how to capitalize on the Spider Island map. On the first day, she obtained genuine leather tatami blueprint X1, adjustable desk blueprint X1, multifunctional dining cabinet blueprint X1, wash basin blueprint X1, storage cart blueprint X1, U-shaped display rack blueprint X1, spear gun blueprint X1, bronze fish spear blueprint X1, wool carpet blueprint X1, floor mirror blueprint X1. At this moment, Yun Mianmian was running up and down her ship with the workbench placed on the first deck. After making something, she would need to go to the corresponding area to place it. She took a page from Rong Yu's book and made a large rain shield, placing it over the workbench. This way, the workbench area wouldn't get wet, and she even added a few hooks on the shield specifically for hanging lamps. The advanced workbench was much more high-end than the intermediate one. It had 3 screens, each with its own function. One screen selected materials, another was for drafting designs, and the third showed a simulated final product. The final product would be nearly identical to the simulation. Moreover, this also meant that even with a blueprint, materials could be changed. The advanced workbench would intelligently generate a result based on the blueprint and materials used. For example, genuine leather tatami blueprint. The required materials were leather X10, walnut wood X10, sponge X7, iron block X2. But if the leather was replaced with cotton fabric, it could still produce a tatami mat, except it would be a cotton tatami rather than a genuine leather one. Yun Mianmian didn't have leather, so she could choose to make a cotton one. In the future, if she wanted to change it to leather, she could simply disassemble the tatami and remake it. However, this would result in some material loss. If it was urgently needed, she could choose to make it with regular materials. Otherwise, she could wait until she had advanced materials to make it all in one go. Now that the space on the ship was larger, Yun Mianmian made 5 large storage racks with the advanced workbench, all placed in the bottom cabin storage room. The 5 storage racks were divided into 5 categories. Food, seeds, tools, daily necessities, and materials were all sorted into different categories, making it very convenient to find things later. The bottom cabin was large enough that, in addition to the storage racks, there was still plenty of space for boxes. Some items needed to be kept dust-free and moisture-proof, so they were stored in wooden boxes. Upon receiving Rong Yu's message, Yun Mianmian initially thought he was coming to confront her, but he merely sent her the shield and the peeler she had requested. He said nothing about Yun Mianmian selling the Spider Island map. Even though he didn't mention it, Yun Mianmian knew that he must have found out. Still, it was her item, and she had the right to sell it as she pleased. Even though she had traded it with him before, she could still sell it again, and Rong Yu had no grounds to be upset with her. Rong Yu also understood this, which was why he didn't bring it up. Yun Mianmian decided to address it herself. I put the Spider Island map up for sale. If you want to sell it, you can do the same. Rong Yu was also well known in District 3, so if he wanted to sell it, he would surely find buyers too. Yun Mianmian wasn't worried about anyone competing with her, but Rong Yu had no intention of doing so. Lacking enough supplies and wishing to speed up the upgrade process, he wanted to obtain landing cards or teleportation cards to visit Spider Island again. However, it wasn't easy to make that happen. Yun Mianmian had worked with him because they knew each other, and both were strong players on the leaderboard with comparable skills. Working together, they felt secure, but finding a stranger to cooperate with whose strength was unknown would certainly be much more difficult. If Rong Yu managed to find a landing card and teleportation card, he wanted to ask Yun Mian if she would be willing to cooperate again. If she agreed, she could help him find those cards. With their combined wealth, there might be players willing to trade, but before he could finish speaking, Yun Mian refused. "I'm not planning to go back to the island anytime soon. I want to take a break. You'll have to find someone else." Yun Mian's refusal was quick and firm. Rong Yu hadn't expected her to reject him without a second thought. Didn't she need resources from the island anymore? Considering Yun Mian's willingness to trade red pine wood for walnut wood, coupled with her inquiry about sodium carbonate in the chat channel, Rong Yu considered a possibility. Yun Mian might have already gathered all the resources needed to upgrade to level 5. Even if she hadn't, she could probably upgrade without needing to return to the island. If that were the case, then the materials needed for the level 6 upgrade likely couldn't be found on Spider Island. The reality wasn't too far off from Rong Yu's assumptions. Yun Mian had many reasons for not wanting to go back to the island. She had plenty of tasks to complete. After upgrading to level 5, she was now far ahead of other players. It wasn't that she didn't want to continue upgrading, but after reviewing the level 6 requirements, she knew she would need to slow down and wait. Name: Jiang Yun, Clouds of Auspiciousness. Level: Level 5, Wooden Ship, Upgradable. Score: 60 points. Upgrade requirements: Ice Essence X, 100, Flint X 100, Hemlock Wood X 1000, Iron Ore X 1000, Ship Rating 150 points or higher. Although the quantity of items required didn't seem to be much more than before, the difficulty of the upgrade had definitely increased significantly. Even though she hadn't seen Ice Essence or Flint, Yun Mian could tell right away that these were resources that couldn't be obtained during the rainy season. Moreover, she didn't even know which season they would appear in. It would likely be in the next season. There was no point in rushing. Although she could dig for iron ore on Spider Island, there was no need to hurry. Landing cards were not easy to come by at the moment. If Rong Yu wanted her help, it was probably to get landing cards as well. But Yun Mian didn't want to go through all that trouble. There would be plenty of landing cards in a few days, and by then it wouldn't be too late. She could use this time to improve her ship's score, make more furniture, and continue gathering supplies on her ship. Yun Mian's intuition told her that the rainy season might be the easiest season to survive. The coming seasons might be much tougher. Given that this was an apocalypse game, there might be harsher seasons ahead. Scenes from disaster movies flashed through Yun Mian's mind. Blizzards, earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, sandstorms, acid rain. There could even be zombies or dinosaurs. The thought was terrifying. Right now it rained every day and the weather was cold, but as long as she had warm clothing and rainproof gear, she could get by. Besides, the rainy season was abundant with marine life, meaning there were plenty of resources, and players wouldn't starve. Once the rainy season ended, the upcoming season would present harsher challenges. In the full version of the game, it was likely that there would be competitions between districts. Yun Mian wanted to use the remaining half-month to train her swordsmanship and archery. She needed to learn as many survival skills as possible. She also needed to construct her greenhouse, which would take time. In short, Yun Mian had her hands full. Rong Yu tried to probe her, but Yun Mian changed the topic. "Do you still want the craftsman's hammer blueprint?" She sent Rong Yu a screenshot of the details. Craftsman's hammer blueprint, designed by a master craftsman, increases strength by 5 points upon use. Crafting increases forging skill proficiency by 5 points, attack plus 20. This item was definitely a valuable one. Just the fact that it could increase strength by 5 points made it very attractive. However, Yun Mian wouldn't be able to use it to its full potential. She didn't have the forging skill, so if she crafted it, it would be a waste of its effect. It would be better to sell it to someone who could use it effectively. But Yun Mian wasn't about to make a loss. With such a good item, she was determined to sell it for a high price. Rong Yu was, after all, a wealthy player. "Rong Yu, Name your price." Yun Mian Mian smiled and said, "In the last settlement, you received a bottle of golden nutrient solution, didn't you?" She had her eye on it for a while. "How about trading a bottle of golden nutrient solution plus 50 sea star coins?" A bottle of golden nutrient solution wasn't enough. She wanted 50 sea star coins on top of it. Rong Yu's expression turned sour. He had exactly 50 sea star coins left, and Yun Mian Mian had calculated it perfectly. It wasn't really her fault, though. She had seen the things on his ship. Those seasonings and knives were all bought from the store, and Yun Mian Mian had done some quick calculations and estimated how many sea star coins he had spent. "That's too expensive," Yun Mian Mian said. "The craftsman's hammer is most suitable for a forging expert like you. If you don't take it, it would be a real waste." Rong Yu frowned. He hadn't said he didn't want it, just that it was too expensive. "How about this? 1 bottle of golden nutrient solution, 20 sea star coins, and you help me make this fish gun. How about that?" Yun Mian Mian showed him the fish gun blueprint. Fish gun, an amazingly powerful underwater fishing weapon, extremely lethal. You have to try it to believe it. Required materials: iron block X2, plastic X1, teak X2. "I'll provide the materials and you just need to make it." Yun Mian Mian figured that since Rong Yu had forging skills, the weapon would turn out better if he made it, and it might even have special effects, just like her cooking skills. Rong Yu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Yun Mian Mian really knew how to squeeze him. She had him pegged for wanting the craftsman's hammer blueprint. He didn't bother to argue with her. Thinking of Yun Mian Mian's demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh. People can really be deceiving by appearances. Such a pretty, delicate girl, yet so bold and cunning. "All right, send it over and I'll make it for you now." Yun Mian Mian. "Great." She immediately sent the materials and blueprint to Rong Yu without worrying about him backing out. No rush, no rush. If you're tired, you can do it tomorrow," she added. It was already late, and Yun Mian Mian planned to go to bed early. Rong Yu. "All right." Even though she said that, he still lit a lamp and started making the fish gun for her right away. A new day began, and it was still raining. Yun Mian Mian had long gotten used to the rain. After getting up, she stood behind the glass door, admiring the rainy scene. The gray sea had its own unique beauty, and even when thunder rumbled and waves crashed, there was nothing to fear. After all, it was like this every day. She slept soundly last night. The soundproofing of her new room was good. She couldn't hear the loud rain outside while in her room. The only downside was that her bedroom didn't yet have curtains. Yun Mian Mian planned to make some today. She wanted to personally design a set that would match the furniture in her room. Last night before bed, she had already decided what to have for breakfast. She had been so busy yesterday that she didn't get to eat the lobster, which left her thinking about it all night. The first thing she did after waking up was roll the dice, and the second was to deal with the lobster. She planned to make lobster and crab congee and a cold fern vegetable dish. Seeing that her lucky number was 3, Yun Mian Mian was in a good mood. 3. Everything goes well. This meant she could open the treasure chest today. She was eager to find out what good things were in the treasure chest dropped by the giant spider matriarch. To satisfy her curiosity, cooking the lobster had to wait. Yun Mian Mian took the treasure chests out of her backpack. The 2 chests were placed side by side. She decided to open the left one first. Before opening it, Yun Mian Mian made a wish for what she wanted in her heart. "Open the giant spider matriarch's treasure chest. May your wishes come true and may everything go smoothly. Whatever you want, you'll have it." Obtained: spider silk launcher, blueprint, X1, poison needle darts X5, spider silk stockings, SNX1. Wow! It really was wish come true. It knew she wanted a spider silk launcher, and it gave it to her. But she hadn't expected items like poison needle darts and spider silk stockings. But what were these spider silk stockings? Did they have some defensive effect? Yun Mian Mian opened the item to take a look, and it turned out to be black stockings. Spider silk stockings, the symbol of sexiness, a must-have for beauties, enhancing leg contours and sparking endless imagination. Yun Mian Mian. Ridiculous. She put them away. No use for those. She went on to open the second chest. Yun Mian Mian silently wished for practical items. No more spider silk stockings, please. Opened the giant spider matriarch's treasure chest. May your wishes come true, and may everything go smoothly. Whatever you want, you'll have it. Obtained. Spider-infused liquor X2, spider nursery bag X1, detox pills X2. This treasure chest was practical indeed. However, the nursery bag looked a bit scary. Yun Mian Mian picked it up to check. Spider nursery bag, poke it and a bunch of baby spiders will crawl out. Just kidding. This is a private storage bag. Once bonded, only the owner can open it. No one else can. Nice. She could hide very important treasures inside, so even if it was lost, she wouldn't have to worry about anyone else using it. Yun Mian Mian also checked out the other items. Spider silk launcher. Blueprint. Launches sticky and tough spider silk. The silk can be used for binding, fishing, and other uses to be discovered. Required materials. Spider silk X5, iron ore X1, cherry wood X1. Poison needle darts. Coated with spider venom causing paralysis for 10 minutes. Must take a detox pill to cure. Spider-infused liquor. Has effects like dispelling rheumatism, reducing swelling, and relieving pain. Can treat symptoms such as rheumatism, muscle contractions, and sprains. Detox pill. Expels parasites and neutralizes poison. After consumption, it grants immunity to all parasites for a day. Effective against spider venom. At that moment, Rong Yu sent a message. Rong Yu. The fish gun is ready. Yun Mian Mian quickly initiated the trade. She sent over the craftsman's hammer blueprint, and Rong Yu sent her the golden nutrient solution, the fish gun, and 20 sea star coins. Yun Mian Mian happily accepted it all. She simply said, "Thanks," then went to make breakfast. First, she washed the rice and soaked it in water. Then she cleaned the lobster and orchid crabs. Since she didn't have rice wine, she had to exchange for a bottle from the store. Having just gotten 20 sea star coins from Rong Yu, she didn't feel bad about using them. Since she was buying rice wine, she decided to complete her set of seasonings as well. Rong Yu had them, so she couldn't lack them either. After all, she was using Rong Yu's sea star coins. She bought rice wine, chili sauce, white pepper powder, and chicken essence, conveniently spending all 20 sea star coins. The lobster and crab were chopped into small pieces and marinated for a few minutes with rice wine and white pepper. Then, the rice was cooked into congee, and about half an hour later, she added the lobster and crab to the pot to continue cooking. Once the lobster and crab turned color, she added salt and chicken essence for seasoning, and the dish was ready to serve. The fragrant lobster and crab congee emitted a savory aroma. She then mixed the prepared fern with chili sauce, creating a refreshing appetizer. Yesterday, she had made a table and chairs, so today she could properly sit down and enjoy the food. The smooth, rich congee enveloped the shrimp and crab. The lobster had a bouncy, slightly sweet texture, while the crab meat was soft and full of fresh flavor. The fern was crisp, light, and paired perfectly with the spicy sauce, complementing the congee excellently. One dish was mild, the other was bold, accentuating the flavors of each dish. With the addition of seasonings, the food reached a whole new level. Yun Mian Mian sent a bowl to Luo Luo, and there was still plenty left for herself. She ate 2 large bowls until her stomach felt full. It was just too satisfying. After eating, she felt energized, and her senses seemed sharper. She picked up a bowl of lobster and crab congee to check its properties. Lobster and crab congee, a high-quality dish with excellent taste, full of freshness. Consuming it temporarily increases strength by 5 points for half an hour and increases stamina by 10 points per minute for 5 minutes. It actually increased strength. No wonder she felt like she had endless energy. It was probably because the ingredients used for this congee were rare, the cooking process was complicated, and it took a long time. Plus, with some added seasonings, the flavor and nutrition were far superior to typical dishes. Take the Australian freshwater lobster, for instance, not something you could just casually get. Next time, she would try different ingredients to see if they produced a similar special effect. After eating something so good, she had to put in some effort to make it worthwhile. Yun Mian Mian immediately got to work. She practiced 2 sets of footwork and did an hour of basic training. She wasn't even tired, so she practiced archery as well. The entire morning passed and she still felt full of energy. In the afternoon, Yun Mian Mian started fishing for treasure chests. Recently, with so many supplies, she hadn't been as eager to fish for treasure chests. But she still had to do it. With today's good luck, she was bound to get something she wanted. On her first cast, Yun Mian Mian fished up a golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest obtained. May your wishes come true and may everything go smoothly. Today's luck is fantastic. Obtained. Wasabi X1, sushi vinegar, X1, frozen grapes X1, bayberry wine, X1, fruit salad X1, all food and seasonings. Just after opening the chest, she heard wooey wooey calls. On the water's surface, there were 2 dolphins calling out. One of them was the little dolphin Yun Mian Mian knew. The other was slightly larger than the little dolphin with longer fins. Yun Mian Mian. Little dolphin, you came. Is this your friend? Wooey wooey. She wasn't sure, but the little dolphin seemed very happy. They were probably here for the treats, and it had brought a friend along. Yun Mian Mian still had some strawberries, so she took a few out and tossed them to the dolphins. The 2 dolphins ate happily, clearly wanting more as they swam in circles in the water. If you eat sister's fruit, you have to bring sister something good next time. Hearing Yun Mian Mian's words, the little dolphin and the other one made a few noises, and then the other dolphin jumped up and tossed something to Yun Mian Mian. Yun Mian Mian reached out to catch it, finding a blue bead in her hand. The bead had water flowing inside it, glittering. It was obviously something good. Ocean speech pearl. Wear it to understand the language of intelligent marine creatures. Yun Mian Mian let out a wow. I want more of that red fruit. Me too, give me some. She has other good stuff, we should ask for that too. Really? What else? Let me see. She could really understand them now. Amazing. These 2 dolphins only knew how to ask for food, but that was fine. She wasn't short of food. This ocean speech pearl was a treasure. She wanted more. For example, diving equipment, underwater treasures, or something that would let her breathe underwater. Yun Mian Mian took out more fruit. Here you go. Bring more friends next time. Both dolphins went, woo-ee, woo-ee. But Yun Mian Mian understood them now. Yay, yay, Yun Mian Mian. Bring cute ones like you and bring me gifts for the treats. She gave them some peaches and cut 2 slices of watermelon for them. They didn't spit out the rinds while eating the watermelon, chomping on it noisily. Yun Mian Mian couldn't help but laugh at the sight.